Katsokaa kuinka Silvan kroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltillä on tähtäin kohdellaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se!
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hopi hopi!
Hyvä tempo päällä, poika.
Body yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1-2 pommi on jo pläntättynä. Body löytää ensimmäisen saitilta, sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua, nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Body tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan, hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Body otaisi kohtaa todella eteenpäin hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarvitsevat trackit.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
And welcome back to the Elisa Masters Espoo, everybody. It's day 2, bright and early we shine to finish this group stage off in style. Arguably the stronger of the two groups, and what's surefire to be a banger and hopefully a lot of upsets because I'm always here for an underdog story. It's me and Exner to try to bring you through all of it.
Yeah, absolutely electric day so far of Counter-Strike. Super excited to get into Group B. And like you said, right, I think this could be arguably the tougher group to get out of here. A lot of tough names, a lot of, major competition, some not major competition as well, but it's still tier 1 caliber here. And again, it leaves a lot to be excited about for the Counter-Strike that we have today on the cards.
100%, right? And again, we talk a little bit about the groups, but I believe we'll be able to get you a foothold on what they're looking like in case you've missed it. A handful of the teams maybe surprised to see, but still, I'm all hyped for it nonetheless. 500 might be the most questionable of the bunch, but I'm certain that they're going to be able to pull off a couple of upsets if you're asking me. You got Saw in the mix, Complexity, Fnatic, Astralis. Definitely all teams to keep your eyes on, especially after the post-major woes of a couple of these franchises, and maybe even a bit of salt in the wound to try to make up for it.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Fnatic, they're fresh off the back of a great major run. I've got to say, they had an incredible little run from their department there. And so it's really exciting to see them follow that into this event and seeing how they're going to fare up against some, again, tough competition, but competition that if they can take down teams at the major, if they can make it deep in that position, how are they going to fare up against the complexities, against the 500s of the world that, weren't at the major, but can still do some damage, that are still very scary rosters. So a very exciting schedule today, that is for sure.
And there's stories for just about every single one of these teams. Obviously, like we speak of how this is potentially the stronger of the two groups, there's still a couple of teams that you aren't going to see here necessarily on the schedule. Bad News Eagles is in this group. They're another one of those teams that made a deep run at the major. If I'm not mistaken, qualified for the Legend stage with not even an 0-3 exit. Taking down FaZe in a best of 3, man, that's got to put some pep in their step, especially coming into another LAN event like this. You got teams like Complexity, who barely fizzled out in the RMR. Same goes for Astralis. You spoke of Fnatic, 500 and co. Again, maybe a little underperformance from them, but both of them, I believe, still played in the RMR. So it's not like they didn't have any experience getting close to it.
Yeah, it's going to be really important for these teams to be making it deep. I feel like this group also kind of lends itself to potentially some more clear-cut teams that are going to be making it into the playoffs, where as for the Group A, I feel like many different teams could have been making it into playoffs. Obviously, we got our answer there with the 3 teams making it out, and Big, Sprout, and Ints. But all that being said, there's plenty of teams. For this one, I would say that it's kind of leaning top heavy with Fnatic, Complexity, Bad News Eagles, even Astralis. I know they're playing with a couple of stand-ins there. They don't quite have Device just yet for this event, but I'm sure they'll get him in soon. But I mean, again, I feel like it's top heavy, right? We have some clear-cut favorites trying to exit the group. We also have some plucky underdogs that are trying to get the job done as well.
Right, and I'm glad you mentioned the fact that, I mean, yeah, there are clear-cut favorites, but it is kind of anybody's game. I mean, I want to tote about 500 a little bit because I know this team might seem like it's a bit of a sleeper, probably not bound to leave the group considering the teams that are in it, but they are very known for making upsets in the past. Like, one thing to say is how long these guys have played together, which we'll get onto later, but there's no reason to think, especially in a best-of-1 format, they can't take some impressive maps off some impressive teams, including someone like Complexity, which obviously is the favorites coming into that first game. and even a couple that are, going on in the future. It's a round robin format, so everybody plays each other. But it's like 500 could take down a lot of these teams. I don't see any one roster on paper, maybe besides like Fnatic, that I think they're going to have an entire struggle against and no possibility to take down. Even a team like Astralis is going to be vulnerable to a lot of upsets in this group. Same thing goes for Salt on the upsetting side. Really, I agree that it's top heavy, but I could see any one of these teams making it out.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? I mean, it's a real battle of two different rosters or I guess two different tiers right now, because you do have a lot of these up and coming teams, right? 500, I guess not so up and coming. They've already been proven to be a roster that has upsetted so many greats once before. That is something that we know about this team. That's something we know that they can get away with. So just knowing that they can do that damage here, it's going to be definitely interesting the way that they're going to be kicking it off. I mean, that's our first series of the day is 500 taking on Complexity. And I mean, one thing to note is Complexity probably, I mean, I know this for a fact, they haven't played a official in quite some time. I'm sure they've been putting in some work in the off period there during the major. I'm sure they haven't been sitting around for too long, but still officials underneath their belt have been kind of slim pickings. And so getting back into this, kind of shaking off that rust, the complete opposite is true for 500. They're fresh off the back of some nice event wins at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, literally the new org buff comes into play. They've only played one tournament under its banner, but they still ended up winning it. So, I mean, again, that is a buff coming into this. Sure, it's online. There's a lot of little caveats you can make about it, but at the end of the day, it's a win they'll take nonetheless. And even going in from their Xcade banner, they had a couple of impressive results in online events there. They had a good couple of upsets. A lot of teams been taken down under their namesake, and maybe even counting them out a little bit too much of the people watching them at some points, man. The problem is with this 500 roster, they might be classified as a tier 2 team, but it's not a tier 2 team that I'd say is not capable of making upsets happen, just in the sense that it's like usually on these tier 2 teams, you've got your shining stars, you've got your couple of players that'll carry you through the mud. It doesn't really exist on a team like 500, where everybody on any day, any given moment can show up and pretty much win a round for you, win a game for you as a team.
Yeah, they've got a whole lot of individuals again. I mean, they've been looking in incredible form, so it does leave a lot to be excited about, though. Interesting to see this head-to-head between these two teams, because I know that maps are going to be meaning a whole lot. But Complexity is a roster that I feel like with the introduction of Halzerk, Junior is included in this graphic, but Halzerk, obviously that fifth, has been looking very good, right? Having that introduction, Halzerk, I think not only has he been bringing a lot of good energy into this roster on the op, but he's also been, just simply landing more shots, having more impact than Junior, and also I think unlocking a little bit of potential for some of these younger players, right? The Grims, he's been building a lot of confidence into him. You can see he's kind of the hype man of this team in certain occasions. So I really love what Halzerk has brought to the table for this team. Obviously, it's unleashed a whole lot more potential as well.
I mean, yeah, I couldn't have put it better myself. It's like you think they kind of needed experience other than Grim. They didn't have that in the past. They bring in Halzerk, who might not be the most experienced of the bunch, but still has played with players under the names of like Get Right, Forest, Lekro, all teams he's been on and part of. So he has to have inherited some of the knowledge that he can let trickle down the tree of the Complexity line. And so far, apparently it has. I mean, look, past couple of events for them, as we said, it hasn't been all that great. It hasn't lived up to the namesake of the banner as it has before, but it's still been an upward trajectory as he's come on the roster. But he's not even the highlight here. The highlight's the highlight's Grim, because this guy coming into this team as Complexity has never dropped the ball. It always feels like Grim is performing and saving Complexity when they shouldn't be winning any games. At least they shouldn't be winning a lot of the games that they're playing, but Grim makes it happen.
Yeah, I mean, in certain series, he is the definition player here that needs to be showing up, and he is going to be that player here in this event as well, right? Because once he is activating, once he's firing on all cylinders, I mean, it's something that previous teammates have said so many times before, is that when he builds his confidence back up and when he gets activated, not a lot of players can stop him. Not a lot of teams can stop him. He is a force to be reckoned with. I mean, again, I like the player that you even highlighted on the counterpart, though, Dennis Law. I'm really excited to see him. Obviously, he has shown a whole lot of ability to be proactive, to be that impact player for this team. Again, you kind of mentioned, I feel like Skate has a nice balanced core between the three long-standing members of this roster. They're all available to fire on all cylinders to have that impact, but Didislaw has shown that he's looking to be a player that rises above the rest.
Right, yeah, picking a player to highlight out of that roster was quite difficult because it really is a toss-up between who's going to be the one showing up on any given day. And maybe that's even the biggest key point for 500 going into this map. Who is going to be the one to show up? That can change a multitude of things depending on maybe their game plan's a bit op-heavy, and maybe Didislaw doesn't perform well today. Maybe it's Ships and Co. taking the reins, taking the torch, and really digging their team out of an unwinnable hole. But I don't really see a world where nobody is there on the server. I don't see a world where it's just Complexity steamrolling them. And I definitely think this is going to be a tough battle for the boys coming through from North America. And they might even have their work cut out against them against a team like 500 that might not be as well known in their eyes, that you might not give as much respect to just because they don't necessarily have the tournament performances that you'd expect out of some teams in this group. So that is something they potentially have going for them.
Yeah. We do have the vetoes, though, lining us up here. And right now, immediately, I'm noticing that an Inferno ban is taking place there. Obviously, Mirage and Ancient are bans that we kind of come to expect for these two teams, or for Complexity individually. Mirage, a common ban. I think Inferno's a map that they just haven't really mastered at the moment. So no surprise that we're getting that ban out of them as well. Vertigo and Nuke banned out here from 500. Surprising to see that. And it will be Overpass to get us into the best of ones. I wasn't all that surprised. I felt like both teams feel very comfortable in this map. I was expecting this to be the case, and does turn out to be.
I'm just surprised Vertigo was left in the cracks for that long. I mean, look, eventually you knew 500 were going to ban it. It's literally been there, permaban for years on end. So I was shocked that it made it that far. I guess maybe playing in the long run, knowing that probably not going to be able to pick it. Maybe they ban it. No reason to get it out of the way just yet. But still, that left a lot in the ball of Complexity's court. It's like they do technically play all 7 maps. They're not scared to go into anything. So when you leave it down to 2 of their most comfortable in Dust 2 and Overpass, it's really just, what are we feeling today, boys? And we got our answer. You did predict it in the pregame. You were talking to me about it. I'm kind of surprised. I feel like it's not really a best of 1 map. So the fact that they actually just go ahead and pick it kind of does maybe shock me a little bit in the sense that over Dust 2, I think honestly might have been a better idea in a best of 1.
Yeah, I mean, it could have, right? And again, you're trying to shake off that rust. And so I think that maybe Complexity just trying to lend themselves to a more comfortable territory. Overpass has been a map that they felt very comfortable with. Hallzerk looks pretty good on it and comfortable with that. All that being said, though, we do have some key points to walk you all through. It's something I really like about Elisa here. We get to talk through some of the key points that we think this series is going to rely on. And the first thing that I mentioned is that Complexity, I think not only did they have kind of a heartbreaking defeat at that RMR, where they did lose to the veteran status of Imperial. I mean, it was a really interesting matchup. I think one of the most interesting of the entire RMR was, you know, the veterans just showing that it does matter. The experience does shine through. And then I think off the back of that, Complexity have been a little bit demotivated because it clearly showed in the very next event that they played in the Blast Showdown, where they got knocked out by Sharks, who is a roster that I think is constantly plucked apart for pieces. They usually get their best players taken away, and then Complexity, they go and lose to them in a best of 3. So that's my first thing, is that Complexity, they could start things off in rough form here.
Right, and that brings me to that other point we talked about a little bit. It's like Complexity coming to this as the favorites, but it doesn't feel like 500 need the win as much as they do. And another thing I pointed out about 500 a little bit earlier on is how long this core has been together. Didislaw, Ships, Rainwaker, all of these guys have played together since 2021, and if you remove Ships from that equation, they've been playing together since 2019 under the Skade banner, all the way back then, almost 4 years now. It's really tough to go against them because they've been in just about every single situation you can picture them for. So you aren't going to be beating them via inexperience. It's literally just going to have to be you being the better team. And again, that leads into they might just be the better team today, right? If they're feeling themselves more off the rip, if they're not going to let Complexity get the ball rolling, if maybe they get into their own heads a little bit, there's an easy world where 500 steal an upset away from them.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, and the last thing is, right, we already talked about this, is the possibility of them getting upset here, Complexity. They don't want that to let on through. And it's interesting because this is going to be 500's probably toughest match to date. Under this iteration of the roster. Obviously, like you had said, this core has been together far too long to really say that Complexity, who is, I think, currently ranked 24th in the world, is one of the toughest matchups. But for this roster, all 5 names on 500 right now, this is one of their tougher opponents, right? They've been able to prove themselves in the tier 2 scene already with some impressive wins, one of which impressive is versus Tricked already. But this is a whole nother level here. It's complexity on land, and you know that they're going to be feeling themselves here if they can come out of the gates firing on all cylinders, if we do see Grim in its peak form. So if we're going to get any of that out of this game today here, it's going to be a real test for 500.
Yeah, and there's one key word you had in that sentence that really might not be talked about as much when we say toughest match yet. It's that land part. Because while 500 have played together for a long time, have made upsets happen before, and have gone on deep tournament runs, 90% of the time, it's in online brackets. It's not been on land. They don't have all that experience. That's something that somewhat doesn't favor you when it comes to not having an org, which they didn't for almost a year at one point. So 500, this is the first land they're going to be going to under this banner in a very long time, just the players alone. So they have to make the upset happen against one of their toughest opponents yet on an environment, while I won't say they're uncomfortable with, it's not what they're known for. They're known for these online events. They're known for the deep runs there. So they're going to have to change something around, or maybe, I don't know, I couldn't tell you if it's feel yourself a little bit, but it's definitely something to consider. That's another reason complexity have the favor here. They're more adjusted to the LAN environment.
Yeah, they're so used to playing out in these kind of LAN environments, like you'd said. I mean, group stage specifically, this is kind of where their bread is buttered here. I mean, this is where Complexity have been playing all year, these different LANs, right? And the counterpart is true here. 500 have been playing in the comfort of their bedrooms when it comes to most of their events. And so is that LAN factor going to show up here early? Is it going to rear its ugly head here for 500 in this event? Because if that is the case, and they're going to be quickly into some sour waters here. They got to make sure that they're showing up. And you can see these players on land. There's good old Complexity looking chipper as ever there, as you can see. And again, very exciting. I already mentioned something that I very much so like is that we do have Halzerk here posted right next to his man Grim, which is actually, I think, one of the more crucial details here. Again, hype man is Halzerk. He's always building up that motivation, building up the entire team. And again, Grim's a player that really thrives when he is confident. So the fact that he's plucked right next to the hype man is exactly where he needs to be.
Yeah, it's something people don't talk about a lot. Just the fact of how big it can be when you have somebody like Halzerk's, like, not even presence in the server, just more so presence in like the team speak, where he's getting loud. I mean, even if you're down 10-0 and you win that first round, somebody has a good play, he's getting loud, he's screaming, he's energizing everybody. That just means you have this extra little caveat going into it that even when all the odds are stacked up against you, you've got that energy there to keep everybody out of their own heads, to keep them in the game and realizing that it's still doable. So that's just another caveat that 500 have to work against, another problem they're going to have to figure out the answer to.
Yeah, and this is why I was saying, right? I mean, it's going to be big issues when it comes down to just trying to deal with that land factor, right? And we'll see immediately if 500 are going to be feeling comfortable, right? Because we know what we can expect. That high caliber, fast firepower is something that we've seen so many times before. And if we don't see that right out of the gates here on the land environment, and we don't see them feeling comfortable, then that can lead to some big issues very quickly and early on. So I'm hoping to see 500 show up, right? Because this is a roster that you and I have been following quite closely. We've seen so many times before that this is the roster that can do some damage if they're playing at their peak. But this could be some different environments that they're not used to.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, I thoroughly enjoy watching 500 at sometimes. Like, they can be a very explosive and entertaining team to watch, especially in a meta that sometimes I'd say fairly reserved, fairly passive, fairly safe. It's not really the game plan and the style that 500 play with. They've always looked electrifying in the server, and they're always there hitting insane shots and going crazy clutches out of the hat. I think they're very innovative too in the tier 2 scene. I mean, I believe that's the first time I ended up seeing the 5-man nade or the 5 nades up catwalk with the whole dropping util update a long time back. That's one of the first times I actually saw that implemented in a server was from that Scade lineup. And it just shows that these guys don't just play by the books Counter-Strike. They don't just play their own way, but they create too. They're innovators. They don't just go statically. They are always trying to adapt and improve in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that you just mentioned there, I like that you mentioned that because, yes, it is 500 that are good innovators, and that has led to a lot of their success as a roster. But I think something that goes maybe under the radar of many here is the kind of calling style that we gather frequently out of JT and his counterpart there in the coaching role as well, with TC kind of offering up extra input there. I think this duo has really done a good job of innovating a lot of the utility usage. I mean, Complexity have some very high flash rates and flash assists that oftentimes gets touted as a way that this roster really succeeds when it comes to maybe sometimes in certain games lacking in the firepower. They make up for it in big ways with the utility and the way that they work the map. So we'll see if we get any of that. I think this roster is certainly capable of showing that. Overpass specifically is a map that they can really shine in that innovation. I think they have some real strong suits in this one. So excited to see what we can gather here. But over the long run, I think stylistically that makes this matchup even more interesting, that we have two teams full of innovators that are ready to fight on the server.
And two teams that, again, aren't very reserved. I mean, I talked a little bit about 500 in their play style, but Complexity, they're known for their aggression too. It's kind of like an NA staple, and they've adopted it into their own game plan. So it's just kind of going to be a head-to-head clash going in the entire time. And another little interesting tidbit, just coming into Overpass, in case you forgot, remember, this is best of one. And obviously that means nobody's picking a side coming into it. Like, there's going to be a night for sides. Complexity could potentially start on the siding or the CT siding favorite. So it's not out of the realm of possibility to see either one of these teams just start out on the defensive front, look really good off the rip, pull together like 5, 6, 7 rounds in a row, and maybe even take that momentum the distance for the entire way in the upset. Look, both of them are very good at shutting down momentum, so I don't imagine that's going to happen like that. But the possibility is what's more interesting to think about, because if it does happen, Complexity may be a bit slow to the wheel. I'm not too sure when they ended up flying in, but remember, like, the time difference is one hell of a jump to make if you're coming in from NA just a couple of days ago. Take it from the guy who's up at 4 a.m. here. It might just not be something you're used to depending on how long you've been over there, and 500 most certainly are. Maybe they're just going to be a little more energized coming into the server physically. It's something that you don't talk about much, but is definitely a factor to think of.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the most common excuse here for any North American team is that that classic line of jet lag here. I hope that Complexity have been able to put some work in for this event, though. Prior, I imagine that's the case there. I think they have the opportunity to try and get that work over in Europe here. Is always a good sign here, because like I've been saying here, Complexity, they're kind of fresh off the back of what was a kind of heartbreaking RMR. Again, I don't think a lot of people are really faulting them. They had some really tough competition. I think we got to see Fallen and Fur roll back to years when they got eliminated in that sense. But then they head into Blast, and I think that's where we kind of get into the point where maybe the motivation is at a low. And right now, I think this is the perfect event to try and rebound, to try and build up that success. It's why I think that they really need to make it out of groups. It's why that's extra pressure that you already mentioned. Like you said, with 500 kind of needing to be coming out of this event kind of the victors here, and if not, it's going to lead to some maybe big problems here in the long run of this roster. So I'm hoping to see something out of this team.
And the run isn't even all that unrealistic to think about, too. I mean, the only big hard rocks on the road for them might just be the likes of Fnatic. I mean, I don't see any other team in the group that's unbeatable and anybody's favor. It's like, yeah, BNE, they've got a lot of good experience under their belt, so maybe that's another case to be made. But you think about a team like Complexity. We already talked about how weak they potentially might be. This is all potential. It's not guaranteed. Then you've got Astralis playing with a couple of stand-ins. You've got Fnatic, who I kind of touted as one of the unbeatables, but still, it's like best of one, anything can happen for a team like that. Then you've got Saw, who's, I mean, again, they're a toss-up depending on how they come in playing. Maybe they're going to look a bit different. Maybe they're going to be showing the Saw of old that used to like stomp a lot of teams in the tier 2 side, just take wins out of absolutely nobody's imagination. But this isn't all that unrealistic to think 500 can make a run at the money for you. Pick up 3-4 wins in this group, and you're pretty much a lock going through the playoffs, maybe even a tiebreaker spot, but that all just comes down to rounds and whatnot. You don't have to dig into it just yet. The only thing you have to remember is nothing's off the table for 500. Like, they are kind of given a golden opportunity to make a name for themselves and even play in the arena if they're able to do so today. So, like, who's to think they can't do it? I mean, I'm all for it. I'd love to see it. The same thing goes for any other team in the group.
Yeah, I mean, again, 500 is a roster that is coming into this with probably very little pressure on their shoulders. Getting that LAN experience here with a relatively new formulation of a full roster is going to be pretty impactful here. So excited to see what they can do. And again, that extra pressure, that probably complexities of the world, the Fanatics definitely are feeling it, right? This is a team that should certainly be a lock to get out of the group. So, I mean, all of these rosters, they need to be making it forward and moving on out of this Group B here. I mean, included in that could even be Bad News Eagles, depending on how well you think they can do here up against some of the tough competition that they're going to face up against. Because like you said, we're going to see maybe a potential at some top heavy competition. Is that going to lead into some success here for the underdogs, or is that going to really put extra pressure on the rosters that should be making it? Even Astralis, I feel like, is probably wielding a little less pressure under their shoulders. So all that being said, guys, we do have good news for you all. We have a game on our hands here, Overpass in the picture very soon, and the action should start shortly.
Yeah, it's about time. We had a couple of delays thrown into the mix, but I think everybody's ready to play. Maybe knife round even done, so we might not have to sit through that. I'm really not all that certain when it comes to that department, but still, I really couldn't tell you who's going to pick this game. I don't have a prediction. I don't have an idea of what's going on, but I could easily see this going the distance, like an easy 30-round game off the rip. Really, again, it just depends on who wakes up on the right side of the bed, but there's reasons to argue and tote for either one of these rosters. 500, though, they're the ones trying to make a case for themselves. Everything, when it comes to pressure, going against Complexity, I'd say.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about heading into this matchup, was the pressure game here. It's going to be a big factor. Again, man, it's a little bit less of a problem here, but we are into the server. Good news, very good news as we hop into what is the second round. I think we might have missed that first one here, but it looks like Complexity's still claiming it, and rather that would be Complexity on the T side claiming it, and now they're going to force buy back here as an attempt.
It's no surprise, man, especially when you look at a team on paper like 500, but it's not going to stop Complexity from steamrolling forward for an opening pick. The UMP of Halzerk, again, underused weapon, but he still makes work with it. They've got pretty much full front bathrooms control, maybe even past that point. It's going to get a little bit worrying for 500. Famas perfectly flashed up at the top of connector. It's a triple from Rainwaker. They lose the opening pick, and then the one rifle of the round steps up big time and puts them right back out in front.
That is just stunning work right there, being done. Finding all the kills necessary. Rainwaker doing so much work. This is exactly what some of the majors winners have just done here. You get that Famas in the second round, and immediately you start to catch these players off guard and give that element of surprise. There's some utility tossed in towards this A side as a last little ditch of effort here from Fang and Halzerk. They got to make this 2v4 work.
They do. They should be able to get a bomb plan out of it, though, nonetheless, right? Should be allowed to get the digits punched in. Anything past that point's no guarantee, though, and I like them backing away, not necessarily committing to any aim duels here. Patrick just tucks in bank, waits for his team, only has a deagle, so you're probably not going to be winning any aim duels. The real meat and the bone of this retake's going to come through from the bathroom side, where 3 CTs lie eagerly in wait, but so far so good for the hold. Complexity, with 3 back of their own, including a triple from Fang's Galil, locks them into a 2-0 start.
That is great work right there, man. Pulling things back immediately, probably getting loud as well with a clutch like that. Pulling back a 2v4. Fang and Halzerk stepping up big time here. And again, I mean, talking about some motivated players here. We already mentioned Halzerk, but Fang is another one right alongside him that always seems to be motivated, that always seems to be putting in the work here, and immediately showing in the server there. It's going to be 4 HEs here. Tossed in towards Fountain, but it all results in little success here. Now they know exactly where this round is going.
Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be much of a fight put up from the USPs. Call me crazy, and I'm usually touted as an optimist, but this one might be a bit out of the pay grade. Fang already shut it down too. A couple of nice kills on the Mac 10, and I guess if there's anybody who didn't want finding kills this round, it was probably Fang, just for money reasons, not allowing the T-sided economy to get out of control, but I think that's already a bridge sailed, or a ship that's sailed.
Yeah, probably the case there. Certainly sailing some ships, though, is Complexity so far, because they've been able to take him down quite a bit. We'll see if they can keep it up with the bonus round at the moment. Got a couple Mac 10s, Galil here and there, so they really potentially shouldn't expect too much from this round, but if they can make it work, that would be a great way to continue this T-side success here.
100%. I mean, we talk about how big it is just to win the first rifle round off of the pistols conversion. Complexity, no strangers to that foresight. Molly in towards Toxic too, and again, it's Fang with a double opener. It's not even him doing the most damage. It was Floppy who really put him down low, but it's another advantage you'll take. Without a question in your minds, Rainwaker has to pull this back. He's got him detected for the time being, but it won't matter if you keep losing members on B. 2 on 5, they might even just chop this up through a save before too long, or maybe not. They don't get the opportunity. It's flawless from Complexity.
That was just the bonus right there, man. Oh my goodness. Able to get away with so much so quickly there. 500 again, we're immediately seeing. I mean, look at the kill distribution. Rainwaker, he's got himself 4 kills. Ships has himself 1, but the rest of the players here, and again, you know, you're talking about some of the new faces, and Nikki and Patrick maybe lacking in that experience department here. And it could show early on. There's still plenty of time to activate, but they've got to start doing some damage soon. That was a very clear round, a set piece play from Complexity on the bonus, but it works out so incredibly well.
I mean, I've even heard arguments to think this is one of the most CT-sided maps in the pool now, and the fact that Complexity are pretty much already knocking on the door for 5 rounds is all the much more worrying for 500, and they just do a double nade stack, dude. Complexity have nothing but aces up their sleeves so far on this T side, and it's working to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked about them kind of being innovators here. Both of these teams, it's going to be a battle of the brains on certain occasions, and immediately, man, you could see Complexity have come in very prepared. We were wondering if that was going to be the case as well. Are they going to be coming in with the ideas, with the game plans? So far, the answer is a resounding yes. Now, good news is, though, for 500, they've stacked over the right bomb site here. Everyone grouping up towards this A side. They have the right read. Do they have the execution? Not quite. Owls are going to delete them out of the server. 2 players tucked in towards Truck, but Grim takes care of both.
Just no sweat. It's insane, man. Like, Complexity, they don't show any signs of scaring on any of these past 3 rounds. I'm not mistaken, that's 3 flawlesses in a row. That's a problem for 500. Not even in the fact that they lose a couple of ecos. Yeah, that's par for the course. You don't expect to see something different. It's more so that they've gotten no kills on these rounds.
Yeah, again, I mean, the kill distribution here is a little bit bleak, to say the least, at the moment. Unable to do too much damage even in some of these rounds here. So hoping that as soon as they get these rifles back out, as soon as we get that Dennis Law off back in play, that they can do some damage here. But again, the innovation never ends. Nade stack doesn't quite connect there onto as much damage as they might have hoped there. Ship's able to walk away relatively healthy. And they will take that short control that they were hoping for.
Yeah, a lot more spread out this round is Complexity. They haven't committed to anything. These past couple of engagements, it feels like it's been very B-heavy from them. But now slowing it down, just whittling away at the map control, which so far is so good. They've taken Khan, now looking to try to isolate Bathrooms. Rainwaker stuck on an island of his own. But won't matter if he can find both of the kills. A 1-for-1 trade, honestly, is not all that bad, considering Ships had already found one over towards B. You got enough info to rotate one up A. You can relax right now if you're 500. You're sitting an easy street.
Street I want to be on. I'm sure the same is true for 500 though. Looking to get the job done. Have themselves the right read right now. Jody continues to be tossed their way here, testing the waters. Great flash being tossed out from JT here. Oh, and Ships right around the corner here. Halls are going to lie in, dancing around the smoke, though I don't think they'll expect another.
Almost certainly not. They hear both of the players too. You know right now if you're Ships and you get to be cleared, it's an easy spray down. It won't get easier than that if you're 500, but finally they're on the board and something to rejoice about now.
I could be quite happy with that first one. Relatively tidy there, able to close things down. It's still Ships and Rainwaker doing a lot of the heavy lifting here, but as long as you're closing out rounds and starting things off here, all as well. Need to string things together though. Keep that CT side ball moving. We've seen how CT side of this map can very much so be, especially with Complexity CT sides as well. So making sure to shut them down early is going to be key here with them being on that T side.
It's already off to a bad start though for the boys at 500. A double kill comes in from Fang at the B site. Doesn't seem like there's any trade potential whatsoever. Finally dealt the final blow, but at what cost, man? Now you know there's at least 2 more on B. Somebody had to throw in that molly, and somebody had to shoot your boy down. So the ball's in 500's court to make a movement back. JT isolated with the bomb on his back, though. Just needs to stay alive. Buy time for the team. Nicky almost caught with a Molotov pull, but even if he gets traded out, it won't matter. Complexity's still paving forward with what's almost a guaranteed 6th.
Yeah, nothing you can really do if you're Rainwaker here. Call this one a save here. Let Complexity move on up to 6. And again, man, Fang doing so much work right now. Absolutely stunning entries coming through from him. Keeping Complexity in winning ways on this T side. He's looking pretty sharp. which is very exciting. There's a whole lot of elements that this roster can wield when everyone's showing up into the server, and we haven't even yet to talk about Floppy
Can't stop the
included in
flop.
that mix. You cannot.
Unless your team's at the RMR, in which case maybe you can. We don't talk about that. He gets a pass on those. Also, I gotta
coming up to fall and having to be at the major.
give him a dub for some of these profile pictures too. You can't see him, but we got JT on the classic. I think that's funny. And you got Grim on one of the classics. Is that Hatsune Miku?
I have no idea. I do like it though. Right.
Hey yo.
Viewers at home, we got some good profile pictures here. This is some nice aggression though, trying to land more utility, more bombardment to press the issue here for Complexity, trying to get some map control, and they will claim it.
That is something I've liked to see so far from this T side too. It's like, yeah, there's always the possibility of so many of those double nade setups on B, but Complexity, in most of these rounds, it feels like they're one of the only teams who are actually trying to exploit that fact, always trying to pick apart where one of these CTs is and double nade him down. It's just such an advantage with next to no risk. Like, HE's one of the, I'd say, least useful nades, so why not? Just get it out of the way. But speaking of them, they do a hell of a lot of damage to Complexity of their own. Fang, Floppy, and Grib have all felt the deadly wrath of them, and now have to move forward in the round on half HP or less.
This is already incredible damage done, so maybe a lot of it unconfirmed, but still very valuable that you're able to just dwindle these HP bars down so low and dwindle that clock low as well. There's only 40 seconds left to really move on in. And getting past these 5-7s is going to be a very tricky task. You need to have the right flashes.
Maybe not if you can just hit the shots. Patrick's still here. There's the flash. Maybe they do have the right flashes inbound. It's a good trade. He still doesn't commit off it just yet. It's the second one where he really makes the money. A triple for him. And while Fang is going to do his due diligence to bring it back, it simply might not be enough. It's all up to him now as the bombs dropped in enemy territory. Patrick holds the line, and it's beautiful stuff from 500. Another shutdown round with an op recovered too. Money's not the greatest, but it's manageable for now.
You can definitely make do, that's for sure. They get more purchases in off of all that T-side success. Even Complexity, they still have left in more money in reserve for future rounds here. But if you're Complexity, you do want to start maybe tidying up here. You don't want to give over too much early on. They've already got themselves a decent cushion. I mean, again, I already mentioned it, but this map really at the moment lending itself to that CT side dominance. We've seen it way too many times before to think that this could be any different.
I mean, right, but at this point, I don't even think it's going to be about the round count. It's just more about getting the momentum back in your favor if you're 500. Like, 9-6, even that's kind of a bit iffy considering how Overpass has been played in the past couple of events. Like, at this point, it's just more on how much momentum can you take into this second half with you. And that's barring you pick up 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, it's going to be a big if. Because right now, Complexity, they've shown constant innovation here, for the most part, towards that B side and a lot of takes here. They haven't even shown too much of that A side ability. And I think, finally, we're starting to see them lend towards that direction and try and hit that A bomb site here as a slight adjustment on the conditioning here. Rainwaker, though, stands close by, ready to defend here.
He's the first point of contact, but apparently no match when it comes to multi-kills, as he takes down 2 of the ones that have been delivering consistently now for Complexity, even lurking out Monster Floppy. Tries to make a round out of this. This duel actually could be massively impactful, right? You go and recover the bomb right now if you're Halzeric with an open B bomb site. There was a world where you got the bomb down, but I think for the most part, with the timer now going against them, just going to call it a save. 4 alive, 2 for 500. You'd think the one way that Complexity could really try digging in the dagger now is continuing to put on the economic problems, but you keep 4 men alive, it's non-existent.
Yeah, it's all about resetting that economy. It's all about building foundations. Complexity calling a timeout pretty quickly after some losses suffered. And I think that they've called it just in time to really avoid some of the economic woes here. If they can utilize whatever TC's calling in right now to full effect and get back to the drawing board to continue this round conversions here, then this timeout going to be well warranted. As we can see, game plan being discussed here. This comes out here. Love to see it.
Of course, it's Halsart giving him out, though. Also, is Grim wearing a cape? Did you see that? Huh.
I think he's got a hoodie on.
Well, maybe. We need to pay. I'm gonna look again when we see player cams once more. So, hey, here's the hoping Complexity lose like 2 rounds so I take another tack pause and I can see him again. Anyway, Cardinal Sin comes out for Complexity, and what do you know? It's a 1-for-1 trade. Really not all that poor. With them exploding onto the B bomb site, the rotations are in from the CT side, but the kills, well, they don't really match the effect. Bomb dropped in the middle of no man's land, but still, you're gonna have to pull the rotate of Rainwaker in from heaven. Flash is perfect. Dennis Law's inside of the smoke. In fact, both of them currently assisted by the $300 piece of utilities. Silence. Dennis Law, though, still in pit with the op, decides to shut things down of his own accord. And what do you know? Rushing B through a monster smoke. It doesn't work.
Well, yeah, I feel like they actually had a surprising amount of success. It was just that late round where Dennis Law was able to shut things down at the end of the day. That's what saved them. That's what bailed them out there. And luckily for them, they will be able to hold on to that round. Honestly, that's exactly where you want to be, though. When you have Halsart in these late round scenarios, man, and Fang included in that, we've already seen them pull back a 2v4. Now, granted, that was up against a couple pistols, but if they had an opportunity to replicate that success, I think that's kind of where the ballpark needs to be for Complexity to try and get a couple extra rounds here.
Maybe, just maybe. But I think there's also a couple of contingencies that missed in the favor of Complexity going into the site regardless. I don't know if they missed a smoke from 500, but I think you know which one I'm talking about. It was like underneath the site. I feel like that was supposed to be like a pillar smoke, but it never actually came. I don't know. It was a bit wonky there on the counter utility from 500, but they won't let it stop them. Complexity already with the opening pick. It's tried to back out, but the impact is felt across the server.
Yeah, Halsart definitely feeling that impact here, although I will say early 4-on-4s, we know how this could kind of lend itself to the T side. HP advantage is somewhat slim given Dennis Law's low HP as well, so there is something to work with here big time for Complexity if they can nail it. Though I will say 500, they have the exact right read through the smoke, though they go. This time the flash is so well placed, but Patrick gonna hold his own. JT does connect through the smoke here. Will they expect one more? I don't think JT has any anticipation, but Dennis Law missing, well, the easy one, but hits the hard one.
Story of the Opera's life. But still, this round is not out of contention yet. JT, a low target to go against around the pillar, and he'll deal with him easily. Ships now even on the rotation. Barrel spotted. Anonymity only goes one side, and 500 take at the distance for a 5th round, only one away from a tie game. And I won't say it again, but you know exactly what's on my mind. Complexity, a very fragile lead to hold on to, and I don't imagine they'll be doing it here. I think this is a half buy. Oh, player cams, player cams.
Love to see it.
Come on, I gotta see it. It looked like a cape. No.
I don't think it was a guy. I think it was just a hoodie. I don't know. Maybe, though. It is early to be bringing out the capes, I feel like, though.
It wasn't even like a country cape. You know how like some players will wear their flag? It wasn't that. It was just like, it looked like a black cape.
I'm very interested to see.
Let's slow this time from Complexity. Maybe just trying to use the one rifle to its uttermost advantages. Can't stop the flop. Well, let's see if that motto lives true here, because he's the only one that you have to stop. Your 500. Everybody else is just a couple of measly pistols. This is the game plan for Complexity. Human shield your way into a hopeful round win. But with the AKR taking a bit of a tumble, things get more dicey than initially anticipated. Chips behind enemy lines. Good for the one and even double sum on the Halsart, though. Flanking the flanker, Fang is ready to put up a fight in this round of his own. Bomb dropped again, but this time recoverable. Complexity have to make one out of this.
And 1v2 is very workable here for Fang. He can get the job done, certainly. He has to make a long rotation. Around long here. He has the bomb in hand here, and if he can nail this timing, well, Nikki and Patrick, they could be left a bit stunned, shocked even. As Fang reroutes in towards bathrooms, he could actually catch some backs turned, but now it looks to be covered here. It's all a game of timing at this point. Fang be able to catch the better end of it. Oh, just barely, but it should be flanking out from Patrick that seals the deal here. Surely he won't be able to make it in towards sight. He needs to nail it, and he will. That's an easy one, but it still makes you sweat just a little bit.
Of course, but that was like an eco. That was a shoe-in save from Complexity. Yeah, they had the rifle on Floppy, but other than that, it was a couple of Tech 9s. Like, that's an ultimate win for the North American boys. I guess it goes both ways, 500. You know, they handshake on allowing themselves to tie up the game, but you still need a bit more. Again, we talked about momentum, or at least I did earlier. It's still not necessarily in your favor. I think you walk away with like 2 or 3 of the remaining couple of rounds, and then there's a discussion to be had, but it's still 6 rounds at bare minimum for this T side.
Yeah, again, that should in theory be, you know, where you look as a target here. I mean, obviously you want more to close things out if you have opportunities to get more, but 6 rounds is a very solid T side in the current iteration of Overpass and the current CT meta that we live in. So you got to be somewhat happy with the current results here. Anything extra would be so nice. Look at the map control that they've established here. Some efforts in trying to take some ground towards short side have been punished here. Some efforts to take long.
Wait.
Gone unpunished, though, and right now Fang can take some deep space.
I was gonna say they have no idea about him. Rainmaker, though, perfect time of the reposition, man. He had gone all the way around through bank and CT spawn. There's a big world where he just finds this open gap in the A bomb site and single-handedly wins the round for Complexity. Now, it's 500 with all the info. They know bathrooms is clear. You've just killed that long lurk. You can stack up B, and that's what they've done. Even Dennis Law cheating down on the rotation. JT's good for the trade, but you've still got all this info going for you for 500. You're getting shut down on the onslaught into the site, too. There's no good news for Complexity right now, but Grim, maybe he's got a bit of a different letter to give to his boys. 20 seconds to go, but timer shouldn't really matter. They know a man's in pit. With Rainmaker getting that kill, this round seems pretty secure, pretty destined. Pulls out the Glock, and Halzerk only inches away. Thought it was going to be a pistol duel. I saw the sidearm out there for a second, but 500 still, as close as it is, it's no round given up to Complexity, who dropped the lead, and they want to keep going forward with this. No plant. You have to save. This has to be 8. 500 are going to contend for a 9-6 half.
Oh my god, I can't believe that Grim's able to find those entries right there. That is absolutely insane, but still it's not enough here to close things out. Halzerk, again, you want him in these sort of clutch scenarios because we've seen him win those sort of situations far too many times to doubt him, but right now he's getting shot down in some of these clutches here. And now 500 claiming a long lost lead on this CT side is exactly what they need. They need to get this 9-6 half here to give them some cushion, some room to work with here. Not a lot of room to work with for Complexity. No trade either on the offer there, but they will find quickly. Rainmaker and JT stepping up in lost players' footsteps here. It's going to be Floppy and JT that need to clutch it out, though, already making their moves on in towards this A bomb site quickly as ever.
The problem is the damage already done. Like, Complexity, they did finally whittle away at that economy enough to make some rebuys a bit difficult. You've got ships on the MP9, and with the bomb going down, there's only 1 kit right now on Nikki. Sure, there's still some utility in play, but like 1 more kill right now for Complexity, and it's perfect. Again, this was like an eco round, so the fact that they pulled it this far is astonishing. Still having to attempt the retake. You're gonna start dumping in the belts with that smoke deployed on top of the bomb. Only thing left, a handful of flashbangs. They've still yet to deal with any of these T's, though. Even trying to land some of the spams. Floppy's done it, sticking it inside of the smoke. Nikki's got the defuse. The kill might come back, but it won't matter. It's 500 with the round. Still so much damage dealt, and not even the op recovered. They're going into this last round without the big green.
Yeah, that's some tough losses to the economy right there for 500, that's for sure. But I mean, again, just squeaking these rounds by is all that matters here. Only 1 more round to hold your own. You get the job done here. See if they can gather it. I don't know how that happened there. He looked like he got blocked by some sort of wall. But he misses the monster smoke, and that might cause some complications here. It's not going to complicate the A side, though. Luckily, they will just continue to press the issue.
Complexity, I feel like they've been able to get so much map control so easily, but it's been going into the sites, actually cracking through the defense that's been the biggest issue for them. 500 this time playing retake at most spots of the map, but it works. Ships an opening headshot onto Mr. Floppy himself. And now Complexity have to work from this round down a man.
They need to call upon some individuals here. Floppy unable to deal too much damage here, so maybe some others needing to step up. Grim, that's a great way to equalize. Just spamming down one straight through the wall. Ship's gonna hit the deck. Doesn't even know what hit him, in fact, here. As like you said, that lacking up presence is definitely gonna be felt here if Rainwaker can't isolate these duels. He's in a decent position. He has support here on the A site. And if he continues to hold the line, eventually you'd think he'd be given an opportunity to pull this flank off here.
And the big kicker is the fact that they have to be very eager with these rotations down into B. Nicky can't assist Rainwaker on A. It's all going to be up to him, but thankfully for him, he's got the best timing you could ever ask for. They've cleared Khan. They don't know about the timing of a man still being in bathrooms. Halsor clears his corners, and it works out so beneficially for Complexity. Now it's not only another retake, but a lot less favorable than the last. All up to Nicky, as he was the last man to come up. And he'll need a 1v2 to pull things off. It's next to impossible to win these situations sometimes, but Halzork on half HP, maybe it's doable. Nope, Halzork shuts it down. The op is good enough for a 7th. Complexity, it was a 6-1 start. They looked so good off the rip, but maybe showing some signs of their human selves as 500 took them the distance for a half win. Still, though, it's neck and neck.
Yeah, that it is. Very much so. Beautiful work being done right there, though. I mean, able to shut things down, get the job done. And honestly, a decent little half right there for the boys at Complexity. They got to be happy with that one. Given that we've already talked so much about the T-sided nature or CT-sided nature of this map and overpass. So now them kicking things off with 7 rounds as a cushion here, getting one last clutch to get that momentum stopper as well, and Halzork finally completing the task is so massive.
I mean, yeah, like everybody stepped up there in most of those rounds for Complexity. That's the big part. It wasn't just a one-man show. We saw rounds from Grim. We saw early showings from Floppy and JT. There were multi-kills just about from everybody across both teams. That's the thing right now. It's that I told you there isn't really going to be a lacking individual presence on this server for either one of these teams. And the fact is, both of these teams clearly came ready to play.
But they have, yeah, and they've shown it right now. 500 getting that momentum, getting the ball moving a little bit late. But better late than never. At least they're able to do some damage here, which is very valuable. If they can continue that here, if they can show some depth, if they can show the same innovation that we got out of Complexity in the early part of the first half, then I think that they can certainly do some damage here. It's going to be a tough ask, though, as we've seen many times at Complexity on these CT sides. It can be a force to be reckoned with. I love the way that Halzork plays around with the op here on the A site. He's very effective, and I'm excited to see him.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to see how this game finishes because an impressive finish from 500 honestly leads to some more signs of life coming into the rest of this map, but they're going to have to work from the back burner. We'll come back after this ad break to see if they can't make this comeback actually happen.
Katsokaa kuinka silvankuroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdillaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se.
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä, pojat.
Podi yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1-2 pommi on jo pläntättynä. Podi löytää ensimmäisen saitilta, sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kunin täytyy osua, nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Podi tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan, hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Podi otais kohtaa todella eteellä hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarvitsevat trackit.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Well, we're back, and surprisingly enough, it's 500 making a case for themselves here. Look, I told you this game is being competitive. I said don't sleep on 500. You shouldn't be. But like they've kind of proven themselves 7 rounds in a row to clean up that half a little bit. Yeah, maybe it's not what you'd want or expect from a CT side on par, but still more than you might count this team for.
Yeah, certainly the case there. I mean, again, it's kind of a what I would call a somewhat winning half, even though Complexity, they've lost it in the numbers count there. Because you got to feel pretty confident in the fact that 8-7, heading into your CT side, you're going to feel a lot favored, especially when Floppy's starting things off like that.
It's a comfy, cozy start and could very easily lead you away to a second pistol win. Remember, they did start that T side off, I believe, 5-0. So again, you have to factor that in, remembering how the hell we got this far in for 500. But they have to pull this back of their own. We saw a couple of rounds pulled out of the hat like this for Complexity, and now it's going to have to be 500 taking a page out of their notebook. So far, not too shabby, but things turn from bad to worse as Grim Outlong is still yet to be detected. Doesn't even look like you're going to be able to get the bomb down on this pistol. Rainmaker trying to make a hero play happen, and while he has a couple of nice shots leveled in towards the end, it's Fang to stop Devastation coming the way of Complexity as we tie up again.
Nicely done right there, closing out that pistol. But again, Rainmaker making it look very possible. He has had a great game so far. He's constantly delivering the multi-kills, and he does it once again. Right there with the multi-kill to nearly win out that pistol round, which felt so unlikely. So great work from him to at least make it look good. But Fang, unfortunately, pulling off that flank is just not going to allow that to happen. And now it's Complexity that are going to get a really hot start here off the pistol. Success and a chance to get those rifles out as soon as possible. Plenty of utility damage as well. Already tipped off.
Not being slow about it either, man. I mean, it is only Glock, so I can't imagine much to come of a round like this, but par for the course. I'd assume the game plan might have been just like 5-man somewhere. That's usually what I like seeing on rounds like this. You just sprint up into a site, hope to get the bomb down. But honestly, a worthy trade, right? You get 3 on the MP9. It's the duality of, man, somebody's got to die. Unfortunately, it's just all Zerk.
Yeah, maybe not the person you want dying, right? Because you know that he's going to have to reinvest some armor here, so maybe he's not going to get that A to BP out as soon as he would hope for. But still, I mean, it's going to be the lead reclaimed here from Complexity, and they do close it out nice and tidy fashion, only giving over 1 life. So that's what matters most of all, is the fact that they do claim that victory. We'll see what they have in store, though, in the here and now. This is going to be up against the first gun round here, so again, we see all immediately out of the gates. Complexity throwing some tricks of the trade here on overpass out in the early parts of the half. Do they have that same sort of case on the CT side?
We'll have to find out, but so far it's not so great. Wait, maybe it is. Fang somehow gets away with 1 and maybe even double time. On low HP, he's stuck in limbo in connector. That molly might just flush him into enemy territory. Yeah, it will. Nikki, that's not a push that's going to go uncontested, but they're still fighting tooth and nail around the board. JT
What?
on 8 HP, he's just gotten another. The health is so low from Complexity, but they're making work. And 500 running on a manpower and not even spaced properly with one another are going to get shut down on every individual front. It's Patrick all alone with the bomb on his back. One of the newer recruits to this 500 roster, but now he's got to make a name for himself.
This is a real chance to prove himself, but unfortunately for him, he's got Grim right on the other end. Very focused on this truck position, as that's where he was last seen, but no longer the case. Like a ghost, he's bailed out, but he is able to isolate. He takes no damage. And look at the HP bars of Floppy and JT left. Very low margins here, planted for bathrooms as he repositions into prime position in this post play. And all of a sudden, maybe the tide's starting to turn in his favor.
Well, you'd imagine He's going to be playing this one from the bathrooms with all the utility complexity you have to try to boot this one off here. I don't know how well this will end up for him, even though they're so very low. Usually situations like this are akin to unwinnable. With the Famas above the bomb site, it's kind of hard to stop him from defusing. It even has the wrong lineup. JT, the 8 HP hero for complexity, locks in double digits. He can't recover the M4, but they don't care. Should not have had that retake any day of the week.
Yeah, that was somewhat of a bonus as well. A lot of Famas in play there. A lot of, lacking utility. I mean, we could already see MP9s in play there from JT on the clutch. He doesn't even have to fire a bullet to close that one out, though. And thankfully so, as he was on 8 HP.
Man, why are you wearing a hoodie under your jersey? It looks clean.
Pretty cold over there in Espoo.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Falzark had like a winter coat on the back of his chair.
And chilly. Got to bundle up there. Grim feeling warm though as ever. And maybe so is 500. That's a very close round. And if they could only convert on this one, the follow-up, and all would be forgiven, it would be immediate economic collapse. But look at this timing from Halzer.
No.
He thought he nailed it, but instead Dinislaw looks to activate.
That shot's incredible. The fact that he gets away with that is highway robbery, and they get to use that to path up for almost factory free into the A bomb site. Still a crossfire to try to break apart, and they do it with relative ease. Fang's only got one on the response. And I know, complexity, they've been winning all the rounds this half, but the money's still so desperately low, and this retake isn't possible. Hate to break the hearts of complexity fans, but JT, this is unwinnable. Just try to get away, but I don't think they're gonna let you. Rainmaker's already on a long hunt over through Monster and T-Spawn, so you can't get out. You're trapped in graffiti, you're trapped towards CT spawn, and eventually the 500 members are gonna lock you in and shut you down.
Yeah, there's no way you can get out there. Nice little lurk from Rainmaker. All of the close rounds here so far from 500 are going to come calling, as well as there's going to be very limited money for complexity to reinvest here. That's great stuff, though. Absolutely love to see Dinislaw. This is why you highlighted him heading into this matchup, is the impact that he's going to deliver, finding the opening pick, but then also finding an extra avenue into that bomb site is so critical. The follow-up, the finish is there, and 500. They kick off their T side with one, but also what should be likely multiple rounds to boot.
Yeah, it's just a USP round in the correspondence for complexity. Only looking for a handful of kills out of this one. They've got the right setup to counter it too. Dinislaw, he held from long with the AWP, but he's still probably going to end up getting overwhelmed by the default CT pistols. Now, again, it's just about locking these players in, getting flanked around from every which way. Dinislaw has got a war on a couple of fronts to fight. He'll win every single one of them, but if you're 500, you had to have been worried about the potential loss of the AWP, and you still end up walking away with a MAC 10 in this round. So I don't think they're going to upgrade it just yet, but it's a weakness to keep note of.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be double safe territory, and maybe it should have been, but instead complexity going to wield some lacking weaponry here and some lacking head Kevlar. I mean, you can see that the buy is somewhat poor at the moment. MP9 in the play, a possibly no utility for JT here. Stuff that you don't really like to see if you're complexity, because we know how often they can innovate. They can utilize that utility to full effect, but JT feeling confident with the way he's taking these angles here. Will he be able to land this off angle? He will, and Fang follows it up, so maybe they have all the right reasons to feel confident.
All the right moves in all the right places is complexity. 5-on-3, they just back away. There's so many spots where usually you want to hold on to map control, like bathrooms, like water, but at this point, it's like you just set up these really aggressive and strong crossfires that are very difficult to break through, and there's not really a way complexity can lose this round. Utility's not that great either from 500. Yeah, it's good enough to get into one of these sites, crack it open, and get the bomb down, but for a post plan, it's not going to be enough for the cause. So to dig your way out of this hole, 500 are going to have to hit some barn burner of shots, but I'm surprised. They've only left... Oh, no, never mind. Okay, I didn't see Grim, but I thought they only left 2 on B. So right now, it's just basic coverage around the site. Rainmaker, it's a good opener, and it gives some life back into the round for 500. Life that's instantly ripped away. The breathalyzer taken off of their mouths as another dinks landed by Holzerk in from the heaven rotation. Bombs dropped, and the hope is lost. 500, they still can't manage a lead.
Yeah, just squeaking by that round right there. There's complexity. But they'll welcome it again because the money was so low. They needed to get that round across the finish line. Otherwise, 500, they would have taken that lead right on back into their favor. And complexity would have been left high and dry for another eco round. The fact that they claim that is so impactful here. It allows Halzer to get back onto that op, try his hand once again. He came so close the last time he had it, but was able to pluck him out. And Floppy gets legged. He doesn't get taken down, only legged, which is extremely fortunate here. And look at the space being taken off that call. Immediately Complexity know the liberties that they can take off the back of that, and Fang will capitalize.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? It's just so not worth it sometimes. I kind of do like that boost is becoming a lot more irrelevant, but it's for that reason, right? Because as soon as you spot it out, it's like Floppy gets lagged. Even if he falls, it's worthwhile in the trades. Like, you can take pretty much full control of the map wherever you want, and there's nothing 500 can do to stop you.
That is for sure. And that's exactly where they get to the point here. Now, it's still recoverable in this 4-on-5. They can still work around it, especially given the low HP bar of Floppy. But right now, Complexity, they have a really good read of the situation here. They got the right idea. 3-man A lean, exact right positions to play. Heavy control here, and a leg shot landed to add further damage. Insult to injury here on this long take. They've already spotted things out, and now they can just rest on these bomb sites.
And you know that's going to be the op. You know it's probably an A-side execution off that. Another leg comes through, man. These ops have just been like... They've been pea shooters this round, man. They can't lock in any of these kills. Finally, one of them comes up. But it's too little too late. 500. This round's already been lost. Grim closes it out. It's squeaky clean for Complexity. The money hopes, the money worries are no longer in the back of their minds. It's only for the camp of 500, which they'll probably invest again, but eventually you're going to feel the effects of not getting the bomb down in any of these rounds.
Yeah, it's going to come calling eventually. That's for sure. And it already does, actually. It's going to be a half buy in this occasion. Not the best of purchases, but you can still do some damage. And as long as buying enough to you know, join up with the rest of his roster, but also leaving some in reserve to get that op out as soon as possible here. Taking some fast short control. They're hoping to pop in towards B.
I mean, I like the idea. The flashes are perfect, too. Grim, everybody was blinded up, actually, on the initial site take. It's just so much time wasted on the holds that... Eventually, that vision comes back to them, and they start to realize it's rifles v pistols and not a battle. They're going to win. Rainmaker, though, still ripping away some money. 3 kills come the way of 500 on this half buy. So ultimately, a W again, though. You want to get this bomb down. That's the biggest key point right now for 500 is I don't think they've gotten the bomb down this entire half, barring the one eco where JT comes in with the retake. So... extra cash will be more than helpful, but Halzerk shuts it down. No chance to get it in behind the sandbags. Complexity, they still lose a lot of players, but there's, I guess you could say, Bing chilling.
Could say that. Be somewhat right. It got a little bit dicey there. I like the execution. What I like most is that 500, even despite having a lacking buy, come in with a clear game plan of what they want to do. They don't hesitate. They stick to their guns. They have the right utility, and all of it doesn't end up for a round conversion, but it's the right idea right there. They're on the money with some of those fast plays towards the short side, trying to identify the weaknesses here of Complexity. But we are going to see potentially Complexity trying to edge this one out just by closing out these CT rounds, because starting to string things together, starting to get closer and closer to that 16 mark, to a somewhat comfortable victory here on Overpass if they can continue their hot streak.
And Complexity potentially only one B-hold from making that a possibility. 3 kills on the initial defense, and well, it's been broken apart by Rainwaker and Denislaw. The heavy lifting's been done. It's an advantageous retake, favorable for the likes of Complexity, with the bomb still yet to go down. They might even just hop the spam up and through the smoke. Nades come raining into the bomb site, and while they don't connect for a kill, it's so much damage, so much health taken away from Denislaw that it becomes even more meaningful. A lot easier for Complexity to pull this retake off. A flash comes over and Pit with Rainwaker doubling back down. Halzerk, he's got to be the one to pull this off. And it's a whiff, surprisingly, from the European superstar in Complexity that amounts 500 their first T round in quite some time.
That's beautiful work right there from Rainwaker, man. He is delivering so consistently. He has not looked back by any means, constantly showing what he is capable of every step of the way. The isolation of these 3 fights, playing this post plant to perfection. That is what they needed so desperately here. This is exactly the momentum stopper that 500 could utilize. If they could string things together, if they could get the second one, that would be some rough economic situations. And they continue to test the waters towards B. They're so confident in it.
Again, it's the cardinal sin. This time all the smokes and galore are here for Complexity. The counter utility is pretty spot on and perfect, but the kills are not necessarily, aren't anything close. Wow, that round gets shut down in the blink of an eye. And Fang, he's gonna give this one the go-ahead, realizing you're going on to a save next round regardless, but it doesn't change the fact that Rainmaker still got their number written up. And 500 again are knocking on the door for a tie game, potentially a lead exchange that Complexity aren't gonna give to them just yet, but they're gonna make a case for it again.
Yeah, I was not surprised to see Overpass in this map, but I don't think 500 were either, man. They welcomed it because look at this identification on this B side. They just know where the strong suits are of Complexity and not necessarily on that B hold at the moment. They continued to just abuse the side of the map over and over again with these fast-paced aggression with utility to boot, right? It's not empty. It's not half-hearted. It's with the full force. It's with the entrustment that they know where they need to go. They know how to work the map here, how to deal with Complexity CT sides, and now we're one off the tie here. Unfortunate for Patrick. You won't be able to convert any sweet eeks, but I don't think it'll really mean all that much in the grand scheme of things unless they're able to rotate in towards A in time.
I don't think there's going to be that many. Yeah, so far it's just the one USP and Fang spotting out ships and doing some decent damage, but it's the lacking of kills that's really going to slow them down and stunt their growth in a round like this. Even tripling down on the Mac 10, dude. Not on full HP, not even close to half, but still, he'll take the round in the palm of his hands. An ace for him on the Mac 10. It's a lot of money added up from the SMG. And 500 again tie up this game. Now, I don't think, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they haven't gotten a lead. Or maybe they did. 7-6, right? It was 7-6. They did have a lead. It's just very few and far between. This is their chance to get it again, and at the very, very ending parts of the game where the money's bad for Complexity, where the momentum's starting to be taken away from them, and you could potentially steal an upset with this one-round win.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is the best of one, so mistakes at this point are going to be so crucial. You can make none of them now if you're Complexity. You're starting to feel the heat. There's a little bit of economic reserve as well for 500, and they're faking out a heavy B-side play, trying to catch them on the conditioning. Fang, he's going to get caught blindsided if he's not careful here. Peeking out in towards Connector. He finds both kills, knocks him down right back down the stairs here. He might get caught a little bit over-eager, a little bit too comfortable, but the job at least to keep this man advantage is maintained.
It is, but we've seen so many situations like this already from Complexity tossed away into the realm of a 500 zone success. Their story continues to grow happier and happier with these rounds. Long control given too. I don't know if it's just been spotted all that yet, but I think Halzerk's going back to jump spot it instead, not really committing to anything. And now with 500 giving away all the info necessary for Complexity to shut down this round, the question is, what do they do? I mean, regrouping is almost a certainty, but they still don't opt to take that route. So far, it's just Util out from long, and they're split up right now. Dennis Law, it's kind of make or break. He finds the kill or doesn't. I mean, that is the great depictor of this round.
Yeah, it's going to come down to this hold on the site, and I just don't know if they're going to be able to bypass it. They've already found one, though. Denislaw nails the big kill, and he finds the follow-up. It's a one-on-one. Floppy needs to clutch up big time here. This could be round deciding here, and he's spotted out towards jump up, peeking out, though. The headshot angle going to favor Floppy. He will close it out. He will save the day for Complexity and put them on 14, keeping that lead, but just narrowly.
They almost took a stroll down Heartbreak Lane. Fang's 2K almost went completely blind for nothing. But Complexity again are able to hold on to this lead by the very thinnest of margins. Still, you'll take it nonetheless, but 500 are the favorites going forward because again, it's not that great for Complexity. I'd assume you're going to see a couple of SMGs in the mix, probably lacking when it comes to rifles, but hey, Complexity have made it work before, so you can't count them out. Same goes for 500. Dennis Law, that was almost a highlight round too, man. I mean, you walk into the site from long, no flash, nothing, find 3 kills and almost clutch it out. Oh man, they would have been carrying him around on his shoulders if he had pulled that off.
Yeah, that would have been so stunning. Put him as a player to watch out for here, and he's certainly showing exactly why here. But 14-13, Complexity holding on to that lead. But even more pressure put on this round, as if this one falls flat. Imagine what that would mean. It would be, again, that right back to the familiar territory of really rough standings on the money. And then your back could be against the wall all of a sudden. The best of one, that's not where you want to be. Last place you want to be right now. Plenty of time. 500 They've gone for a couple aggressive maneuvers towards that B side here. They're taking a different approach, slowing things down. In CS, slow motion right now as they slowly crawl up towards long. Will Complexity be prepared for this, though? That's the question.
I mean, I really have no idea. I don't think we've seen a full 5-on-5 site take just yet. Usually there's been so many like little nitpicky kills that have come through in the early stages of the round, whether it's been in this aggressive map control, whether it's been on the defensive side of falling back. I don't ever think we've really just seen a full 5-man execute. Complexity wouldn't be surprised if they caught blindsided by this, but Halzerk doesn't want to be caught blindsided by it. Instead, he wants to be the one taking initiative, getting the info for his team, but in doing so, he's only given away a couple of kills. Pathing up through long, Floppy might go undetected for one, but it's measly. It's not anything that's going to help you in the round with the bomb now having gone down. Fang, you've just got to save, man. It's no contemplation. It's an instant call. There is no winning this round. You need to keep your hands on this M4 because we're going the distance in this game. I told you it was possible. And it's still just about as much of a coin flip.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a whole lot less of a coin flip here if Fang can't hold on to this rifle. Because that would be devastating. That would be Complexity in the worst of situations here. It looks like already we're going to tie things back up 14s. And now we're going to have to take a look at that economy that's left standing for Complexity. And it is not going to look pretty in this next round, let me tell you.
Uh-oh.
It is going to look very bleak.
They're not going to let him get away scot-free. He's still going to have to fight his way out of this corner that he's put himself into. Nicky just trying to buy time and end up getting the kill through the metal wall. It's a nightmare for Complexity to have to stare down the barrel of, but it's one they put themselves into. It's not going without its mistakes. This CT side's been a bit rough around the edges. A couple of these side holds been a bit AWOL, so many advantageous situations thrown away. And even you think back to that 3-on-4, the amount of kills they give Dennis Law, the amount of individuals that give them 1v1 gunfights is so massive. Not even just in the fact that, well, they do still capitalize on the round. The money is the biggest ordeal. And we see the effect in the round after. We see the effect here. And at worst, it's going to cost Complexity a match point.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to play for OT. It seems like that's already been decided, and it looks like Complexity looking a bit downtrodden in the cams here, as you can see, and fair play to them. This is a position that no player wants to be in when you just simply have to call to save, allow for 500 to probably just squeak on by with relative ease on the 15. It's only going to be Grim and Fang, the two players with some slight investment, the rest on USPs here. So you don't like their rods. But Grim, I mean, maybe he could do something with the Deagle. Maybe he can make some magic happen. He's in connector. He has an opportunity here, an isolated duel, but he goes down to 41.
Considering that's one of your only upgraded pistols, I think it's probably the worst case scenario for you in a round like this. That's if you already didn't expect them to lose it, which, I mean, all NA copium aside, I definitely did. And now it's just the 5-7 of Fang that's really left to put up a fight. The round's pretty much already completed. I think at this point, you're just looking to grab a couple of guns, make your buy a little more favoring in the next round for Complexity, because as it stands, they're probably going into it without an op. I actually don't know if we've seen like more than 1 or 2 ops this half from Complexity. It's, I mean, it's a surefire issue. It's not one that you too commonly see on a map like Overpass, but when a player like Halzerk can't get his weapon of choice to have impact with, it's just worrying. What is that clear, bro? I mean, you heard it, but still. When was the last time you see a fight like that?
I mean, you know, Halzerk, he'd probably never seen a fight like that not go his way, that's for sure. But making that slight sound cue, he's just going to take the freebie. 15-14 Complexity. Their backs are up against the wall. And again, we've already talked about the pressure that's on them in this event here. A lot riding on this roster. Failure to make it to the RMR there, an early exit in the Blast Showdown. They've got to show some positive results here, like they did in Pro League only a couple events prior. They made it all the way to playoffs there in an impressive fashion. So struggling to do so right now here, opening things up in a rough start is not the way this roster wanted things to go.
Yeah, this is shades of old. The struggling Complexity that couldn't really crack through that barrier of becoming one of those top tier teams. And it's worrying, man. I mean, obviously you're getting the party poppers ready for 500, but for Complexity, man, you're getting a different kind of popper ready. You're getting maybe the Sad drinks in play if you can't pull this one back. They've got 5 rifles to try to make do, though. It's still missing the offense. JT's been spotted. Almost a free kill given up, but still fights his way out of the corner for 1.
That's probably the best of the worst case scenario right there. JT getting spotted and spammed down. He went for that off angle once again, and hell, it works out once again. And it, in fact, does quite a bit of damage. It spots out a lot of information here. But these A-side holds, they've been lackluster at best in certain occasions, especially with Halzerk lacking in the AWP department here. It's going to be even more scary. It's up to the 2 riflers, and I feel like, again, 500 have been doing such a good job of identifying the weaknesses here of Complexity. This long side has been left barren oftentimes, and they've been punished for it so many rounds.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like every time 500 are going in for an A take, it's always got something of like to do with the result of long being open.
They're an A. They're already past the smoke here. It won't matter.
No.
Nicky's taking so many liberties on this bomb site and could completely blindside all of Complexity.
Graham, I don't think he clears. This timing is everything, and Patrick's gonna win the timing duel. 2-on-4 for the retake. Floppy and Fang to shut down 500 or just to try to stay alive, and it looks ever more impossible as time moves forward. Floppy, LMS with the bomb going down. You can be as quiet as you want. I don't think it's gonna change the fact that in front of you, you got 4 big 500 boys trying to shut this down. Only a flash to help you and not even a kit to get back into it. Smoke even blocking your vision over in Bank. You've got to wait for it to subside. Thankfully for him, nobody's waiting on the opposite end of it, but realizing how little time he has to work with, he just has to make a move. Gotta make noise. Shadow spotted at truck, but doesn't actually catch wind of it. Nicky shuts it down, and an almost flawless round at the finish there from 500 to open up their group stage debut with an upset over Complexity.
That is exactly what they were hoping for, to come into the server firing on all cylinders, to utilize some of that momentum in their favor, and they close things out. Complexity unable to close it out with a stunning T-side as well. They had a great T-side half. I mean, you got to give them credit right now. They were able to deliver an 8-7. They were showing some early innovations on that T-side, but failure to close things out in the finish was a massive issue right there. And again, the problems kind of continue here, as we have said, right? A lot of pressure was put on this result, and not this way they wanted to start off Espoo.
Absolutely not. No, I mean, I told you this was a very beatable team in the eyes of 500, but it just kind of looked like it was more Complexity beating themselves up than anything else. They started the game out so well, too. You would have maybe tuned into this game for the first 7 rounds, tuned out for a minute, assuming Complexity had this in the bag, and come back and realize, how is this half 8-7? I mean, again, you think of that big blunder they had across the T side. Yeah, obviously, it's a very CT-sided map, but I think that's honestly the highlight here to look at if you're Complexity. The amount of rounds you gave away after having as big of a lead as you did is a bit alarming. It's something that is maybe obviously not good, as we've already established, but it's only going to get worse if you let your teams like Fnatic, like Astralis, like Bad News Eagles get that window of opportunity, who are known to push it the absolute distance and take it to the limit. It's not favoring the welcoming at all, and it's alarming for the entire Complexity team in this event.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about some of the rosters that they're later to face here, it's just not looking any more pretty here. They have to really buckle down from here on out, because the run has just become a whole lot more difficult. All that being said, we will be throwing it to a quick break, and we'll be back with our next best of 1 right after this.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Katsokaa kuinka Silvankroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdillaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se!
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hopi hopi!
Hyvä tempo päällä pojilla.
Podi yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1-2, pommi on jo pläntättynä. Podi löytää ensimmäisen saitilta, sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kunin täytyy osua, nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Podi tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Podi otais kohtaa todella etevä hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarjotavat sitäkin.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Well, hot off the bat of an upset, 500 get to try to double down and take down some of the favorites in the whole event. Now going up against Fnatic, a new challenger approaches and one that's a step up from the last.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we have come into this matchup. We cannot underestimate 500. That's what we've quickly just learned here. I mean, it was something that we kind of expected as well. Complexity have been going through a series of slight turmoils over the last couple of events. And so the fact that 500 capitalize on that and continue that struggle for Complexity is exactly what they're hoping for. Now they're warmed up, they're ready to go, and they have some tougher competition here, arguably in Fnatic. Although something to note is that Fnatic, they will be standing in Crims with their substitute, and that could be a bit of a problem.
Right. So Pepzor's coming in again onto this roster. It's been a while. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there was a small time where he was on the Fnatic main lineup, maybe just again standing in. It's been kind of the consistent thing they've done before. But I can't imagine he doesn't have experience playing with some of these players. So while, yeah, it is another one of these teams that has a couple of question marks around them, potentially. What is he going to do? What are they going to look like without Crims? I don't know how big it's going to be. If I'm not, Crims was calling, though, if I'm not mistaken, right? He was IGLing. No, wait, no, that's Mezzi. So, yes. I mean, it is kind of hard to substitute a support player like Crims out with, you know, somebody without as much experience, but I still do definitely think the heavy hitters for Fnatic are here, and they're probably going to show up to play. So I don't really think that lessens the workload on 500 to try to pull this upset off again in back-to-back forms, but if there's any way to do it, it's probably riding the high of the momentum of a previous win.
Yeah. I mean, again, 500 having themselves prime opportunity. I gotta say that they've got to be operating on some peak confidence right now. Although you could say the exact same is true for Fnatic, right? Because they've just come off the a fresh playoff run in the last major over in Rio. Something that I don't think a lot of people anticipated. I don't think you can really underestimate Fnatic in the same case like 500, but I just think they're a little bit more proven. You have so much going right for this roster, and very early on, we're already seeing the fruits of their labor, the hard work paying off. Mezzi's talked about it quite a bit, but his individual performance is showing quite a bit. His loose playing, loose IGLing is showing up and working out well. And I think it's the perfect roster to really call it out. There's a lot of experience on this team, so the micromanaging that Mezzi needs to do is very little, right? Fasher is shown to be a player that you can let off the loose. Nikodas and Roy, they need no introduction. They need no instruction. Maybe with this slight substitute and Pepsor, you might need to call in a couple things for him, but he still has some experience playing with this Fnatic iteration. So all that being said, man, you got to be so excited for what the peaks are to come from Fnatic, and I don't think they've reached them just yet.
Well, I'm also excited to see the peak of 500 again, man, because there was so much to be riding out about that last Overpass game. And here's some extra spice to add to the broth in this one. 500 could definitely get the run back on Overpass again. Now, like we keep talking about, they're coming off an upset. It's one thing to come off an upset. It's one thing to come off a win. It's one thing to now go into your second map in a row on the exact same map. Like, the thing is, it took them a bit to wake up on Overpass. Again, you think about how Complexity were up 6-1 against them, then they win 7 rounds back to back to back. That's something that's not going to happen again for 500 in the sense that it's not going to take them 7 rounds to wake up anymore. They're going to be in the server with that ball rolling off rip.
Yeah, that's a really good sign right now. I think we saw them kind of slow to start, but they activated quickly here. I chose these two players though as the head-to-head. Mezzi, I've already talked about his impact here on the server. He's I think kind of rising in individual form right now. He has not only been calling a hell of a game clearly to make it to this point in the Fnatic's iteration, right, with a bunch of new players, with a bunch of new pieces to get to deep playoff runs with players that maybe are a bit underrated. It's definitely impressive. But I also picked Rainwaker for his performance just in that last map. Man, he was constant and ever present with the multi kills. He did not stop whenever he was given opportunities to take things over. And when it mattered the most in a lot of those, man deficits, Rainwaker was the one pulling those post plants back, pulling things into their favor. And that is really going to bode well if he can keep this up in this event, because he has shown that, yeah, this team might be full of onliners, but as soon as they get onto land, they continue to impress.
Yeah, if Rainwaker has another one of those performances, it's going to be hard for Fnatic to get the ball rolling. 29 kills can't really be understated. Rainwaker wasn't even necessarily the player I'd highlighted going in, but he's certainly the one we're going to be looking at going out. Now, Mezzi, I do like you picking him because honestly, like this guy, as you said, he's been in tip-top form recently. You've got to remember, this guy's, I'd say, somewhat young, only really having the Tier 1 experience on, I believe, Fnatic and then Cloud9 before that. So IGLing it was kind of a new suit for him coming into Fnatic, and he's still making it work so incredibly well with even an impressive performance at the major. 1.07 rating consistently can't really be understated. Might not seem like the most impressive of stats, but when you've got all the odds stacked against him with all the debuffs put on him, it's insane to think he's putting up a performance like that. So Fnatic, they've now got, like you said, Nikados, who can be let off the chain. Same thing goes for a player like Roy, but now you've got Mezzi to add into the picture, and nothing but extra spices that help this dish called Fnatic a bit tastier.
Yeah, that's what you've got right now. They've really been able to spice it nice, as you can see with the way that they've been performing as of recent. They continue to deliver. Again, coming into this, I didn't expect too much. I thought Fnatic they could have potentially fizzled out with some of the additions. I thought maybe they were a little bit underwhelming. I did really like the addition of Thrasher into this roster, but the complications that can take place by introducing new IGLs and the likes, it can definitely take place. But Mezzi, he's already proven that that is not the case, and that Fnatic's force to be reckoned with. All that being said, though, we do have the vetoes going on, and honestly, again, I think we're just going to see another overpass here between these two teams. I think Fnatic will really like to head into that there. They would definitely lend themselves to it, and I think 500 definitely not going to shy away given the recent result just against Complexity.
Yeah, I mean, you're spot on, right? But I don't know, man. I definitely feel like Fnatic might want to think, or I would have thought about the Inferno pick a little bit more. Obviously, Overpass is their best map in the pool, but are you alarmed at all by the fact that, 500 did kind of look scary towards the finish of Overpass? I don't know if they take that into consideration at all. I guess it is a case of play your own game, don't get in your own heads, but I do still think it's worth a little bit of consideration, which I don't think they gave it, but I still don't think that changes much from the fact that Fnatic are definitely the favorites going in. There's no question about that. It's more so that what are 500 going to be able to do to change our minds? Because they've already done it once. What's to say they can't do it again?
Yeah, they've certainly changed my mind in what we're expecting out of them here. Out of the gates, they've shown that LAN, maybe it's hard to warm up into, but what they've already shown is that they're a roster that can definitely work it, and they could definitely warm up quickly, because already we've seen them maybe get off to that slow start. What were they, down 6-0 at one point, maybe 6-1
6-1
at one point, right, on Overpass, and that was on the CT side of Overpass as well. The fact that they even pulled that series back into their favor, given how CT sided this map can be, is a testament to their ability. And now that we're already talking about them being warmed up, now that they've already got an official on LAN underneath their belt, and they've won it versus a team like Complexity, who has been playing LANs all year under this roster, I mean, it's definitely a lot to be excited about.
Yeah, and one thing that just hit me is the fact that they lost both pistols against Complexity. They lost the T pistol, they lost the CT pistol, and still they come away with a win and almost more success on their T side. That is crazy to think about.
Yeah, that's absolutely wild. Yeah, it's a great point. Both pistols lost slow starts into the series, man. 500, they needed to pull out all the stops there to close out that series, and they did. It was by narrow margins, but you imagine a couple things swing their way, and they could have been looking a whole lot better there. But as you can see, we got the Fnatic roster in front of us here, talking over the gameplay and here, making sure to clearly define things. And honestly, we've hyped up Mezzi a lot in this this roster, and for good reason. He's been calling over a hell of T sides here, hell of CT sides as well, man. He's been delivering here. Again, I don't think his style really lends itself to micromanaging. I don't think they really have to worry about that too much, but what he has given this roster is the chance to get some experience underneath that belt, and maybe even more so than what Complexity have with some of these players now. It's going to be a whole new task for 500.
Yeah, and I know I'm still stuck on this pistol point, but I do want to mention as well, like, going into this game, we've already talked about how 500 are going to be a bit more warmed up. We've already talked about how going into Overpass is going to be a bit of a wonky spot. But if they start on the CT side, Fnatic very commonly lose their T-pistol. Like, so you're now warmed up on the CT side. You're running it back on the map. You have a better chance to win the pistol. And off of that, you got the ball rolling for 7 rounds against Complexity. Man, I kind of feel like plot armor starting to build up for 500 in this event, and I am all for it.
Yeah, and I've got to say, one thing to include in that was I really like just talking about 500's adaptations in that last map, because they did have to adapt quite a bit, right? They were really struggling there in the early parts of the T sides. They quickly identified weaknesses towards B, where they were able to go with a couple of fast-paced aggressions. They did what you call the cardinal sin of rushing a monster smoke, but they made it work because they knew what they could get away with. They had that preparation set in stone. I think, again, 500 should be expecting with these first 2 maps to be played versus Fnatic and versus the likes of Complexity. If they did any sort of preparation, they should have been expecting Overpass to be a commonality between these 2 teams and to head into Overpass for both these maps. So I imagine they've been doing some prep work for these events and for this one individually. So I wonder if they're going to have to identify or rather be able to identify those same sense of weaknesses in Fnatic as well.
Now, I will say, while we talked a little bit about the potential of understating 500 and maybe undershooting what they're actually possible and capable of doing, but you've also got to remember a lot of these players have come in from tier 2. Pepzor, Nikados, Mezzy, Roy, all players that are very, even faster. This entire core right now, everybody in the server has probably played against 500 in the past. Like, again, these guys have been together for 3 years. And considering all of these guys were tier 2 demons at one point, that's how they got noticed. They have almost certainly played against each other before. So that's not something that's going to be as big of a deal as it was versus Complexity.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. They do have that sort of comfort in the matchups there. All these players have played the old Skade roster that used to be now 500 plenty of times. All that being said, again, we have the 3 points to talk about here, and mine to kick things off was for Fnatic surpassing expectations here in the major. At least for me, I think that they showed up big time. I wasn't necessarily sure what we were going to get out of them heading into this event. I thought that, if they made Legend stage, I think that was going to be mission accomplished. And that was actually said by a couple of players on Fnatic, right? That was their end goal. And the fact that they not only surpassed many spectators' expectations, but their own expectations is a promising sign.
Yeah, and now it's like you've got all that going for you, Fnatic, but still you're not warmed up. And for 500, they might even be motivated by the fact that, like you said, like the second point is trying to point out, these are the titans of the group, if not the whole event. Like 500 are going to need everybody showing up once more, but they already have shown that, number one. Number two, it just does feel like 500 are motivated. It does feel like they're not giving other teams respect just because of the namesake in the banner, which is kind of like, I spoke of the cardinal sin on Overpass in particular being that monster rush. The cardinal sin in any esport, in any competitive game, is giving somebody respect and expecting to play a certain way just because of who they are and what their name is. That's not one that 500 make or have made before. So that, I don't know. I think they might have what it takes to come out the gate swinging.
Yeah, and speaking of coming out the gate swinging, that's exactly what they can do right now. Like you had mentioned a couple of times here, and my last key point is at 500, they not only have a last map play to warm up, they got a whole 30 rounds out of that last map, and you include the fact that they won it as well, and they're heading into that same exact map. So everything is really lining up quite nicely in their favor for a following up off of even more upset potential for this team. And imagine the prospects of taking down Complexity and Fnatic here to kick things off 2-0. Obviously, you still have a long road ahead. There's still a lot of tough competition, but in terms of making a playoff berth happen for this team, that would definitely be the way you kick things off.
Right, I'm 100% with you because we talked about it before the complexity game, like what 500's road to playoffs is going to be. We didn't expect Fnatic to be one of those teams they're going to take down. We come into this very well knowing Fnatic are probably going to be one of the few teams they're going to struggle to beat. But if they can already take down these two teams, there is nobody else in this group that's going to stop them. There is no more matchup we can go into saying 500, yeah, they're not the favorites anymore. Because if they can put up an impressive performance once again, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. I won't let it happen a third time, and I'd 100% be riding the 500 train.
Yeah, yeah, that would be the case, certainly. I don't think we can doubt them if they close out this next series. Again, even if not, I think they are setting themselves up for success. If they continue to show that they've been doing the prep work and that they've been preparing for this event specifically, they'll be golden here. I think they have some competition that could be vulnerable. Astralis in the mix there with a couple of stand-ins. Obviously is one to note there and not playing with their full roster. Bad News Eagles, I think, is coming into this event looking relatively sharp already with a map underneath their belt in their favor. But again, I mean, teams like Saw is a much more at 500 speed. That's exactly where they thrive versus competition like that. So it could be off to a very good start. Even if they don't close out versus Fnatic, I don't think anyone would fault them given Fnatic's recent history.
Yeah, I think the only thing I'm expecting out of 500 is hopefully a competitive map. That's all that it takes to sell me on this team right now. But for Fnatic, it's like, I don't know. It's another like complexity-esque situation where it's like you need the win so much more, but you have all the favorites going in your way. It's kind of a push and pull where that pressure can build on you, but you've certainly got all the favorites and odds riding in your side. So they just have to actually execute on that. Obviously, we keep talking about how Crims is in here. He's been replaced for the event. It's unfortunate the way it pans out, but I just don't think it's going to have that much of an effect on Fnatic's success as a whole. I think if they crumble and lose this match, it's just going to be more on the fact of a lacking team effort.
Yeah, and that's definitely the case. I don't think Fnatic are really going to sweat. Obviously, I think Crims brings that experience that is really hard to replace. I'm not going to really put too much pressure on Pepsar stepping up and being the guy that delivers a lot of the heavy lifting. Maybe that's what he can do, being the stand-in and letting the chains on leash, because he is an individually strong player, right? But you do expect some of those these issues to arise. Maybe some lack of cohesion, the communication, the protocols, maybe to go awry. Although again, he has some experience playing on Fnatic's, not academy roster, on the main roster here, given a couple of stand-in situations prior with Fnatic. And honestly, not only that, he has a couple of big successes with Fnatic standing in. So I feel like every case or every step of the way, Fnatic are always able to make do with what they've got. And that's exactly what they've shown so far. And I expect that to continue here. The question is, are they going to be able to start things off the right foot? Or maybe a little speed bump here in 500 continuing to show dominance?
I think it's certainly the right concern to think of if they are or are not going to be able to start fast and strong. Because again, we talked about it a little bit in the complexity game, but it's like in these best of ones, the worst part is when you actually pick them up, you don't get to pick, or it's not a pick and choose side. It's like you still have to knife for sides. You still have to try to win that knife round to pick what you're actually going to start off on. And elephant in the room is there is no right answer for Fnatic coming into this because we've seen what 500 can do when they're feeling comfy on the CT sides now, which, again, I more imagine is going to happen going forward because it was just a slow start from the first map. Then you saw how they ended on the T perspective, where they lost the pistol. They ended up pretty much starting that half 10-8 and still pretty much swept complexity aside, even giving away a couple of advantages over to the opposition. So it's like, there is no proper choice to pick if you're Fnatic. Obviously, if you're in the knife round, you're picking the CT side, but I don't think it makes it any more comforting.
Yeah, I'm with you right there. I think 500, they definitely having themselves a potential to get the job done. I like the fact that they are warmed up. I like the fact that they've shown the ability to adapt. These T sides have been looking pretty promising out of them as well. They started things off down 1-6 at one point in the last map, and the fact that they were able to bounce back is a testament to their ability. But I don't think that'll be the same case. I think again, this fact that we do see 500 very much so warmed up in this event is going to be promising here, and I don't think Fnatic will be able to show the same sort of ability given the fact that complexity out of the gates came in with all of the tricks shown early. Every last trick that they had on that T side was shown in those first 6 rounds, and I think they quickly ran out of ideas. That puts complexity in a worrying spot as well, as we've already talked about. I mean, just looking at some of the ways that this group could pan out, right? Only 3 teams making it into playoffs. Complexity down 0-1 when tough competition is to come is not a pretty outlook. Because 500 was a team that you have to come into out of the gates expecting that you should be able to close out a win versus them, and the fact that they didn't is a big problem. So playoffs now all of a sudden it's going to get a whole lot more interesting the way things shape up.
Yeah, and it did kind of feel like Complexity didn't necessarily give 500 that respect off the rip, which, I mean, I should clarify, I more so disrespected them and not giving them any credit, because there's one thing that's, you know, just respecting a team for their namesake, but then disrespecting is a whole other thing, where it felt like Complexity were just running into sites nonchalantly. It worked out for a lot of the times, but then 500 eventually caught on. They didn't let it work anymore. And when they actually started blistering up the defense and putting up those holds, there was no stopping them. There was no cracking through it. And that's an issue that Complexity didn't have to face. But at the same time, we do have to realize Fnatic are kind of a step up from 500. Obviously, I'd argue the better team, but at the same time, like, I don't know. It's still always evident in the back of my mind that 500 can very easily repeat that.
Yeah, it should be able to be very replicable. Again, 500 coming in with some good game plans, with some good ideas, and like you said, I think that the large majority of the reason why we saw Complexity come out of the gates being able to disrespect their opposition was the fact that maybe land environment is a new territory here for a lot of these members. Obviously, I think that core has been playing a couple of big lands underneath their belt, so I don't think all of these members lack that experience, but certainly the newer guns. I mean, we saw right out of the gates, there was so many flawless sweeps from Complexity that just looked like 500 couldn't even contend. And then all of a sudden, they were winning rounds, they were locking things down, they were building up the foundations. The only round that they gathered outside of that 6-1 run in the first half was the Halsert clutch, where he closed things out big time. So that was a good closer, but still, it's something that 500 have shown adaptations and the ability to work with. But again, 500 shutting things out on the CT side, and we do have a game for you all.
Yeah, this is that prophecy I was talking to you about. What if 500 win the knife round? What if they start out on the CT side and Fnatic show their usually very often weak T-pistol? Then 500 could put them in a very deep hole right off the rip. We could very easily be staring down that here in a moment, but it's a basic counterpart for 500, a 4-1 stack. Nothing too crazy, but same thing goes for Fnatic, who don't give up any kills early.
Yeah, winning a pistol would be a nice way to kick off this map here. It'd be the first for 500. That'd be something quite welcomed. Can they get the job done?
That goes both ways, man. With the Glock starting to give a bit of a pain train up connector, this is not going to be spotted until it's too far too late. And I don't think they're going to cheat anybody back in just yet. Nikki starting to realize something's wrong, and off that indicator decides to rotate up and into A, but Ships is just triple in connector. The dualies are going absolutely insane in the pistol. 500. I told you, man, it was a slow start on overpass against Complexity. It wasn't anything to do with the fact that it was the worst team, and Ships is showing that. He's ready to show up himself. 4 on the pistol, maybe a couple of trades to come back from the IGL, but all in all, looks like 500 have bested them for the opening pistol.
Well, that would be nice here. Mezzi obviously going to try and pull off a 1v5. I don't know if his odds are all that pretty, although he's already made it into a 1v3. And honestly, he hasn't taken any damage at all. He has to isolate one more fight. If he could have nailed that one, then we're really on the cards here. But now that he's been spotted out, rotation starting to arrive onto the scene, and isolation of these fights becomes a whole lot more difficult.
Got to smoke, though. So short isn't going to be a point of contention just yet. And if he's lucky, he can manifest a bomb plant out of this. But I think at this point, he's just taking a little bit too much time for my liking. Dennis Law already on the monster flank as he moves back around into the bomb site. Mezzi, as soon as he actually attempts to tap the bomb, I think that flank's going to activate. But that's even if it gets that far. Still looking for a couple of kills. Locks in a third of the P250. But it's just the opening part of that round that screwed them off the rip. 500. Very dominant pistol. And Fnatic have to play this from the back foot.
Yeah, Mezzi doing his best work right there to try and close out some sense of extra money, extra economy. But the fact that Ships just locks that round down single-handedly, massive multi-kill from him, follows it up with even further damage. They just simply could not get anything done after the start of that round. So beautiful start there, 500 warmed up, ready to go, and they show that with the pistol.
Well, it's just Glocks here. Fnatic don't have any interest in giving them more than they just should with the full save coming out in the second. That means these rifles are going to be fairly weakened up going into the third. That's, you know, if they can't get a bomb plant. If they can, then again, it's just kick your feet up in the lawn chairs kind of moment. You should have a pretty convincing round next time, but they've already started it off with the opening pick. That's a gun recovered, and while nobody's got armor, it's still not only an advantage, but an extra weapon to try to work with.
Messi continues to look good so far. It has opportunities for more. They are giving him duels here. Will he be bested? He will. Finally shut down by Nikki. Not allowing for things to get too far out of the picture here. And now they're really starting to farm things up. Turn the tides back in their favor. Up against the Eagle Nico Doss. Realize that he's getting flanked in upon here. Chance for ships to continue. The old farm festival of the cash prizes here. But on the flank, a little knife kill. That would be quite rewarding, and he does get it. Beautiful stuff from him. You won't find anything else, but that's a lot of extra cash. Even an op could be brought out here if he so chooses.
I love how now we both just sit here eagerly waiting. He's going to. Okay, that's big news. If there's anybody who can get started hot off the gate, it's going to be Nikodas. But surprisingly enough, it's actually 500 calling the pause. Maybe, okay, so it's a tech pause, but I was wondering if maybe they were trying to talk this over and think about if they would or would not have an AWP in this situation. Because, I mean, that could literally drastically change around what you want to do on the defense right now, right? If you know they have an op, maybe you don't take fights on some of the angles where it's very common to have an op pressed up. Maybe you do something like a con take to try to counteract that. Whereas now, you might just go in blind to that fact.
Yeah, you very well could be caught off guard. I think they should expect an op, right? We know that Nikodas, they like to wield that one. And he could do some good work. I think Overpass is a map that he really shines with the op, even on the T side as well. Something that we usually credit oppers to. We kind of give them the benefit of the doubt there on the T side in most occasions. So the fact that they have that already being whipped out, that could be so impactful. We've already seen Dinislaw do good work with that op as well, though. So, again, like you said, we'll see if they choose to grab that one.
Oh, Rainwaker not cleared. It's a good kill under Roy, but Mezzi is still here to try to trade out his teammate, in which he does with Glaive Bomb still pathing up into the A site with Nikki on rotation. Right now, it's got to be held down. Denislaw has to buy some precious time. But in doing so, they've neglected to consider the fact that somebody's already walked out B. Pepsor, it's the stand-in to actually open up the lower bomb site, and with that, Fnatic might just take their first round.
That's a nice shot right there. Clearly showing his ability, and also just showing that there isn't any leash on this guy. He's able to take free range. Take all the space in the world here, and probably a wise call to call this one off. Denislaw and Nikki gonna bail out of this round, and reasonably so. They have no avenue into this retake. The issue is, the save is very insecure right now. As you can see, there's also a little bit of a flank activating here. Nikodas, maybe not so interested in the flank because he doesn't want to give up that op, but some opportunities to do some damage.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the only way 500 don't consider rebuying into this next round is if one of these two players falls. Like right now as it stands, Ships and Patrick might be a bit weakened, but you can still throw a reinvestment out onto the table. Rainwaker's the only one who's going to struggle, and you'll probably have an MP9 drop to him via one of the two players who saved a gun. But if either of them lost the M4, it's easily Savesville for 500. But no, I definitely think they're going to throw their hats back into the ring here.
To try to get some investments out. They'll get a couple MP9s in the mix. It's still promising with the saved rifles, but they do lack certain elements. See if this had some any success here. Although it clearly, Pepsor looking to continue to take a lot of space here, take a lot of ground. He's looking sharp, ready to play. Ripped up and ready to go here. After that last round, we only got to see that nice little tap out of him, but was it pretty?
I was going to say, Rainwaker, I don't think that one was going to be flown under the radar. It's still a 1-for-1 trade. This actually might come back to benefit Fnatic in the long run, considering Nikodas' AWP is definitely going to be better to overpower an MP9. So where do they go now? Do they crunch into B? Do they try to extend their advantage elsewhere? I mean, it's really the liberty of doing anything. You can't go anywhere wrong right now. But for Fnatic, the question is, do they send a lurker out over into A? Because, I mean, technically the wrong play would be going into B, because where the stack is currently present. But if you just find the kills anyway, it won't really matter.
Nice little reward for Denislaw. Are they going to commit right now? It looks like they're really interested in hanging around. You can see Bomb is positioned towards this bomb site, and maybe for all the right reasons, as you see some transition making their way in towards A. Denislaw and Nikki, in fact, both grouping up towards Heaven. They're going to make their way up towards Jump Up as well, and this couldn't be more unfortunate for 500. as they have completely been blindsided here. The movement in towards B takes place, and now the question is if they want to pull off this retake.
I think it's all going to come down to if Denislav finds a kill, right? Because if maybe he can catch one going back over into short or around that smoke, then there's incentivization to go back into this. There's a reason to give this an attempt, but without it, it's easily just going to be another save call, and that's exactly what's been deserved. Fnatic, just hold the line, play patiently. They know exactly what's on the line if they give up any kills, so they don't even try, man. Don't try to take a fight. You literally gain nothing from doing it. So they'll take an early tie game. Why the hell not? 500, that opening pistol's success has apparently gone nowhere.
And now null and void there as we tie things up quickly. Nice shooting though from Nikodas. Again, we've already talked about his ability with the op. I think he's one of the more impactful and better players on Overpass T side. He really shines in this side of the map here. He looks so comfortable in the way he's taking these fights. He's catching a couple of these players off guard. They're walking right into his crosshair and they can't believe their eyes every time they do it. And that's exactly why he thrives so well in this side of things. Although the fact that he's gone down and that Denislav has picked up that op is actually not available for the reinvestment. They will not have that here and now.
I was going to say, it's kind of a duality here where it's like Nikodas woke up that round with the op and hit some insane shots. Yeah, maybe they weren't like mega fast paced, but they were certainly impressive. Well, now you've given it over to Denislav, who's one of the highlights of this roster coming in, and he gets shut down just about as quickly as he was put into it. Patrick's still dancing around the pillar on the USB, and surprisingly enough, he finds a kill and a half, but the round is still definitely out of contention and easily in the favor of Fnatic, just like the game along with it. But considering you're buying in the next round, Nicky's going to make a case for this one to try to go back in for Monster. Bomb still dropped, maybe? Or actually, no, it wasn't. They just double swung. I assumed with how much presence they were putting on that Monster fight, surely they were having to go back to recover the bomb, but no, they just wanted to clear the flank.
Wisely so. That's a good presence of mind right there. Now, flank going to be followed up. Will they expect a second? Might not matter here. The USP probably just looking to grab onto a rifle and make his exit, make his departure. Maybe he can go for it here. I mean, saving isn't all that important. You'll have investments nonetheless in this next round. And the backs are turned faster. Able to turn his back, though, in time. And it will be Fnatic claiming that lead right on back. Op isn't recovered, though, surprisingly enough. I think that was on a bomb site somewhere. They're not able to find it in time. That'll be Fnatic regaining that lead here, but also keeping that momentum nice and high.
Right, well, hold on, because Denislav not only has the AWP and reinvested, but he's got the perfect spawn to go for a fountain spot, too. So he could make something out of this round with just his early pick, man. I don't think they're going to be flashing him off of the angles, so as he tosses one or two bangers in, but Denislav won't get freer than that. He even gave you the dome, just couldn't hit the shot. So now you know the op's back in play. Now you know where he's sitting, too. Nade bounces into short. It's almost perfectly placed. And with the flashbang assistance, they're going to try going out into the B site. Only into the M4 of Ships, who pulls out the sidearm to try to finish the job, but in doing so, might just get them a hold back in. Nikodas, I'm sorry, Roy and Nezzy have just made this round realistic. Bomb's going to be planted inside of the smoke. Rainwaker apparently not given enough indication with the audio cue. A little too far to the left. I almost would have imagined he was going to spam it, but instead, just going to wait out the smoke. Mezzy phasing it. Rainwaker aware of the possibility, but this kill is a requirement, and now in doing so, he puts himself into a 1v1. Roy, one of the veterans for Fnatic, well, I'd say so much so in the scene instead, has to pull this one out of the hat. There's no kit, but Rainwaker's going to go for the full 10-second defuse, trying to spam it after 5 seconds. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he gives it up thinking it's a fake, but in doing so, he's just bamboozled himself. It's a full 10-second ninja, and Rainwaker, off the back of it, ties the game back up. It's close, but still, it's them back on the board.
They almost make the impossible happen right there, but Rainwaker bails them out again in another round. Incredible clutch from him. Balls of steel to go for that full 10-second defuse. But that's the exact right play to call out right there. And again, I mean, that started out 2-on-5, and it could have gone wrong, which is a bit bizarre given how well 500 have played. But that's a credit to Mezzy and Roy. We've already talked about these guys and their individual ability. Mezzy, he's delivering right now. He's finding big openings. Roy showing up in the server as well. They almost made that possible. So incredibly close. Rainwaker's one that you cannot underestimate right now. And they learned it the hard way here. They're going to test him again, though. And this time, Roy, he's able to get his revenge.
And finally get on the board, too. Well, I guess that comes off of the last round's momentum, but that's one of the rifles taken down. I mean, you got to realize with how close that previous was, they're missing not only the AWP, but a handful of M4s too. So to lose a player like Rainwaker isn't just impactful for the fact of taking down the top fragger, it's impactful for the fact that that's a rifle they just can't recover. So another 4-on-5 bids the way of 500, who need to make some out-of-pocket audacious play just to try and pull this back. And Denislaw is going to be the one to try to step up to the plate. Prepped all the way up into bathrooms. Maybe he wants to go for a timing peak to get some map control, but he's already done that.
Right now, they're making a lot of noise here on the fall-off, so they're very committed towards this B-side. Patrick going to line up a couple of opportunities, but misses out, and the trade is quickly delivered. Roy has a point of connector cut off as well, so getting past this line is going to be near impossible, and clotheslining Denislaw is so pristine. Ships needs to find another big multi-kill. Nikodas missing, so the opportunities arise now for Ships to close out this round, but Nikodas gives a second chance. He misses out on another opportunity. AK picked up more ammo in the chamber, but Fasher finally to put an end to the madness.
That was scary too, because he had a molly to use if he was able to find that first kill in pit. And I don't think they were in tradable distance, so he probably wasn't going to swing off it. Imagine a clutch like that going back the way of 500 would be heartbreaking for Fnatic, but it's not a heartbreak they have to worry about just yet. Managing their own emotions and staying on top of things, the lead once again regains. It sends 500 packing to a full eco.
That's a good position to be in right there. And again, you know, if you're going to lose a 1v1 clutch, if you immediately reply, it takes a lot of that sting of a lost clutch away. Because you know what standing your opposition is going to be in. It's a bunch of USPs here. Nikki with a little bit of extra money, but I think that's probably prioritized to get an op in Denislaw's hands for future rounds, if that's a possibility. 5-man B stack right now. 500 trying to catch Fnatic off guard.
Yeah, I mean, it's not often you see stacks like this on a map like Overpass. Usually it's like a con push or a fountain crunch or something, but I guess maybe the element of surprise could work, though that's already pretty much been sussed out. Flash in, Pepstore's gotten the info and just decided to back away instead of overcommit. Youngster apparently no matter, playing like a veteran himself when you watch his movements. Maybe even find a couple of kills for the tally, too. Cherry on top and maybe even a round to go on the resume, but 2 kills, I guess, not all that impressive against USPs. Round's still not going to go anywhere near the way of 500, though. Quick shutdown and a quick 8th goes the way of Fnatic as 500 get one more bite back before things start to get out of hand.
Nice and tidy right there. And the closer. I think you will be able to drop that off over to Denislaw, though. That's promising. I'm surprised. I mean, obviously, Nikodas, he had a lot of support in his position. But taking those fights with the Glock there is so incredibly brazen. Didn't get punished for it, though. He does farm up those sweet eeks here. Now, it looks like Fnatic looking to pick up the pace towards this B side. They're going to try and move in quickly.
I'm all for it. I like a good pace change. This time they do go through a monster smoke, and it's already worked for a couple of kills. Completely blinded up. The pit defense crumbles, and Denislaw's no scope won't connect. It is squeaky clean on the hold. Once in a blue moon does a take like that work. They commit the cardinal sin, but the devil cannot touch them. Fnatic instantly go up to a 6th and 500. Head in hands, tail tucked. They run for the hills, but Rainwaker still might not even be granted the safety of a save.
Yeah, I can't believe the amount of success that they just had right there. Great utility usage from Fnatic, but 500, I feel like, had every opportunity to put a stop to that aggression by having 4 players at the start of the round towards B. Nets them nothing. Absolutely 0 kills even. That's what's so insane about this round, is that it's 0 kills that even take place right now. And I think maybe Rainwaker saved to save. I say that potentially. I don't know if they're really in hunting zone by now, but either way, the fact that they have so much presence on that B bomb site and it nets them absolutely nothing is absurd.
That is the worrying factor. And you think back to some of those holds that they put up against Complexity, even then, it was kind of weak on the defense, right? Where Complexity, they did end up going through that monster smoke a couple of times. Even when the utility was a bit poor, it still took 500 a bit of a sloppy hold for them to clean things up, and a couple of clutches sprinkled into the mix too. So never really felt like 500's B holds were all that consistent. And Fnatic, I told you, it's like this is a team that's going to punish you on those mistakes. They're not going to be so forgiving. That's exactly what we're seeing. Where I know it's technically a better score than was shown initially versus Complexity, but it feels different.
It's got to feel different as well, man. The experience that Fnatic has already shown, the ability that they have gathered, and then again, we're seeing kind of a good showing out of Mezzy in an individual form. The guy is firing on all cylinders at the moment. I mean, all of this being a factor here is going to really lend well to Fnatic's opportunities. All of these different win conditions that we talked about heading into this game might not mean the most here if 500 can't figure out a way to punish them.
I mean, it's just crazy to me to think that as all of the Fnatic players are even in the kill feeds. Like, it's everybody has 7 kills except Nikados, who's on 6. That only reason that's really surprising to me is because Roy started this game 0-5. So he's caught up, started to hit a little more shots. Same thing goes for players like Nikados, Fasher, who are also stuck on that eggshell for quite some time. And it's starting to be the contributing factor. Oh, there's no way. There's no way he had that potential for a pick and just right-click the barrel. It doesn't get more unfortunate for that if you're Rainwaker. But it'll still get the task, man. They're just disrespecting him. They're going to go walk into the A site knowing he's here.
Yeah, this is very, very scary. They don't want to test Rainwaker right now. 15 seconds left. If he isolates any more duels, he could get away with this big time right now. Fasher, rather. Wielding the op at the moment, and he's let him slip on by. He doesn't realize in time. Bomb is planted, but Rainwaker's put things into a 1-on-2, and Pepster's down low.
Gotta set up a crossfire right now, and you've got to play off one another to literal perfection, Roy. Timing could be against him right now as a couple of bullets spam into the truck sign. He knows Pepster's there, but a laser accurate shot from the youngster standing on Fnatic. It locks in 7 and avoids devastation. I told you, man. Rainwaker, you just disrespect him, and that's what's going to happen. They almost actually lose their round because of it, too. He wins every single 1v1 he's given. But the final hurdle, he can't close it out. The crossfire is just too strong, and Fnatic again are able to hold on. But that was an eco, so no harm, no foul for 500. They got 3 kills. They did good damage.
Yeah, that's definitely the check off your box right there. You want, Rainwaker as well to continue to feel confident. But Pepster, man, he is delivering right now, leading the server, standing in and stepping up to the plate big time now. Nikados is going to meet head-to-head to Denislaw, and I don't know if I really favor Nikados, but he is walking into his angle instead. No. This is so incredibly scary, but eventually Nikados is going to pull the pin on that. He'll spot the shoulder in time to open up proceedings and punish the aggression.
No surprise, too, when you think of an opera like this guy. Very highly rated and not for a fake reason. So with this 5-on-4, Fnatic are just going to hold for the time being. I think they've clearly identified the weakness of 500. I mean, you can already see with how many players are stacked up towards that B take. Fnatic, they have understood that no matter how many players 500 put on the counterpart against them, they can break through it. Still, though, they haven't fully committed, I'll say. They've got the Lurk and Mezzy potentially just trying to pull some presence into the A-bomb site, because that is also something 500 have been prone to do. These rotations have been so eager, so quick. And it's just another weak spot of the CT side that Fnatic are abusing.
A lot of trust in Rainwaker to hold things down, and maybe for good reason, as he just nails these kills so quickly. He has been solo on A plenty of times.
There's 3 A.
Just have support, and yeah, exactly right. It's just Patrick now. They've really been sold on this A side play, but they couldn't be more wrong. Patrick left on an island now, left his own devices. He needs to isolate these duels, but recovery has come through in time, and Chips bails him out. Patrick holds his own, and Nikados, despite finding the opening pick, is left last man standing with nothing he can do.
And there's just not enough time to even make the case for this one. Like, you can find a couple of kills, sure, take some guns out of CT's hands. You know how impactful it's going to be, but with the timer now going against you, it's not so much in the fact that you want to hold on to the op. It's more so that, number one, you don't want to give it to them, and you didn't get anything money-wise back. So just, you let him have it. You realize you made a bit of an oopsie there at the end. Bit disjointed on the site take. I mean, they had the right call. They had the right read. Mezzy, it was another beautiful play from him, at least beautiful call from him in the columns, but they just can't execute on it. Patrick was completely isolated there, but he bought so much time for the rotations. Rather, Fnatic just gave it to them that didn't matter how many rotates they'd pulled.
Yeah, it's a really well thought out round right there. Quick rotations, 500 able to close things out despite having maybe some miscues. Good time being bought there. Again, Patrick, one of the newer faces to this roster, but making sure that he's showing up in the server here to deliver some impact. So incredibly key.
remember, on Overpass, against Complexity, it was still an 8-7 half for 500. They still won the half. That might not be an option available to them anymore. As again, they've just lost the AWP and Denislaw, but more importantly, they've given up another man advantage. Fnatic headstrong on hitting this B site, it seems, with a minute taken off of the clock. Nikedos, I don't know if they spotted him in the sewer pipe, but if you go for another jump spot, you're just a dead man walking.
Oh, and the lurk. Fasher, what was that turnaround? He absolutely nails Nikki to the wall and the jump peek right there. That is so insane. Fasher showing exactly what he's made of, but they're walking into the last two men standing, and bomb is just dropped on the ground. All of a sudden, this round starts to turn sour quickly. They're looking to pull things back, but they can't get the bomb just yet. They have to wait things out just a little bit, and they're pushing the extremities. Fasher gonna wait for that, though. And Ships puts Patrick on an island here on the B bomb site. 1-on-3 to work with, and he's getting flanked out as well. He's gonna take the reposition in towards Graffiti, a long way around. Can he get it in safe passage in time? He might be able to slip by the crosshairs, but they'll still be able to claim this B bomb site.
Is he ready for this? It feels like Patrick knows about this possibility. He's clearing all these little nooks and crannies, but Roy, I think eventually he's going to turn back to the wiser of the idea of him having been timed all the way around through Graffiti. Nikedos holding the right angle, but Roy, he might honestly timing himself. Like, you see how headstrong he is on clearing out all these different corners. But with the noise now given, Patrick, little does he know, he's being hunted by 2-3 players even, knowing that he's pretty much vacated into the A-bomb site. Nikedos wants to cut him off from going back into bathrooms. And holding onto this gun, well, it would be absolutely insane to be able to do right now if you're 500. Doesn't look all that possible, but it is if you catch timing of this. What are you trying to do, my friend? A knife kill to add insult to injury. But now it's a mission of hanging on to the AWP. Still being hunted, too, in by Roy, who went all the way around from that flank. Not too sure if he's going to be ready for him to be pushed this far up, but still lands the shot. And finally, respect given with extra cash to boot. Fnatic win the half, but by how much?
You gotta see this right now. Fasher with this fast 180. That is so insane right there. What he has just done in this round is the impossible. Head on a swivel. Accuracy is pinpoint. And he's just delivered a winning half there to Fnatic, despite, you know, some close margins there. 500 almost pulling that one back. Again, we're seeing a 5-man early B-side play. They're just going to go straight to the Monster Smoking Kid, and they could suffer the same results, or maybe something better. It will be Ships to pull things back nicely so, but Patrick's on low HP, and Rainwaker's already made the rotation quickly in towards this short side.
Does he peek, though? No, he doesn't. He just hides on the top here. And they're going to go ahead and test the waters here, no pun intended. No flashbangs, too, so this could literally just be a quick mowdown from him. Peeking in, though, Mezzi's got better wind of what's going on, and you've still got a very low member in the likes of Patrick defending this B site. So if Nikki can't get the job done, then, I mean, you'd be in for a world of hurt, but instead they just go all the way back into T-spawn and decide, let's regroup, see if we can't play to the timings in this round, and even Bogdan's Law in full effect, Mr. Bogdan's Law himself.
That's kind of tricky whenever there's a couple low HP bars, but it will be Mezzi wielding it in this occasion. Needs to be sharp here to deal with Denislaw on his counterpart, although he's left alone on this A bomb site here, and he doesn't necessarily have the right angle at the moment. They could really scale up, and they could scale quickly, catch him off guard on the peak here. Messi hasn't been spotted, but he could be soon, and there's the immediate kill that's going to trigger this aggression.
Denislaw finally gets something done with the AWP, but a little bit more required in which he delivers. Nikedos left alone. The 1v3 won't be anything close to achievable when you've got a hat trick pulled out of the hat like that. And I say finally Denislaw gets something done because there's been a lot of times where they gave him this AWP, and it's just been very unfortunate scenes of events. Like, he goes for these aggressive peaks, he doesn't land the shot. Seldom has he had that much impact on this map. So to finally see him get activated is, I guess, better late than never for 500, but they still need to capitalize on both of these final rounds. We saw a pretty decent T side out of them against Complexity, but I mean, this is Fnatic. This is a different team, and this is one that usually doesn't drop that CT pistol, so is almost a surefire lock to pick up the opener in that second half. And you just kind of got to roll with the punches at this point.
Yeah, you certainly do. It is definitely a different team, though, right now. That's what we're getting out of them. Right now, the individual form that we're gathering out of Fnatic, showing that they're clearly warmed up as well. Some nice shooting being done, despite losing that last round. Try their luck. I think that Dinslaw needs to continue to show some ability with this op. He actually had a really good T side versus Complexity, so I don't even want to count him out, despite having little impact here so far on the CT side, other than that last round.
That's true. There's an all or nothing buy, though, from Fnatic. And surprising to see, considering the amount of success they've had this half, is the fact that they might be down to pistols if they can't convert on this round right here. But I don't think that's something Mezzi's worrying about. He's too busy calling the strat of his lifetime.
Perfect smoke. It's going to allow him to scale up and put some serious pressure on Dinslaw. He's going to have to call in some quick rotations. As you can see, this is actually flooding down 2 players in towards that A side, or at least trying to cheat that direction, hoping that they can catch him in transition.
They've done it so many times, so you can't really blame them for the confidence. Look at this from 500, man. They're so just headstrong with rotating quickly. So quick to pull the trigger on the stacks, man. There's all 4 remaining defenders on B right now, praying, hoping Fnatic come walking into their crosshairs. And you already shown face of it. Like, you've fired off a couple of shots on that lower site. I don't know if they heard the rotation, but certainly making it known with how many players are peeking in Monster. And alongside that, this has all been spotted and calmed by Pepsor. They're going to walk into A for free, and I don't even think 500 are going to attempt the retake.
Yeah, probably going to just call this one a save here. As you can see right now, they're just waiting for this execute to take place, and little does Fnatic know that they're going to walk into an open and clear A bomb site. Easiest take of their life. Brilliant mid-round right there from Mezzi. Good information I can only imagine given from Pepsor as well. So again, I feel like even when he doesn't get a kill in this round, he's still having some impact. He's making some good reads. He's giving the good info that he needs to be here. And that's going to be a freebie round, all off the back of 1 pick. I feel like maybe, just maybe 500 are entrusting Rainwaker a little bit too much in the sole defense, right? Because he's had a hell of a game so far. But a lot of these rounds, he is left very far forward on this A side and very much so alone in a lot of occasions.
I'm just thinking of the future right now because Fnatic have already earned themselves a 9th. The buyback from 500 is going to be just about as good as it was here, but the CT side is a different story. Fnatic are not known for choking it. They are known for very, very strong showings from the defensive standpoint, and 500 have next to nothing going for them. There's no momentum. You think past the opening pistol, they've won 3 rounds. Night and day from what we saw against Complexity, and maybe we're just falling a little more down to earth from what 500 are going to be capable of in this event. Maybe it was just a poor showing from Complexity more than a great one from 500.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of both, right, though, too, all right? I mean, we know that Fnatic have themselves a whole lot of firepower in this roster. We know that 500 have nothing to lose when they head into that matchup at Complexity. They have a whole lot to lose, right? They are still in a little bit of a slump period in this roster, so you can imagine it is a little bit of both right now, and we're seeing some evidence that Fnatic is showing that the complete opposite is true for them. They're operating on maximum confidence, and it's showing in the server, even with Pepsor delivering as well in an individual front. And Rainwaker, again, he's very much so isolated. Mezzi has another opportunity to take a duel, and he spotted him out. He's trying to play tricky with him.
Mezzi's been so good at just these long lurks, man. Whether it's taking this map control or keeping rotations pinned and pulled, like Mezzi has done it all on this map so far, including getting multi-kills. So that's just another problem that you have to deal with right now if you're 500. Already most of this counter utility span or used up too. Only 1 smoke left and a handful of mollies. And as soon as it fades, Rainmaker might be first blood given away. Denislov, well, he at least got 1. I'm actually kind of surprised considering the amount of presence that was there, but still, what's going on here? Fnatic, they kind of look a bit disjointed and disgruntled in this take, man. The bombs drop it bathrooms, and they just drop a smoke and jump through it. Okay, well, I don't know if it's a disrespect thing or just a no idea what to do here thing, but there was certainly a lot of mistakes there for Fnatic. 25 seconds, it's doable to try to pull this one back out of the hat because Pepsor just cleared out B. With that kill, I thought maybe he was going to get shut down, but no, even on half HP makes it look easy. So this round instantly turns on its head. Fnatic now the favorites as the bomb goes down, and in the post plant, they've got the better of the 2 spots.
Pepsor, he's waiting for them to flood out of heaven, but he's been spotted already. So he's forced to reposition. Nico Dossi needs to be the next point of contact.
Well, they know he's pinned into the site. What can you really do when you've got both of them swinging heaven at the same time? Who cares what Nikadals can do? It's the Pepzor show. Double digits for Fnatic in a very beautiful showing there before the half concludes. Again, coming to the game, probably a little bit worried after that opening showing from 500. You think maybe they can make lightning strike twice, but then Fnatic wake up a little bit and send us back to reality, especially with a performance like that. There is no reason to sleep on them.
Yeah, you can see the smiles on their faces. You can see the smile on Pepster's faces right there as well, man, as he looked so very happy to close out that last round for the team because a lot of it was his work being done. 4 kills right there coming through from him to close out that half. And again, double digits on that T side. I feel like this time it is going to be a little bit too much to ask of 500 to try and make this happen.
Well, it'll all be determined by the second pistol. There's not really much more to say to it than that. When we come back from the break, we'll see if 500 can make a run for the money.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And a continuation on Fnatic's very solid results here as they look to try and take overpass across the finish line with a 5-10 T side. That's very comforting for them.
Very clearly showing whether the favorites in the event too, man. It didn't ever really look like there were a couple of weak spots in that event. I mean, you remember they lost the pistol, so the fact is they pick up 10 rounds after losing that opening engagement. Really doesn't get more one-sided than that now, does it? And they get to keep trying to extend, as you said. A second pistol would honestly probably be the beginning of the end with Fnatic looking in tip-top shape like this. But you know what? I'll hold my breath. Maybe, just maybe 500 can make a bit of a game out of this one.
Certainly so. They definitely can. They've already shown that their T side is pretty effective, so you can't count them out by any means. But this is just going to be a straight B brawl. They're looking to get more pistol round action, already kicking things off with a couple of opening picks. This time it looks to be a full team effort on this pistol, or maybe it's just Nikki and Patrick, the 2 new guns to the show, are going to find the openers there, and now Fnatic have to pull this one back from the brink.
If there was any way they were going to get back into this game, it was with a pistol win here, starting themselves off strong. These guys, very, very well known for their aim sometimes and their explosive presence on the map. It's most notably and shown on this T side, so hey, I can't wait to see what they have in store when the guns come out for both sides of the coin. But already 500 are ready to get themselves back in gear with the pistol round like this. And it's completely different from the opener where it was like Ships found 3-4 kills. Then it was close. Messi made a case for himself in it. Instead, it's just 500 from the get-go shutting it down, not showing any signs of weakness or cracks in the armor. And Fnatic have no chance to catch up to the pace.
Now, that's both pistols converted this time, but the scoreline's still looking a little bit rough at the moment in this occasion. But if there was ever a way to get back into this game, it would be by closing out that pistol, get yourself right back into this one quick and easy. There's going to be a first buy, though. Surprising to see this one come through from Fnatic. With their lead, I feel like you don't really need to go for this force buy, but they're willing to take this risk.
I guess they are, right? Because, well, actually, no, we didn't see the force back from them in the first one. So, you know what? I will say I am kind of surprised because, while, yeah, there isn't any risk when it comes to the, like, flat-out round count, it's like, historically speaking, Fnatic haven't been that team to buy up after a loss. They usually just, you know, concede the second and then play for the third, but apparently they have some form of info or idea in their heads that they can contend here, and maybe they're right for it. Who knows? They've got some fairly aggressive and straightforward positioning, but the bait and switch is really what I'm going to keep my eye on because Mezzi's just trying to ensure that a couple of kills can come through from this close-range Deagle and Roy.
Yeah, looking for the bait and switch right there. The old tag and bag with the scouts, but Mezzi not able to land a single shot before he gets taken down by Nicky. Beautiful shooting from him. Kick things off, so a bit sour as this kickoff here, but again, Roy can do a lot of damage in this position. He hasn't been checked just yet. Yeah,
I was going to say, Glass Slipper's eventually going to crack on that one. Even if he got one or two, I can't imagine it goes far enough for them to contend in this round. So the bomb's going to go down. Pretty much round going to be one. Fnatic maybe just looking for a couple of exit kills or even just holding on to their armor would be warranting of this save, to be quite honest with you. But yeah, I was going to say that force buy was a little bit questionable. Because, like, usually a couple of MP9s into the mix makes more sense, in my opinion, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think they maybe chose the scouts to try and take a lot of those long-range duels, which makes sense, right? Because they did play them in the right positions. I think they just got deleted for the most part. So in hindsight, it does look a little bit silly. But there's 500 kicking things off quite nicely here. This should be 10-8 once all is said and done, unless Fashion and Webster can do any damage with their weaponry. But all things considered here, if 500 can make this work, down 5-10 on the T side of Overpass, doing it back-to-back to competition like Complexity and Fnatic, and then people got to start really taking notes on how this team is working some masterclass T sides.
100%. Like, 500 in the past, they've done it, but, like, if you can repeat that success against a team like Fnatic on land, there is no sleeping on this team anymore. There is no reason to doubt or Trout. I mean, look, regardless of the fact, it is the CT side that is going to be looked back upon with disdain if you're 500 on this map. But you're only really looking for like 6-7 rounds, something promising for this offense to get yourselves going. But this flash play could be the undoing of a couple of team members. Spotted out by, I believe that's Nicky, but I like the non-committal play he makes. Still have this big setup coming through from Khan. Don't want to let him get the guns, but I think it's a bit too far-fetched at this point. 1v4 for Roy. It seems like we're just getting ready to get a move on here for Fnatic. This first gun round, though, could mean everything, man. You lose it, and you could pretty much tie up the game off it.
Yeah, that's exactly the case right now. That's what it's all about. Trying to tie things up. Get right back into this T side here. And again, it looks like they have come into the second half revitalized with new energy. Showing that, you know, despite a couple of phenomenal rounds from Fnatic, despite the way they close out that half with a pretty stunning closer. Might not be enough. Peps are still topping the charts here for Fnatic, and that is scary for 500, but if they can still make do, if they can still close things out, it'd be incredible here. They have a chance to really get tied up quickly. Uh-oh, Nikotas misrouted there as he splashed up, and Pepser at the top frag gets taken down, and same case for Nikotas as well. They're getting away with nothing.
Those 3 kills are absolutely massive. I mean, 500, again, they're knocking on the door to potentially tie this game up, and Fnatic are running out of resources to stop that from being a thing. Yeah, sure, the Condors popped open, but they just don't have the manpower to counteract that anymore. And other kills through from the long flank. Ships held it from T-spawn, and instead of Fnatic pulling it back, it's just out-of-pocket pushes getting punished around the board. Mezzi, the IGL, left alone in the 1v5. His Ships is again holding for this smoke push. Is Mezzi gonna give it to him? Looked like he was, but instead just phasing it. We've seen this a couple of times from him. This seldomly worked out, and it won't happen again. Ships the double down, and it's a squeaky clean round for 500. Very well could lead to a tie game. It has to be a half buy or a save from Fnatic.
Wow, man, this T-side is just stunning. I mean, obviously that round is one of those, if you're Fnatic, you just kind of have to shake off, simply put, because nothing went your way. None of the kills, none of the opening duels, none of the opening exchanges were favoring you. But still, it was so impressive that they were able to get that done with ease right now. We can see composure, nothing but it. Stone Colder 500 members as they gear themselves up to tie the scoreline here. This half has flown by us, and so has the lead if Fnatic don't win out on this sort of half by another timeout called out from them. This is their second utilized.
Yeah, and those smiles that we saw before halftime of Fnatic have quickly turned to serious game faces, poker faces across the board. Because, like, look, man, that little ground you had built yourselves and bought up coming into this half, it's just crumbled away in front of you. Deagle's the only thing you have standing between 500 and what can very easily be a tie game for the first time since, what, round 4?
Yeah, that would be an incredible resurgence here. Again, 500, maybe they get back to what could have been if they had just closed out a couple more CT-sided rounds, but all is forgiven if they tie things up this quickly, although that is not the easiest of tasks when Roy's deleting with the Deagle.
That shot was kind of tasty, and I think they even flashed Roy up to try to get another peek off that Galil pickup, but not spotting anything just yet. It's the trade coming back for me that means 500 are still probably the ones sitting pretty in a round like this. I like the way they're pathing up into the A side. It's a bit risky, but considering you know where 2 of the A defenders are, one being dead, the other in con, it's like, at most, you're going to run into like one Deagle sat in a corner. So if you just buddy system it up, there's not really that much of a risk to be presented against you. So, I think the Cinderella story will once again come to an end. 500 get the bomb down. And now it's about doing damage again for Fnatic.
Didn't get anything, although sent right off the perch there is Mezzy. Sent packing there, and Pepzert looking to find some shots there. Looking to pepper in some spam, but cannot land it with the Deagle. There's Fasher, though, with a nice one. Only one, and then done there. And Roy, who kicked off the round, gets spammed down straight through the wall, and now we're all tied up as quick as can be. 5 strung together here for the boys over at 500. And they're starting to heat up here in this match.
This could be a make or break round 2 for Fnatic. You drop this one right here, 500 get their first lead since that second round, and all of a sudden, they might just be able to take this game by the horns. You think back to the 1 versus complexity, and I believe it was the same score they got stuck at, like 500. I think they went up to like 13, then it was 13 all. They just took it from there pretty much. Nikolas almost isolated by a Molotov. Rainwaker forced him back away, but instead it's the repeat that catches him. The op falls, and it's another disadvantage for the CTs. Oh,
Ooh, Rainwaker.
lucky break though.
It's taken down, yeah, straight through the smoke. Mezzy able to pull things back there. It is a lucky break, but maybe that's exactly what they need to get the ball moving on the CT side. It's still a 2-on-3. It still ships in the server, who has been lighting up the server so far, but no longer the case. Peps are going to put an end to his reign. It's just in his law with the bomb in his hands, potentially soon to grab that one. And then we can start to talk about this clutch taking place here if he plays his cards right.
I think he's overthinking this one though. Going back way around in a monster, expecting a flank to have already brewed up, but it's only the taste of defeat that he can smell. Yeah, sure, you still got Pepsor low, but it's the crossfire that I don't think you're going to be able to break through. Pepsor is not even committing to this fight, too. He's just spotting. Taking his sweet time, though. Denislaw wants to make sure if Fnatic rotate, they will do it. When he goes into one of these bomb sites, he wants it to be as best a chance as it can possibly be. Pepsor, though, with the spot now, is going to start to call in the board for rotation. With every extra second you give is all the more unlikely this round becomes. Fnatic, they won't even need the rotation. They'll just shut it down on the initial hold. Op recovered too. Fnatic get the lead back, so still 500 can't overcome this wall.
Tricky to bypass it. Again, consistent T-side success is hard to muster up, but what they have given themselves is this massive cash flow, this huge economic reserve that they can consistently rely on, so that when rounds start to go south, when things start to go their way, and maybe when Fnatic get a couple nice spams across the smoke, it's not the end of the world immediately, but that could be, man. Nikolas taking a little bit of damage off his teammate's shoulders, but still finds the opening pick.
They have 2 players stuck in party, though, and Ships is not going to let that go unscathed. Doubling down and putting the advantage back into welcoming hams for the Bulgarians. It's a 4-on-3, very welcomed as they go backing up back into what looks to be a B take, inevitably. Patrick's still tucked into this corner, too, and I'm not too sure if Mezzy's aware of this. He's lingering around Khan pretty loosely, man. If he would have walked out into water, it's another freebie pick coming through from 500. That's still a possibility. Mezzy not spotted. Oh my god. It's a res issue in all honesty. Patrick, we saw that for us, but he's probably playing stretched. He definitely didn't see that, so they're getting timings to a T. Mezzy going all the way around through T-spawn, unbeknowing to his comrades. They give him enough time. He's going to be the one to shut this round down. Still creeping, inching forward through spawn, and he's screaming at his teammates, buy me time, give me time. I've got the perfect lurk in play. Ships now with the AWP. The scope is heard. Mezzy, uh-oh, it's trigger discipline time, baby. Now spotting him. They won't turn around in time, and he's going to farm them all up. Bomb dropped into the welcoming hands of Fnatic. It's Patrick to not be able to close it out. Fnatic, the perfect timing play, bodes them another converted round.
The perfect flank right there. The stars aligning for Mezzy as he shuts things down in a massive fashion. Ships tried his darndest to deliver them this round, but look at this. Mezzy, not only does he find this flank, he even called that little nose flash that was being thrown in by Ships. So what could have gone wrong there is if Mezzy didn't activate on that flank in time, if he maybe chose to take down, you know, a different player there in Ships, things could have gone wrong, but the players were ready to dodge up on those flashes. They were so well prepped for what was to come. And Mezzy, again, we highlighted him coming into this series for all the right reasons here, as the impact cannot be understated.
So here's the thing. I love Fnatic calling this timeout because while they did win these past two rounds, they're both very, very individual oriented. Something that's not going to be repeated. You had the, I believe it was a multi-kill coming back to defend off the B site in the last, and then there it was the timing from Mezzy. The moral of the story is it's not consistent success. So they want to figure out what's going wrong so they don't have to rely on the individual hero plays. They can go back to this defense that used to work in against some of the best teams in the world. That's exactly what that timeout's for. Just because you win a round doesn't mean you made the right call. Fnatic understand that to full effect, but the rifles come back out and their money is still as fragile as ever.
Oh, Rainmaker can open up proceedings there on the Mezzy, so this time his impact not going to be fully stated. Law, oh, just a narrow miss. Had an opportunity to switch the tides in their favor, but right now that's not the case, and that's a lot of information gathered as well. So Fnatic, a lot of these members lucky to walk away with their lives right now. I'm noticing Roy. He's deep and posted in towards this long angle, this fountain position, but what he doesn't realize is they've snuck by towards connector, and even despite the ground being taken from Roy, they have all the wrong reads.
They know about this potential. You saw Law, he scoped in, he's aware of this possibility, and they might not even know how far forward they are, right? With that kill coming through, he might have just calmed. Yeah, they're coming up mountain now. It's only the footsteps in the bomb plant on A that really gives away the entire game plan here. And Fnatic in the 3-on-4 with the money as weak as it is. Do you really want to go for this retake? Nikita's mollied out of position. You've got to already wait for more utility to start fading away. I honestly think that smoke coming through is going to incentivize it. Yeah, they just give it up. Let them have their 11th. They've deserved it. It's well earned. And 500, I mean, it should have come a long time ago. But again, the story is better late than never. This late resurgence is starting to come to form again.
Unbelievable. Beautiful work being done right there for 500, nailing the timing. And again, man, I feel like you talked about this coming into our first match, but it's something we didn't really mention in the second one if you're just tuning in. But 500, the core of this roster, the communication, the long-standing, you know, core of this team, it certainly shows in certain rounds, and I think that is one of them. The preparation, the communication to just be prepared for that sort of fountain flank when 3 players are pushed up connector. That's just something that a lot of players wouldn't anticipate and a lot of teams wouldn't communicate. But 500 make sure to cross all their T's, dot all their I's in every last round, and that might be just what it takes to cross this finish line.
I also want to say, like, at this point, I don't even think like it matters whether they win or lose. My mind is set. 500 are a team to be reckoned with. So like literally just this one performance right here, the fact that they're making it this competitive, yeah, it had its holes on the defensive front. Yeah, there were a couple of mishaps in this half so far, but it's like that was their 6th round already, and there's still plenty of time left to play in regulation. I'm sold on this 500 train. I think they have what it takes to make playoffs, if not already have locked themselves into a comfortable spot to get there. But still, you'd love to take this away from Fnatic, and it's not impossible in the slightest. Buy is brought back out from Fnatic, but on the brink of a save call if they can't pull this round out of the hat right now.
Yeah, I mean, just talking about the Titans in this group right now, I think you got to say it's probably going to be the big 3 of complexity, Maybe that's my NA bias showing, but alongside it is going to be Fnatic and then Bad News Eagles. Astralis obviously operating with a couple of stand-ins, so you might discount them a little bit, but they can still do some damage. But if 500, if they take down 2 of them in the first opening matches of the day, that's where we start to talk about some serious playoff contention. That's where this roster can do some damage, and they are certainly getting close to that point, man. These T sides are looking phenomenal, and it's the exact same plays that caught Complexity off guard that they're going to run back versus Fnatic, hoping to exploit this alongside the lack of presence here. And there's certainly a lack of presence as they'll scale far and deep up towards long before Fnatic are prepared for this.
They're going to pop through this smoke too. Mezzy might get caught off guard by this, throwing in a Molotov over towards Dice. It's going to get a lot of damage done, including kills amongst it. It's the IGL doubling down to fend off the A site solo dolo ships. He spotted the off in bathrooms, but they need to get this plant in. And Dennis Law, that kill does just enough to allow it. Rainwaker,
one more.
hit far behind on the flank. Oh my God, Roy, that's murder. But still, you're right. They do get the bomb down. That's insane. Needing to stay alive, those ships. Him falling could be the end of times, man. He almost had Roy caught with his back turned, but even though it's planted for him, this seems next to impossible. Nade's going to go deep, but it won't be deep enough. Faster going to be able to stay alive, and it's not even planted in the default spot, 500. I liked the call, and I liked the creativity they brought to the round, but I don't know, man. It's like they contacted up long, they took all that space, and they just drop a smoke. Like, they tell Fnatic they're there.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? That was my one problem with that round, because everything else was looking very promising. And honestly, I think they almost got away with it because of the timing that they were like gifted by Mezzy, right? Because he has his molly, he's throwing the utility out as soon as they push. That molly ended up helping him out quite a bit, and the multi-kill that he delivered was everything. Because if he doesn't get 2 there, I don't think that Fnatic win the round. So again, the impact of this IGL is unbelievable. Nikodas, though, risky flick, but he hangs around. He goes for seconds.
Speaking of going for seconds, Roy does just that and almost even doubles up with it. Maybe he does know Dennis Law on the sidearm has the trade. 1.5 is worth it if you're Fnatic right now. You get the info, you get away, you get Nikodas to go into a more defensive position, and Fnatic can now play around the info they've been gathered up. Mezzy on the rotate. Still keeps 2 on this upper bomb site, but that's what 500 want. They've weakened up the lower site's defense. They're going to try to attack it off that.
It's moving in quickly towards this B side again. Caught with utility out. Pepser, he's got to nail the first shot though. Has a chance for seconds and he will find it. He's delivering big time. 3 headshots on this B hold. And he's going to send Dennis Law completely scared and afraid away from that B bomb site, as far away as you can get from this super stand-in. Fnatic holding down the line, and Young Gun here filling in for some old veterans is showing so much teeth.
That was so good from Pepsor, man. I mean, this guy is the super stand-in, but my question is, why do they have ships throwing those flashes? Like, Dennis Law throws his flashes over to his teammate to nose flash them out. Why isn't he just throwing them? That made no sense. Because now instead of having 3 people going out Monster, now it's a 1v3. You give him 2 isolated duels, Pepsor doesn't miss them. Like, take a gander here, right? Ships is back throwing flashes instead of going out with his team. It's just all isolated, individual duels. And Dennis Law, he very easily could have and should have been the one throwing those flashes in. That's the biggest thing for me. Obviously, the round still went so one-sided, you don't really know if that would have changed the outcome, but it certainly would have made it more convincing.
There's no doubt, man, but I don't know, man. Peps are just delivering constantly, man. How could you expect the stand-in to do this much for Fnatic? He's looking to pull them across the finish line. I mean, that round's certain to get them close to it. 14 now. Looking to lock things in. And 500, they really have to play flawless from here on out. They lose this force buy, they'll be staring down the barrel of defeat here. And that's not the way you wanted to kick things off. Your scout taken down. The rest looking to press the issue.
And they're already up into the site, but they haven't cleared the corner. Sneakados, Roy, the dynamic duo coming all the way in from Copenhagen Flames, still showing that cohesion on this roster. And holding down the A site without breaking a sweat. 15 easy rounds added up for Fnatic with 4 match points to kick off their group stage with a win.
Yeah, that's much more like it. That's a very comfortable hold right there. Beautiful work being done from Nikodas. Finally, he's able to land some nice shots and gets the job done. Good work coming through from him. And it's got to be a look at this Tech 9's Deagles in play here for 500 to try and get them back into this game. And 4 rounds in a row required is not the prettiest of prospects.
They've already taken a lot of flack from the nade damage. I think they understand the sign of the times. This one's over. A couple of molly kills already seals the deal. With the bomb dropped in the CT's hands, Pepsor looks for more. It is a super stand-in. He ends it with another big 4K. And this guy, you couldn't ask more of him. It's beautiful stuff from Fnatic. And I am not surprised at all to see them win after a performance like that.
I mean, he ends up with 28 kills right there. That is absolutely stunning work coming through from this guy. Again, he came through, slided in at the last possible minute here, as the roster has just recently faced so much success over in Rio. They hop in, and he is just constantly delivering. He's in, somewhat tricky positions as well. A couple of those B anchored spots where he delivers massive multi kills. I don't know how he continues to show this form, but Crims, he's big shoes to fill, and Pepsor apparently the right player to do it.
Yeah, I like that you point that out. Like, it's just really impressive, not only in the fact that he finds the multi-kills, but where he finds them from. He's sitting in spots where you're only usually making info plays, dropping utility, playing anchor roles, and just staying alive for your teammates to come in on rotation. And in these roles, he's finding 3 4Ks every time they come towards him. That's something you can't teach. That's just excellence from that individual.
Yeah, that's something we always talk about from young players as well. Are they going to show that experience that the veterans always have delivered and that they have shown it is so necessary at the top level of Counter-Strike? And the answer for a lot of these young guns is quickly, yes, they can deliver. And that's exactly what Pepsor has shown. I mean, even on those B-side plays, I talked about this in Mezzi's IGLing style here of kind of calling in a loose game. I feel like Pepsor, he really didn't need any micromanagement because every play he was making on that B-side lurk was the right call. He was making the right reads. He was delivering, finding those lurking kills when the rest of the teammates were hitting A, and he actually won them a couple of rounds just via doing that and taking that space. So again, man, the impact that he has just given in map 1 here to deliver them that victory over 500, who's seemingly a very tough competitor, is so incredibly impressive.
Right. I mean, again, obviously, we talk about 500 now being confirmed as a tough competitor. It's like that does all fall down with the fall of their CT side. You think they only got 5 rounds. That's not something that's going to fly on Overpass. And going forward, I hope to see them fix those issues. But for now, set in stone the result. Fnatic, they take it, and I'd say a pretty convincing fashion. Still a couple of games to go today, so don't go too far. We'll be right back after a break.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
A worrying game that Fnatic are able to hold on to. In a 16-11 win, the favorites come out on top over 500. Now we get to see them against a little heavier opposition, I'd say, or, well, depending on what you count as it, because Complexity, well, coming into this event certainly seemed like the better team than 500, but if you watched that game earlier today, you might beg to differ.
Yeah, I mean, hey, score doesn't lie there, and score certainly favored 500. Now, in this matchup here, I like the way this day is shaping up right now because we got to see both teams test their mettle up against 500 on Overpass. Fnatic, the victors, Complexity took the L, so now you have to test on each other, and I don't know how it's going to look like in this matchup. Again, I'm very interested to see what sort of playing field we get, given the fact that we already got 2 best of 1s on Overpass out of these 2 teams. Wouldn't be surprised if we got it again, but I mean, all that being said, it's going to be a real test of how Complexity hold up against what is a Fnatic that is looking in very good form. Despite some struggles there from 500, I think they still closed out in pretty confident fashion. They had the individuals showing up and everything according to plan there in the closer as well.
Yeah, and they need to shake off the rust, man. They really can't let that result get the better of them. 16-14 in the favor of 500 earlier is just not the opener you were looking for if you're Complexity. And now you go against the team who just, I would like to say whitewashed them. You come in from their T side and you would have thought so, considering it was a 10-5 finish, but kind of slipped up a little bit there in the ending parts of that half. It was 5 rounds in a row off the rip. 500 were making a gunning for it. It looked like they were going to be able to pull it off. But then couple of unfortunate mishaps go against them. Fnatic, they use as many tack pauses as it takes to get themselves back on track, make sure it isn't just flash in the pan, and what do you know? Carries them across the finish.
Yeah, I think that is a really good distinction you've already brought up here, is that in the effort that 500 had in the comeback versus Complexity, in which they had to pull things back just a little bit to close out that map, you didn't see as many timeouts. You still did see some timeouts, but it wasn't all there. But what we saw so much better was Fnatic calling in these pauses that led to immediate success. They were able to really unify that A bomb site defense. It was something that actually Complexity got exploited on multiple different times in multiple different rounds versus 500. And that really led to a comfortable closer for Fnatic versus Complexity, who let that map slide out the wayside there despite their best efforts.
Yeah, but when it comes to the case of maps, I don't honestly there is the world where we see Overpass again, but I actually don't think we will, because I feel like this veto will play out differently enough to where, you know what, at the end, one of these teams is going to say, maybe not the best idea to go against them on it. Both of these teams are very well known for how good they are on Overpass. So you could honestly outplay each other with the exact same logic and just go into something else.
I think if anything, if you're Complexity and you're just watching that game, you probably want to avoid it, but I don't know if they will. Right, there's definitely a good option here and a potential of nuke in the cards here for these 2 teams. I think it's really just a decision between Complexity of whether they want to lean in towards a nuke or whether they want to head in towards Overpass. And honestly, after the result versus 500, the slight struggles that we witnessed on that A bomb site on the CT side, the defensive half, I think that they'll probably head in towards nuke. And Fnatic, again, still very promising on this map, but also I think they're willing to let that one slide.
100%. I mean, again, this goes both ways, but I think the more important factor is who's going to show up now for the likes of Complexity, in all honesty, because there's cases to be made for either of them. Fang, he looked so good against 500. It was just the team around him that didn't really build themselves up with it. But you speak of individuals looking good, and you have, as you crowned, the super stand-in as Pepsor, who finished that game with 28 kills. Even in anchor rolls, he was dropping multi-kills time after time. You put up that performance against Complexity, and I don't know if they're ever going to be able to resurge in this game.
Yeah, he's going to be such a big X factor. He was in that last matchup. Man, he just could not be tamed. He could not be stopped. It felt like every round where he found one, he continued to snowball the effect in the server. And he's certainly filled in the shoes quite nicely here of Crims. If he continues to deliver here in this event, man, Fnatic, they're going to show no signs of stopping. I kind of touted them as the Titans in this group here off the back of their performance at the major, and for good reason. Although I thought they were going to maybe be, slowed down by the fact that Crims isn't on this team right now. The issue is Pepsor has stepped into those shoes, and immediately he's even overperformed. He's probably surpassed expectations of what he can deliver.
Yeah, and you wonder if anybody's going to have to take that torch away from him this game. Like, again, it didn't ever really feel like they were breaking a sweat when they got into their groove on the CT side. Again, yeah, it was a slow start. You gave a lot of rounds over to 500, and you even had me worried for the potential comeback, even after a couple of rounds from that point forward. But, like, they held on. They looked really good individually, and as a team, even more so put together, which you can't say the same for Complexity. Their T side, after all those initial gimmicks were expended from their utility belts, it's like they lacked depth. They didn't really know what to do. They were having more struggles going into sites and taking map control, having struggles winning rounds, and that continued on the CT side. Now, the CT side of Complexity was theoretically better than 500's, but still, I just don't know if you're going to get that much breathing room against a team like Fnatic. They really destroyed 500 on the defensive perspective coming into it from that T side. It's like you do that against Complexity. I don't think you're just getting 10 rounds. It might go further than that. Do you really lose 2 pistols on that map back to back? That's if we go there, but I still think the answer is no.
Yeah, Complexity probably going to look to avoid that. Now, there's a lot of different options that Fnatic go for in this veto. And one thing to note is I'm wondering if they're going to try and get a nuke banned early just to try and force a hand towards an overpass decider in this best of one. We'll have to wait and find out here as Inferno, and we'll see if overpass ban comes through. If it doesn't, I imagine overpass is going to be where we finish here once again, 3 in a row. But we'll see what Complexity go for, and it's a vertigo ban. So now Fnatic, they have an option. Do they want to test the waters? They will actually ban overpass and go in towards nuke. I think that this is a very promising option. They've shown a lot of ability on this map. It is a little bit surprising given the slight issues that we've just seen out of Complexity's overpass versus what we've just witnessed out of Fnatic's strengths on that map.
Yeah, I definitely thought when I realized it's Fnatic who get the choice of picking the map in the end that they would have just gone ahead and rode that out with Overpass. Again, they looked so good on it, very convincing. A couple of mistakes on the CT side that were adjusted for. And you add to the fact that Nuke is technically Complexity's best map. Now you're going onto their own home turf and battling them on it. Yeah, you might be catching them a bit upset, a bit off guard with how they performed off of the first game. I don't know if that's still going to be in their heads or not, but if it is, maybe this is some genius pick that we're just not ready to accept. It's not like Fnatic have a bad nuke, but just doesn't really feel right.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it is a bit surprising that we see this. I feel like Complexity have shown some real strength. Now, the competition that they have taken on is a little bit wavering here and there on Nuke, so maybe that's why their statistics are looking that good. But one thing is for sure for Complexity is that they've got to be feeling a whole lot of pressure. They've opened this one up with a big loss, something that I really didn't know if they could really afford here, especially when they have to face Fnatic in the very next matchup, one of the titans of this group, as we've often been calling them. The fact that Cole opened up with a loss to 500, a team that on paper they should be beating, is going to be very, very tricky here. They need some early wins to try and bounce back and resurge, build some form, because not only are they dealing with a slight lack of confidence from other events here, but definitely a lack of confidence from their opening loss.
Yeah, that was something we talked about a little bit. Coming into the last Complexity game was the poor performances, not only to open up the group here, I guess now in hindsight, but more so in the events prior where they fumbled out of the RMR, even in the Blast Showdown, as you said. They lost to a team like, well, Sharks, who some people might not know, but is not a team Complexity should be losing to. But I guess there is some like reimbursement in the sense that both of these teams have had some similar struggles against 500. We can say again in hindsight that like the CT sides were a bit lacking for both of them. It seemed like they couldn't really get the better of 500 in the aggression, the weird pace they threw into the table. Definitely caught them for the better side of 5 or 6 rounds going both ways. But now you're going onto a whole different map where the T side's going to be even harder to have success. So maybe those CT sides just get buffered up by the map you go on to.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the case here, but we've seen both teams struggle. We've also seen Pepster not struggle at all here. We talked about these head-to-head matchups that we've witnessed out of these two teams, and we highlighted Fang on the other end of things. I think Fang had a hell of an opening to this event, yet still losing out in that map. He showed some real impact. Pepster, though, on the counterpart, man, I don't think his impact could have been stated here. Now, he's on different territory. Nuke, it could be a little bit more tricky of a task to work as effectively. Again, I think Mezzi's going to really need to step up and fill some big shoes here in the IGLing department and trying to move the pieces here just a little bit, maybe get into some styles that he's less comfortable in. But they clearly picked into this map for a reason, right? They had the opportunity to try and run it back into another map of Overpass and try and test complexity, in which they've already shown some weakness. But instead, they elect to go into a nuke, a little bit of different territory than what both you and I expected. And now, I mean, with that in mind, I wonder if Fnatic, they have any tricks up their sleeve being the case.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they do. Again, it is not a bad map for Fnatic. It's actually pretty decent. They showed some good stuff on it in the major, but still, it's like, it's the only reason I was questioning it was because it wasn't their best map, at least statistics-wise and with performances of recent history. But now, thinking of the few games we've seen so far in this group, this might actually be the most impactful knife round coming up that we've seen all day. Because, like, there's a lot of unknowns coming into this map. Or complexity, maybe just not feeling themselves on Overpass. Maybe it was just shaking off the opening day blues that came a little bit too late. There's a lot of different queries that could potentially coincide with complexity or Fnatic taking this one away. But the knife round just could mean all the much more, right? Like, if you get the option to start on the CT side, this could be a completely different game.
Certainly could be. Yeah, you're exactly right here. We'll take a look at the standings so quickly, and we can see right now Salt sitting at a 0-2 scoreline here. Again, they're coming into this event, I think, as the clear underdog. 500 was kind of the underdog that we were talking about, could get some serious wins. Saul's definitely in that same boat, but I think they're a little bit further behind the 500s of the world. And obviously, complexity and scary territory as well. They're looking to tread some water here in this next matchup, but only 3 teams going to be moving on to playoffs to take on some of the tough competition that is ahead of them. And, complexity kind of in a scary position here, especially if they do fumble this one to Fnatic.
Yeah, this is almost a required win. Honestly, it's like, it's not so much in the fact that you need it this early on. It's more so that, like, do you really want to bink your entire playoff run on a potential reverse sweep of the group, considering Astralis is still in the mix there? It wasn't a great showing from them in the opener against Saw, but it was still decent. Like, they still won, I'd say, fairly convincingly on Dust 2. And, I still always have that shadow of doubt on the first game of the day, because obviously you can keep talking about it all you want, but it's true, the impact of needing to shake off the early rubble and how much of an issue it is. Like, Saw, I believe, off the rip, took a lot of rounds off of Astralis over on the A stream in that previous best of one, because that's their second game compared to Astralis' first. Then they've got stand-ins. Then they've got a map that they aren't necessarily so comfortable on. Those unfortunate circumstances just go away as time goes forward in the event. So for complexity, you need this win just so you don't have to be playing against the wall for the rest of the group.
Yeah, that's not the position you want to be in. You want to be starting things off the right way. That was something we already talked about here, is that complexity, they have a whole lot on the line here. They've been struggling in the last couple of events. I thought this was going to be the perfect event to bounce back, because we know what this team is capable of, and we kind of saw it out of the gates here with some very impressive victories here, some close games even. I mean, back over in EPL, almost claiming that victory over FaZe was a huge accomplishment. Making it into playoffs, I think, was a pretty big accomplishment early on for the iteration of Halzer's introduction into this complexity. So you had a lot going right here in the early stages, but what I'm worried about is the fall off here from them, right? Because after that, failing to qualify for the RMR, it looked like the hearts were broken. The motivation was dwindling, and it definitely was evident in the follow-up here. It's something that we've mentioned time in, time out here from complexity here. So this is their opportunity, a golden one at that, to try and get their heads back in the game here, to try and muster up some of that early form here. And well, right now, I really like to see it. Everyone in good spirits here still, which is a very promising sign.
That is what you need. But there is one more thing you need. And you kind of highlighted it a little bit. It's Halzer. He didn't really do anything on Overpass. Yeah, he had a couple of moments here and there, but it's like nothing that we're used to seeing from a player like Halzerk. We came in with high spirits and high expectations for this man, but he kind of didn't deliver in that first map. So I'm glad we still see a smile on his face, but he is one of the players that needs to perform for Complexity in this game.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good shot, right? He's definitely a player that needs to deliver, but I think he is kind of doing what he needs to do. He's not an opera that oftentimes is going to really shine above the rest here. He's not the star of the show, but what I think he does best for this team is win out on those clutches. That is where the strong suits are for this player here. And when he doesn't do that, I think definitely they struggle to close out rounds and close out games. And maybe that's where we saw 500 really claim that victory. But all things considered, I feel like Complexity, they could try and utilize him, especially on a map like Nuke. I feel like Halzerk, he's so good at working those rotations. We know him to be a very good Nuke player, and that might be a strong suit here. Maybe that's exactly what they were hoping here, Complexity.
You know, the optimal of Halzerk and Nikadoz is going to be very entertaining on a map like this, where both of them frequently play outside. They both like taking opening duels. They both like taking initiative and going fairly aggressive for picks sometimes. I'm kind of excited to see how that one goes, because I think we're going to get a little more than normally seen on a map like Nuke, just because the positions coincide with one another very much so.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, right? Nikados, he even had a hell of a game as well alongside it, with his ability to just be in the right position at the right time. And those last couple of rounds, I feel like he was kind of struggling on that CT side. It was partially the reason why we saw some of the issues and that quick comeback take place from 500, was him going for a lot of aggressive duels on that CT side, and honestly just missing opportunities to open up proceedings. But he quickly recovered, and I think in those closing stages he started to buckle down. He started to play a little bit more passive, let them walk into his crosshair and do what he does best here, and just nail those, nice close range kills that help out with site defenses. And it's going to be a very interesting head-to-head here, because I think close range defenses is definitely going to be required. Rotations are going to be required here on this map of Nuke.
Yeah, and Nikadoz is one of the few operas that isn't scared to have impact on the T side, isn't scared to pull out the big green from the offensive standpoint, which I'd say is kind of rare in the meta. There's a lot of maps in the pool right now that don't really favor the T-sided opping as much, but Nikadoz still makes it work. On Overpass, when he first got it out, he got a 3K. The next time he got it, he got 4. This guy is unstoppable when he is feeling himself. And on Nuke, it's not going to change. I'm not even going to say it might not, because I can almost guarantee it isn't. He's not scared to go for confrontations and ramp outside. Maybe even sometimes we've seen him peek over and hut. Wouldn't be shocked to see him pull that out of the hat every once in a while. So I think the biggest question right now isn't even going to be dealing with Pepstor. It's going to be, what do you do to make sure Nikadoz doesn't get into that groove, doesn't start feeling himself from the offensive perspective? Because if he can start winning them rounds on the T side, there's not going to be much to stop Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. Nikadoz has to be a player that you can shut down. Again, Nuke's very rotation heavy. I mean, specifically for that op, I think it's one of the hardest maps to play when it comes to the rotations, right? I mean, it's why it's one of Simple's best maps, is because Simple is such a smart player. He can work the map so effectively. I think that's why operas that are very cerebral can shine on this map, and that's why this head-to-head from Nikadoz and Halzerk are going to be so very interesting, because both players are very good on this map individually. But I mean, another player that we have to highlight as well coming into this one is Grim, because he has to show some continuation on some very good form on this map, because when he does play out this one, it has delivered in Briar here, where he's just solo carried, tried to pull them across the finish line single-handedly. He's dropped insane numbers on this map, and so if he can show up like he did in the last map, because honestly it was a little bit of a Fang and Grim show in that last map, but if he can show up here alongside maybe some increased impact here from Halzerk, then there's definitely a good chance for Complexity to show back up. And what I like most is that the spirits aren't broken, right? The spirits still seem high for Cole.
And that's exactly like we said, what you need. You can't let it get the better of you. And apparently they haven't. They just decided to brush it off in the freeze time. And you come back in now against higher opposition, needing to perform just a little bit better. They'll be starting from the T side to try to show off what they can or can't. Fnatic with the knife round win, start out on the defense.
Right now, looking to get a quick play in towards this A side. Actually, they're stopping for absolutely no one. There's Dooley's on top of the hut. JT and Fang, though, to open up proceedings, and Halzerk, the icing on the cake right there. Pepsor and Nikadas left last man standing. Only 2 players to try and retake the one. Out towards Heaven and over towards Mini, but I think they're looking to double up here towards Heaven. And while Peps are going to drop here quickly, there isn't really much of an option for Nikadas to try this retake.
Yeah, a bit labored, gotta say, man. So, it's kind of unfortunate the way it pans out, but for Complexity, I mean, they're already popping open the bottle of champagne. Look, we talk about T-sides in the current meta, and you don't expect many rounds out of them, so when you win the pistol, it just means all the much more, especially on a map like Nuke, where you can probably take this for 2-3 rounds. That's if you're lucky, but who isn't going to be lucky is Nikadas taking a fight in secret as his position's been exposed. He, I guess, might be lucky in the sense that he won't die, but Fnatic are not in the same boat.
A nice pistol round to close out right there. For Complexity. Hard work being done, but at least that's the first open up proceedings right there. I like the way they played that one out as well. With the fast A aggression. Usually, those dualies on the hut, though, they can do all the damage. They do so much work, but in this occasion, not able to have too much impact.
Yeah, the dualies have been working wonders today, too, so that's kind of surprising. We think of those 500 games, and Ships was absolutely farming with the double guns. About time, though. I'm tired of hearing people talk up those guns. Those guns suck.
Gosh. Just what I think. Your takes on guns. Could get
My
any
takes
worse.
on guns are based. I am based. You are cringe.
Can't believe you're hating on the dualies right now, although you might get one of your favorite guns in the FAMAS, although I think you could also might just go for the scout instead. And yeah, that's what
So
we'll
lame.
do. No FAMAS on this occasion. But an MP9 in Fasher's hands and a couple of D-Eagles here, so Complexity, they must tread lightly on this purchase because we know how close range Nuke can be. These MP9s can really sing a lot of smokes as well to just try and buy time.
I like this. I think they're accounting for the fact that there's going to be maybe a force buy in the mix. If it's an anti-strat or not, I'm pretty sure they're just playing around the fact that you don't want to give these close-range guns the close-range fights. Instead, go to one of the longest spots on, or rather in the game. Still won't stop Fasher doing one and then some damage onto the others, but with Halzerk behind the boys, I don't think there's any potential players to fall. Yeah, triple entry into the B site for Complexity. And they still keep it slow. Moderate in the pacing department. They don't want to give up any unnecessary kills. Hold on to as many guns as possible, because so far they've only lost a Mac 10.
Yeah, that's very valuable here, but there's a couple low HP bars. Grim and Halzerk put on notice this scout could do a whole lot more work on these low HP, but great utility right there to make they cross in towards the site with safety. And now that Pepser's been taken care of, there's no question about which way this round's going. Nikadas off to save here, call it a day, and Complexity up to 2. I said they had to tread lightly in this round, but apparently stopping out towards the outer yard is exactly what they needed to do.
Now that they dealt with this, I mean, you can only assume Nikadas has got a scout in his hands on a force like this. It's not a hard thing to predict. So I wonder if next round you do like the exact opposite, the antithesis of this. You go maybe for an inner pop, a ramp rush, where he's probably not going to be sitting with the only gun Fnatic will have.
I just hope to avoid it, that's for sure, but I mean, even still, it's only that scout that's left in play here. So you're not even too worried about that unless Nikadas can start plucking some heads off, and that's a bit of a tricky task. Nice conversion right there, showing some confidence early on. We got the same Complexity, though, in the last map, so I don't really want to call things too quickly, because I feel like what they show is some great, early strategies, some great ideas in the early game, and sometimes I feel like they do fizzle out, right? They do struggle when it comes to these late round scenarios, when it comes to the late halves, rather, and Fnatic isn't really the case for them.
Yeah, and I'm surprised. I thought there was possibility to see the worst shotgun in the game. Want some gun hot takes straight from the press. I've told you the worst shotgun, right?
What do you think it is? Mag 7?
All around, the worst shotgun, and I know you're instantly going to try to shut this down, is the XM10.
Yeah, I mean, it has its uses, though. I think on this map more so than any. Sometimes it can just be super effective. Although, no shotguns out, no funny business in play right now for Fnatic, because they just try and prioritize the rifles here. Utility toss in towards this A bomb site. It is a little bit of a stack, though. It is only USP, so they're just going to chew on through this one. Quick and easy work. All the pistols hitting the deck, and again, Nikodas yet to go down so far in this game.
Don't jinx it, though. So it might be a bit too late. Yeah, this is your fault. You did this. Nikodas fans at home blame Exner. It's all his fault here, but still gonna fight his way out of the corner he's been put into. Hallzerk will end it with a quick dink. However, Complexity, it's a strong 3-0 start. The rifles are still, I'd say, fairly downgraded to Galil's, but I mean, you win this round right here and you won't care what you're working with.
Yeah, this hot start here, they want to continue it. They want to hold on to this momentum for as long as possible. Make sure that they do not cool off here. Up to 3-0 now, but here's where their metal's really going to be tested up against this full purchase. Nikodas included in the AWP department, so got a whole lot here. Nade stack, I think, going towards the back of Silo. I wonder if that's going to catch off Basher. No, it's a lot of damage converted, but not the kill, but Floppy, he's going to be the one to finish it.
I do like it. I mean, we see, or at least we saw, an Overpass Complexity bring so many of these like nade tricks out of the back pocket. I honestly think it's like an innovation. Like we talked about innovations earlier with 500's T sides. I definitely think Complexity's doing a little bit of that right now. Hepsort, well, he was put on a pedestal last game against 500. This time, gonna have to fight his way out of the little cubby he's stuck in ramp. A lot of players to find, but around every single corner is an eager and hungry Complexity member. Floppy, he'll be the one cleaning up the kill with a 3-on-5. Fnatic might just bode farewell to this round if things don't start turning this corner in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's a bit gimmicky in the way they open up rounds, but you got to give so much credit to the sort of research that JT can do and the plays that he calls in. Although this round is not converted by any means. Mezzi going to strike things back, but gets spammed down through the wall. Fang looking to keep things in nice contention. That smoke's going to fade soon, but not in time to find the kill. This Smolly can flush him out of position, though, and that might just be enough to at least deny the bomb plant for now.
Well, you talked about Grim, and that's kind of why, because he can just do stuff like that sometimes, and it's kind of hard to contest against it now, isn't it? When you just wide swing left eye peek the Opera and ramp and one tap him. Best way to summarize that is unlucky. Complexity, though, quite the opposite, as they have a 4-0 hot start on Nuke.
Yeah, that's a really good start right there. Timeout's called out, though. This is what we've already talked about. Fnatic, they had this similar slow start versus 500, where they couldn't really get the ball moving. And honestly, if we're talking about familiarities, Complexity, they had a similar hot start on the T side, where they did throw all of these cool little trick plays out, where they did find fancy openers and nice ways to manufacture quick picks. But it was not lasting long enough here to keep things contained here. So Complexity, I think they want to keep some of that same success here, and they should be able to do it up against the Pistols. It'll be a nice 5-0 start here. Again, this is so promising for this T-side start.
Yeah, where again, you pretty much already added up as many rounds as you really need on Nuke for the T side. But we said the same thing on Overpass, and look where that went. Well, this one's going into the A side again. Complexity have found some form of a safe haven here. A couple of times now they've rushed in. This time it might not be stacked, but still the case remains the same, that there is no worry for them. Fleeting hopes for Fnatic's CT side start, as they are only inches away from giving up that guaranteed 5th round. And the rifles are going to come back out, but again, you got to wonder, what happens if Complexity win it then?
Yeah, I mean, that's a start that's very hard to quiet down. So far, this has been very fast and quick on this 5-0 kickoff here. And what's so scary about it is that Floppy is showing up into the server. We talked about the duo of Fang and Grim in that last map that they played on Overpass. They were playing incredible. Fang actually individually leading the pack in that last map, but Floppy on Nuke so far has been the one doing a lot of the heavy lifting. He was the one on that first gun round that found the opening pick and then followed it up with a second opening pick on the ramp side.
Fnatic need a little bit of that luck. They need a little bit of that opening prowess that Floppy's bringing for Complexity. Something's got to flick on here for Fnatic soon, or we'll start getting worried for their own safety. Nikados, I told you about the off duel between him and Halzerk, but we've yet to see it. It doesn't look like it's going to come in this round either, at least just yet. Halzerk way behind the pack and T-spawn, just throwing in utility. It seems like they're going to go for an outside take, and Nikados isn't even in the right vicinity to contend against it. He's just falling back to CT spawn.
We've got Floppy down the vents here, so not only is Roy having to fight a war on two fronts, but there's a lot of presence heading his way towards that secret side here. And he has to turn his attention. He has to keep it split between two different directions, but he might pick the right timing. It's only a one and done, though. In the meantime, JT going to hit the deck. Nikados on the op. I don't know if there's a gap in that smoke. It looks like there is, and eventually they'll cross by, but now they had a man deficit here when they could have maybe safely crossed. A comfortable 4-on-4.
And now they just wait. They want to see if Fnatic give them anything back. Right now, there's technically nobody on lower, but Pepsor will be there on a quick reaction if they end up opening the door. Instead, though, it's Nikados plucking them apart piece by piece. Halzerk still has control of the bomb. With now that kill coming through, Pepsor is just tucked into lower. He's prepared for this site take to come through, and he's going to have assistance for it. All he's got to do, by a couple of precious seconds, Molly is perfect coming through from Halzerk, but the kill isn't there. And it's all up to Floppy. Can they stop the flop? Apparently, yes, without any question about it, too. Not close to another kill coming through from Ramp. Complexity finally bleed for one round as Fnatic get ready to wake up.
There you go. There's smiles here. They're quite happy with that end result there. Nikados getting away with a whole lot in that round. That's a lot to be happy about. Beautiful stuff from him. And again, you said that he's an operator that's not afraid to get proactive on that T side. Well, he's not afraid to get proactive on the CT side as well when it matters. When they need to get the ball moving here, he's going to be that facilitator.
It's also good to know that now every Fnatic member has gotten a kill, so no James Bond in the server, as much as it may or may not sadden me. Oh, but that ain't gonna sadden Complexity, man. They just found another double opener. This was another strong suit, surprisingly enough, that we saw on Overpass. The amount of times they were able to just double entry into sites and different spots on the map.
Yeah, they've just nailed 2 kills. 2 separate positions, Mini and ramp side. They're able to deal with Pepsor quick and easy on that ramp side here. And Fasher stuck between the flames and a smoke. Not many options, but Roy's going to pluck one. And a quick kill is going to delay this retake. Are they interested in continuing this forward, though? I don't know how much commitment they want to make, and I think they've already made their decision to call this one off.
Yeah, it's a bit messy. And I do like them calling it off, but still, you've got to realize the opportunity cost at some point of these saves in comparison to giving over these rounds to Complexity, where we saw this exact score against 500. They still managed to pull it back. They still managed to make a game out of it and take it from Complexity. But Fnatic, again, it feels different. It doesn't seem like they're going to be able to do that as consistently. Like, they haven't shown us any reason to think they can win these CT-sided rounds. Even think of the only conversion they have to this point, and it kind of comes off a lucky flash peek. A good timing for Roy. We talked about how Floppy could have crunched them down and lower, but they didn't. They didn't get that in time, gave away too many picks, and Complexity just don't make the same mistake twice. They change it instantly and don't let Fnatic get anything going.
Yeah, it's a great adaptation. It's something that we needed to see out of Complexity as well, because I feel like we did lack a little bit of adaptability when it comes to Overpass, when it comes to 500, because they had those strong starts. They had the strat book that was going so well early on, but when things started to switch up on them, I don't know if they had the right reads, and I don't know if they had the reactions necessary. But early on, we see, you know, a lost round into an immediate reply, and a good one at that. I feel like Pepsor, he had a whole lot of momentum off that last map, though, and right now I think he's going for maybe some plays that are too brazen, despite him feeling the maximum confidence, right? He's probably in the back of his mind knowing what he's capable of, knowing what he can do. But a couple of these rounds he's been punished, and he's lost ramp as a result, and that is such a crucial position.
It is. They do keep losing ramp, and it's a consistent issue for Fnatic they need to address before things get too far out of hand, if they haven't already. But this time, Pepsor actually gets a little more aggressive with it. I kind of like him not really showing signs of fear, but can't blame him when he's got Nikados behind him. It's going to be hard to crack through that walnut of a defense, but Won't be as hard as if you can find Roy having kills through his smoke. Again, it's not something you can consistently rely on, but when you do get them, you got to be able to pick up the round from that point forward. And as by the looks of things, it looks like that might just be the case. Nikolas almost gets a free pick here, shortly floppy. You can tell he wants to go for this peak. I'm not surprised to see him go for it in the long run. Grim even spotted out here too, so things weren't bad enough. Fnatic have the read of where the remaining Complexity players are. It's all about locking in the kills at this point.
Yeah, get some extra frags, although you don't really want to discount this deadly trio. Now that Grim's been bested, maybe you can. There's opportunities start to dwindle, and Pepsor playing in a position that's worked once before with a whole lot more support standing right behind him. Making this round near impossible. 20 seconds left, and I feel like if you're Complexity, I mean, you might as well go for it. You have a lot of money, and maybe Halzer can encourage further damage here. 2 kills and a bomb plant. That would be incredible, but he's going to try for a third. Halzer making the impossible happen. Another fake on the bomb. He finds a fourth. One more around the corner. Roy finally going to put an end to things here, but he almost made it happen.
Dude, I don't know what happened. I thought he was going to close the door there, and he would have easily been able to isolate those fights. The only problem was he couldn't cock the gun back in time to get that 5th shot off. You could only imagine he's good enough to find the clutch there. I imagine he wanted to close the door. You got to think that's what he was trying to do after he spotted the second and heard the footsteps running in behind him. But it doesn't matter. You've just gotten 4 kills. You've just decimated their money. That one round they won is still absolutely nothing in meaning to them. Because it's still just right back to square one, where you are so fragile in the money department that a slight eco break would destroy you. And they're going to go rushing into A to try to solidify that. It's no surprise considering how comfortable it's been. Bang, another double entry. Complexity, it's a stat they've been so reliant on, and it's not going to change here. Bomb's going to go down at the lower bomb site, and Fnatic are stuck in chaos. Where do we go? The distribution, just the movement of these CT players, they don't know what to do.
Fang doing what he does best right now, it seems, on this T side. Double entry coming through from him. And they're going to feel the worst end of that last round that Halzer just gave with the 4 kills on the exit. In this round here to come, I mean, obviously there's a save, so that's going to at least relieve some stress. But Complexity, they make the response look oh so easy. Just popping out towards that A side, catching them off guard. Some slight frustration has to be kicking in right there after a round like that as well. And this is looking to be a revitalized Cole. As I lost to 500. I really thought that was going to set some frustration in the long term, but the smiles on the faces heading into this matchup and the way that they're looking to kick this one off, they're proving me wrong.
Yeah, I agree, man. It does kind of feel like Complexity, you're not going to let that one hold them down. I mean, they already shown that they haven't. And now they've got 6 rounds to try to add up more than they had found on the T side and Overpass. Surprising how, like, T-sided the showings have been today. Like, in both of the 500 games, well, okay, maybe not so much well, I guess actually, no, the Fnatic one does count too. I believe every half was T-sided winning. Actually, except one, where, you know, 8-7 start for 500 against Complexity, but then they'd go on to win 8 T rounds. Fnatic, 10 T rounds, then 500 again, 6 T rounds. It's really surprising to see, and it's a rare occurrence, but one that's welcome.
Yeah, I mean, after the major, where we've seen just constant CT dominance, especially on a map like Overpass and now onto Duke, you just don't expect it, but it's impressive. Grim putting up proceedings right there, and Fang continues to follow it up. There's still more presence that they don't expect. Nikolas holding steady, but he's only good for 1. And that is going to be the A-bomb site cracked open.
Do they even want to attempt this? Oh my lord. Oh my, they have been utterly bamboozled. They're going down lower. This is a B hit. Fnatic, they now have to add a good 5-10 seconds to this retake if they want to make this possible. But again, the opportunity cost is what's interesting them in this retake, but it's also getting them killed. Decimated JT. Leveled out Roy, and I don't think there's going to be much left to a round like this for Fnatic. Pepsor has got no intentions of going down to that lower bomb site. Instead, just recover the op, give it to Nikolas in the next round, see if he can't work with it. But Complexity have now guaranteed 1.5. They've sent them packing to yet another eco, and Fnatic have to, again, face their fears of a very scary Complexity.
They've just 1.5 here on the T side of Duke, and we are only 10 rounds deep. That is that's a scary prospect here for Fnatic. And this would be a huge lifeline if Complexity came into this event, started things off 0-2, and then finished off failing to make playoffs. That it wouldn't look pretty for them. It wouldn't look pretty for the remainder of this year for this roster. But this response, this immediate resurgence in form after that tough loss.
You know,
So much capability.
kind of happy to see this from Complexity right now. Because I remember, you know, hinting in the pregame about Fnatic probably shouldn't have picked into Nuke against Complexity. People were like, no, what are you talking about? Fnatic's Nuke is nuts. You don't know what you're talking about. Huh. This is why, man. They're scary. Like, this is one of their best maps for good reason.
Yeah, I feel like they had such a good winning formula as well for Fnatic, right? With Pepsor feeling comfortable. Right now, it doesn't look like he's all that comfortable over in this ramp position. Maybe that's a testament to kind of standing in and how hard this position is to play. But you maybe should have picked towards that that devil that you know and overpass. Because right now you could be regretting it. Nuke looks to be troubling territory for them at the moment, at least in this first half. They've rotated this op over and towards ramp side. Smoke in the utility is going to keep him at bay, and actually wisely see a lack of commitment here. They're just going to reroute towards this A side.
And finally, Fnatic have shown some good signs on the initial hold, with Roy to potentially double down on that fact. These pistols are starting to put up a hefty fight, and they're paying a heavy price. Bomb dropped. It's Antslaw in full effect. Complexity only up to Fang. And he's so far been the only one to find a kill. Pepsor even getting a bit investigative as to what's going on in lobby, and he'll find a kill with it. Beautiful shutdown from Fnatic, surprisingly enough, on the pistols, no less. Little resurgence from the CT side, but again, they'll take it.
It's late than never there. That's certainly welcome, though. They needed a round like that to activate here. They didn't want to keep on dropping things down. They keep on letting Complexity close out these rounds, so they do catch him in a little bit of hesitation, to be honest. One thing I just noticed here is that Roy is wielding the 5-7. He's no longer a CZ god, which I think he was like the only player that could have made a case to use the CZ, but apparently he's good with any pistol. He finds the big 2K. Oh, Nikudas. He's able to just find the timing on a JT. These smoke spams have been very promising for Fnatic at the very least. And that one's going to help out big time here. The IGL has to call from the sidelines now.
That's what I've been waiting for, man. Nikudas is yet to really activate with this AWP. I mean, we've seen a couple of good stuff from him, but it's usually been like either saving the op or trying to get away. Not necessarily impact kills. That bit of a change of pace. And one that Fnatic need to get back into this game right now, because while obviously the score in front of you is very daunting, you have to take these rounds as they come and potentially work from the back foot for the rest of the game. It's just the situation you've left yourselves in. It doesn't mean you're going to just, you know, lay down and give up, but also doesn't mean it favors you in the slightest. Halzer finally gets a trade back with Pepsor fleeing into the lower bomb site, but now they need to push the envelope over in J-Hall, where Roy is ready and waiting. Only a soft clear before they get ready to go pouncing into B, or maybe no. It looks like they could go anywhere. For a second, it even looked like they were going to go back into the lobby, but now they will end up walking into that stacked up lower site.
The worst case scenario here for Complexity, they're going to walk right on into the jaws of Fnatic, waiting for them with open arms. Pepsor, the first to combat this aggression. He does have some support here in the single door, but he immediately gets taken care of by Floppy, and the support gets smoked off. So there's no help here other than in towards the double doors.
That's it. I mean, surprisingly enough, they can't capitalize on the pick that Nikudas grants them through a smoke outside. You'd think that was the magic recipe they needed to add up to a converted round. But the sum apparently is not as great as the whole, or as the addition of its parts. Because Complexity, they just keep picking those parts apart and apart. Like, it doesn't ever really feel like Fnatic have a foothold in these rounds. Even when they get opening frags, even when they get man advantages, it's always stolen back by some insane double entry, some great trades, insane util placement. This is a Complexity that's comfortable, getting out of hand and starting to feel themselves. Back into the A site they go, hunky-dory, peachy keen, but a 2-for-3 trade, maybe not living up to that tally mark. Allzerk not even going to bother clearing the corner, and Pepzor will clean up the round. So a salty finish that's showing from Fnatic, but they need any round they can get.
Oh, at least that's a pretty quick reply there. They just try and toss it in towards the A-bomb site. We've seen them do that off of round conversions before, so it's no surprise that Complexity try and run that similar A-side pop, but this time much more presence, many more kills for Fnatic. So getting some maybe stability rounds here towards the tail end of this half. Complexity forced to actually call a timeout. Maybe some discussion about what they want to do with this purchase, and actually the decision at the end of the day is go for the force buy here in classic North American Counter-Strike fashion. I'll call in for a couple of AKs here, a couple of Mac 10s and Tech 9s for Allzerk and JT. So it is lacking, but I feel like with how well Floppy's been playing, with how well Grim's been entering, you can kind of afford this risk at this point.
I mean, why not? I think it's more so in the fact that, like, next round, is it really going to be worth it? I don't know. It's like if you get a bomb plant down here and, you know, Complexity end up losing, it's still just going to be a buy similar to this, where you just get to run it back twice instead of only having one opportunity. Again, I'm with you, though. It doesn't really matter. At worst case, you're walking away with 9 rounds. You only gave away 3 in succession at the end. Like, it doesn't matter at this point for Complexity. Just about really starting to rub in the dominance, but yeah, you're getting farmed up on A. Finally, they figured out how to hold down the A site consistently.
Yeah, Floppy went on the aggro. He had such the right idea right there to try and take that fight towards the opposite side vent there, but I think he got flashed up, maybe mistimed the aggression. So in the end, it looks a little bit silly. That force spike gets swiped aside. So rather than giving themselves a chance to buy up in this last with all the fighting power here, it's going to be actually Fnatic that could close out this half with a little momentum favoring them.
It's another tidbit of help they'll get going forward. Still does kind of rely a lot on what they do on this next pistol, but you want to shut this down as quickly as possible. It's only really against pistols, so can't imagine they're going to have that much of a tough time dealing with it, but they gave up a kill at least. I thought maybe it'd go further AWOL. Like, Messi, he fought 3 players in lower. You'd think they would have found the trade, but without it, I think Complexity's chances go down the gutter.
Yeah, that's one of those rounds where you just know there's a 1-for-1 coming, right? Because Messi's just holding an angle, kind of an off angle of sorts, with 3 pistols heading his way, right? The Tech 9 can do so much damage, but Messi, again, we've talked about his individual form, his ability to both call and frag, and frag he will in this round. It's just one left standing here in Fang. And this task a little too tall for anybody.
And this is another hot start from Complexity that kind of fizzles out a little bit. Now, again, I did say it is only 3 rounds in a row, so it's not the biggest of ordeals, especially with the round count you end up in this half with. But it is worth noting, in my eyes, that, like, they also went into that side of, or to that second half of Overpass with a lead. They also had the benefit of a doubt going forward, but they couldn't close it out. And it's worrying to think that Complexity, these, I'd say, late game fizzles have kind of, like, bitten at them a lot, not just in this event, not just in these series, but in others alongside it. Like, you think of their poor performances in the past, there were a lot of those games they ended up losing after, like, really convincing and winning first halves.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely got them in that last series, or last map rather, and in both halves, right, where they had that incredible 6-1 spree, and they only finished the job with 1 more round. Same case was true for that second half, where they had a good start, a good kickoff, but once the strats ran dry, once the game plans were slowed down, it was a little bit struggling. Now, this is a little bit better, though. A 9-6 half. It looks so promising heading into the next.
Yeah, well,
a solution for it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Quickly into this second half as well here. We'll see if Complexity, if they've given themselves enough runway to work with. This was an excellent T side that they've just given, but a little resurgence late in the half there for Fnatic.
I mean, it's well needed. If they want any chance in this game, though, it still is going to kind of be binked off of them winning another pistol. And with how Complexity have been playing, I think that's still a far shot from being a possibility, quite frankly. It's not even that Fnatic have slowed down if you compare their performance from this game to the last. It's just more so that Complexity have stepped up in a very, very big way. And those smiles have never subsided from their faces. You think about that 500 game, after they got that big streak of rounds in a row, kind of felt like they lost a lot of energy, started to lack presence around the map. That hasn't happened here. They haven't let it get the better of them. It's something I like to see.
Yeah, need to keep that mental nice and high here if they want to keep it on here. Try and make it into playoffs, and definitely winning this pistol though for Fnatic on the counterpart is going to be oh so important. But look at them press the issue in towards lobby. They don't even allow them to establish foothold on this execute before they punish them. They push too deep in towards lobby, and look at this. Floppy has coverage towards the outer yard. We're gonna hit the deck 2-on-4 immediately, and first things first, they have to get the bomb.
And it's not even like Pepstor's being quiet about this. Anonymity is no longer a thing. The only person who has the shadow of disguise is Nikados, and his teammate might fall before he can even get here to assist. Pepstor, I think, his only objective right now is to stay alive so Nikados can try to make a case for this one. But then you've got Halzerk's dualies to try to go through. There's a crossfire set up in this squeaky door. Somewhat giving up the bomb, but that's a bit worrying. 2 kills come back, and now they have an open avenue into whichever bomb site they want. Floppy, Ben spotted. He's trying to come through from a click flank, but he won't be able to strike in time. Instead, gonna go back, regroup around the vents, but they're going all the way around the world. He's right onto this. You can't get in front of him. You can't beat him. He knows exactly what's going on with the bomb dropped in heaven. Luckily enough for Nikados, it's dropped into his welcoming arms. A 1v1 that Floppy looks to win as he goes atop the Tetris boxes and takes an offensive angle on the top of the hut. You can't stop the Flop with a kit in hand. He'll win the pistol for Complexity almost single-handedly.
That is incredible work right there from Floppy. That kill towards the outer yard was so sharp, but then closing up that 1v2 when all else was going wrong. Beautiful work in the recovery there, because I really felt like Fnatic got away with so much. 4-on-2. Look at that bomb in the palm of their hands, and all of a sudden they find the kills necessary to get back into that round, all just to fall to Flop. And fall they will.
As one Japanese singer said, it all comes tumbling down. I will not elaborate further, but what I can elaborate on is this buy being a little bit dicey for Fnatic. I don't disagree with it per se. It's just more so that it's a big risk to be taking in a situation like this where if you lose it and give up 12 rounds to Complexity, it's almost an unworldly comeback you'll have to pull off. And you're only really adding up a couple of deagles in a round like this. Floppy walking straight into him, the clutcher of the previous round. Well, he's going to be the first test here, or maybe not. Fasher. Good opener on the MAC-10 outside, but the trades are still beneficial for Complexity as they get to dunk into the lower bomb site. Tuck is here, and the crossfire is set. Needing to clear the close angle. They don't do it in time, and Floppy doubles down.
Ooh, but Fang can't control the spray right there, and Mezzy looking to pull things back into his own favor there. 2-on-2 now. OSP on Grim as well, so put on notice, pushing the smoke, though timing couldn't be better there. Perfectly played from the duo of Halzerk and Grim. Excellent communication to deny that bomb plant as well, and Fnatic trying to sneak one past there. on the 2-on-2, but they can't get the job done. So Complexity, their strength will continue.
And the worst case scenario for them was not getting the bomb down like what just happened. I mean, it looked like they had a good route into getting the safe digits punched, but it's just a well-placed retake from Complexity, or at least rotation coming through. Halzerk not giving up his life too soon. Same thing goes for, I believe, the flanker and Fang, but all in all, it adds up to this, which should be a surefire 12th round.
Well, it could be the case here. Hoping to lock down the CT side. Halzerk given some opportunities. Risky to test these pistols, especially when it's all deagles, but he is going to win out in a couple of duels, though. Messi is always good to respond, to reply, to do some damage in return. And that he will. Won't let things get away too easy.
I'm trying to think, like, I forgot to mention, so yesterday in Group A, there was no group who came out without a loss. And that could very well be the possibility here with the amount of teams Astralis still have to play. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Fnatic lose here, they would be the only team without a win or without a loss. So they have to play Complexity. They still have to play Fnatic. They still have to play BNE. So you'd imagine one of those is not going to go their way. So this would be, like, honestly, just a cool thing to think about for the group if Fnatic end up losing this. That there will be no, like, flawless team.
Yeah, it's going to make that playoff contention that much more tight-knit. Who's going to be grabbing that? All up in the air here and all soon to be found out. But Fnatic have some opportunities, maybe not so much in this round, but in future to come. Mezzi, Eagle in play here, has to check the opposite vent. Did land a shot here, but Grim going to land some headshots that do the damage. Complexity up to 12. And now we see where the real force is here, where the real test can come for Fnatic. Can they make it work on the rifle rounds? Because Complexity, they continue their hot streak.
Did I just see an AUG purchase by Fang and then dropped in tandem to Halzerk? I know you can't afford an off here, but, like, damn, dude. This guy need a scope gun that bad? That's what I was saying.
Definitely no scope, though, and he could also hands. That's something we mentioned. Fang as well is going to catch Fasher, who's been lurking around towards that squeaky door so often. And he's gotten some success, but in this occasion, bested by Fang, who not only takes more positioning in towards the secret side of things here, he could really take a lot of ground. He's forced to hold off some of this aggression if it does come his way. Roy's looking to test the issue in this direction.
Nobody's really being aware of this, though, right now. I mean, the closest man in the vicinity is Fang, and I would be surprised, or rather, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't ever really get that far. A lot of times, people will maybe just come down secret, clear this out, give themselves that worry-free benefit of not having to worry about the flank. But no, instead, Roy pushes forward for a trade frag. Fang maybe biting off a little more than he can chew, but Fnatic still haven't committed anywhere off of this, and Complexity might be fooled into rotating a couple of members.
Well, then he picks their Pepser. Able to deliver some impact, but they still have to bypass Grim. And the AUG of Halzerk, who clearly makes good work of it. A well-invested AUG there from Fang. And double up on the flashbangs in the conversion there from Grim. Crispy little headshot there. Roy making quite a bit of noise on this outer yard lurk here. Maybe not. Floppy doesn't seem to be too keen on his position. So Roy, oh man, what can he get away with if he plays his cards right? Trigger discipline to come in, but Floppy just turns the corner and sends him packing.
Yeah, this is a guy we didn't see or hear much from in that first map, so it's good for Complexity's sake that he's starting to wake up in this not only map, but this group stage alike. And the same thing goes for players like Halzerk. Then Fang was still able to continue his reign. Grim might have slowed down a little bit, but I don't know if that's more so on his own part or more than the fact that Complexity just haven't let him get the kills.
Yeah, it's tough to really diagnose, but either way, they're happy with the end result. That's what matters most. It's in the conversions here. And Complexity having no trouble with that conversion. Even, despite some good efforts, there's some nice opening picks coming through from Fnatic there. A couple taking place. They found some success on that A side. It's just far too much to bear.
Yeah, and at this point, the Lost Boss is going to start carrying you through the mud here. Fnatic probably going to be able to buy for the rest of the game. So Complexity, all of these rounds are going to be very hard-earned. Also, let alone if they are able to throw a bomb plant into the mix in any of these rounds, then it's a surefire investment. But considering the situation you already left yourselves in, I don't think you're going to shy away from some out-of-pocket force buys. Outside control taken, little resistance met. Complexity instead just forfeit it. A lot of utility expended on the early exchanges from them. I mean, you take a glance at the belts of Halzer, Grim, and Floppy, and you wonder where is it all gone?
A lot of it dwindled early here, but might not matter if Grim's got the headshots, if he's got the mechanics to back it up here, and he certainly does. That's Roy hitting the deck quickly, and the reposition is swift from Grim. He finds himself one more before he does fall, but Floppy's rotated in time, and it's up to Fasher and Nikodas to pull this one back. There hasn't been any trades just yet.
I don't think there will be, man. With Nikodas also being spotted, it is really only a matter of time before this round is stolen away by Complexity. And that's what I was talking about. It's like, Grim, yeah, he hasn't really done much this game, but it's more so just on the whim that Complexity haven't let him. Finally, he gets to show what he can do, and he has a pretty damn nice 2K on the B site's defense. And again, with no bomb plant, Fnatic do eventually show their hand at a save and yield for what should be 15th for Complexity.
Yeah, this is brutal positions to be in here. This is much more like it, though, for Cole. Wasn't sure if he would even get this out of them. I think maybe wishing that they could have taken the issue over to overpass. So is certain Grim gonna dive inside of the smokes, but they are collapsing it up on this A bomb site. JT has to hold steady, but only good for one before traded out.
Now Halzer's time to shine in the AWP around the rafters. Grim fighting a war on many fronts, and while he does fall, Halzer holds down the line and won't let the round go anywhere near the contention of Fnatic. It's the last potential round of the game, and now 9 chances to close it out for the Star Spangled Squad.
They're shooting from up above there. Gonna get the job done. And I don't know if Fnatic's gonna be in this map for too much longer here. Complexity, this is gonna be a big victory for them. Going to make, again, the playoffs a whole lot more interesting, right? It's a little triangle of defeat and wins for these teams here in 500, Complexity and Fnatic. It's going to make things oh so interesting, but Vector flying around. He's going to find the kill. Roy quickly trades out. Alzerku responds, but 4 on 3. And they've already gotten down towards that lower bomb site as well.
But you got to crack through Fang first, and even amongst that, then you got to go through Floppy. Oh, he's spotted in the smoke. Nikodas! He gets away with a lucky one there. Feels like that definitely should have been spotted out by Floppy, but still Fang holds down the line. And now he's being flanked in from both directions. He's going to need the assistance of Grim just ASAP. Nikodas in the control room. Another headshot taken away by Fang, who's ready to close this out. With no questions asked, it's up to Roy, the other Copenhagen recruit, to try to just stay alive in this game. Tagged up by a nade. It's nothing big when it comes to damage, but instead of just committing down lower, he wants to reposition. I don't know if he was maybe looking for utility or something, but instead just goes right back to the same spot. Only a flash to use. Time is, I'd say, in his favor, and with low health bars, this is nowhere near impossible, but it's still going to be tricky.
That's nail the timing here. Fang gonna look to plop his head up there. Oh. There's the contact play. Roy able to isolate these fights, but eventually Grim's gonna close it and save the day.
Good closer from Complexity, man, and not one that I would have expected. Yeah, maybe you could argue for them to win it, but 16-6 is a whole different ball game. They never looked tested on that map. It was a flawless CT side to close too, and it literally, quite literally can't get better than that.
Yeah, that is a very much so domineering scoreline right there. 16-6, getting some revenge here, and Espoo trying to claim their spot, and they've just done it phenomenally versus Fnatic.
That was beautiful from the NA boys, man. Like, that first game left a lot to be desired, but that second one answered a whole hell of a lot of questions, including Why did they pick into Nuke? Actually, no, it didn't answer that. That one still stands. Why did Fnatic pick into Nuke after a performance like they had just dropped that overpass? Yeah, okay, maybe the shaky CT side had Mezzy a little bit concerned about the picking into the exact same map, but Complexity's T side, it lacked like depth after the opening couple of rounds. It's nothing that they couldn't have played against, but they went into the own home turf of the NA boys and got dismantled for doing it.
Yeah, I mean, Nuke is a real JT special, so you see exactly why that is the case. Brilliant T side put together there from Complexity, and then they follow suit there with a very domineering CT side. Exactly what you would expect out of them when it hops into the side swap, because we know how CT sided that Nuke can be. And overpass again. I feel like Fnatic, they really could have gone with the devil they know there versus, you know, Nuke, which was the devil that they do not know. You know, how are they going to perform? How is Pepster going to feel on this map, playing with a couple of players that maybe he's not so used to?
Yeah, and the battle of uncertainties goes the way of Complexity. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Now, as the group progresses, we've still got a couple more games coming up. Again, we're going to throw it to a break. When we come back, it's Complexity showing themselves again, this time versus Saw.
Katsokaa kuinka Silvankroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdillaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se.
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä, poika.
Podi yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1-2 pommi on jo pläntättynä. Podi löytää ensimmäisen saitilta, sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua, nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Podi tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan, hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Podi otais kohtaa todella eteellä hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarvitsevat trackit.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm honestly quite excited to see what Saw have to show us. I mean, there's a couple of players that I'm interested to see what they can or can't deliver. They had a good showing against Astralis, and maybe even looking for a bit of another chance because, look, so far it's been a bit of an unlucky draw for them in the group stage. Starting at 0-2, still plenty of time to bounce back, but if you can't win here, your playoff hopes might be crushed.
Yeah, you need to get some wins underneath your belt here soon because, again, as we've quickly noted, it is quickly becoming a very, very close and tight-knit affair between all of these teams trying to claim those playoff spots, and there's only up for grabs right now. So kicking things off 0-2, not the best of starts here for these guys, and now they have to face off against some more tough competition, so it makes this win all the more necessary.
The worst part is that tougher competition you now have to go against just came off of one of their biggest wins to date. Honestly, I might be overstretching it a little bit, but you've also got to understand, like Fnatic, they are one of the major quarterfinalists. They just got stomped out on a map they are, in air quotes, comfortable on. Like, I mean, it really doesn't get more of a better feeling than that. Complexity looking very good in the process of doing it. And, well, take a look at the group here. We also, for the record, have a match going on the A stream right now between Astralis and BNE. One of those teams is about to be taking their first loss.
Yeah, tough to be in that position, unfortunately, for those two teams. But yeah, it's exciting to see. Obviously, like we had mentioned here, it's going to be Complexity off of the back of a big win. Definitely an important one for Fnatic here. It's going to be a rough draw, obviously. I think we immediately saw out of the gates, I was wondering, Fnatic, they're not showing any sort of worries with this stand-in. I was wondering how they were going to be able to work with Pepsor in the roster. Or were they going to be able to show some of that ability, despite not having Crims in the team? And the answer was quickly yes, but then we did see some slight struggles there in the following map.
Yeah, and those struggles, they've kind of been evident for all the teams so far in the group stage. I want to say it now. Like, I don't know what it is, but something's kind of been plaguing them a little bit. And by them, I mean just about everybody. I mean, we saw it from 500 in the first couple of games. We saw it from Complexity. We've seen it from Fnatic. And even the teams we haven't seen on this stream yet, they've had struggles too.
Yeah, they sure have here. But again, looking to turn the tides here, both of these teams. Complexity clearly showing that they're a roster not to be messed with. They've just proven that with their victory over Fnatic. Out for vengeance after their loss versus 500 and Saul. They've had some, I got to say, close maps so far, right? It hasn't been complete blowouts. They've come in with a lot of energy here. They've come in trying to take some fights towards a somewhat weakened Astralis with a couple of stand-ins and a very strong BNE, but it wasn't enough to pull it across the line. And that's the unfortunate truth so far, because they haven't claimed to win, and that needs to change, and it needs to change here soon. Otherwise, there are opportunities to get back into playoff contention.
Yeah, I really don't know how many chances they're going to have if they lose a game like this. I think that's something that we should talk about a little bit because, I mean, the whole fun part of the round robin group stage is you get to play everybody, sure, but at the same time, it can be hard to find the motivation to dig deep in some of these games when you kind of run out of your reasoning to play in the first 3 games.
Yeah, that's definitely true. It's a big, kind of problem area for these rosters here. But looking at the 2 head-to-heads, Floppy in there for clear reasons after that last performance. I felt like he definitely came into form, and we've kind of already highlighted the trio here, the interesting trio for Complexity in their 3 matches so far, right? Floppy wielding a whole lot of firepower. We know what he's capable of, and we got to see that a whole lot more over on Nuke. We also really liked what I got out of Grim in his first map, where he was able to deliver a whole lot of impact. And then, one of the extra elements that we had talked about is Fang as well. I feel like this trio, this firepower that they have to bring to the table, that JT can wield and utilize to full effect, is starting to all show up onto the server. And I think that's a large reason as to why Fnatic struggled so much to deal with them. But on the counterpart, man, Saul, they have a real stunning piece of firepower of their own.
Yeah, all of the individuals for both of these teams have been starting to step up. I mean, even in the Astralis game, there was some reason to believe there's hope for this SAW team. It's not like it's all one-dimensional and there's really no way they can pull this back. It's just, again, the unfortunate circumstances they now stare down the barrel of, is this 0-2 start? Again, if you look at both of these games that they actually started off with, they've looked good on individual fronts in both of them. We've seen good moments from everybody there is on this team. And now the same thing goes for Complexity, maybe minus JT a little bit. I actually don't think we've seen much fragging prowess from him. I think he ended it fairly quiet on Nuke. Same thing goes for their overpass showing. But, I mean, when you have 4 players dropping 20 kills, it doesn't really matter. So if that's the thing, again, I don't know if it's going to be a battle of individuals. More so, again, it might just come down to who's the better team, and it might be Complexity.
Yeah, definitely. It should be the case. Again, I mean, one thing to note is that they do have a lot of potential. I feel like Saul have been able to take things close. They've shown their promise, and I didn't get to highlight, but Udrix on this team has looked absolutely phenomenal. He has delivered so much. He's kind of revitalized this roster when they definitely needed some of that energy to be brought back into them. They've had some tough competition. They've taken some tough defeats. And now with the introduction back into this team, I really like what we've gotten out of him.
Yeah, and the fun part is now we get a new map finally. We've only seen Overpass and Nuke on this stream so far, and with both of them now banned, we're going to have to see some new battleground between the 2 of these teams, and I'm really not too sure where it's going to go. There's possibilities and arguments to be made for every map still left in the pool, but think there is an elephant in the room in the likes of, oh, never mind. No, there it goes. I thought maybe Mirage would slip through the cracks. Again, you want to think of best of ones. I don't think like Vertigo is a best of one map all that much, but hey, sure, why not? I'll take it. I like to see some Vertigo. Same thing goes for Ancient. So I'm the real winner here.
Yeah, it's interesting here. This is something that Complexity was willing to do in the RMR, because Vertigo is a map that they really do not play all that often here with this iteration, with this current formulation of this roster. They played it in the Blast fall groups, and they've also played it in versus the ATK in the RMR. And so the fact that they've only played this map twice, despite having a lot of best of threes underneath their belt, is definitely a testament to the fact that this team doesn't play it all that often. But every time I've watched them on Vertigo, I've really liked what I've seen. I've liked the proactivity. I've liked the way that Halzerk is able to work around the map, and the way that they send the rifler core towards that A ramp. I mean, it's very, very promising here. So a lot to be excited about. The question is, are they going to be able to show that same strength here today versus Saw?
Yeah, I do like the Vertigo pick in the end because it's kind of a crappy hand Complexity were dealt with. If you look at the maps, it's like off rip, Saw ban the best 2 maps Complexity have in the pool. And they also usually permadust too. So right there, it's like those are 3 maps that you just can't even be thinking about playing. And the only ones they're left with aren't really great results. I'm surprised to see that I believe it was Complexity who banned Inferno. I think maybe that one would have been better to slip through the cracks, but it was also more of a punish ban. Anyway, we got some key points in the likes of what we already kind of said is the first one. Saw need this win. Like, I don't see a world where they make playoffs on a loss here. So it's kind of nut up or shut up time this early on in the groups for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the case that they need these victories here. They need them ASAP, and if they do not come here now, they might not be able to make it into that playoff position. And I mean, one good thing to note here on top of that is that, well, Cole have already shown that this is a roster that certainly can be upset, not only in their matchup here versus 500, where you could make an argument that that was an upset, but also, you know, in previous matchups, they've lost to teams like Sharks just in that Blast showdown. So we know that this team is vulnerable to sometimes struggling up against rosters that on paper they should be beating.
Yeah, and I don't know, man. Like, yeah, they have been upset already, so there is the hope for Saw of saying, like, yeah, you know, if 500 did it, so can we. There's no reason I think we can't. But at the same time, they are also just coming off of one of their strongest results in a very, very long time. So Complexity could very easily ride those highs to the finish line. But you speak of the finish line, and that also presents its own troubles because for Complexity, they are no newcomers to struggling to close out games. I guess the same goes for Saw, but it's more so on the NA boys. I feel like more often than not drop so many rounds they shouldn't be dropping. You even think back to the to the 500 game where they got 14 first, but then lost out in the rest of the game. So it's definitely something worth noting that the ending parts have kind of come to the benefit of the other team against Cole.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the case. Yeah, I think both teams have shown some slight issues, some slight struggles here, but definitely the case for Cole, right? We've already seen some of those flaws, some of those weaknesses, and the closing stages of rounds when they have the advantages, when they have those golden opportunities, and kind of following that off of some of the RMR results as well, where they've had opportunities to close and haven't really capitalized on those. Now, again, that was a whole different territory of pressure there, trying to qualify for the major. And right now, I feel like they're in kind of a good position. They've just claimed a win over Fnatic. They've got to be in a good mental space, and that's actually what we've seen on those cameras. Every time we've gone to Complexity, heading into that Fnatic matchup, there were smiles on their faces, and I don't think it could get much more important than that mentality remaining in tip-top shape, despite even going up against some tough losses. And that needs to continue versus Saul. I think one thing they cannot afford to do is underestimate this opposition, because like we have been lining up all throughout this day, is that playoffs is exactly where we're going to be, you know, really focusing in on here. What team's going to be making it? What team's going to be falling short here? And Complexity could find themselves in tricky territories, in sticky situations, if they don't close out these wins.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, if we even look a little bit deeper into playoffs with the teams already confirmed to the first side of the group stage, it's like with this first spot in the group being up for contention right now, it's just really big news, and I can't really nail the point home enough that whoever takes this group is in such a insanely good spot, only because it doesn't really matter who places second and third. Like, both of them will essentially move on to playoffs, but it's more so that, like, on either side of the quarterfinals is a pick your poison type ordeal where it doesn't get easier with either either side that you look at. It's like you've got Big you on one side, you got ENCE on the other. We're both very big upset teams and scary to go against in best of threes. So that's why I was thinking about it earlier. It's like having that bye, especially after the group that it just finished, like can't really be understated in its value.
Yeah, immediately getting that access into the semifinals is what every team is hungry to do. I like that you mentioned that here. Getting that position is going to be oh so important for these two teams, or for any team in this group. And trying to claim that spot is going to be a massive goal here. If your Complexity now with that win fresh off of Fnatic, I think that they could really make a case to get there. They have some more opportunities to take on the competition, like the Astralises, like the Bad News Eagles of the world, but getting to that position is going to be a very tricky task here. And Saul, it could be a confidence builder on their road, but I want to continue our conversation here about the Vertigo map pick, because again, this is a map that they are somewhat less trialed on and less tested. They have less history on this map here. And I wonder if that's going to be the case, that Saul can maybe catch them off guard, catch them a little bit asleep at the wheel here. Because what I've seen out of them is nothing but pleasant surprises every time Vertigo comes up in the vetoes for this team. But sometimes, it just not lacking that presence and lacking that history on vetoes and maps can be a huge liability.
Yeah, sometimes it's not necessarily the quality of your wins, but the amount of maps you have played on it. It's like reps can be such a big deal. I guess, again, it's good to see Complexity still lollygagging around and having a good time with themselves on their side of the camp. But, I mean, we've seen that very quickly come tumbling down in the past. But for Saw, it's like they have that advantage in the fact that they've played this map so many times. It's not great for them with, a lot of the losses they've taken, probably teams they shouldn't be losing to. But they do have more reps at the end of the day. They are going to be more prone to the adjustments that they have to make on the map when things are thrown at them. But I don't know, maybe the quality is going to be the big difference maker. I don't think Complexity have that much depth on it. I believe they took Liquid to the brink on this map, and Liquid have proven to be a good Vertigo team in the past. So I guess there's something to build off of there. But other than that, it's like they got stomped in their only other showing on it, 16-5.
No, they actually bested ATK 16-5.
Oh, well, they won it, but still, it's. I don't really count that, to be quite honest with you. Like,
I mean, going up against the South African counterparts there is definitely, it's not, the toughest of competition here, but the way that they played out that map is definitely something to note, right? Because, despite them getting a victory over some competition in the tier 2 region of North America, it was still in the same sort of environment. It was over at the RMR where they were able to dominate, and the way that they were playing it out, the just principles that Complexity have established on this map is very, very promising. But there could be just a slight lack in those reps, like you had mentioned, and when that's the case, things can quickly become an issue here. Whereas if you look at Saul's history, they do have quite a bit of reps on this map. They've got a lot of officials played on this one, so could put them in good territory here, but that's a big if.
Yeah, and we also have to somewhat factor in the teams of these players coming in from. It's like you had Floppy, who played on Cloud9 for a while. They played a little bit of Vertigo. I know this was a long time ago, but it's still something to think about. Food for thought. Grim, obviously coming in from Liquid. Liquid, no strangers to Vertigo. Same thing goes for Halzerk when he used to play for Dignitas and such. Yeah. So all of these guys, I guess, individually should know Vertigo at a decent level and at a decent pace. But it's more so as a unit, they might not be so familiar with each other.
Yeah, it's definitely been something that they've kept into their back pocket here, and are definitely willing to throw it down when it matters. When those best of ones come out and those vetoes get a little bit wonky, when they get, maybe target banded for some of their best maps here. And that's the case. You talked about Inferno as well being in the vetoes, and maybe that was a potential here, but I honestly don't know if Complexity have mastered that map. It looks like, their recent history has shown, otherwise, where they've very much so struggled to work that map to full effect. So I think Vertigo is partially a map that's chosen out of trying to build up an identity, and Vertigo is definitely something I think that they're looking to do, because not only one time have they chosen to go into this map in the best of one format, it's now 2 times that they've done it, and that immediately shows signs of them trying to expand their map pool and include Vertigo in the mix.
That's true. I guess at some point you do have to crack through the barrier of playing this map a little bit more, and it's always going to be shaky at the start. You're always going to have that shadow of doubt and worry in the back of your mind of what are they going to show us? What are they going to look like? But if they know what they're capable of, then I guess it's fair play to put good faith in them. I mean, look, it is one of the best North American teams in the world. Again, we talk about some of their unfortunate mishaps in recent history, but that more so just overshadows the good results they've had. Remember back at Pro League where I believe they took down Furia, if I'm not mistaken. They might have lost to Furia now that I think about it. Actually, no, they lost to FaZe. They took a map off FaZe and went into overtime with them on the other. Like, everybody was toting about how Complexity almost did it. They had almost taken down, at the time, the best team in the world, looking really good at that event. Maybe, again, a bit of a fizzling out on the flip side when things went further forward. But there's still no reason to doubt this team in the long run. Like, yeah, they've had a couple unfortunate circumstances in recent memory, but it looks like they might be ready to spin that back around.
I mean, it was after that result that everyone immediately started having a whole lot more faith in Complexity. They not only made it into playoffs, but what a lot of teams do when they're new immediately fall flat. They don't show any sort of ability. You know, they hit their limit. They show their peaks in the group stages and fizzle out there. That wasn't the case, right? They really made FaZe work for that win, and that's, I think, where everyone was really hyping up Complexity. But since then, it has been a wavering, to say the least, here. And they look to build that back up. And one of the reasons why they were able to show that much strength was Grim, individually speaking. He had crazy numbers in that series. So if he shows any of that same face here in this map, they're going to be in good standing. That is for sure.
I mean, you think back to Nuke, we didn't get to see him show face because everybody was too quick stealing it for themselves on Complexity. I mean, yeah, obviously, if Grim shows up, it's going to be a scary prospect for Saw, but it's like we can't also discredit the other individuals where Floppy had his handful of clutches. Halzerk almost had a 1v5. Fang was farming for the majority of that second map, and even in the first, ending it with 28 kills. Like, everybody's starting to feel themselves. Again, we just haven't seen much from JT, but we don't need to.
Yeah, I mean, the innovation that he provides for his rosters is kind of enough here. Again, you know, maybe there are some necessity to frag, and maybe he does need to show up in the server in certain occasions, deliver some sort of sense of you know, ability, mechanically speaking, but we've already seen what he can call out in this T side. Actually, that's been where Complexity have really thrived, is in these sides. So you kind of give him the benefit of the doubt in that sense here. But getting that CT side start is going to be a welcome territory here for Complexity, as that's the first time they've been kicking things off on the defense all day.
That's true. Maybe a welcome change of pace for the likes of Complexity, but it's not even like they're being, you know, info blind in this round. You can afford to just chill back when they're making all this noise towards A. And here's the kicker. Everybody's rotated in for Complexity, so if there's any way you're going to hold on this round, it's like this. It's right here and now, but fortunately enough, it's already fallen to a bit of a flat halt. 3 kills instantly fly through, and this was a 5-man sack from Complexity. By the time Saw got up and hit this site, everybody was here, and you know what happens? Absolutely nothing. The North American bloodline seems to be dying out on this pistol fairly quickly.
Yeah, they just got decimated there on every sense of the word. We're not able to deliver anything in reply. So far, not even a singular kill. Fang would like to walk away with a kill or two, so maybe he could save onto his armor here, but that's best case scenario. Worst case is they close this one out in flawless fashion with no struggles here, and that's exactly what happens, man. Coming into the server looking very clean and quick as Saw.
That's the Saw we need to see if they want to like make any sort of run for playoffs. Honestly, I'm starting to think of the massive implications this game kind of has. Complexity winning this right here would pretty much eliminate Saw from contention, while at the same time, Complexity losing here would be put in a very tricky spot for them to even move forward themselves. Again, there is no flawless team beside Astralis, I believe. Last I missed the comeback happening on the A stream. So, obviously, again, there's still fights to be made for playoffs with everybody, I believe, being 1-1 and 1-2. But, I mean, obviously, I don't want to be in that spot. And losing to 2 teams you shouldn't be losing to is always worrying.
Well, yeah, that's like the dream prospect here for Complexity, was that they would be able to open up things with a victory over 500, and then with the way that they just played against Fnatic, and then Saul's on the table here, a 3-0 start. I really think that would even potentially guarantee your playoff berth. But instead, with that kind of struggle up against 500, they are put in an interesting territory where they could have lost to teams that maybe they should have been taken down. Maybe they should have been taking care of business a little bit earlier on. Trying to take care of business early on, though, is Complexity with the 3rd round bye. Getting those ruffles out as soon as possible.
Oh, my lord. We tried to take a note out of Complexity's book there. I don't know if you saw that, but they just went for that weird and wonky triple nade.
Yeah.
Didn't work at all, actually, but I like the audacity. I like the attempt.
That's the comfort and the quickness in which Saul start to try and clear out this B side here. And right now it looks like they're really trying to utilize the B side in the early round. They're so committed to it here, and Floppy left with the task of holding steady on the anchoring here. And you know he can do it. This is a tough task. He is very far removed from the site.
Well, this nade could be big depending on the timing. They're going to eat that coming into it. Maybe not as much damage as I would have expected, but it puts 2-player, 1 dinkable range to the A1S. They have full control of the site, though. What is this boost? Holzerk. All right, sure. I thought for sure that was good for 1, but instead it's you jerks good for the 1. And Complexity, I don't even think they want to attempt this retake, man. You've got no utility. You've got no kit. Like, what's really to go for on this retake?
Yeah, you have to find some kills ASAP here. And, well, Floppy not able to find it in time. Complexity not able to find anything here. They're going to bail out as quick as ever. And right now, I feel like, simply put, they just didn't have any presence on this B side. Oftentimes, you know, you will see the aggression attempted here, and maybe players trying to get in your face, you know, offer up some sense of resistance. But Complexity, they started that round with what was essentially a retake setup on that B bomb site. And included in that fact was, you know, no kits in play and very little utility invested.
And, you know, there's another problem they make on that round, too, where it's like Complexity, they do end up going pretty dry in the opening parts on B, but with a map like Vertigo, that's very, like, flank heavy, and it's not very retake heavy. It's difficult for CTs to come back into bomb sites. If you're just not taking anything and leaving a site open, you're leaving yourself open for failure. Like, they didn't take ramp, they didn't take mid, they didn't take B, so they essentially just gave Saw all this space to work with and all this time to work with, and then didn't have enough utility to retake, didn't have the manpower to, didn't have any kits, for God's sake.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at the very least, they're going to be able to get some more investment out, try their luck once again in the following round here, and this time they do try and go proactive. They try and reclaim some of this ramp control, and successfully so. Grab a whole lot of space. One-way smoke in reply from Saul, but again, they look to just test the waters back towards B. They've come in with a very clear game plan here, and they want to just test the waters. They want to continue to trial Floppy and how he can hold off this position, because right now he's playing in the exact same spot, doing the exact same thing, and you might expect different results here.
Definition insanity. We know how this plays out, but apparently I don't know how that plays out. Mutus gets caught on the timing for the jump, and now maybe they do have a chance to fend off on this B site's defense. Or maybe not. 2 kills go the opposite direction, not the one the Complexity we're hoping for. We're still trying to make a case for this round. Keeping the man advantage as the retake needs to come through. 1 kit in play right now for Grim. With that flashbang now used up, it's all going to fall onto the aim duels and the individual's reliance. So far, so good, though. It's JT to step it up. Talking about not seeing much from him today, and I guess a 3K is a good way to shut me up on that point.
It's a beautiful 3K as well right there. Needing to claw back that round here and calling some interesting strategies in the passive play towards this B side here rather consistently for Complexity. It's a bit awkward, but they get the job done here. And it's thanks to JT's ability alongside Grim, who was doing a lot of the damage in that round, but JT mopping up those kills is what matters. And he did. He was quick on the trigger right there.
That's all you can hope for, right? JT to wake up alongside his troops, too. But, I mean, I still want to see a bit more proactivity from Complexity, because I liked the way they took ramp in the last round, but they just didn't do it in a way that they could hold onto it at all. Like, you see, Saw didn't actually put any presence on ramp, but still kind of forced Complexity away from it with just raw utility. 1 smoke, 1 molly, and they pretty much gained ramp control for free. Obviously, they didn't know that, but you think about how much of a bargain that is on a round like that. it's just that's not something you can look at for Complexity. I think they have to start getting a little more aggressive with some of these takes, figuring out where the weak spot is and putting the pressure on Saw.
Yeah, we need to see that adaptation as well, right? I think they're just not really putting enough emphasis on this B site hold, which luckily, because of a nice retake, it was able to pull them back. But
Also,
I don't know.
I gotta say this. You see that admin standing next to TC?
Yes,
He looks just like Aras.
that is true. Yeah, another fellow North American player.
Much love. Gotta dole it out.
Some good work. Quick tech pause here, though. To get this one resolved quickly here. Right now, again, Complexity hoping to amend some of these slight issues. I mean, even in that last round, they still won it, but what I got out of that B hole was a little bit of desperation there. Floppy trying to dive through a smoke to hold things steady, and they immediately get punished for it. I mean, Fang was alongside him trying to press the issue. And I think they might just need to stick someone inside of that bomb site, try and press a little bit of resistance on the Sol members, but it seems clearly like they're coming in consistently with the game plan of playing for the retake.
I don't even know if it's consistently working. Yeah, it did work that round, but apparently there was also a tech issue in the mix. You know, Saw didn't really have that much utility, gave up a couple of kills, unfortunately. All in all, not something that really feels all that replicable to me. So I don't think it's a safe strategy Complexity should bet their bottom dollar on just yet, but I think with a little, you know, a tweak or two here and there, I could definitely see it working in the long run.
No doubt. And I mean, honestly, I feel like Floppy is a player that's comfortable in very tricky positions. So B bomb site is really difficult to master when you're up against a what I would call a more comfortable Vertigo team. And we've already seen the tricks that Saul have up their sleeves, right? I mean, it's a bit atypical that we constantly see teams press the issue in towards this B side time and time again. That's what Saul have been going for. I mean, every round but the pistol so far. So I wonder if that's going to be read in upon here. If Floppy's going to be able to get himself some impact here, because you know he's hungry for it.
100%. But with the current game plan, it's like you can't expect them to be trying to get impact. Also, they've been missing the AWP. They haven't had it yet. So I'd imagine maybe the game plan is going to change a little bit when they get that out. Maybe Halzerk goes for a couple of aggressive peaks. Pretty much anywhere around the map would be welcomed at this point. But speak of individuals stepping up, man, Story's kind of silently been doing that for Saw. Almost a 2K at every single one of these rounds. He's been a definite factor for Saw's early success.
He's been doing great work so far. There on the pistol round, he had a whole lot of impact as well. Opening things up and closing things down quite nicely. So you'd like to see him continue that form. We highlighted U-Jerks in the coming stages in the early days of this this matchup here, and I feel like we've seen some fancy shooting out of him, but still a lot more to come. I think this guy has been a revelation for Saul and what he's been able to do. A really nice piece, a Swiss Army knife it seems, for Saul's ability to work things out, but look at them having some fun there. Halzerk trying to he's shooting
What
out.
is he doing?
Keeping JT on his toes.
Trust no one.
Old
Not
Max
even your
now.
own boys.
Such a fun player to be around, man. Keep the spirits high. I mean, you can see Floppy on the other side. He's getting none of the action. He's like, guys.
He's full JDMing right now, man.
Yeah, Lounge Nation.
Also, who's got the best hair on Complexity? There is a objectively right answer here.
I like Fang's hair, first off. I think the mullet, though, definitely some power.
That's you, chat. That's you. That's you. They're laughing at you. Oh, that's not cool.
DC said, "Hey, look at these guys."
But yes, the correct answer is Halzer. Stop staring at me, brother. That's weird.
Dang, he's not happy.
He's got a smirk.
Staring you down. He's staring you down.
Oh no.
I was like,
My bad.
your hair.
All right, I'm putting the sleeves down, man. Jeez, relax.
Give you the old eyeball there. Don't break eye contact. Mr. Fang. You guys come along.
He blinked.
Did he blink?
He blinked first. L.
He really isn't blinking.
L-I-G-L.
Fang?
I will say, he is holding a respectable amount of time without blinking.
That was impressive.
That was.
I lost
He's even rubbing his eyes, dude.
Yeah, I don't know if drying the old eyeballs out is the best case scenario. He almost fell out of those chairs. I can only lounge so far back there. They're taking a page out of JDM's book, showing some respect to the previous legends.
You know, imagine right now if you're like Saw. Can we just like get a quick view of Saw's cams in comparison to this? Because it's like Saw right now are in full like gamer mode. You can see there ain't any smiles. They're just sitting here like, oh guys, what do we do? Thinking to themselves. Then you just stare at the other side of Complexity, and they're just rocking in their chairs, pointing their wireless keyboards at each other, staring contests with Twitch chat. Coach laughing it up.
Lounge Nation. Fang maxing and relaxing. Wait, no.
He even had the admin laughing. You see that? You see that when he walked by the camera? He had a smirk on his face. These guys are clowns.
Bunch of goofballs there.
What boggles my mind too is like the duality of the cams and Complexity is losing. Like Saw is winning and it looks like they are scared out of their minds right now.
Yeah, I honestly think, you know, this is a classic case. I think Saw are actually the ones with the tech issues, so they're the ones a little bit frustrated. They're the ones a little bit out and about here. It's Complexity that are just trying to keep the spirits high. It's kind of important as well, right? Because oftentimes we talk about how these slight pauses can take place and immediately slow down the momentum of a team in the lead. And maybe Complexity walking all the way to the bank there. But the fact that they can pull things back, and they are certainly laughing all the way somewhere.
That keyboard from Halzerk is kind of cool. I know which one he has, and I was thinking of getting it. But I went with a wired one instead because I didn't like the keys.
Halzerk quite likes it. Can use it to full effect here. Use it for multi-purpose, it seems. Could be many different things if you have the right imagination.
Halzerk has joined the JDM gang.
Well, Grim and JT, they got to join in as well.
Come on.
Full roster, showing respects.
Come on. Maybe Grim is salty of his Liquid's past. Does not want to show any respect to a Liquid player.
Fair enough.
It's just the duality, man. You've got him sitting on the left here, like so annoyed, rubbing his eyes. Oh, man. It's actually a perfect mix.
It really is. They are trying to get these errors quick and fix it. Again, man. It's gotta be, it's so funny to see. Look, they're just all bouncing.
Oh, Grim's joined it!
Oh, let's go. 4 out of 5. One more.
Come on. Come on.
4.
JT.
JT, join up. He's too focused, man. He's thinking, he's just masterminding this next round and probably the rest of the game.
Come on,
Every last round in the
JT.
back of his brain.
Your whole team's waiting on you.
There's no time to relax when you got the hardest job in esports there, IGLing.
Is Halzark asleep over there? Did you see that? He had eyes closed and everything.
Snoozing. Hey, I said don't sleep on Saul, but
Wait,
I really didn't
wait.
think they literally would. He's thinking about it.
You saw it too, right?
GC's on a sneak attack right now.
Where's he coming from? Where's he going?
He's right on the bottom left of your screen there. I think he's going for a lever.
Oh, I didn't even see him down there. Yeah, so even he's JDMing right now.
Hide from the cameras. He's camera shy.
JT, now you're just being cringe.
Hand on the mouse and everything. He's ready to go. Ready to blast.
It would be so funny if one of these chairs broke.
I think Fang almost flopped over.
Oh, dude, he's like slamming it too now.
Really testing those limits. Some sturdy chairs though, that's for sure.
Oh, sure. Free. What do you think Floppy and JT are talking about? Or Floppy and Fang are talking about?
It's a good question. Really don't know. Love to be in the comms right now though, getting some insight.
I think I could actually sit here and watch these guys fool around in their chairs all day.
Yeah. Definitely the right players to be on a tech pause, that's for sure.
Also, I never answered the question earlier when I asked you who has the best hair. The answer is Halzark.
You answered Halzark. I said I quite like Fangs. I think that JT's looking snappy. I'm not a big fan, but I think it's a little bit iconic now. Floppy's old cut there. TC looking clean.
I actually can't believe. No, dude.
Oh, time to set up.
Oh my God, tryhards, man.
Couldn't play at least one round lounging. They couldn't stick to their guns. Put their money where their mouth is there. But at least that's a good sign of getting back into the server, surely.
That was entertaining to watch. All four, rather, 5 of them just rise up at the same time. Do you think that's what they were planning?
Levitation.
That might be what they were talking about.
Usually it's the like little typing in chats that you hear in the server that cue you up to the end of a tech pause or the start of tech pause, but it's the rising of the chairs for North American Counter-Strike that get us back into this game.
And maybe the rise of the tide for the Americans to try to pull this back too, because they are still down, remember? As much as they like to clown and lounge around, they are still in the deficit right now and need to pull this back. Guns in the favor of Saw, but you can see maybe a bit aggro out of this tech pause with the newly found motivation. Fang, all it took was a little bit of lounging and he's ready to give him a bruising.
Bruising down ramp right now. This is very aggressive. We saw some attempts at late control. This time it's at the start of the round in which they take a lot of the space here on the ramp side. They do have that presence towards the middle. Oh, the slimmest of margins right there. Story had an opportunity but doesn't quite connect on it.
This is still just passive plays around the board over towards ramp, but this time they're not going to be giving it up. Instead, just trying to set up Fang up in the close corner. Halzark falls, and it looks like maybe the lounging got him a bit too relaxed. As JT is so far the only one to find a kill. Maybe it's the lounging problem that actually caused them to potentially lose this round. Even looking for almost a 4K, man. 2 of them are so low, and U-Jerks has yet to leave, knowing he's in the sandbags. What can you do about it? You don't have anything to deal with him. So glance your eyes to the other side of the map where Floppy's just been taken down. Just opened up the B site, and this round actually might fall onto the shoulders of JT. Les Grim can start to pull something back.
So many low HP bars. Grim can certainly do just that, but the number's already punched in here, and he's able to get safe passes there. Crossing in towards the double box. They might look to just take the flank, take the swing, but U-Jerk, he has the flank.
He's got at least one. Grim gets caught pulling the gun back out, and Saw, they get themselves their 4th. Not necessarily in, concurrent, but you'd think after all the lollygag and complexity we're doing, they would have had a plan up their sleeve. Nah. Kind of did the same thing.
Late crunch there in the ramp side there, but there was lacking utility, and they just ended up walking right into that op that they kind of knew was there as well, so it's a bit problematic, and like you said, maybe there's just a little bit too much lollygagging around. Nonetheless, I mean, It might be recovered here. Story though again. He's delivering in the impact, and U-Jerk follows up of it. This B site, it falls flat once again.
Well, at least I got rotations in time before things go too far haywire, but I mean, if they don't give Grim any assistance, any hope of winning a round like this is going to be lost. Halzerk still sticking around in middle, trying to get some brownie points, and he'll win them. But I can't say the same for Grim and Co. Fang still on the site, still trying to put up a defense. And he's at least shut them down for the time being to force them back into A. Footsteps are heard too, so Halzerk's on the rotation, and he's got the op. So best chance situation for them to close out this round is with this big green.
Ooh, misses the flick though. That's so key there. Down to 21 HP. Goes for seconds, then he will land the second. The follow-up is there, and the escape is made. But it's only now a 2v2, and the numbers have just been punched in.
Now he's got a 50-50 to look at. Another miss comes through. That could have been a big opportunity for Complexity, but they still do a rise on it, and that's not a flick. Halzerk's gonna miss. 2 on 4, but they bring it back. It only takes the two of them. A full house between the lounging men themselves. And Complexity are back on track.
Bit of push and pull between these two teams, but Complexity coming out the better end of that one is definitely important for their chances at building up some foundations here. But someone that we highlighted coming into this map was Floppy, right? Because he had himself a good map. He really turned up in this last one, and right now he's yet to find a kill. I really think he's got to show up. There was a little bit of frustration, or maybe just some signs of exhaustion or something along those lines. I don't know what it was from Floppy heading into that one. We joked about the rest of the players there having a good old time there. Floppy wasn't really one of them, and so far he's still not having a good time in this map.
I'm somewhat sidetracked by a quick glance at Halzer's profile picture that I think is a red X over a frog or something.
What that one is?
I don't even know what that animal is. But I guess that's the key to being a good opera, man. You hate frogs. Maybe not a fan of the people, or rather the people's champ, but still the champ of Complexity as he continues to try to bring these rounds back. Almost does it again, and that almost even lined up for a collateral, but again, they're going to have to try to hold on to this one as the bomb's going down. It's another retake attempt coming in from Complexity with the ops impact potentially very limited.
Nice coverage from Story here. He has a great line of sight to cover off this position. Just actually going to take care of the flank. Yeah, this is exactly what they're going to go for here. Not going to try for this retake. All this one curtains. I say his side, it falls quickly flat there. The trio, JT, Grim, and Fang, struggling to hold on. But it will be Floppy and Halzerk that are able to walk away with their lives. I mean, maybe get some chances here in this following round. Although Saul already putting up some decent B-side numbers.
And they hang on to some guns, but I don't know if that's really going to benefit Complexity in the long run. Like, this is, again, a really good T-sided start. Still, something you just don't see nowadays. Still all here for it. Oh, Chips, I think you're in the wrong server, my friend. Maybe they called in for some assistance, man. Floppy's not having that great of a game. Swap him out mid-game, see if you can't get a quick substitution. As he said, clearly a little bit tired. Let him take a nap. Let him have this one off.
Definitely needs something to start working. Now, luckily, he is one of those players that has held onto a rifle here, so he's really looking to get activated in this round, whether it means that they win the round or not. I think he just wants to get off that 0 mark here. You know what he's
or it
capable of?
happens. Don't let it be you, buddy. Don't let it be you.
That would be the case here. Fresh off the back of a very solid victory as well. Struggling early on here. This is kind of different territory for Complexity as well. I feel like they've had good starts all day today. Back-to-back 6-1 leads in both Nuke and Overpass.
Still to no avail, though. At least in the first one. So far, it's not looking that good. And I guess, you know, it's not as poetic as it could be, but potentially even a 6-2 start. It's almost role reversal of where the other teams have been playing against them this entire time. Grim's flank already goes absolutely silent. There's nothing for him to be said in this round, and I do not imagine Complexity are going to be too eager to give up these guns. I think if you're Hull Zurich, you just 100% keep your hands on the AWP. Floppy can make an argument to go in for it, maybe find a couple of kills. Have somebody pick up his gun if he falls, or even potentially get somebody another rifle. But for the most part, it is just Complexity kind of handshaking another round in Saw's favor.
I wouldn't let this one fall at the wayside here. JT's sticking around for some exit kills. Bang might be able to help out as well. Getting very deep in on this bomb site, but he will find the headshot. That's quite nice. Bang getting another one on the way out. That is absolutely insane. No way he walks away with two. He's going to chase down the rest of them. Eventually will be put to an end, but I mean, better than nothing right there. Walked away with a couple fancy shots.
Yeah, that could have been bad, man. They were lined up for him. He could have very easily found like two, if not all three of them on that save, and not even for their own reasons, but more so to the disavowance of Saw. Would have been huge to take all those guns away from them because, funny enough, usually even though when you're in a situation like this is a T, your money's great, couldn't be more wrong. It's like Story's got some cash to play around with, sure, but everybody else is going to struggle to rebuy barring they lose their weapons, so kills matter right now for Complexity.
They want to be doing some damage here. I feel like many times have we seen Saul just walk into these relatively free and open bomb sites here. And speaking of free and open, it's the real estate towards ramp. They are already stuck in towards things. They've got deep control at the moment, and they're forcing very awkward positions. I don't know if Fang's going to realize that they've already creeped up. Luckily, he gets bailed out big time by JT. Ulrich missing an op shot and will actually get punished for it with the molly that follows up from Story.
And you know there's still a couple of players pinned into the site, so I can imagine they want to try to take them down. A good crunch would do them in right now, and Complexity can't really afford to let this round go by the wayside. The setup, though, it's still not all that great. For the time being, it can, I'd say, successfully counteract what Saw throw at them. They're going to need the kills, though, and you jerks, probably the only person you don't really want to take a 1v1 against, but instead, it's him peeking off with the flash. Ruining the hopes and dreams of Complexity. Grim's got to pull this back. Ooh. He's just one man. No mere army. Muterus shuts him down. It's 1-for-1 trades around the board, and Floppy, not a shot in hell he's going to make this one doable. But at this point, again, the opportunity costs I talked about in the previous game, you've got to give this one a go-ahead eventually. And a smoke's going to block his vision for the time being with this flank coming all the way around. And U-Jerks has got him posted in. Can't even abuse the one way as Saw move up to 7 rounds, one away from a converted half. And Floppy is still yet to get on the board.
Last couple of rounds, he just didn't have the option to get on the board either. It feels like just been the entire team collapsing before he ever had access here. But this is frustrating here. CT side is bearing very little fruit at the moment. And you can see, trying to keep the composure here is Complexity, trying to remain focused. Got to get the ball rolling, but they cannot continue to let these rounds fall so flat.
My guy is like eating his monitor. How do you play that close, man? Like I don't know how people do it. It's like Yekindar levels of close. Like, damn, bro.
Whatever it takes, apparently.
Oh, people are like, oh, you don't play on black bars, you play on native? Yeah, because I can see my monitor.
Whatever it takes.
Okay.
So I'll definitely take it some decent rounds so far.
I've got bad news, though. It could happen. Floppy might let it be him.
On towards the A bomb site already. Udrix has completely cleared this one out and has thrown all the utility to allow for his teammates to move on in as well. This is insane map control taken and established. Now they just need to capitalize on it, convert. Rotation's really not arriving onto the scene, at least in terms of trying to hold off this bomb plant. Numbers are going to be punched in here and now.
Is there a flank brewing? No, okay, I guess my eyes just deceived me, but still, this is a 5-on-4 they're going to try to hold on to. Smoke flash to get back into the site insured, but now they're starting to run out of manpower once again. Floppy leading the charge with the Deagle, and there it falls. Oh, wait, no, he got an assist. Oh, Grim saved him. No way. The very last second, there will be no James Bond. even tapping the bomb. JT gets another 1D to add into the equation, but I don't think the round is going to be in contention for all that much longer. Yeah, timing favors the bold for Saw, and with 8 rounds now on the board, they only can go up from here.
Yeah, there's definitely smiles on their faces now. How the turntables have taken place here. Because you can see, I mean, Complexity, they still look relatively relaxed. They don't look like too much stress is on their shoulders, but they might be soon. Smiles on the faces of Saul as they know how important this was. I feel like both rosters need these wins, but Saul coming into this one with a little bit more energy right now.
Oh no. Oh no. You finally get the off back on it to Holzerk. You're only ace in the hole left. And it's instantly dealt with. Roman, run straight up through your ramp, mollies, flashes, and nades just to find an opening pick like that. Floppy's doubled back down on the opposite end of the map, so he's trying to create a presence back for Complexity in this round. But still, in doing so, they've not entirely committed, and even if they have, this flank from Roven's established itself so far that the round's pretty much already forfeit, or never mind, JT. Blissfully surprised his Complexity by the fact that they get that kill back, and now they're incentivized to go in for this.
Dodging up that flashbang though, it's going to be so difficult to clear this angle. And team flash taking place there. Timing a little bit disconnected from the duo. JT though, still looking to be the hero. Has an opportunity, but bombs dwindle down too far, and Story just going to connect the op shot to convert. It's going to be 2-9. There's been no reply for Complexity here.
Yeah, this does kind of come back into what felt so long ago because of that very long tech pause. But what we talked about coming into this snap, it's like, did you really want to pick Vertigo? Like, I don't know if this was the best course of action. Definitely feels like they could have played this veto a little bit better. Even leaving a map like Inferno in the pool would have definitely benefited them more. But again, this is just the unlucky way of the draw right now, and it kind of feels like Star are about to get themselves a 10th round again, if not more. The most dominant half we've seen today was 10-5, just so you know. And Saw, of all teams who, come into this game potentially facing elimination from playoffs already, might just one-up that.
Oh my god, you jerks able to play around that smoke, but yeah, they definitely are in prime opportunity to do so unless Complexity have some trick up their sleeve, something to offer. So right now it's been absolutely nothing. Holzerk has the A1S, but he doesn't have armor to play with. They're looking to deal with this mid control here. 2 players moving on in, slowly but surely. Should be able to catch JT off guard, and that's the case. He's just too low.
Dude, look at the individuals, man. Roman, that was crisp. Those 2 shots into the sight. Sure, one of them was against an unarmored USP, but that kill he gets on Floppy, it's like you just can't respond to that. You don't have a chance. And yeah, with Holzerk now showing presence on B, this is just a freebie round. Might not even be allowed to escape with this AK, man. They are ruthless right now for Saw. No mercy being given. And for good reason. You give them an inch, they'll take it a mile. They're prone to do that in the past. But with 3 rounds left to go, Saw, they want to make a record of today's dominant half.
And do that starting right here and now. And I think there's a big error right now, a big issue that I'm seeing in Complexity versus the Complexity that I last seen on this map. It's just that I don't feel like they're going at proactive at all. There's no cohesion in this defense. There's no one that's really trying to take space, and in certain occasions they're just willing to give up all of ramp and all of the B side, all of mid. Like, what really map control have you seen them consistently grab here and it work out in their favor?
I think that's a great point. I mean, it's been the issue with them all game, even reiterating it. It's like, it never really feels like Complexity are in control of things right now. I guess maybe they have somewhat of a grasp on the situation, but look at how spread thin their defense is right now. Look everywhere on the map, and there's a 1v1 to be had for Saw, and they have been insane at winning some of these aim duels. Finally, though, Complexity managed to topple them for what looks to be a freebie round at this point, just in the 1v4. Maybe looking to do some extra economic damage. But the nade, I think is pretty much solidified. They know where they are, and I don't know if they're too headstrong on giving up any guns.
Going to toss that Alp out of the map, make sure that they don't get that one back in their hands is probably a wise decision here. Wasn't given any fights on that ramp side, so instead pick up that AK here and try his luck. on the follow-up. Gonna walk right into Halzer's up, though. And while he has been doing a little bit of missing as of recent, I don't think he can get punished for this one. Just. Yeah, getting out to the wall right there. And that's going to be a round after long last. It's off the back of what I would have to say is some pretty solid collapsing towards the ramp side here. Is much more cohesive, and they're able to win the duels off the back of it.
Now, hear me out, and call me crazy if you must. But Complexity win this, or I'm sorry, if Complexity end this half 10-5, I think there's a world where they do this. Like, remember their overpass T side and how it started? Remember their nuke T side and how good it looked versus Fnatic? Maybe it's just a T-sided team right now if you're Complexity. Right? Maybe that's all it is. So if you give yourself a fighting chance, which I think 10-5 warrants, it's like maybe you can pull this off. With a couple of kills already dealt, too, it looks like Fang's ready to make that story a possibility. He wants that to be the timeline they're living in. Not a saw can help it. They bring one back, still needing a little bit more that Halzerk won't give. And now it's just basic holds around the map. Don't give them any map control, just let them walk into you, play reserve, play defensive. Make them make the first mistake, and that's I'd say exactly what they're kind of doing. But a mistake is not what just makes. He doubles down on A, you know there's only one here, you know Floppy's a B player, but he's got to pull off the 1v2.
Possibilities just started to enter, though, for Story. If he can chop up these duels here. They've doubled up on this A side, but Story, he needs not to commit right here and now. He has an opportunity to spread that clock out and maybe start to sow some seeds of doubt here. Like he's just been spotted. And that's the alarm bells alongside some damage.
Going all the way back around the world, he wanted to try to throw the nade. Floppy tucks in. That nade won't kill him, but it'll put him pretty damn close to the edge of despair. Now a smoke thrown into the site. I don't think he's going to be ready for Grim's rotation to have already been pulled in. Yeah, it's him finding through a smoke. So, again, another round added up for Complexity. And this is the only route they can take to try to pull a comeback off. Maybe 11-4 is still workable, but I think that's more so reliant on the pistol round success from that point forward. And we still don't know what Saw's CT side is going to be made out of. Obviously, yeah, the elephant in the room is Complexity's T sides have been what's making them the money all day. But it's an unknown on this stream for Saw. We don't know what they're going to be here to show us in the second half.
Yeah, definitely the case. Although what we've got out of Complexity is a pretty solid T side, so maybe that's something to note. Somehow, Halzerk splitting the difference and not able to escape. JT does offer up a kill of his own, but there's no way he can get out here. Needs some utility, needs a smoke to head his way. He's burning up, he's burning. It's getting hot. He's able to stay alive there somehow. He takes a lot of damage in the meantime, but lucky to walk away with his life.
His life is all he was really looking to hold on to, though, as he just buys time for his team to rotate back and into B. He included, I suppose, but still looks like Complexity are set up well for this. Good kill comes through the wood, but the trades back just includes so much damage being ticked off of the health bars of Complexity right now. One bullet to land on either one of the B defenders, and they'll both fall. Just a little too far in behind his team, but he's going to go sprinting up and into A. 50 seconds to go, and I don't know if they'll be here in time. I think with all the space they've given him, the answer is no, but when you walk up, it only seems inevitable that they catch on to things soon or later. Bomb, though, needs to get planted before you can even think about a post-plant potential clutch. There is, I guess, kits in play, but the utility is sparse. In fact, it's non-existent. So Complexity will have to be another retake attempt.
Make it work here. Just 1-on-2. He's able to get himself into a nice established post-plant position as well before the retake efforts do start from JT and Fang. Laying out towards side hall. Gonna be tricky to deal with. He's clearing out this flank as well, so a couple things going his way right now in this retake.
Still JT, so low, taps the bomb, and even goes on an individual mission right now. Again, all it takes is one bullet to shut him down, and he knows that's the diffuser. He didn't see anybody else on the bomb. Bang, making noise, and he jumps into the headshot of Just. A beautiful finish there on the AK, and I thought it was going to be a bit worrying right after they didn't actually go in V, after the flash was perfect from Floppy, and they peeked back up from the wood wall. I thought that Complexity had their number written, But instead, no, it's Saw holding on, finding the last of the first, and at least holding on to the momentum going into the second half.
Yeah, a whole lot of momentum going their way. That's a great showing coming through from Saul in that first half. 11-4. It does kind of one up our most dominant scoreline in the half, and they do it on the T side of Vertigo. An impressive feat. But now they look to carry that energy over into this next half. We'll get there right after this quick break.
Katsokaa kuinka Silvan Kroy saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdalla. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se!
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä, poika.
Podi yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1-2 pommi on jo pläntähtynä. Podi löytää ensimmäisen saitilta, sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua, nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Podi tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan, hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Podi otais kohtaa todella etevä hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarjotavat trackit.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
And who would have expected this? Bit of a turn of events considering the paths Saw have been on so far. 11-4 against some of the best in the world. It's quite surprising to see out of a team like this, but again, I'm all here for it. Maybe it's a bit of an unfortunate circumstance for Complexity to be left in and the fans will like it, but Saw are certainly making a case to think maybe they can make a playoff run.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the case. If they kick it off here and now, again, this would look even better for some of that head-to-head matchups that we'll be looking at as we head deeper and further into, you know, who's going to be getting that playoff position. But they still have to close this one out. And honestly, what I will say is they have to close this one out against Complexity, who has been proven on this T side all day today. So it's not like we're going to see them completely fall flat here. We could see some energy, but it has to start here, and it has to start quickly because they are running out of space.
That is the problem, right? While Complexity's T side is something to be gotten right and home about, it's more so on the fact that if they lose the pistol, they won't ever get that breathing room. They won't ever get that space to wake up. So it's kind of do or die right now. With this all being a ruse, an attempted B plot coming through as soon as they make the contact necessary over at the ramp side. Story is not going to leave his post just yet. In fact, jiggling, waiting for contact to be taken elsewhere. Bomb currently on the back of Grim, but very well assisted in the likes of Fangs and Floppy.
Gonna walk on in towards B, but or rather A, there is presence here, and the bomb now moving in towards B, and they're fighting both sites, both successful opening picks there. They can start to make a round out of this one, start to make a comeback here off the back of a pistol. Grim gonna trade things up. These duelies proven to be a serious problem here. And a 2v3 retake, it could really lend itself to close things out. Complexity in a good position, but they still have to finish.
Finishing parts can be everything. We talk about a team's ending struggles, but it doesn't seem like that's existent here. Grim on a 4K shutdown on the pistol. Not heard much of him this game, huh, have we? So I guess it's a good turn of pace for Complexity. You get to start this half off strong.
That it is. Right now, we have to see some of the individuals rising to the occasion. Right now, JT's decided to have himself a good map, and I feel like when that's taking place, you really want to see some of the extra elements of Complexity show up. And that hasn't necessarily been what's been happening here at the moment. JT sitting at 15 frags, top of the charts for his team. You got some of the other members here need to chirp up as well. Floppy, well, he might not be one of them in this round.
Oh
He's
my
taking a lot of
God.
damage. This is just so much from Udrix. And the combination of the scout, Floppy down low, they find very little in reply. Not a kill though either. Udrix is gonna get out safely.
I'm just worried about this other HE coming through from Just. It depends. Like, if they end up running into A and you stall them for enough time, this nade is going to come through and have a bit of an impact. But speaking of impact, Jerks does that tenfold. This guy walked into that ramp fight with 13 HP, still walked out the victor of yet another aim duel. Halzerk, he's got his teammates straight, but they are still down by one man. The rotation's pulled back through, Just sitting in elevator awaiting his prey to waltz in. And they hear this reload. They know they're still here. It's just all about shutting it down now. Scout in play still as they've both been tagged. Grim on 1 HP this round. Majority falls onto what Halzerk can or can't do. Peeking wide, he's got the right idea. And now it's just the 1v2. Still has an HE left in play. And if well placed, it can do a world of hurt to Complexity.
Yeah, it could put Halzerk into 1 HP. It could make that deagle really work, given Grim's low HP as well. All depends on who's going to be planting the bomb. It looks like it's just been tossed over to Grim here. I don't think they'll anticipate an HE right now, right? This late into the round, but Grim fakes it. Oh, so wise, but he walks back into it, takes a little bit of flak. Halzerk has coverage.
The thing is, too, that nade was bad. Like, that was a bad lineup coming through from Just. Grim did fake it out, expecting something like a nade to come through, but he walked back into it. And if the nade was better placed, he's not getting that bomb down. It's 1v1. Halzerk's got to bear the burden of getting the plant in. But it's not one they have to worry about just yet. Force 5 does not go to the hopes and dreams of Saw's intentions. Now they take the save and give Complexity what the should be 7th.
The old Zonix law in order here. If they can't close things out here, Saw. It's just going to be arising quickly, but again, plenty of damage to be done. And they're walking in.
No way.
Side. They're going to continue to just try and press the issue to brute force their way in towards B. They've finally been deterred, but the damage is already done and very little is given in return. And it's not like they have all of the world on A to work with. It's just now Halzerk starting to crawl up towards ramp. And they've taken very minimal space.
Yeah, but again, this is rifles v pistols. While there are a couple of low targets, I can't imagine they're the ones leading the charge. And even exchanging guns hands. Don't want to let your big boy rifles fall because of a couple of low bars. And they've still yet to rotate anything in other than a couple of these pistols. Only one deagle is here to try to contend. So unless Muterus hits some barn burner of a 1D, this round still should be going the way of Complexity. I think he's just trying to get a timing spam off on the cards. Okay, well, barely missing the mark, but yeah, the right idea. Halzerk's idea is better, though, as he spams him down through the construction panel. And yeah, now this one is just going to end up the way of Saw or other Complexity.
I don't really have any. It's just taking too much effort into this one, but that's one of the higher HP bars taken down there. Grim going to hit the deck, and now Floppy, JT, and Fang all very low. This retake, I don't like their odds, especially with no kit, but if they could find even more damage, that would be quite nice. Udrix making his endeavors in towards the site there. It's going to be JT to fall here. Again, very low on HP. They're all forced to swing. That's going to really favor likes of Complexity. These headshot angles the same, and Floppy to close things out, starting to get warmed up here. And now they grab a 7.
It's locked in, it's on the board, but now Saw get the big boy guns out, including the AWP on Story. He was off to a bit of a hot start, so he's slowed down like big time. Remember, he had 6 kills coming into the 5th round, and now we're just shy of 20 rounds deep. So in 15 rounds amongst that, he's gotten 7 kills. That's not that great.
That great indeed. Just establishing a lot of mid dominance here and unable to do too much damage there, surprisingly so. There you go. That's much more like Udrix. He's been consistently fighting out towards side hall. This is something that we've been missing out of Complexity's ramp defense, but maybe hanging around a little bit too long. It's Halzerk that gets his revenge on the ramp control here, but how long will it live? Not too much longer. Roman will zone in. Be able to spam him out.
Shuin and Kluin with that kill coming back, and it's forced Complexity into a very awkward B take, I'd argue. Just still here with utility to shut them down. And I like the way they're playing this. This makes sense, right? Because as soon as they throw in this B-sided utility, Justice got the smoke to delay them. They come through it. They're probably getting multi-killed. They waited out, and the rotations are going to be coming back through from Saw to try to shut down this B take. And they don't have that much utility to do anything more than just the one site take. Yeah, smoke instantly deployed, and now even trying to demand up the respect. Nade is almost perfect on the money, and they've still yet to crack into the barrier. The bomb site flash doesn't go where they would have intended, and with it, Grim's gonna double down. Bomb dropped in the open, and they all start swinging from the fences here, but the kills don't line up. Even looking for more when it comes to the flash assist. They know where Grim is, stuck at the back of the quad pillar. It's all up the roam in the 1v1, and Grim won't let it slip. On a mere 4 HP, Complexity continue to hang on, and this T side is looking a bit scary.
Oh, that's an incredible momentum builder right there. They got to be very happy with that closer, right where you want Grim to be. Starting to pull rounds across the finish line right there. Off the back of some nice shots from JT as well. An unlikely hero for this team, but man, oh man, is he continuing to deliver in the second half as well. And now, Saw, their lead is quickly waning down, slowly but surely. We now move the distance to 3 middle control. This is all being heard here from Complexity, but well, it's known here. There's not really much you can do about it, at least safely. They could be everywhere. They could be anywhere in this T-spawn area, so you got to be careful the way you play this one out.
And cautious as ever, they know how easily it feels like they can make some of these mistakes. We saw so many of these eco rounds get so close because of those lackluster pushes from Complexity, because of the bad spacing, but this time while the opening pick goes against them, doesn't bode very well for Saw in the long run. It's just on an MP9, but don't really imagine he's gonna get all that much done. Good kill on the first though with JT on half HP. If Floppy wasn't there in time, things could have gone very easily haywire / south, but nah, they hang on again. And it's Complexity now on 9, 2 away from striking a tie game.
I mean, it's been so quick, though, the way that they've been able to get back into this game. It's a pistol conversion. It's a couple nice clutches. It's some nice shooting from JT, Grim, all the likely characters, and maybe even some unlikely characters showing up into the server here to get us to this point. And imagine that I didn't know if it was going to be even close here at the turn of the half. So I was starting to feel a little bit of that pressure. I mean, coming into this series, we talked about how sometimes it can be difficult for both of these teams to close out. And that's kind of the case that we're getting out of Saw here. At a hefty lead. And on the CT side, they have yet to win a round.
They got to change that soon, man. The guns are going to come back out, but if you lose this one, then that massive lead, all that hard work you did in the first half, it's for nothing. At least they've got the open play again on Story, but they've got to do something, I'd argue, fairly aggressive with it, man. That's another thing that you can get stuck in this sort of momentum building against you situation, right? Where you're too scared to go for these individually aggressive peaks. You're too scared to put the op in a position to potentially get an opening pick because you would rather just have him stay alive for a site hold than potentially die going in for one of those openers.
Yeah, and speaking of that, you know, U-Jerks, who's been feeling so confident in the side hall and honestly doing a lot of damage in that position, maybe less so in this round as he's not so interested. They're playing a more passive approach towards this ramp control here. And in that, Complexity have taken a lot of space already. There's still 1 minute and 7 left on the clock here, so ample time to work with here. But with this ground already posted up from Fang, opportunities could arise. The aggression looks certain.
Though I'd imagine Saw might do, yeah, I was going to say they have to make some aggressive play that I feel like Complexity are ready for, but at the same time, JT actually falls victim. Now, while the rotations are going to come through Complexity, they had the alternative of potentially going into B if things did go haywire, which, you know, they did. But now they got to fight their way back into this round, in which Halsrick and Fang have just done 2 on 4, even though Grim is low. I don't really think it's going to matter all that much. Razor thin tripwire shot that Story won't drop. Now you got to get this plant, and you've got to ensure that Grim can actually punch in the digits, even pushing up and through the smoke. Muterus, a 1-for-1 trade. He'll take that at this rate. And now it's all up to Fang. Choreographing where he's coming in from with the flashbang. It's against an AWP too, so this is probably the worst case situation. 10 seconds, you've got to cross into the site, just holding it passively. Story spotted him on the cross. 6 seconds to go, taps the bomb, sees the jump in CT spawn, and he didn't even have to give him the peek, but Story does it anyway. Saw barely staying out in front, and now Saw are starting to feel themselves a little bit more. Even though it's been so long since they found success, all they need is one to get themselves going.
That's a flashy shot right there from Story, and a frustrating loss there. Finally, Clutch is going their way instead. And man, is it welcomed. You can see smiles returning onto the faces of Saw's CT side. And in that Clutch victory, though, immediately it it's going to lead in towards a lacking purchase here. So Complexity, close rounds come calling. And the op shots don't stop here, continuing to rain down terror. Same thing. The MP9 cashing up some checks here. JT again showing his ability, but this will all be shut down quickly as ever.
And just like that, Saw, they finally broken the streak and they've broken Complexity's hopes and dreams. They got, what, 5 rounds in a row? But you also have to remember it was off a pistol win. Shenanigans and heebie-jeebies past that kind of shadow over the fact that Saw had this massive lead. I am a firm hater of Zonic's Law, and this is why.
But back to the rifles here once again. Complexity and looking to have the success. What is this? Spam Roman 100-0 on a Fang, straight through the yellow tarp. Nothing you can do about that right there. You're just incredibly unlucky and great preparation. I don't know if that's some sort of lineup that he's been working on, but either way it works out for the opening pick. And U-Jerk, he's so tricky with how he plays these angles. He even finds another. He cannot be tamed. That's what I mean. They've unleashed a beast on Saul when they found U-Jerks, and he does not stop delivering.
Yeah, it's hard to deal with him in the first place. It's also harder to deal with him when he's got the best gun in the game on his back. Now they come popping up and into B. There's not that much put up for the defense. It's only 2 MP9s, so it's not like they can't get this held, at least, or maybe mount a bomb plant out of this, but not clearing the angles will pretty much do you in there. Grim, he's the only one to find a kill behind the generators, and with that in mind, Saw have shut them down once more, have pretty much demanded and forced their hand for another eco, and potentially just pulled this across the finish. This is a save call from Complexity. There's going to be 6 chances for Saw to finally get their first win of the group stage.
Unlikely candidates to go up against. I was thinking Complexity would be able to carry some of that form over from the Fnatic victory, but that might not be the case right now. That might not be the save T that we're getting out of them. Definitely doesn't seem to be. Slowed down the hit of the wall, and that wall goes back of Roman and U-Jerks on this A bomb site, looking to offer up another sturdy defense. And look at the utility damage. It doesn't stop, it continues, but in their endeavor, they do a lot. Kills in return. There's just 2 ATs though that rain down.
I mean,
Things even.
You have to give Complexity credit. Like, their ecos are so good. It feels like every single time they have the pistols out, even though you come into the round understanding they shouldn't be winning it, they probably aren't going to win it, and you could pretty much count them to lose it. Like, they always make it close. They always make you second guess yourself. Are they going to do this? Are they going to pull this one across the finish? And every time it's unfortunately the same outcome, where it's so close, yet so far, but this time it feels a bit different as they put this into a 1v2. And now the clutch has to go back against them. JT might get timing, and I think he knows where both of the remaining players are. Just if he can shut down JT, then Fang is stuck on an island, and he cannot escape except in to fight him. And just won't drop it. There's another clutch going back against them. Complexity, again, so close. They even bring it to a post plant. But it's a clutch coming back against them that locks Saw into map point.
That's everything right there. Just another clutch to add to the tally here for Saw's favor. And while it does come down to the wire, I don't know if it's going to matter at the end of the day here, because now Complexity's backs are against the wall. They really were hoping that they could claim that round, because if they did, the prospects of them still being able to close out this map and regulation is so promising. But that has just slipped through their fingertips. And now they're calling a couple of pauses to keep them even alive in this game.
Got to figure it out somehow, man. You are pretty much out of time. I mean, you kind of are. Last buy to come through, and if Saw have got one trick up their sleeve that'll overcome Complexity, then there it falls. Again, this is an insane sight to see, considering, again, it might feel so long ago, but they just had one of their most convincing results ever against Fnatic. 16-6. And then it turns to this. Saw upset Demons, apparently ready to make their playoff run.
Ooh, and things don't look any better there. Fang once again sidelined. It's not U-Jerks going on the aggression, though. It's Roman. He's been having his number every step of the way, whether he has vision on him or not. 4-on-5, though. They're just going to try their luck towards the B side. They've tried this a couple of times, and they've found access before, but This time there's a whole lot more presence here, and there's a lot of Molly's Hellfire on this B ramp.
It's kind of relentless right now with the utility usage. Thankfully, JT's brought a kill back, but at what cost? You've lost your IGL's life, and while you do still have a couple of fraggers still left alive in the server, do you really want to leave your entire hopes and dreams of this game up to a potential disadvantage? I don't know if that's the greatest idea. But, I don't know. It seems like they're kind of stuck in limbo right now. Floppy going to get a boost to top his boy. But he won't be spotting anything out just yet. Story still hard-pressed with the AWP, so as soon as they go in, problems will start to arise. Flash goes high, Story turns away from it for the time being. This time they'll clear out the corner, and Muterus won't get away with anything all that sneaky. Pop still posted up on the cross as Ujerk is here with him, doubling down. That might just be it. Holzrick in the 1v3, but if there's anybody who could pull it off, seems like it's him. 30 seconds to go, the bomb being stuck, and Nade dunks in atop of his head, and even getting caught on the cross. Roman's got the better of the two angles, and it's an upset of a lifetime for Saw, who shut down Complexity, not even allowing double digits, and a 16-9 stomping on Vertigo. They show they are the better team.
Yeah, that wins big time right there. Able to close things down in big fashion, claim their first win here in Espoo. It's got to feel so good for Saw.
And hopefully the beginning of many more, because again, remember, this team is so close to being eliminated from playoffs contention. This was a required win if they wanted to move forward with that presence of mind in the group stage. And now, considering some of the upsets that have happened, considering some of the things that have fallen on a team's plates, it's really anybody's up for the taking, man. I believe Astralis ended up winning their game versus Bad News Eagles. So again, if I'm not mistaken, they're 2-0. Everybody else, though, fighting for their lives right now. Even Bad News Eagles, who were backs against the wall against 500 over on the A stream, everybody's struggling, and it makes it all the more interesting as games move forward.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Very, very interesting, right? I mean, how are these teams going to perform here, and who's going to be making it into playoffs as these upsets continue to take place? I mean, as teams continue to show their ability here, and Complexity, I think more so than anything, continue to struggle versus some of these plucky underdogs. It all starts to make you wonder who is going to be claiming those three positions here, and it leaves it very exciting. It's all up in the air, and no one's certain of who's going to be claiming those spots.
Right, and that first spot is still up for grabs. That's the biggest question mark of the bunch right now, because the most interesting thing is the game we have coming up next, which I guess I can save it for the storyline, but still, this result right here, it's shocking to Complexity. One that I, again, just don't think anybody would have predicted, thought of. Maybe, again, if you thought Saw could go close. I've heard things about Saw having a really good Vertigo, so wouldn't be surprised if you predicted it for that reason, but you could not have predicted something like this, as one-sided as it was.
Yeah, I think Complexity, they were hoping that the veto of Vertigo, or leading into Vertigo, was going to be a big trick up their sleeve, something that maybe Saw weren't anticipating. But what we saw simply is that they're way more comfortable on that map, and that's what we've just seen there. That's how they've claimed their first victory, guys. But all that being said, before we head into what could be the match of the day here in Fnatic and Astralis, we're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll be right back.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Katsokaa kuinka siinä vaan croissaittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdillaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se!
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä, pojat.
Podi yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1 vastaan 2. Pommi on jo pläntättynä. Podi löytää ensimmäisen saitilta. Sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kunin täytyy osua. Nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Podi tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Podi otaisi kohtaa todella etevä hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarjoavat sitäkin.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Well, a lot on the line for this upcoming game. Fnatic and Astralis facing off for what could be the match of this group so far. Now, I already broke down the ultimatums with you, but I'll say it again for the people at home. Right now, Fnatic are in control of their own destiny. A win here, they can pretty much control whether they take the #1 spot in the group or not. But for Astralis, a win here would pretty much cement them into a playoff spot regardless of the outcome in the remaining parts of their event. So, it's big news for either one of these teams. And both of them, considering that #1 spot still up for grabs, are about to be at each other's throats for it.
Yeah, that's an excellent point that you're bringing up here in this matchup. It's why I've been kind of touting it, not only as a matchup of the day, depending on how these rosters are coming out fresh in form, but it could decide a whole lot when it comes to playoff contention right now, because every last team is fighting tooth and nail for those positions. Sol just solidified that with their last matchup. And Fnatic, honestly, a very tough loss, you have to say, to Complexity on Nuke, right? Because what Complexity has brought has been a little bit clunky, a little bit awkward when it comes to playing some of the lesser opponents, right? The Sols and the 500s of the world. Well, they've struggled, and that isn't the case here. Astralis, they have been flawless here, 2-0, and that is what you like so much. You like to be in control of your own destiny.
Right, and I will elaborate, right? The reason 500 aren't necessarily in control is because Fnatic have the win over them. So if you take down Astralis right now, you top the group, you win out, and there's nothing they can do to take the spot back from you. That story applies to everybody in the group now. Now that theoretically Complexity are potentially about to not make playoffs, by the way, for those of you who don't know, on the A stream is about to be an elimination match between Complexity and BNE, meaning one of those teams is dying out in groups. Crazy for me to think about, but maybe not so much for the counterparts. Fnatic and Astralis, though, look, man, it does not get closer than this.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this event, there's obviously a whole lot of hype coming around to Astralis here, and without Device, I was worried that this roster was going to be a little bit of a shell of themselves. Obviously, wielding the core here of some legendary players. You still have Xyp9x, you still have Glaive, and you still have Blame F included in this mix to do the damage, to deliver a lot of impact. But, you know, the hype around Device was certainly there. And so not playing in this event going to be, you know, somewhat of an issue here. But so far it hasn't been, right? 2-0. And they look to continue that endeavor with a victory over Fnatic, because like you said, if they could do just that, man, that would set them up so nicely to try and top the groups. And with that being said, you know, topping the groups would mean you would be moving on in towards the semifinals.
That would be huge. Again, considering, both of those teams in the quarterfinals are a pick your poison matchup where it's not guaranteed for you to win regardless of who you're going up against. Just that peace of mind of knowing you at least have that semifinals berth locked in is so huge. It can't really be understated. And I mean, this is, again, going to be the best match for that reason, because there's a lot on the line on this one game, even though the group still has a lot more to go before it's done progressing. Just the fact that either one of these teams, with this exact game being the turning point, can win the entire group, they're going to bring out everything they've got.
Yeah, pulling out all the stops for both of these teams here is the case, and they got to deliver. Obviously, you know, Fnatic have had wavering success here. It's all nothing but incredible stuff out of their overpass versus 500, but then they followed up with a just lackluster and struggling Nuke. So again, they're playing without a lot of pressure on their shoulders here, and they're playing a lot of complicated maps to kind of slot in some stand-ins. But in the head-to-head here, chose Nick Dawson, a very much so unsurprising Blame F. Man, the stats that he's able to deliver are just so fantastic. Whether he's having that impact or not, man, you can't deny that this guy, he gets the job done.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to stop a player like Blame F, especially with his performance thus far in the event. I mean, I believe he literally opened up the day with 25 kills and like a stomping of a game. So the fact is, this guy's feeling himself. Even Glaive looked good in their most recent game against BNE. Yeah, it was way closer than it should have been. It was a 15-11 lead, kind of choked away and thrown into overtime. But still, it's no surprise to tell you Blame F came out on top of that one too. So when all of the pieces of Astralis are starting to feel into form, it's a hard team to stop. There's a reason these guys were at one point the best in the world. So when they get in that groove, it's just a pain train.
And I think there's an added benefit to Astralis playing with simply no pressure right now, right? I mean, there is absolutely none of that taking place here on the server. They don't have a lot to really worry about. They don't have any expectations heading into this event. I mean, when you come in with 2 substitutions here in place, you kind of expect things to go and expect issues to arise on the server. But so far, I think they've really thrived in that sense, right? Blame F is certainly showing that without expectation, he can deliver, even with expectation, he delivers. But he's doing incredible damage. Nico Doss, on the other hand, here, I like how you highlighted him because I think he's going to be required in this server, trying to get proactive, trying to do the damage here for Fnatic. He's certainly capable of doing it.
Yeah, and the thing is with Astralis, it's like, I believe Christo's opping, if I'm not mistaken, but it's like, you're not going to live up to the tally mark of a player like Nika does. So it's not only on his shoulders to not like to win the op duel, but to create presence in the server around that fact too, to find more than one opener in some of these situations, to find more than just a little bit of impact, because considering the last showing we saw from them against Complexity, who's like, I don't know whether it's so maybe Complexity is just a not good looking team and Fnatic looking even worse under them, or maybe they got a lucky break against them. I mean, all in all, it's like when the individuals didn't show up for Fnatic, there was really nothing there to build off of. We didn't ever really hear from Fasher and Roy in that last map. We didn't see anything from Pepsor in comparison to what he put up on Overpass against 500. It was really only Nikadas doing stuff. So he's got to make up for that impact more than just maybe 1 or 2 times. He's got to do it tenfold if Fnatic need to win a game like this.
Yeah, you're definitely going to need to see a whole lot of firepower here, but we're going to have to see what maps that we head into here, and Bands immediately kind of hinting at where we could finish things out on here. Vertigo immediately banned out by Astralis. There's no surprises there. Nuke also banned out, which is somewhat surprising given the current result that we just witnessed Fnatic go for. And again, I think there's potentials looming of an overpass here, but it could be overpass or Mirage. And either way, I'm going to be very interested because Astralis, it's going to be interesting, but we will get overpass here once again. I was wondering, again, Mirage, it would have been nice to see that come out. We know that Blame F, that's kind of a home territory for this guy when it comes to the fragging department, but we don't get that. Instead, overpass to try and recycle here. And honestly, if you're Fnatic, I can appreciate them going back to what has worked out so well in the past.
I, again, kind of feel like you could have maneuvered this veto a little more in your favor if you're Astralis. Like Fnatic, again, it's not like they're bad on maps like Inferno, but I still definitely feel like in the current circumstance, they'd rather pick Mirage over it. So I'm thinking maybe instead of banning, I mean, number 1, they banned Nuke, which was surprising. But number 2, I believe they ended up banning Inferno. So maybe if you leave that in the pool and ban Overpass instead, kind of incentivizes them more into picking Mirage. But that's still just up to the tally mark of which one do you want to play more, Mirage or Overpass. And the duality is, yeah, theoretically, Astralis' Overpass is better. But again, you've got 2 stand-ins for this event. It's not your main roster. So do you want to go with your tried and true on a potential map that might not work because you don't have all the pieces there? Or do you want to go with something a little more puggy that's a lot easier to understand? Even coming into a roster, you can play it well with your team. I mean, the choice has already been made, but it's something you got to think about, because you think about the last time we saw Fnatic in general, it's like they're going to learn their lesson. They're not going to do any of this audacious picking. I mean, you saw what happened when they did it against Complexity, and it didn't bode them well.
Yeah, it certainly did not here. And well, we do have our key points coming on up here, and I gotta say, Fnatic, they're walking wounded after that defeat versus Complexity here. I like to see them coming back into what is a much more comforting territory, at least in this event in Overpass. That's a really good sign for them. I think that most of all is a good sign for Pepsor, who's been doing incredible damage on this map. But all things considered here, you got to note that, yeah, there might be some struggles here. There might be some resounding issues that have come through from whatever we saw out of Fnatic in their attempt to try and take on Complexity.
Yeah, it was an attempt, all right, but I don't know if it was all that great a one. So I am glad to see them going back to their roots in Overpass. But my worry is, was it like a one-shot wonder from Pepsor, that one map that he dropped 28 kills? Or was that just maybe some uncomfortability on a map like Nuke? It wouldn't be all that shocking for the latter to be true, but it's like it was night and day when you look at the performances. I believe bottom fragging on Nuke in comparison to farming on Overpass. It just leaves the question of what really is the answer, and you don't want to have to rely on him potentially fragging out to make a case for you to win here. But you talk about him, you talk about the subs in that exact same conversation. We just talked about how Christo and I believe Mr. or you know what I mean, they both step in for Astralis in this event. We all thought Device was coming back, apparently not ready just yet. So instead they pull up one of the academy players to hopefully seal the deal for the time being. So far it's worked out better than the likes of Fnatic has, considering they're 2-0, but they've only played the arguably weak opposition in the group. They ran through SAW, they went through BNE, and with a choke factored into the mix, Fnatic is going to be a times 3 step up.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the case. Yeah, I think that these kind of subs are delivering when it comes to the impact here so far. I think that they've done their job quite nicely, but what matters the most here is that we do have the ability of them to do some damage here. Now, all that being said, last thing to note here is that Astralis have yet to have been defeated so far, and that's a key detail right now. I think both teams coming into the mix, probably not too many high expectations for these two teams. Obviously, I think that their goal is to make it out into playoffs here, but they're wielding a couple of stand-ins, right? So it's not too much pressure on both of these teams, and that's a good sign, right? That could do some, or that can benefit really Astralis. I think that can also benefit Fnatic in the same likes. And I mean, we'll see who comes out on top. I think Astralis probably wielding a whole lot of that momentum for the first two maps, and the opposite is true for Fnatic. But again, there's a lot on the line with this matchup alone.
I don't know. It's like, for me, I easily come into this thinking Fnatic are the favorites, even though they don't bode the 2-0 record, just more so in the fact of the opposition they played so far in the event. It's like, Fnatic, they played 500, which have already established themselves as a really good contender in the group so far, even being 2-1 right now. Technically at the top, but not for long if Fnatic end up winning this game, and even if Astralis do. So they aren't actually top of the group. It just depends on who wins this game to take that spot in and away from them. But still, I consider that a more convincing win than the ones Astralis have. Again, BNE, they've looked in really poor form so far. I can't stress enough being up 15-11 on the CT side of Mirage and tossing it away. And while it wasn't like they choked away on the one against SAW either, it still was closer than it should have been when you look at the talent that Astralis have to work with. So there's not really a reason in my mind to think they could beat a team like Fnatic when they're playing decently well.
Yeah, definitely the case here. But it's going to be up in the air, that's for sure. This matchup, I think more so than many, right now, going to be incredibly competitive between these two teams. It just depends. I really want to see Pepsor show that same energy that he did just a couple maps earlier versus 500. The guy was unstoppable. No one could really best him. He was delivering the multi-kills. I think there was just a lack of comfort when it came into Nuke. I think a couple of times he did get caught off guard, caught with some over-aggression, and he wasn't able to show that same sort of confidence here. But either way, he was still unleashed in both maps so far, so so far so good, I think is the case for him, and I want to see him continue to deliver here. It's been really fun to watch him kind of slot into this roster once again after already having success in times prior, and to have the opportunity to join back up in Fnatic's roster fresh off the back of what was just incredible results is very promising.
Right, well, you talk about players being unleashed. You can't really have that conversation without including Blame F in the door of it, because, like, even though, again, they've only played 2 games, this guy's averaging 95 ADR for the event so far. Like, even though Astralis haven't looked the strongest built up around him, he most certainly has looked like the swole guy of the group. And you can see he's not even breaking a sweat. He's ready to farm again. That is the look of a man with confidence right there. But I still want to see some more action around him on the server. It's not surprising to see the Academy boys not necessarily step to the plate as much as the veterans, but you'd still expect something out of them. I mean, Glaive looked pretty bad in the last map, I believe, against BNE. I think he dropped like 13 kills. It's just not something you can have happen when you are going to theoretically be one of the heavy hitters of your team. You have to step up.
Yeah, that is certain, right? We have to see him step up here and continue to deliver. I think Blame F is capable of doing that so far. I know he's only played 2 maps, but he is currently standing at the top rated in this event. So as that continues, obviously I think things will level on out, but you know what he's capable of. We've seen it far too many times before. And honestly, he's doing this work continuously throughout these last couple of maps, despite how close things have been. He's pulling them across the finish lines in many occasions here. So if he continues to deliver in that sense, then they're going to have no trouble here. I think they'll be able to capitalize off a lot of those advantages, right? This is a very experienced core that they are dealing with over on the Astralis camp versus Fnatic, who, yeah, man, they've had some chances at major playoffs, sure. But they also, you know, they don't have the history that some of these Astralis members have. They simply do not. And that could lend themselves a big advantage, including in the mix there, the Mezzi versus Glaive calling battle that we're going to see on Overpass as well.
Yeah, and again, remember some of the youngsters. There is one thing they bring into this roster, and that's the fact that they've probably played against a majority of each other. Like, considering Crims isn't really in the server today, again, I talked about this earlier with Fnatic, and it's the fact that you can pinpoint probably any game, any series where these tier 2 players have played against each other. Back when Nikados and Roy were on Copenhagen Flames, back when Fasher was on Ecstatic, back when Pepsor, which I guess he still technically is, was on Fnatic Rising. Like, there's probably a point in time where they all played against another. So they might know about each other's habits.
Yeah, that's certainly the case. All that being said, though, we're going to toss into a quick break here as we sort some things out on the server. But coming after that, we will have Astralis versus Fnatic.
And we're back. It's about time we got this show on the road. Astralis and Fnatic, one of the biggest games of the day, now taking place in front of your very eyes for your very entertainment. Ninth round concluded. Fnatic get to start on the CT side, which previously had its woes, but for their own sake, let's hope they have been ironed out.
Well, they have to be here again. A lot on the line for this matchup here. You don't want to be falling at the wayside here. Definitely if you're Fnatic. Astralis, they have a little bit of room to work with here. Speaking of room to work with, taking a lot of space here towards that A side, and a nice start here from the stand-in, taking down Nico Doss with the P250. A lot of entrustment and the young gun, but it's well warranted.
Of course it is, especially if you can pull this round across the finish line. We all know how much the pistol can mean in a game like this. 2 dualies, though, still in play. The big guns for Fnatic have yet to actually be not only sussed out, but taken down alongside it. The bomb now spotted. Fnatic, well, they are down in a man disadvantage. They have a little bit of info to try to make that gap a tiny bit smaller.
They do have a pretty decent idea of the situation here. A bit of a stack towards this A side, but calling in the troops elsewhere here is Astralis moving on in towards the B bomb site. Only one left standing. Mezzi left on an island. He does have some support from Pepsor, who's able to nail the shot, but that's only 1 kill back. Basher at least going to turn the tides with 1, 2, 3, and nearly finds the 4th there, doing so much damage to Blame F. Puts him in the clutch situation as quick as ever.
I mean, dude, this guy is known to farm in situations like this. I am not surprised in the slightest to see him pick up kills like that. Then Roy, it's a perfect bait and switch setup for them to pull that round back out of absolutely nowhere. Faster, I talked about how he was quiet in the game versus complexity, and what a big way to show up off rip in the important game.
That's a very promising sign right there, man. Faster stepping up in a big way. I really feel like we didn't get too much out of Fnatic there in the last map, and honestly out of anyone, but again, I like what we're getting so far. Right, Fasher stepping up to the plate here. Pepster able to step up as well, so good signs of what's to come here. Astralis, they had such a good start. They had everything going their way. Even the B side rotation, it looked to be the right call, but there were some very quick reactions there from Fnatic.
No surprise too, man. These guys are quick as ever. And they're masters of changing the pace too. I mean, you think about their T-sided play and how like 2-sided it can be, where sometimes it's super passive, super reserved, and all of a sudden they'll switch up the pace, go for this out-of-pocket B rush, and they'll just catch you off guard every time. So you're not going to catch them with any sort of fast-paced aggression. You're not going to catch Roy and Connector either. The MP9 just looking to farm up a couple of checks right now. Only getting the one so far with an M4 recovered for Astralis to work with. Bomb's not even in a in an irrecoverable territory. Right, mister. Oh my god, so much damage inflicted. This round honestly has become doable.
Just turn on their head with that kill. A couple of kills. In fact, Glave's got himself an A1S. There's a low HP bar in Pepsor. So this round, so incredibly difficult now to close things out. They're still lacking in the armor. A couple bits of utility, if placed in the right direction, could be exactly what the doctor ordered, although continuing their endeavor in towards the A bomb site could be the worst of the worlds here, as that's where the majority of this Fnatic presence lies in.
Oh, but still, it's a good 1-for-1 trade that you'll take right now if you're Fnatic. Fasher still stuck alone in the middle of the bomb site, 1v2 rather, and Glaive picks up the A1S, but to no avail. It's all up to him, and well, Fasher again does not drop those. This guy has already proven his worth on Fnatic just in the first 2 rounds alone.
Yeah, denying a couple of Blame F clutches right there. Good work coming through from him. But honestly, I feel like Astralis getting away with a whole lot in a round that they had so little in. They really didn't have too much investments, just a couple of upgraded pistols here and there. And the fact that they walk away with what they just did, you know, a lot of damage done to the economy. Fnatic are going to be feeling that one for a couple of rounds to come.
You know what's cool to see? The fact that they're typing to each other in Danish. That's kind of cool.
Makes
Well,
sense for some.
at least 2 of them are, you know?
Yeah, that lines up for the Copenhagen Flames boys of the roster.
What is going on? Restart CS magic fix, says Nika does. Still an alarming round, though. I mean, it backed down to reality for me. It's like, that came down to essentially a 1v2. Obviously, you still had a Pepsor, but No disrespect to him on 43 HP with an MP9 and no utility. That probably wasn't a clutch he was going to win, especially against a team as disciplined as Astralis. So, the fact that it already got that far is a bit worrying in my eyes. Gotta think, man. Fnatic. That's a scary prospect for the future if you can't hold down against mainly Glocks.
Now, thinking of that amount of work done with so little, then the expectations of what's to come here once the rifles are out is definitely a scary prospect.
We're already seeing everybody start to rejoin the server, so hopefully that little magic issue is fixed, because everybody knows, you know, we don't want to see something like tech pause go for 20-30 minutes.
We want those chairs to stay in the upright position, that's for sure.
Of course. Complexity already got lost in that loophole.
That they certainly did. And everyone joining up is a good sign here. Everyone sitting up straight is even better. Need to get ready with that game plan here. Glaive calling in the shots, trying to get that success. The same that they mustered up in the last round, just around prior, into this next one.
You know, do you think Astralis teaches optimal chair sitting?
I imagine body language is in some sense something that is ideally probably taught by a lot of teams. At least it should be.
It's the small things. Oh, wait, hold up. Speak of change of pace, as I just described a couple rounds ago, you saw Astralis try it again. 3-4 players all stacked up outside B, including the first push to come through from Blame F, but maybe a bit too out of pocket there, Astralis. They're going to get punished for that one. It's still a couple of MP9s on the board for Fnatic, so not a round that's unwinnable for the Danes and Astralis, but at the same time, this is not a welcoming man advantage to be playing against.
Oh, and it continues. The woes here of Astralis just do not end as Roy finds another kill. Even things nice and contained. Blame F trying to activate here quickly, but not able to do so. And Roy is still stuck around, and Connector catching Mr. off guard as well. So things go from bad to worse. We got ourselves into a quick 2-on-4. And now, trying to pick up the pieces is Civics here. And Christo making his movement towards Connector. They've all tested Roy one by one, and they've all fallen here. And that trend will continue. No luck getting past this one man and Connector alone. And this one could be flawless here. Completely polar opposite to what that last round was. Roy finally going to go down, though. Zivic's finally going to be the man to best him, but it's all consolation prizes here.
I mean, yeah, you only lost one gun, too, and I think that's even going to be picked back up by Pepzor. Yeah, he gets the M4, not quite the AK. Or no, he did snag the AK. Okay, didn't expect that, but still, you only lost an MP9. Wait, am I tripping? Okay, I just got very confused. So I don't think it was Pepzor that picked up the M4. I think it was Mezzy, but Pepzor got an AK off of one of the other teammates' dead bodies. So, yeah, that got me real good. Uh-oh.
Back at it, maybe some of the same issues providing, although it's clearly not having its effect right now in the actual rounds taking place, because that one was squeaky clean. And it was actually the two players that have just disconnected that found a majority of those kills, Fasher and Roy. So they are showing no signs of stopping.
Yeah, this is
despite a couple tech issues.
Certifiable Monk and W moment.
That it is. That is very true.
I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for the moment we go back into the game, and I'm hoping, praying that somebody is looking at bank. Got a devious plot cooked up.
Looking for a little bit of robbery?
No. More so just going to read the signs. Smile.
Oh no. I just don't like where this one's going.
Does he know? You'll never escape it.
Very Very focused in right now, though, is Astralis. You can see again, man, they're just trying to keep their heads in the game for as long as possible. Same case is true for Fnatic. All those smiles on their faces, as they're the ones in the lead, even despite a couple of frustrating deck pauses. Maybe got to get that Steam identification codes rolling once again there for Roy and Fasher.
Oh, that's true. I forgot. Forgot you're not allowed to have your phone on LAN.
That's no good.
What happens if somebody just says they don't have a phone?
That would be breaking the rules.
I don't know if I'd go that far. Damn, bro, this is a circus act in T-Spawn right now. Or in CT Spawn.
I mean, honestly, I don't know if they genuinely didn't have the have a phone. I don't think it'd be breaking the rules. But definitely can't be having that on you.
Step 1, break phone. Step 2, improv.
Oh.
Come on, ruining it. You're ruining it. You're just ruining it.
Tossing those guns out there. Get them away.
Yeah, shake your head at that. That is a certified shake your head moment. Oh my, even the utility, man.
They're just setting up those B players, getting them all set up. Nice
Just
and
cleaned
tidy.
up this city. Can we keep it clean for 10 minutes? A lot of Easter eggs on this map, did you know?
It is a nice map. Quite like it.
Can you imagine people
Again,
hate
it's
this
been
map?
very CT-sided all in this one, and in this event it hasn't been, right? We've seen, at least at the major, man, the CT sides have been very domineering. They've been doing so much damage. And right now, I feel like Fnatic have proven to put some really good T sides in so far that have shown to impress. Complexity, the same case. I mean, 500, you can include them in the bunch as well. I mean, all these teams have shown the ability to do damage on this T side, in which I didn't really expect coming into this event, but do quite like it.
Yeah, the T-sides have been apparently put under some heavy scrutiny because I don't think we've seen, well, we've seen a couple of halves, handful of them that haven't gone the T-side's way, but every single one of them on the B stream has been very, very depictedly one-sided, except an 8-7 CT win for 500 in the opener on Overpass, and the flawless nuke CT side we saw from Complexity against Fnatic. Other than that, every single half has been T-sided.
That's been a
Even
bit
Saw
bizarre.
versus Complexity.
Yeah, they were able to close things out quite nicely. It's a good T side, certainly delivering. It's been so weird. I mean, again, just the duality of the two events so far. I don't know what that's about, right? Because everyone talking about the A1Ss and how strong they are at the moment, but I mean, that's clearly the case, but right now, this event has kind of proven otherwise. Obviously, a small sample size so far. We've only gotten them 4 matches so far, rather.
I'm just trying to focus all my brain power right now on remembering to make sure that sign is spotted when we come back into the game.
No idea what sign you're talking about.
Oh, you'll know in due time.
All right, I'm terribly terrified. Hopefully we do not head that way, wherever it is.
That's toxic. Nobody's looking at it right now, though. So you've got a lucky break for the time being. But if we third-personed Roy, perhaps, would be very, very welcoming right now. I would be a very happy camper. Or actually, no, you can see it. You can see it out of the corner of Pepsor's eye. Oh, they're resetting. Oh,
So
now
we have a
Mezzy
little
can see
bit
it. Mezzy can see it. Come on. No, no. Come on. We're running out of time here.
We're getting back into things. It sounds good. You're mentioning a bunch of players that aren't even in the server, so that's a good sign. We were back in and the rounds are counting down. So
No.
tech pause, nice and over.
No. The sign. No. Oh, whatever. Still plenty of rounds to go.
Into the action once again here. It's going to be a lacking by here. Astralis, this is a fresh reminder that last round, it did go a little bit poorly for them. So now hoping to bounce back here with maybe some fast-paced aggression, a lot of flashbangs to move on in as well, hoping to get the job done with it. But they're already past the flashes. Actually, Pepster gets absolutely blinded up, but Fasher's the one to recover.
You know, they tried doing a B-pop, and initially it worked. A good bit of damage on the first player, even mounted a kill on the opening. But after that, it's just a quick shutdown from Fnatic, not allowing any shenanigans to slip through the cracks. And all of a sudden, oh, look out of the corner of the eye and Mezzy. When I see Burger, I see damn. Worth it.
Oof.
Worth it.
Worth the tech pause. So back at it once again. I mean, these rounds are all going in favor of Fnatic, and surprisingly so. If whatever's going wrong, it doesn't seem to be affecting them at all. They're holding on to the mental game there. Astralis just get swiped aside. They're honestly not the best of buys, but
No, no, no. Oh, no. I don't like seeing this type in chat, Cole.
as long as it's not a CSGO update, then we're all good.
Hey, don't curse it. Knowing the CS gods, just to spite us, man, they would come crack-a-lacking down.
Oh man,
You saw the sign though, right?
that'd be on the icing on the cake. I did.
Good. It was the biggest build-up for potentially the worst joke.
That's quite common.
What's that supposed to mean? What do you mean by that?
Full of jokes is Anthran, but no tricks up the sleeves of Astralis just yet. You can see, I imagine a little bit of frustration kicking in here. The chairs are out. That's a scary sign there. Taking a seat there, taking a rest. Standing behind the Astralis core at the moment, but so far Fnatic, they're slowly crawling their way through this map. Up 4-0.
Even, Zipnik's starting to lean back. Oh no. Don't get lost in the chair dimension, my friend. It's deceiving. It's a cruel mistress.
Oh, there's the lounge coming through as well. Multiple loungers entering the chat.
Oh no. No, no, no.
Which, kind of hints that to me that this could be an extended one, guys. With all that being said, we're going to be tossing it to a quick break here, and hopefully after that we'll get this all sorted out and we'll be back into the action, guys. We will be right back.
too
And hopping in to Overpass, we are back after the break here, and hopefully, just hopefully, that leads us into some smooth sailing for the rest of this game here. That's to be told, though, as we'll see more purchases come out from Astralis. It'll be hopefully smoother sailing for them as well if they can start to get the ball moving on this D side. They've yet to find a round just yet. We'll see if that trend will continue here shortly. Roy's going to be the first at bat, looking to take some shots off, and he will land it. Looking for the follow-up as well. Here, no one available for the trade. Nikodas has his back covered. There will be no trading here as Crystal looks to find the reply, but there are protocols set in play, and the HE rains down as well.
What a start from them too, man. I mean, look, you just come off of one of the longest tech pauses we've had all day. Maybe you're a little bit discouraged considering your momentum might be flundered a little bit, but they just come right back into it, have an insanely aggressive crossfire set up deep in Fountain, and it works perfectly. So far, the only kill coming back against them is Nikodas' AWP. And obviously, there's still a world where Xyp9x turns this round on his head, but if Mr. falls, I mean, I can't imagine much comes out of this round, but Roy, his attention divided between two different angles, and Mr.'s just timing him around in through bathrooms. Still unaware of the possibility. Roy flicks back around to catch Xyp9x bomb, drop right back where it lied. And, well, you don't really know where Mr. is. Again, you could have gotten timinged out long, and this could potentially be another kill. So instead, avoid the timing by tucking himself in, and I don't think anybody's going to come to his assistance. Instead, it's just play your life situation. Relax and let him come to you and waste as much time as possible.
Yeah, because now there's no more time left to work with here, and it'll be another one to add to the tally. It seems like the tech pause really hasn't cooled them off at all. And Mr. While he will find a kill on the exit, it won't mean too much in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, and I thought for a second maybe they're going to try to pincer him into T-spawn and kill him after time, but it's just a keep your gun situation. There's no reason to throw it away. Fnatic, their 5th round in a row. And Astralis are right back to square one. The drawing board, they say, and well, that round was kind of a bit of a whitewash. I can't imagine you want to run anything back that was shown there.
Yeah, we do get to play consecutive rounds here. Quick into the next. And we'll see if that delivers them the success.
They need any success they can get at this rate, though. Like, at this point, man, Astralis, while it isn't too bad to the point where it's like you're worried about their success in the long run, it's just more so in the fact that this is a 5-0 start. This is supposed to be your toted and awaited best match of the day. And Astralis aren't really delivering that key up to the point just yet. Instead, it's Fnatic controlling the pace and controlling the dominance the entire time thus far. Be it, though, we've only gotten like 2 rifle rounds. It's still one of the few opportunities we're going to get to see Astralis striking upon. They've done some pretty decent things on ecos before, so I've got some high expectations. Not maybe necessarily in winning the round, but maybe in getting the bomb down, getting a couple of kills, forcing the hands of Fnatic just a little bit when it comes to the money game or something of the sort. But for the most part, it's kind of just been dumpster fires everywhere they go. Utility being exposed of, and Astralis aren't really anywhere closer to cracking through this nutshell of a defense than they were 30 seconds ago. And now they're going to even reroute back up and into A, where I believe that's Nikodas ready and waiting. Currently on his own little island, though. Looks like Roy's going to cheat back up. The dynamic duo from Copenhagen Flames. Again, we get to see them in action as the bomb's been dropped. The off of Nikodas doesn't seem to have any problems dealing with this push with relative ease. Roy on his assistance and the backup aid. It's a 5-for-1 trade. That's something you'll take right now if you're Fnatic. Give the op back to your boy and send Astralis right back to the packing dimension.
Yeah, Nikodas, he's been having success in that angle plenty of times before, so making it happen once again is such a work of art.
Well, here's where we got to see what Astralis are going to be made of. I'm surprised to see that it's actually Fnatic calling a timeout like this, especially after most of these rounds have been as dominant as they've been. Like, feels like almost every rifle v rifle engagement's just Fnatic tenfold winning it over. So I'm surprised they're the ones calling this tack pause and saying, all right, let's think about this one. But I guess at the end of the day, it is Astralis coming back against you on this full investment. So it's probably the right call to make, especially if you're able to snag the round away amongst it. And I don't even know if Astralis are at the point where they can viably keep their Ring Force Spies out of the hat if they lose rounds. Not just yet, but if they get the bomb down, certainly will. So that's the goal for Fnatic. Not only win the round, but shut down the plant to make your lives just a little bit easier.
Hoping to get that job done, man. Nikodas taking a lot of space here, taking a lot of liberties, and once again in the right position to get the job done here. And he lands a fast flick right there. Mister trying to jump the corner, but it's only a quicker demise for him. Beautiful work being done in Continuum for Nikodas. And Mezzi follows it up off the success here, taking his counterpart and Glaive. So the continued success here from Fnatic will not rest.
Right at this point, this round's already looking to go right back down the gutter the way it came. Ob's still in place, so again, you could try to get a couple of kills out of this one, but right now, you've still got Xyp9x on the wrong side of the map, and Blamef moving forward to what could be his inevitable demise. Again, timing favors the bold, but the shadow also favors Roy, meaning this man disadvantage only creeps ever so much more evident against Astralis. With 50 seconds to go, they've still not gotten anywhere closer to what's going to be a hopeful bomb plant. And with Nikodas still posted up on Xyp9x's position, I don't think that's going to change very much. He doesn't end up dying, but fact stays the same that you are not cracking into one of these sites.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to get past this line here. As simple as that. They've got the coverage. All different angles held. Fasher continuing to add to his tally as well. And Nikodas, well, he will land the shot. That's what matters here. It forces Crystal in towards a very passive approach here and peeking out towards certain death. He knew his fate. He knew which way that round was going here, and it wasn't going to go his favor here. Right now, you're looking at the top of your screen. You can see how these rounds have panned out, and not a single bomb plant has taken place here for Astralis.
That's kind of insane. I mean, usually, right, the T side is kind of carried along by the fact that you can get this deep and then, you know, just start getting bomb plants to keep throwing rebuys out of the hat. But Astralis aren't making it that far. They're getting shut down at the early stages every single time. And if not, it's when they crack into one of these sites. It's when they push too far forward. The crossfires prevail every single time, and Fnatic have yet to really sweat. Nikodas and this AWP kind of the same story, too, as it's only 0 against pistols this round. And they still yet to find a consistent answer for him and Roy, man. These guys have been farming up kills this game. And Roy, he could easily get up to 15 kills this very round, only against pistols, already 175 ADR. With the bomb all by its lonesome over in Long Bath, too, I can't imagine this is a good round for Astralis in the long run.
Yeah, this is going to get out of control quickly here if they can't make it work very soon. They've already given over an 8-0 lead if this round goes the way we think it's going. Roy blinded up by the flashbang, but they'll just lead in towards the chase here, rapid as ever, and Roy going to start to mop up the finishing blow here. He will find the last two as well.
15 kills in 8 rounds. That's the impressive KD Roy is mounting right now. And if that doesn't tell you comfortability is key, then I don't know what will. Because right now, it's kind of the Roy and Nikodas show on A, and then when you go to the lower bomb site, it's not very much forgiving either, considering Fasher's only taken 1 death thus far. So there is no weak spot right now for Fnatic. Moral of the story.
Looking to continue. Dominance here at the moment. Everything's going the right way, and quite nicely so. This time Astralis looking to establish the same sort of control and quickly, like they have been doing all the rounds prior, just trying to get quick ground here towards a short side and connector. All of it has been met with meddling success. And look at the counterpart. Look at the aggression that now Fnatic are throwing at the table here. They're going to push the issue in towards the short side, and they're going to wrap around Xyp9x. There's no way he could be prepared for this sort of aggression. He's not going to catch it in time, and he will catch the bullets instead.
Surprising, too, because Xyp9x was ready for that push to come through, and that was literally just a raw aim duel that Fasher straight up won. Cut and dry is that, and with that in mind, they've taken water control. Obviously, they're not really going to hold on to it. It's just Fasher jiggling on the con side to see if they take presence. But, wait, I've just noticed Pepsor is in T-spawn. Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. Kind of dicey. Glaive caught with his knife out, and Astralis kind of look like they have the entire game with little to no adaptation coming through. Another mow-down potential of a round for Fnatic with a 3-man A stack as soon as they go up to the other bomb site. And Nikita is still ever so much more posted on the angle. Won't be given any shadow advantages just yet, but as soon as they make noise into the A site, he'll know he's been timing. He'll go for the flank, and he'll shut this down without them having any of the wiser ideas to it.
Good flashbang right there. Double entry coming through from Mr. and Crystal. Two of the young guns here on Astralis. Trying to deliver them their first round after long last, but they have to deal with this flank of Nikodos. He could catch him off guard. Blame F. He doesn't fully clear him, but he won't be able to react in time here. Won't be able to chamber in a second shot. It's going to make this retake all the more unlikely, but the molly forces Mr. into a bad position. Blame F going to continue his endeavor, but Pep's there. He has to close this one out. He catches the head, but Blame F, but it confirms his location. Pepster continuing to press the issue. Blame F has his number, but no, he cannot convert the clutch. And Fnatic, they will not give over a single round.
I mean, again, we get to see the super sub in action. It's been very seldom the success for him in this game, but that's not even because of his own devices. That's just more so because Roy, Faster, Nikonos, they've been taking away all the kills. They've been the point of succession in this game for Fnatic. And, I mean, this is the closest round it gets for Astralis, but it's still just not enough. Their first bomb plant of the game, and it comes in the 9th round. Up, not in play. Fnatic still with all the resources ever to try to make this round work. And you're only really looking for 1 or 2 more in this half.
Yeah, this is brilliant work here. Again, Fnatic, it just seems like Overpass right now, at least with this iteration, with these 5, it's got to be the map that they're playing into. They just look so good on it right now. Unstoppable. They have all the right reads. As well, I got to give credit to Mezzi calling out some of this aggression. They're getting tricky with it, and it's the right sort of pacing that they need to go for to catch these defaults off guard. Astralis not being able to get into this one all that well.
I mean, look, there's something to build off of from that round. You got to think, considering how close it was brought back by Astralis, like, it shouldn't have been that close. I mean, 2 kills instantly came for Fnatic with full control of just about everywhere on the map, including a T-spawn flank, and they still bring it down to a 1v1 clutch in the favor of Fnatic. But, I mean, if that tells you anything, it's maybe there's something to, like, take away from that round. An identifiable weakness, anything really. Astralis will take it. Christo inches away from a party peak, and for the time being, it's kind of spotted out, but instead of committing to the duel, he just takes the information, gives it to his team, and backs away. The B site compromise is now going to be pretty much a retake effort. Messi's fallen on the con flank. Asher currently the only one holding down the B site's defense, and the bomb's still yet to go down, with the timer starting to expire and 2 completely isolated away from the site's take.
Utility's good, though. It's going to keep them at bay, and Zipic's starting to punch in the digits at the moment. Gets the bomb down. It's going to help out big time, but Faster, look how he slipped on by. This short side, Roy helping out in a big way. He's going to catch Blame F off guard, and now it's just the new gun. He won't be able to fill it in. And Fasher will close things down with another hat-trick, or rather Roy landing the hat-trick there. It's Fasher, but having himself a 4K in total, and beautiful work being done from Fnatic to close that one out. I mean, 17-2 right now for him. He's just not stopping for anyone at the moment. 143 ADR alongside Roy here as well, who's 16-4 with 171 ADR. I really don't know if there's anything you can do from this 1-2 punch that Fnatic have.
Right, it kind of feels like when you even deal with the demons of this Fnatic defense, somebody else steps up and just shows their presence of mind that provides this extra hurdle that Astralis simply cannot overcome, especially without their full 5-man lineup coming into it. All in all, though, Roy might be the man to make the first mistake. Opening blood given to Astralis in a round like this would be magical for them. But look at this from him. He's, instead of going deep into con, pushed up through a smoke, and he's taken full control of water for free. No flashes, nothing. They have no idea this has happened until Mr. takes the spot in con. So in exchange for this, they've only exchanged a little bit of info to that con player.
Yeah, I think Roy's done this back-to-back rounds now where he's just gone for some quick aggression here, and this is what I mean. They are taking all of the space, taking all the liberties here, although that's a nice reply. At least Zipic's on the extremity is going to catch out. Pepser on the lurk here. He's looking for more. He sticks around maybe a little bit too long as Fasher follows up right behind him, and of course Fasher's going to find the trade.
And with that in mind, it's another Fnatic advantage. Nobody's surprised by that one, but still maybe a round to be made out of this one. A smoke and a flash to boot left for Astralis, but the timer again is starting to dwindle. It's starting to expire. in a worrisome fashion for the Danes. Don't really seem to have an intended target just yet. I mean, I guess, yeah, it's starting to shape up towards A, but you've got 20 seconds to get into front bathrooms, get onto the site, and then trade out Nikados and get the bomb down. Seems a bit unrealistic if you ask me, especially now that both of the remaining players have been spotted. Nikados, no reason to overcommit as he even gets ready to go back in for a peek to shut down the bomb. In front bath, he may fall, but still, even if he doesn't, there's just simply not enough time left. Closing it out is the op and Nikados, another hat trick for him. At 11, they move up to.
Yeah, this is scary, scary stuff out of Fnatic right now. Overpass just seems to be something that they are unstoppable. And Nikados continuing to deliver from the position. I feel like that he just never fails in. He's always good for big multi-kills in this position, and that continues to be true. Back of Dice is his domain. Astralis calling their first timeout. I'm surprised to see that. Maybe they probably were using a little bit of the tech pause to talk things over just a little bit there. Had some opportunities to try and discuss, but at this point, just trying to get around on the board. It just seems so unlikely.
It does, man. Because even now, if Astralis are able to pick up the pace and close this half out 11-4, it's like, is there really anything to make of that? The only taste we've gotten of Fnatic has been T-sided success on this map. So, what's this to say for the rest of the game? Also, this is a save from Astralis. So it's almost guaranteed 12 rounds on the board of Fnatic before they even strike first on this T side.
Yeah, they got to make do with what little they have at the moment, and already taking a lot of utility damage here, trying to gather some early control. That has been the commonality for Astralis all throughout this half. They just want to establish a foothold in some area, some part of the map, and that has been where a lot of their woes have been. That's where a lot of the struggles have been, because constant proactivity has caught Astralis off guard at every step of the way. But here you go. Here's a lot more deep spacing taken at the moment from Astralis, and it's unbeknownst to anyone on Fnatic just yet.
Yeah, well, eventually they're going to activate up and into the bomb site. Again, they have to break through this crossfire, which has given them so many troubles before, but they do it finally with a couple of pistols. Guns to be picked up too. The bomb's gone down, the smoke starts to bloom, problems start to arise in Fnatic, and they finally crumble. Couple of guns, not necessarily all there just yet. But with 2 ops for the hold, things get tricky. Kits on every single member of this retaking CT side, but utility is sparse. And they've got to walk into the belly of the beast to try to pull this one back off. One of the ops even posted over at long. It's a deadly angle to be holding from Zipnix, the one to wield it. And that's a beautiful shot from Blamaf. That might just lock down the round. I don't think you can possibly bring this one back. Even knowing both of them are going to be over towards the bathroom side, it's just simply impossible to pull off. Lining up, Christos finally got it. Astralis, it took them 12 rounds to get here, but they're finally on the board.
After long last, the job finally completed to get one on the board there. Facilitated by some nice shooting right here. Kristal and really closed out by Blamef, finding a couple of big kills as well. He really invested solely into a rifle and was able to get it. Do the job there. We'll see if that lines up any consistent success though, because that cannot just be a flash in the pan if they want any chance, right? Because if we talk about going 11 for a scoreline, something in that realm, then maybe we could start to see some pullbacks here. Well, we know how CT-sided this map can be.
Sure. However, this is 11-1. They only won that round because Nikados and Roy, I mean, probably could have played off each other a little bit better, but just simply got overwhelmed on the middle of the site. And Fnatic, it's the one rare round where they really didn't take any space. So, again, it's not really a replicable issue that you can keep exploiting, because Fnatic are just going to change it up. Like, this time, both of them decide to play towards long. Let them have bathrooms. Let them come up and into A. Who cares, man? As so long as you've got CT spawn control, you're fine. Even flashing deep and along. Here's where we get to see that 2-man setup, and Roy shuts it down single-handedly, needing to recover the bomb, but Roy won't let you. Already 3 players hit the dust. Nikados to his assistance, and bathrooms ensures his flank is covered. And you think, Roy's just found 3 kills. He hasn't taken 1 HP of damage off of his bar. Mister, What makes you think you can change that fact around? Maybe the flashbang can help you, but he's even dodged it and played anti-flash. You've got to come right back into his crossfire too if you want to try to pull this back. But again, it's Roy we're talking about. These aren't kills he drops single-handedly. You've got to earn some insane amount of aim keys to pull this away from him, and it's just not something that Astralis have.
Yeah, that's incredible stuff. He won 4 separate aim duels right there. 4 players peeked him, and he only took only 1 shot of damage there. You can see only 1 bullet landed on him. That's just so insane. But that's what Roy's been doing all game. I mean, it has kind of been a Roy and Fasher show for Fnatic, but everyone's been stepping up to the plate. I mean, everyone's had individual moments in their rounds. Right there, Roy shows what he's capable of, just one by one, knocking them down with the A1S, with the headshots, with crisp damage, and immediately Fnatic, they do reply right on back.
Yeah, again, that's what I'm talking about. It wasn't really anything consistent. Zipnix, yeah, it was a nice kill he found on B, but impact-wise, didn't really mean anything. And there is no money stress for Fnatic either. So, like, they're buying for the rest of this half. What can you do about it? Astralis, even ending this off 12-3, it probably won't save you. Let's not pull any of these punches. Look at the buy they've got back to respond. Yeah, it's got its AKs, but they're still the weak spot in the map 10. Utility could be better. And the map control will probably leave a little bit to be desired, though Roy, again, is kind of isolated and gone right now, so he could get overwhelmed and still isn't even opting to fall back.
Yeah, I think they got Roy right where they want him, though, after that last round. Isolated, sure, but willing to do the damage, of course. And again, the immediate headshots rain on out, no trade, and another multi-kill to open up proceedings here. He's on 172 ADR. He's added at least another 200 damage to this round, and they're going to desperately claw their way out towards the B monster side of things, so they just get volleyed out. They throw so many resources down range in hopes that they can try and recover something, but the answer's no.
And the worst thing is, the 2 players they've lost are the ones that had the utility in this round for Astralis. Look what they've got left now. 1 Molly, and like, there is no default spot you're going to throw this Molly that it'll clear out of CT right now. I mean, you might throw it on, like, in pit, on bridge, and toxic around the pillar. It's not going to catch anybody right now for Fnatic. So somebody's going to have to step up and win some of these aim duels. And I mean, other than Blame F, who's barely had impact in this game, surprisingly enough, I just don't see anybody here to do it.
Now, we're certainly not getting that individual reply here from anyone on Astralis. Blame F has been the one to kind of deliver some of that, but that's a tough task here. Bepsar looking to get a multi-kill of his own, and he does just that. It's just Christo left into a 1v3 here. Opportunities to isolate, but denied by Fasher. The same end result, 13-1 here. The chance for 14 is definitely in the cards as well.
Well, we talked earlier about dominating halves and how Sod currently set the day's record on 11-4. Fnatic smashed that. Maybe, again, Salt being shown from the previous complexity game. Whereas 13 is the worst it could possibly be at this rate. 14, I mean, I think we could both agree this game is probably already over. I think it's just kind of about saving face a little bit now if you're Astralis.
Yeah, building up some pride here. They're potentially collecting their first loss, and this time Nikodas, he's connecting in connector. Nice shots landed there to open up proceedings, making things bad to worse, but the escape definitely going to be a struggle here. And missed opportunities, missed shots, going to make things very complicated. But Roy, again, man, another multi-kill. This guy, he will not be stopped. He's going to take another fight out towards long. No way he wins that one. He still goes down swinging, but he will fall to Blame F.
Well, it's a consolation prize for one of the heavy hitters of Astralis, but it's not going to change the course of the round, which is already destined to be a Fnatic 14th. Really just a matter of time. Smoke flash on his back with 50 HP to try to work with. I guess he's got the bomb and recovered, so you do have the liberty of choosing whichever bomb site you want to go to. Can't really pick a wrong answer right now, quite frankly, but Nikodas is holding for this con push, and as soon as you make presence, I don't think this is when he's going to miss, or maybe he will. So, indicator given with health taken off a couple of these Fnatic members. Fasher being one of them, and he's on A right now. So, theoretically, You kill Messi front bathrooms. Faster's not really set up that well with him. You land the one bullet, and maybe you can pull this one back in the 1v2 post-plant world. But that's a fairy tale land that we are simply not living in. Messi, it really doesn't get more one-sided than this. Fnatic, yeah, they dropped one round in the middle of the bucket, but it doesn't matter. 14-1 is an insane result against one of the best teams out there.
Yeah, super impressive right there. Again, one of the Titans so far in this group. One of the rosters that I was really favoring to maybe make it out as well, you know, barring a couple of stand-ins for Astralis, but man, oh man, have they delivered big time right now in this this match so far. And if they can continue their endeavors at all here, Fnatic, they're going to be right back on the path here to make the playoffs.
And this is almost a required result for them too, because you think about the results they've put up today. Yeah, I mean, they are going to be sitting at 2-1 after they win this game, but the complexity result probably turned a couple of eyes against them. You think like these are the tournament favorites, as we keep saying, for a reason, and they didn't really prove that today. So a result like this going in their favor is definitely a requirement, just to show that, yeah, they are that team. They are those guys, and they are definitely solidifying themselves to potentially, if not already, go all the way through, maybe even to the finals if they keep playing like this. This is the Fnatic that made it to the quarterfinals of the major. This is the Fnatic that has scared so many teams off of that top spot in the world.
Yeah, no doubt about it here. We'll see if they can continue that form here heading into this next half right after this break.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, I mean, only one round there. It's definitely showing signs of some silence even from Astralis, and delivered by Fnatic, who have shown up, man. I don't know if they can continue to show the same form, right? Can Roy really do this over and over again? Can Fasha keep on getting away with the multi-kills that he's getting away with? But, I mean, these are two players you can trust, and then you talk about the supporting staff left on Fnatic, and all the pieces falling right into place.
I think this one is pretty much already concluded, with Roy adding another headshot into the tally. It's left to blame F again. Not really all that surprising, but what's surprising is he can't finish the kill. And Fnatic now 14 chances to close this down.
Death round was it would have been generous to say that could have been a lifeline for them, because I don't really know if there's anything that could get them into this game, to be honest with you. It's going to be a quick close here, quick day at the office, and at the very least, we did have some slight tech pauses in this one, but what we know is that we were going to maybe get back on schedule with the fact that Fnatic have just dominated this map out.
Yeah, it's been just that one-sided, and the only thing to go against them now is a scout and a measly couple of deagles. Glaive already taken down to half HP. I mean, you talk about an underperformance. I mean, unfortunately enough, he's been one of the people getting unlucky the whole damn game. 1 kill to his name. So, of course, problems are going to arise when that's a stat line you see. Christo, though, I guess he hasn't been one of the problems so far. Putting up about as pretty a penny as you get with a star like this. And it's a nice open too with the scout, but still a bit far-fetched to expect something of the game.
Hey, he had to get his damage on the super stand-in somehow.
He got his one.
He did. Now he needs to find a whole lot more than just one. So does the rest of Astralis. So it'd be a nice little way to regain some pride if they could only win a couple of rounds here in a row. They're just going to try and flood out towards this monster. So perfect HE. That's going to do incredible damage. And Zipix following it up with the Deagle as well. 2 players on low margins.
Right, with that nade kill, you can pretty much solidify it is going to be a B attack, so you can just stack all your reinforcements down to the lower bomb site to counteract this. So many health bars taken down just so low. And Roy, that one might be a consolation prize in this round. Just maybe looking for a bomb plant at very most out of a situation like this. Time starting to expire too. But again, find a couple of frags, get a bomb plant added up out of it, and it's not the end of the world. Mister, though, gets a boost above the sandbags to find a double. He's one of the players coming up from one of the academy teams, so Astralis not going speechless on this CT side, but those fist bumps are not met by many smiles.
Yeah, I mean, Mister, he's definitely having quite a good day right there, as he's the one to close out that round, but the rest of the team maybe not so happy, as they know which way this is going. Maybe just delaying the inevitable. But again, it's all about building up some pride here. You can start to get some rounds back in your favor. It's all going to matter here because you got some tough matches ahead.
Yeah, remember, like, there was a lot on the line coming into this. I expected it to be a lot more of a close, hard-fought battle, but instead it's kind of just Fnatic easily taking their way to the top of the group. Even though the record technically right now has 500 there. Again, doesn't really matter. They're going to quickly get dethroned.
That's a pleasant surprise for Fnatic, knowing that 500's continuing to take names so far in this event, because they got that head-to-head advantage here. They've just delivered and wrapped up a nice little comfortable victory, potentially. I guess there's time to talk about Astralis' bounce back, and I think we might have a little bit of life left in this map. You're potentially just given the fact that Astralis should be able to get some CT side rounds rolling here. Surely. You could toss.
Surely.
Making that not so secure. But the bomb now dropped in towards location where Mezzi will be able to retrieve it, but probably not going to do too much damage.
I don't know, though. Pepsor, he's kind of paved a path out and into B, and the rotations aren't going to be quick enough to stop the bomb from going down. So I think maybe understanding right now is Astralis that the bomb plant doesn't mean all that much. But, I mean, I don't even know if he can Tech 9 run out. Like, he kind of has to just knife out. Even then, still, there's not going to be enough time. The short flanks come through. Mister again to close down the round. And Astralis stay alive for at least just one more.
Staying alive, treading water here. And it's going to be a long road ahead if they want to get back into this one. They got to start climbing the mountain here and now. Nice deagle shots rolling on out. Like you said, if Pepsar could have prepped for some of this short aggression, he had the right ideas, it could have made some serious damage be done in that round, but not meant to be.
It's just not. Now I think Fnatic are maybe trying to get this round over with the 5-man Glock train put into B. If you're lucky, you get a bomb plant. If not, you just get shut down and be par for the course. Looking for a couple of measly kills. the only thing you'll find is despair. Could have been potential, honestly. There was a gun dropped down. Nikodas picked it up at the end. If they had taken care of the pit player, he could maybe isolate the fight of the other man there, get the bomb down. I don't know. I'm creating a fairy tale.
Yeah, not meant to be with the Glocks, that's for sure. One thing to note is that Roy still wielding that 155 ADR. Fasher, I don't even want to say he's cooled off. He's just kind of returned to normalcy at the moment. But we saw Pepzer really show form here in the last Overpass map, where I feel like he was dropping numbers that are incredibly hard to replicate. But now they've got 2 players that have filled the shoes, and you can see where that leads to so much domination from Fnatic, right? They didn't just get 1 player extra to fill in the kind of fragging role, the multi-kill ability showing. They got 2. And that's kind of what Fnatic have been showing all throughout these different events that they've been showing good form in.
Right now, Fnatic are trying to show their way into a B take. Pepstor is assisting on doing it. A quick double opener, and well, Mister's usually been the one to shut down rounds. Now without him, somebody else gonna have to do it instead. That's even if you get that far, though. This is 3-on-5. Somebody's got to start bringing it back, and I guess they've done it so far. Glaive doubling up from Heaven has given them a chance back into this round. With Messi as low as he is, it's really going to fall onto the shoulders of Roy to get the job done. And even Christo's up, transitioning into Heaven creates another issue for the likes of Fnatic right now. I think that's been heard. Messi giving the footsteps over and telling Roy maybe there's a safe avenue to get the plant in just yet. Though there's not really a way to plant for Graffiti and not Heaven now, is there?
Question is, how much space does Messi want to take here? Flashman goes in towards Heaven. They still have yet to get that safe passage, at least confirmed, on towards this bomb site. Flame F gonna find a kill, able to get that cross end. And if there was anyone you wanted to close it out, it would be Roy.
That's true, but already dinked up through the box, and they're just gonna double position around this. There is no escape. There is no winning it. So again, postponing it. Astralis, I'm not gonna say the inevitable just yet, because these past couple of rounds have looked like a little more of a resurgence from the Danes, who again aren't by any stretch of the imagination back in the game just yet, but playing it round by round with a player like Glaive behind you, maybe not the most when it comes to the fragging department, but again, Sivnix, Flame F, Glaive, all players who have been in this situation before.
Yeah, their backs have been against the wall. There's no question about it. So long road ahead again, like we mentioned, but that round was still, I feel like, very convincing from Fnatic. I feel like they let that one slide and slip on by their fingertips there, because you look at that multi-kill entry coming through and you think that's where the round should just immediately be curtains, right? That's a 5-on-3. You double up, you still have your lurking players elsewhere, and credit to Blame F for being prepared for some of that, but Glaive as well stepping up to shut that round down. All things considered, I feel like Fnatic, prime opportunity already to close this map out. They've had a couple of them and they haven't been able to do it just yet, so long road ahead, but I should start somewhere.
Does have to start somewhere, and so far the seeds have been planted for a potential comeback. However, again, it just looks like the Fnatic boys are getting ready to do a quick B pop, waiting for the monster smoke to fade. This is what you're supposed to do. Okay, well, they didn't. It faded by the time the last players got there, so it counts. Maybe not. Maybe my statement still applies. Zipnix, looking for the A, shut down by Nikodas. No fun allowed in this man's heart. He's still gonna rip a couple of kills away from you before all is said and done. Astralis, 6 on the board.
There's a smile from Zipix over there on the far end. Quite happy with that hold right there, and how could you not be? Beautiful work, mowing them all down with the A1S. Nailing those kills. Like you said, kind of sowing a comeback here, but one of these rounds, you feel like, you know, whether it be Roy, whether it be Pepsor once again, or Fasher, someone surely is going to step up and just close this one out, because they have so many opportunities to do so. Surely they can't keep up this effort. It only lasts so long, but Blame F has other ideas. Great setup right there. Christo, and it's been an opening pick.
Again, already off to the races, this CT side starting to pick up some steam. But the trades are there. The damage might not be. But when it comes to just man v man power, it's not the worst situation to find yourselves in if you're Fnatic, but blame F. He's playing this so well, finding picks, backing away, being so evasive, and not sticking around ever for too long to allow himself to give that pick back, to allow Fnatic to creep and crawl back into the 3v3. Instead, it's just a taste of their own medicine. We saw so many of these situations on the CT perspective of their own, where it was 4-on-3, advantage given to Fnatic, quick shutdown on one of the sites, and then rinse and repeat moving forward.
That is certainly the case. Don't want to get caught in the cogs of a comeback here, that is for sure. Fnatic want to close this one out quick and easy. They didn't know they had opportunities to do so. Dropped it up against the Deagle, forced by. That would have been their easiest opportunity. The 5-on-3, the follow-up here, but there's a chance now to close this one out. Crystal looking to deny that opportunity. A flank included in the mix here. Gonna make things near impossible. Zipex finally strikes. Pepsir able to trade things out, and all of a sudden it's a 1v3 in the cards. He's looking to dance around the box here, rather the truck, and Glaive will eventually find the kill, but he almost made the impossible happen. He almost broke the hearts of Astralis.
I'm surprised too. Didn't Glaive find a pick from Bank? Like, wasn't that called? I'm just a little uncertain about it, but oh no, okay, he only got flash assists, so yeah, he didn't know that he had already come out into the site. Again, evasiveness really wins Astralis that round, but it's just so close. Pepsor in the end barely can't scratch it. And now you can start to chalk this up to some of the players for Fnatic slowing down, where Roy and Fasher have been quiet this half. Same goes for Nikados. Really the only person finding a lot of the success has been Pepsor. And while he's been doing it very well, not a one-man game. You need more than one player to win a round for you, and that's kind of not been the case in a lot of these T rounds.
Mezzy trying to fill those shoes and fill the feed. He will. Right now, bomb is recoverable. They can go ahead and grab that one. But also, they're trying to flush out some of this B-side aggression right now. It's becoming very awkward. Timing is going to be everything here for Zipex. He has to play his cards right. Otherwise, he could be the cost of this B bomb site becoming lost. And timing, again, it needs to favor him. The angle, what is he watching here? He's not watching the right angle, and Mezzy, he's going to put the advantage into his favor. He even smokes off heaven, so it's going to be incredibly difficult. Glaive has to get past it, and he does.
Another smoke in play too, but they've got to deal with Glaive first. Stuck over in pit, the head spotted, and Nikados takes it. It's Christo in the 1v2, one of the recruits to the roster, one of the move-ups for Astralis with the off in hand and a couple of flashbangs. No kit, so time is limited, and he's got to make the best of a weird situation. Crossfire established too. I can't imagine any of these players are too initiative or either too hungry on committing to either one of these aim duels, and he has to stick it out with the op too. Can't afford to make the noise and switch over to an A1S. Instead, it's just going to be either one of these players vying for the time, but Mezzy's gone behind enemy lines, and Fnatic close out a gimme game that got a little closer than it should have been in the end. 6 on the CT side for Astralis, but obviously with the lead Fnatic had accrued coming in from the first half, it was next to impossible to make that happen.
That it was. We're not going to be able to pull that comeback off realistically there from 15-1. That deficit far too much to ask, and we see exactly why. They just eventually close it out. Mezzy steps up to the plate and finishes the job.
And now we see Fnatic topping the group. Again, you come into it understanding Astralis are 2-0 up to the point and might think to yourself whether the favorites coming into it. Again, I tend to disagree, and that's why it's just the caliber of opponents that Fnatic had already played, and now the job in front of them only gets easier. The teams they haven't played include the eliminated BNE now and Saw, I mean, in the reverse order, but it's a lot easier than the opposition they've already fought. Their path to that #1 spot, to winning the group, is very, very clear and outlined. And it's a downhill battle. It should only theoretically be easier from this point forward, but I'm sure Complexity said the same thing about a team like Saw before they got farmed themselves.
You just can't underestimate these rosters. That's one thing for sure. But what we just saw out of Fnatic is nothing but absolute promise. This is the Fnatic that we saw versus 500. Maybe not the one that we saw out of when they were playing up against the likes of Complexity, but now we see them back in their form, back with a lot of energy, back with Fasher and Roy combining with insane numbers. And if that's what we're going to see for the rest of this event over here on the B stream, then I don't think anyone could stop them.
No, I mean, most certainly not if they keep looking like that, but that's only a story to be told if things keep going in this direction for Fnatic, which will be determined after this break and after we come back, because Saw, they could play the upset role.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And the penultimate match of the day taking place here and now. And it's going to be an exciting one here as Fnatic, fresh off of some fiery form over on Overpass, now trying to bring that same energy versus Saw, who have already taken some big upsets, but have also taken some tough losses.
It's upsets they've needed to keep their run going, man. I mean, we looked at them a little bit earlier when they were 0-2 against the Complexity team, and they didn't win that game. They would have been out. That story still stays the same until they're either out of groups and the winner's side or in the loser's side, either making playoffs or unfortunately falling flat. One of the two outcomes to happen here as Fnatic, who are technically at the top of the group. It's a bit weird. It's a bit wonky, but stay with me here. Fnatic are at the top of the group. They are at the top of the group right now. In theory, again, the fact is they beat 500. So unless it's just on sheer round count, the tiebreaker would literally come down to, the head-to-head in which Fnatic have on them, but still in control of their own destiny is if they are going to end this one off 4-1, there is literally nothing 500 could do to get back in front of them. But at the same time, Saw need to play spoiler to that if they want to keep their run going. It's not like it's favored for them in the slightest. I mean, yeah, maybe a bit of an underdog story, I'd say, considering their performances in some of these teams so far. But look, man, Fnatic, this is kind of a must-win. I don't think you can drop this and be happy about advancing, even if you do.
Yeah, you want to claim this victory here. Definitely that's the case here. But what we've already gathered out of Saul is that they're not a roster to take lightly here. They have shown their ability already with the damage that they've done to Complexity, absolutely brutalizing them on Vertigo. But the thing is, man, Fnatic in this matchup here are looking to do a ton of damage here. They're looking to continue their hot streak. They've shown great form already. Now they just need to bring some of that energy here and now.
And again, if they're able to keep it up off the momentum they picked up against Astralis, there is really no chance Saw can win a game like this. Well, this is also going to come down to the map they play, maybe the side they pick. I don't know. Like, you think, yeah, they looked really convincing in a couple of the games that they've won. Both of them, though, were on Overpass. So you look at the Nuke game, the only one in theory, which is not on Overpass, and it didn't go anywhere near their way. They never looked great. They never looked good. They never looked comfy and cozy. And who's to say they're going to get Overpass here? I doubt Saw is going to let them pick into that, considering, like, I know it's not necessarily a permaban or a map they don't like playing, but why would you ever let that slip through the cracks? I mean, when you could play a map like Nuke or Ancient again, Fnatic, they don't ban Nuke. Like, there's no reason to take them to Overpass, in my eyes. Against this team, there's really none.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's fair play that 500 let Overpass slip on through, right? You really expected that to be the case even. It's honestly somewhat understandable that Astralis maybe let that map slide on through as well. But it cannot be the case that Saul let them get away with an Overpass pick after how they've just looked in that last matchup. They cannot let that take place. You're exactly right, because if Saul let that one slip on through the vetoes here, they're going to be in for a lesson learned. from old Roy and the rest of the gang here, because that's exactly what they've been delivering. Lessons here on Overpass, how to play them and where they need to be there. They've been showing that every step of the way, how to get multi-kills. You need to take that in the Academy of Roy, because he has not stopped, man. And it's really exciting what we've gathered out of them. And again, head to head here in the comparison, Roy has done nothing but impress so far this event. He continues to do so. There, that Astralis match was an absolute domination from this guy. And well, I'm excited to see if he can keep that form up here on some maybe different territory.
Yeah, and you speak of his form, it's been a literal direct incline as this event has gone on. Even in the game where they got stomped out, I believe he performed better than the first map. And then obviously you've got the apex of his performance thus far with 29 kills against Astralis in a game that didn't even go past like 25 rounds. You'd imagine this guy is starting to feel himself a little bit now as the day has progressed forward. You jerks, we've only seen him once on this stream. While he's usually the hard carry of the likes of a team, of this SAW team, we've seen a little bit of a presence from other players on the server, a couple of clutches from Just, some good showings from Roman, some good stuff from Story. So maybe a reason to believe in a couple of the other individuals on the players for SAW, but like, I still don't think as a team they're going to be overpowering Fnatic. I think if there's any way they take this away from them, it's maybe some multi-kill shenanigans coming through from the stars that we just highlighted.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. They're going to need all the stars to shine here. And honestly, that's what we got out of them when they were taking on Complexity. I feel like everyone was landing the shots necessary to get the job done here, but the veto has taken place already, and immediately it's piquing my interest because so far, no overpass ban here. And surely it comes through. So surely they don't let this one slide. They've got, I believe, one more ban left to them. And okay, yeah, thank God they do go in for that overpass ban. And in fact, look at this leads into here. Fnatic banning out Nuke off of a little bit of discomfort off their matchup versus Complexity there. It leads into another Vertigo map here for the boys at SAW. And I think this is going to be some very strong standing after that victory.
Now, you know phrases better than I do, and I think you might know what I'm kind of getting at here. Whereas Complexity destroyed Fnatic 16-6. Then they would go on to lose to SAW 16-9. So you get the cycle I'm going for here. There's two ultimatums. Either we have this cycle triangle that you talked about earlier of teams that just can't really beat one another consistently, or maybe SAW is just some sleeper team that had a slow start to the event and an unlucky draw in the opening part against Astralis. If you want any map right now as SAW, you probably want Vertigo. Riding the highs of that Complexity win. It was the last game they played. They have been waiting for a little bit, so maybe even a little bit cooled off from it. But still, it's going to bring confidence. That's what it's going to be coming into the map. And it's something to note that Fnatic, they haven't played this map today. They haven't played it in a while, and they had to pick between the two ultimatums, which wasn't really all that favoring to them. Nuke, they got stomped on it. There was no way in hell they were going to run it back there.
Yeah, there's a great little force of the hand there coming through from SAW and the vetoes here. And speaking of them, I mean, we've talked about them so often here heading into this comfortable map in Vertigo. Now they get to continue, or at least try to continue, that hot streak here. It's one of our first points that we're talking about, is the impressive showing that they had versus Complexity, a team that was actually able to dominate Fnatic. Again, this weird little triangle that we're talking about is going to meet on territory that SAW are very comfortable and confident in, and that's a good sign.
And the thing is, too, it's not even necessarily SAW trying to make their playoff run happen. I mean, well, obviously that is their number one priority, but at the same time, just winning here really throws that number one spot back up into contention. It's kind of been in the air this whole time with Fnatic winning that game over Astralis in the way they do. You'd think they're a pretty good lock to take it home, but if they lose this game, BNE are now, or not BNE, I'm sorry, 500 are now in control of that own fate, and they could be the ones taking the number one spot away, which is incredible to think, because Astralis can no longer really contend for it after the game that they had just put up. So again, there's so many teams that could walk away in front. I mean, even theoretically, I believe Complexity could grab it if everything went their way in an ideal situation. So this group is still anybody's game. And SAW, again, their number one priority is just making it out, but there's a lot of domino effects that can happen off of them potentially upsetting Fnatic here.
That's definitely the case there. I'm super excited to see what we get out of this, because so far the groups have been shaking up to be absolutely just wild, right? No one is really leading the pack too heavily. Obviously, Fnatic are trying to get there. Astralis were there at one point before that last best of one that we just witnessed. So it really is up for grabs by any team. But now, I mean, after that, we can already talk about Fnatic and the way that they were able to stomp out Astralis. That's a really good sign for them. Again, man, when we talk about confidence, Fnatic are going to be wielding the most of it. I don't necessarily mean that, or I don't necessarily think that that's going to mean that it's going to show the same form here. It's a different map here, and I've only seen, with the substitutions, them show that level of ability to play out on overpass so far. Right, Nuke looked a little bit lacking there. Some uncomfortable positions taking place, and for the most part for Pepsor on that Nuke map as well, but he was comfortable on overpass. So now Vertigo, is he going to have the same sort of issues plaguing him of the discomfort in positions, or is he going to be able to show the same form that he has in the 2 maps that he's played on overpass?
I mean, I like that you note that because he did have some struggles over on Nuke. It was a very, very slow start. I believe even going down to 0-6, almost pulling out the James Bond numbers before he finally got his first kill, I believe, in the ramp room flank. But other than that, I mean, it is still that 50-50 of, is it maybe just a bad map for Pepsor? Was it a bad game for Pepsor? Are we going to keep seeing this insane play from him? Because we saw it at the end of that game too, where he was really the reason they were able to cross the finish line on that T side against Astralis. Without him, I think maybe it still would have been won by Fnatic, but probably a bit closer in the finale there. But I mean, I think Saw, if we think all the way back to that complexity game, kind of, I don't even think they had to work that hard on the T side, if this makes any sense. With no discredit to any teams, we kept highlighting the fact that Complexity weren't doing all that much on the CT side of Vertigo, and I believe it was an 11-4 finish in Saw's favor. That's not something they're going to get away with again against a team like Fnatic, who are very proactive around the map, love setting up aggressive crossfires, love taking map control away from you, and love flanking more so than anything. And on a map like Vertigo, flanks are everything. They can win you and lose you rounds from a CT perspective, so considering the caliber of Team Fnatic is, it could take them the distance, but it could also lose them a very important game.
Yeah, there's no question about that. And the one really strong suit was Mezzi calling out a very proactive CT side. It netted them that 14.5 there over on overpass, and I think that's something to note there. Mezzi calling out some really good shots there. He's been finding and identifying the weaknesses and the defaults of Astralis, and he's, I'm sure, well prepped and ready to go here for Saul. Even though they are the underdog roster in this group, they've already shown that they're a roster that you can't take too lightly. So the fact that you already mentioned, the flanks potentially being an issue and all of these details here, Saul definitely going to have some tough competition ahead of them. And despite showing some good results here on Vertigo, I think that, Messi's not going to come in lacking a game plan.
Absolutely not. No, I mean, there's no way you let this map slip all the way through the cracks if you don't have a game plan on it. Like, yeah, obviously, I think Saw definitely outplayed Fnatic in the veto in the way they went about it, because you would think they would ban a map like Overpass a lot sooner. But they kind of let it slide till the very, very end and put Fnatic in this really awkward and weird spot where they had to pick between two evils. It's like, yeah, their nuke is probably better on paper, but again, it's just like, do you really want to run it back when you just got absolutely stomped out by a team? Saw just stomped out themselves. A lot of ifs, ands, or buts to go into it, but it still ends us up here. And for the best of, or rather, I'm sorry, for the concern of who really knows, one of these teams is not going to be happy with this pick. I can tell you that much right now. I don't really imagine this map is all that close. Something in me tells me we're going to find out fairly early on who's the comfortable team, who's the one who's a bit more prepared on it. And I honestly think a lot of our questions will be answered within the first few rounds, because Fnatic, let's say they start on the CT side, with how they show us like the pace on that first gun round could determine the entire outcome of the game. Remember, the amount of space that was given to Saw was, I mean, just so relaxing for them. They never had to worry about taking anything. And if Fnatic let that happen again, Saw is just going to be rinse and repeat. But if they don't, I'd imagine they'd have a lot tougher of a time.
Yeah, that's a great point, right? Saul able to get away with all the map control in the world. They're constantly taking ground for essentially free. We saw so many rounds where Complexity failed to take that ramp control at many different occasions. So the fact that we're back here once again, that Fnatic are going to not learn from the lessons of the counterparts on Complexity, right? They should realize that if you're going to give all of the space over to Saul, you've got to be going proactive elsewhere on the map. You got to be taking some ground, because the way that they execute sites when they get to the positions that they want to be in is when things become the most bleak for your defensive depth. That's when things start to become very, very sour. And Story was a big facilitator of that. He was landing some beautiful shots. And if that's the case, if Saul get away with it again here on this map, well, then Vertigo is going to be something that Fnatic are going to be kicking themselves for letting slide on through the vetoes.
I'm still just interested to see if like Fnatic is just an overpass demon or is just a nuke blunder. Like, I don't know. It's so weird because you'd think with 7 best of ones, the map pool would be a little bit wider than overpass, 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 Vertigo, but it's not.
Yeah, I mean, these teams only playing out 5 best of ones here. You get to ban a lot of the uncomfortable maps, so it's going to lend itself to the maps that you're really feeling home territory in. So it's no surprise that we see some familiarity, especially given the fact that Complexity, Astralis, we also see Fnatic very much so like it. Even 500 like Overpass quite a bit. So we're seeing a lot of the common map pools here, but we will be hopping into a common map in Vertigo once again here for Saul. But we're going to have to throw it to a quick break before we get there, guys. We will be right back.
It started out like a movie scene, something straight out of a magazine. I crossed my fingers you'd come to me. Then all of a sudden it became reality. Don't care about no gold, no one else to hit my phone up. None of that pretentious life. No, 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 don't need no pills to get high. There's no doubt in my mind. Your love, it is all that I need. To hit my phone up, none of that pretentious life. No, 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 don't need no pills to get high. There's no doubt in my mind. Your love, it is all that I need. It's all that I need. All I need is your loving. All I need is
And we're ready to go, finally. After a long and hard-awaited pause, seems like everything's now back in action. I'm not sure what happened, but what I am sure of is that we're here now. Pistol round underway as saw start on the CT side of Vertigo. Didn't actually get to see too much of it.
Yeah, that's actually going to be welcoming, right? We'll see what they can do on the CT side. And already Roman showing what he do with a couple of opening picks here. Short-lived, though, potentially. Roy, he takes some liberties back in towards this B bomb site. They're going to aggress as well down towards ramp. They've already claimed a lot of this space, and they're simply going to post up here on this B bomb site, trying to get the post lanes down. The flashes are well placed as well to keep things at bay. And Roy, he continues his dominant form.
Well, you can be as dominant as you want. I don't know if you're gonna be able to pull this off, or maybe you can if your name is Fetch. Dude, every time I feel like this guy gets so close to the clutches, just inches away. It's not happening. The dualies are better for it at long range on 2 HP. He'll live to tell the tale of a denied clutch from Fnatic's T side. And you remember, I think on Overpass, it was a bit of a sloppy finish from them, I will say, giving up 6 rounds before they were finally able to close things out. Even, I believe, losing a 4-buy in the mix there. So, maybe there's just some general weaknesses to this T side at some points, and Saw could definitely abuse that.
There's no doubt about it, but that's still pretty threatening around here. You still have some of the elements that we were talking about, man. Last map for Fnatic, it was a real Roy and Fasher show, and they did show up in every last round, it felt like. So if they can keep that up, even if rounds don't go the way you'd expect them to start winning some of them, as force buy off the back of that bomb plant is definitely going to take place.
No surprise, too. They have control of this site, but they don't. Where's the bomb right now? I can T-spawn. They still have to have somebody who can get this. This could actually come to the undoing of them.
It's right down, I think, outside of the B stairs, so I don't know if it'll come calling here. Because Mezzi's able to easily claim that, and Basher continues to deliver, man. It's just these two players who never stop filling the feed. They're finally Basher going to get taken care of. And will that maybe lessen the commitment in towards this B side attempt here? It's going to be fast rotations from Saul on towards this A side here. We'll see if they can beat him to the punch, but in the meantime, everyone on Fnatic spreading themselves thin, looking for the big info play. And this could be a liability here on the man advantage.
I mean, I kind of like what they've got going for themselves now, because Pepsor can be the guy to make this info play, right? Now that he's cleared up the B site, you got to think of what the potential risk was. It's like, if he did end up dying, then he still knows mid is clear. Like, they still have to rotate all the way around to get back into the A bomb site, and Mezzi would have beat them there to get the bomb down. So the risk really was not outweighed by the reward. So Fnatic making the right play call in the mix, but they still have to close out the round again. A 2-on-2 as Mezzi's now stuck in the middle of the bomb site. He doesn't even have a gun. Just a mere Deagle to try to get a couple of bait shots off on it. They fight together, and now at pole position's revealed. Roy has to try to win another 1v1 clutch for Fnatic, this time swinging out, taking the initiative, and it'll work. Better him than anybody else. This guy, like I said, he's woken up in the past couple of games. Fnatic are thankful for his resurgence.
Right now, they've got every last kill so far in this map, man. I didn't know if they'd be able to keep up the performance, but at least when we're only 2 rounds deep, they certainly seem to do so. Especially in the clutches when it matters the most. Roy and the impact rolls right there, closing out big time. And that's going to net them a pretty rough buy here over in the Sol camp. Not a lot to purchase into. And we did get to see a little something out of the CT side. It was a little bit lacking at the start, and it actually allowed for Complexity to maybe pull off a comeback potentially. Ujerk, so looks like he's getting in his signature position, but flushed into a deeper angle here as the Molly's going to keep him at bay.
It's mounted the ramp control with little to no, like, spotted back. You jerk somehow finds a kill on that 5-7. Dude, I remember the Complexity game. He was farming on the ramp side with that gun. So I guess, I mean, you're lucky that it does as little damage as it does. But still, you're at a bit of an awkward spot where a couple of these players can't really be the ones to go in first. Nikodos, with one of your only AKs, is stuck to 6 HP and even trapped in a corner. But, again, this is still probably Fnatic favored, just gonna get a bit dicey in the long run.
Oof, a lot of damage up through the wall. Fasher can't control the Galil. And it will be capitalized on. Nice pick. But it's just equalization frags right now. Massive HP advantage with Nikodos on low HP, but the utility going to be tossed in towards this A bomb site. It's going to allow them for full site control here to contain. Numbers punched in, but it's all a fake here. Roy not so committed, but eventually will start to punch in the digits.
And that's all they needed, right? Because, again, there's no kits on this round. It was a force back. Saw, at this point, probably just going to be looking for a couple of kills, if not calling this up to a save. But Nicodemus is still low. They know somebody's dinked on the 5-7, and it's all unconfirmed so far. Rather, unconfirmed for the other players. And the tap should bait out peek from one or two of the members, but the flash is perfectly placed for the double kill. Even now, knowing where Story's position lies, Roy, I don't think he's going to opt to give this AK anytime soon. Instead, just keep posted up on the angle. When he escapes, he will end up getting one tap straight to the graveyard. Fnatic, they take the lead back, and potentially more to come as Saw has to go down to an eco. Oh, no.
Oh, but no. Yeah, they have to go down to an eco. My question is, when are we going to start seeing Unconnected start buying him some weapons with this 60 grand?
Yeah, man, I mean, come on. SMH, man.
Spread the wealth.
Be a team player, brother.
And really holding on to that is a mountain of cash, but the rest of the team, unfortunately, not so fortunate. No money to go around. And this is going to allow Fnatic to get another one of these patented hot starts that they know and love.
They've been getting unlucky all day, too. I feel like most of the tech pauses happen against them. But credit where it's due, man. They've been able to mount up the momentum. They've never really dropped it, even with these long, very hard-straught tech pauses amongst it. They always manage to stay on top of things, which is way harder than it might seem.
Yeah, it's actually so impressive because I feel like a lot of times when they are winning out these rounds, right, tech pauses are a tough punch to the gut when you have the momentum in your favor. And that's certainly the case right now. But a quick one. We're already back into the action here once again.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to change much, though. I guess if there's anything to look forward to in that tech pause is the fact that Saw, it happens to them in a USP round. Instead of some massive gun round later on down the line that could determine the game, happens here, where it doesn't really matter all that much. Doesn't take a lot out of you, considering you're going into a freebie round for Fnatic anyway.
Yeah, I guess that is a good sign here when you know you're up against USPs. Probably not going to do too much damage, although they're in the right position. And head spotted there, Messi. He has absolutely no interest in turning the corner there, but he will let them turn the corner into his own AK. The exact ideal situation, but they will continue to walk into this. Stack some missed smokes as well here, and the side all aggression. I don't know if that AK is really retrievable. Nicodemus and Vasher have coverage. That's a quick and easy one there for Fnatic, despite one kill taking place.
More than they should have been getting, but end of the day, it is just Fnatic taking the round away from them. And now Saw, with rifles back in their back pockets, have to try to make a round out of this. Still missing the AWP. And if you remember, early on against Complexity, I believe it was the AWP that actually had the biggest presence for Saw, whether it was the T side or not. Still something to note that you want to get this guy on his weapon of choice early on. He was one of the stars earlier, and you're kind of going to need a full team effort in a game like this. Roy shows you exactly why, because even when the flash doesn't actually land what's supposed to, he still ends up walking away with a kill.
Yeah, I just can't believe he was able to get away with that. There's just no way there, but Story going to keep things actually contained as he goes down to 1 HP, just holding on this B-bomb site. I think Saw are trying to get away with a whole lot of the antics. Or rather, Fnatic are trying to get away with a whole lot of the antics there, but Saw, they know better. They're not going to allow them to take that space for free, despite that opening pick looking so promising. So I'll make sure to recover. They hold their own.
Oh, okay. I was very scared. I think you're with me on that too, though. A shutdown, though, man. Saw a really big clockwork out of that round. Pauses keep springing back and forth, too. I mean, you shut him down pretty convincingly, so calling attack pause instantly after, I'm not too sure if it's a let that sink in kind of moment or what.
Whatever it is, it's trying to build up some momentum here for them, that's for sure. Trying to bring some energy into the Saw CT side early on so that they don't give away these big leads to Fnatic that they've been able to take versus some very tough competition. Now, that's a great way to do it, right? Get a nice and tidy round, even a round that you lose the man advantage early on with, a quick 4v4. Oftentimes that can favor the T side, but they made it anything but favorable for Fnatic.
I love this play from Saw, though. Sitting so close to the ramp smoke, Roman. Balls of steel. Could get punished for it big time, but so far, it's actually going to bid them well if he sticks around, but he's left. Still need to get this info back, because right now, Fnatic have taken full mid control, and they're using it to crunch into B. There's not much of a defense put up on the counteraction of it, and just, he has nothing to say. Just too many places to look at once, and with that in mind, Fnatic take the round with these. Now it's about holding on the guns. Saw, you can't retake back into this, and I'm sure Fnatic, with the couple of players having cash like they do, you'd only imagine they try to take some weapons away.
That might be worth the effort here, but still, you want to establish your own foundation. They've just made a MAC 10 essentially double entry. Right there, what Mezzy did was he found the first kill, and then he lands a lot of damage onto the second. We're hit around the corner there. That B side comes collapsing to essentially what was one player, and one player alone, creating so much chaos. And Fnatic, I like the way that they're utilizing this mid control here. It's a rare avenue of approach that teams often, you know, try and avoid taking because it can be so risky, it can be so timing orientated, it can be hard to deal with on this T side and really work around. But confidence is key here for Fnatic apparently, and fully confident is Mezzy in the timing that he's just found.
They still don't have an AWP too. Have we seen an AWP this game? I don't think we have. Yeah, we're only 7 rounds in, but you'd think eventually somebody would crack through that barrier and be able to get the big green out and play and start slinging it around. But for Fnatic, there's been no reason to, because in the past couple of rounds, it's just straight up been bonuses and upgrading to the M4, where you don't really need to like drop a perfectly good rifle for an AWP upgrade. And for Saw, they just simply can't afford it.
Yeah, especially with how promising we've seen Story be with the AWP. He would really like that, but caught on the aggression. Udrux, he's so solid in this position. He tries to line them all down, mow them down on the ramp side, but he's limited, unable to have too much success in the multi-kill department here. Roman going to take some initiative, but somehow misses his timing as well. I think he shot a couple of bullets into that hole right there, and that's not the way you wanted that one to go. Now they have to fade out of this A control here and give it up to the T's.
Fnatic, man, these site takes have leveled up a bit. Peps are not even worrying about the push from Roman. I mean, it kind of costed his teammate to die, maybe putting a little too much emphasis on that side hall flank instead of just crunching it in. Now you're back to a 3-on-3 with even footing, and there's still a smoke to block out some of the CT's vision lines, but I mean, you got to start layering in some of these frags, man. You can spot them crossing all you want, but if you can't actually finish the kills, then what does it really matter? Peps are in an unwinnable spot, and it's a perfect retake from Saw. Fnatic just caught split up amongst the entire site, and it's not something that's going to go unnamed.
Yeah, I think they just lacked a little bit of initiative right there and actually claiming that site. They didn't want to commit fully. They were unaware of the opportunity that they've let slip by, though, as well. So Fnatic hitting the brakes a little bit too much in that round is going to come costing them. They could have had that one in the bag. Big advantage for them. They were able to find some crispy trades and just hand out their way.
I wonder, man, what do Fnatic have to end this T side off with for it to be called or considered a success? Because, like, it's starting to become inconsistent. Are kind of starting to crack through the code. You could see in a lot of these rounds, whether they're close or not, like, they've got a read on the situation at most points, and they're not scared to go back in to find some map control. Justice just pretty much cleared out the entirety of the B steps, and while you've got a man crept back in, it's still a good indication that Saw know what's going on at this end of the map. So Fnatic could very easily get stuck in this vortex that just goes downhill, and they're just kind of wasting utility right now.
I think one thing's certain, you do not want to give over too much of a CT lead here to Saul, because we've seen the dominance that they can show on this T side, the adaptations, the identification of weaknesses when they were playing up against complexity. So avoiding that reality is so important here. There's trades to be delivered here back in response. They're trying to wait out the side hole aggression, but low on HP there. Roy not going to be able to walk away with any more success.
Oh my lord, the perfect timing comes through and Roman's found another. Dude, Saw keep doing the same thing. It's just these out-of-pocket pushes from Fnatic. Like, you think, why is somebody dying on the other end of the map there? Why is just getting a kill on B? I mean, you're taking A, you're just giving them so many opportunities to steal this back. It feels like every single round Saw have won has been more on the fact that Fnatic just split up their individuals at every side of the map, even when the target is known, even when you know you're going into A and have an advantage. It's like, at that point, you might as well just cut the losses, go back and regroup with your team. It's just so much more worth it. And now this hero play that comes through from Nikolas and co just goes completely unnoted.
Yeah, it's such a promising start, but all the fizzle out there in the finish. Definitely the right, maybe, problem identified though, right there. They're not necessarily grouping up. They're not going for those big site takes there. Send that Glock around the world before he gets tossed on over, but not a lot of success off that. Just a little bit of a distraction. Oh, no.
No.
He didn't land the jump, but eventually he will fall. Not Roy.
Maybe he make the jump, maybe not.
Round face. With smileys.
That's got to be some of the
occasion.
best ending in Counter-Strike in recent history.
I do love it. I cannot hate. It is, it's so fun every time the tweets come out.
Bro, Nikolas,
Do we
for
make
your own health,
playoffs?
put that Red Bull down, bro. He is like shaking.
Gotta get the blood pumping. Why not?
Why not?
And you can see this job site. Only one injury so far, but quite a brutal one.
Who else but Roy, though? Of course it had to be Roy.
Of course.
Nobody
If
else
anyone.
makes more sense. Of course, yeah. Well, finally the ops are brought out. I've just realized, even though it was there in the last round, but this might be the first time seeing it from the story. I'm not too sure. My memory is pretty bad, in all honesty. But the nade placement is spectacular off the rip, with Nikolas already falling to 36 HP. Usually, ramp has been a strong suit for Fnatic, opening up the round with relative success. Quite the opposite here, as Nikolas burns to a crisp inside of the smoke. U-Jerks won't let him get away for free, and now it's Fasher all alone, isolated in the 1v5. And a whip that's uncharacteristic will go a long way for Saw's campaign, up to 6 as they keep extending this lead and send Fnatic to another eco.
Great work being done right there. I like the late collapse there. It's something we haven't really seen. We've seen Saul put a lot of resources early on in the rounds to try and claim the ramp control early. We've seen them give up the control, but what I think is so common in the meta nowadays is to try and reclaim it in the mid round there, to try and take it after the utility starts to dwindle and after the fire starts to fade. And in that, Saul have a whole lot of success. It looked very good doing so. I mean, the collapse was so well put together.
Yeah, man, we are kind of seeing on silver display why Saw picked this map, why they love it so much. Well, they didn't necessarily pick it, but, I mean, it used to be like the map of Saw's pool. And while it still kind of is, the win rate shadows or rather distracts from that fact. And we're seeing why they're so comfy cozy on it. I believe they've taken some of the best teams in the world on this map, and they've honestly gone toe-to-toe with some pretty incredible opposition. So, like, they're getting tested. Maybe people thinking, like, there's some inconsistencies to abuse. I don't really know, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say that I'm not impressed here, but like you had said, this is kind of a map that has been in the wheelhouse here of Saw. So it's no surprise that we're seeing the success here. It's also very welcome that we're off of Overpass here for anyone facing Fnatic. And it's a very small sample size, right? We're not playing those best of threes where we get to, realize where the strengths are. It does right now feel like Overpass is just such a dominant and strong map for Fnatic, and maybe we're seeing some of that lack of cohesion and some of the small issues in the substitutions, and maybe the lacking of that supportive element, the steady hands that Crims can bring to this roster in affecting some of these other maps.
Oh, the irony. Steady hands. Get it? Hey, man, you said it, not me.
Yeah.
Damn, bro, unconnected out here being a ball hog.
Deathless.
That's true.
Also killless.
There's a running joke in the Smash community that DQ is the best player in the world and has never lost. Because DQ stands for disqualified.
Oh, yeah. Got that one. Unconnected. He's never lost an aim duel.
That's true. This guy's farming.
Again with this late control here, Story. Probably feeling a whole lot more confident with some of the chances at aggression here. He's going to take some deep sight lines, but he has to worry about Nikodos. And I wonder if that barrel's sticking out wide enough for Nico to spot him. It is. Yeah, that's a freebie. Story. Got a little bit too lackadaisical, not expecting a peek on his right.
Counter smokes and Co come out, though, to try to defend off this A bomb site. Fnatic with this man advantage, kind of, I'd say, running out of alternatives, considering even though they do have a man up, Saw are still sussing out what's going on and aren't giving them the most amount of room to work with. In fact, still kind of keeping them limited to the right side of this A bomb site, and it's all just buying time. And I wonder, what are they trying to cook up here? Because this seems all intentional from Saw, to ensure that they can't be on the left side of the bomb site, to ensure they've got to be hiding on these, like, right-sided, sneaky-ish angles, like the headshot towards Crane, like side haul. They've still got the extra smoke to throw in for the retakes. Assistant sneaking off on the AWP, even tagged up in the side haul. Basic just wait and hold. Pepsor inside of the smoke, throwing some knives out, seeing if he can't try to stop a fake defuse, or even now spamming him down. This smoke usually doesn't provide cover, and it won't again. Historically is the case. Fnatic show why. It's not the greatest smoke to throw, but still, Saw try to make it work. It's a good couple of kills on the retake, but Fnatic are finally back in the game of the round.
Yeah, nicely done right there. Great closer coming through from Pepsor as well, but still elements promising here for Saul. Just couldn't quite get that retake, all things considered. Roy Pepsor closing things out. Nikadal's helping out as well. Very good work. This will give them some extra rounds in. I'm not exactly sure what we really need to see out of Fnatic to feel comfortable heading into the second half, right? Because we've seen kind of highs and lows of success here when it comes to the CT side. We didn't really see too much on Nuke out of them versus Complexity, but then immediately we talk about them versus Astralis, and well, they could only use a couple of T-side rounds if they wanted to make the job done.
Yeah, but still, this T-side is very lackluster from Fnatic. I mean, the previous game's credits, like, they don't really hold up here so far. And I don't know if that's to the credit or Saw, to the undoing of Fnatic, but this T-side's kind of just been a disaster for the most part. Not as consistent as they would have hoped or liked it to be. And whether you argue this map is T or CT-sided, it just kind of certainly feels like Saw have a leg up the entire way through.
Yeah, at least in the consistent success department, that is certainly the case here, but stringing things together could be quite nice if you're Fnatic. Met by a smoke here, met with some proactivity as well. I think they've just tucked a player inside of the ladder room here, who's soon going to be able to activate on a flank and catch players off guard here. So things becoming very, very interesting. Although Roy is going to take care of that flank. A big kill from them.
Hey, look, it's Marabella's knife. Anyway, still have that opening pick to try to work with coming into the B bomb site, though. Saw time and time again cracked this one open, and it looks like they might be knocking on the door to do it once more. He has been an absolute demon to deal with when they don't actually have mid control, when they can't crunch in upon him, when it is just this one-pronged approach. It's always worked out well for Saw, and they even stopped them from getting this bomb down. Now it's just about running through and denying it with no time left on the clock to actually get it punched in. They've got to stop him. 6 seconds left. There is no more time. Nikodos doesn't hit the op shot and still coming around the corner. They found the first. It's 1v1 for Story. Running out of bullets and running out of help. They both switch to the sidearms. It's a battle of pistols, and Story wins it. A P250 versus a Glock, and you know who's going to win it. Saw 8 rounds guaranteed, winning the half right alongside it. Fnatic, the troubles don't stop here.
Again, it's another one of these rounds where I feel like so much is going right there, but in the heat of the moment, some slight miscues from Fnatic. taking place there, but not able to pull it across the line. But I mean, what can you do against some of these shots, some of these game plans here? Ujurks and Story continuing to deliver here. It's actually been a full team effort quite nicely. Uter is the only one standing a little bit behind, but no harm, no foul if you can keep up this good position.
Absolutely not. Honestly, I feel like Fnatic kind of need to change their pace, man. You think back to some of their other games, it's like one thing they do super spectacularly is they control the pace of the game. They always keep the opposition on their toes, and it never really feels like you can get a read on the pace they're playing with. But it's just been very slow, passive defaults when the rifles come out. And while obviously that's usually the right play to make, it's like, I talk to you about this all the time, the right play is only the right play until it becomes wrong because you've done it so many times. And at this point, it's like Saw are holding onto their utility, they're playing perfect defensive angles, they're not over-peaking and giving kills back to Fnatic, and they're creating enough chaos in the midst of the action to buy time for the rotations, to make it harder to crack into one of these sites.
Roy's putting his best foot forward right now, once again in another map in a row. Meteorus is on the flank here. I said he was the only one really yet to join the rest of his teammates. So maybe he can start to do that now with a big impact round. Can make a case for this retake here if he can find some quick kills, and he's done just that. Nikodos hits the deck, but now it's all on his shoulders, and he's down to 29 HP. He has such a long pathway in, and so probably wise to call this one off.
Yeah, it's the smart move to make, man. You're not really winning around like this. I mean, you got to give him credit for the first kill he found on the ramp flank. He shouldn't have got it to begin with, even getting spammed down through the box, but somehow was able to land that shot. Just unfortunate. Story isn't able to achieve much from CT spawn around it. They could have easily crunched in the last player had they found that frag. But instead, it's Fnatic still trying to stay competitive in this half. One away from the most competitive scoreline we can get. And I actually don't know if we've, all the way back to the beginning of the day, we saw an 8-7 score between Complexity and 500. Two different teams who have had two different destinies to get this far. It's impressive to still see them as competitive as can be.
He is still trying to put up the fights here, and could get a nice handshake half here. That would be quite fitting for these two teams. 8-7 even as it gets here. Fnatic can just reach out and grab it. Waiting for Ujurk's common play of peeking out. I think he spots the leg there. He's going to do some damage. That's a warning shot right there. Keep him at bay here, but now Nikodos, he has to find a path out of this position.
He does, but he won't. Ujurks. Again, the king of ramp decides to rule over it once more. They keep finding these man advantages. Saw have never really struggled in the opening kills department. They're gonna even triple up on this, man. There's no way Roy gets out alive. And it's instantly left to the shoulders of Fasher and Pepzor, who are only really so long for this world. Just misses a crucial op shot, so there's leeway to be found up and in towards Beam Uterus. How can he find this kill? Well, just like that. Fairly easy. And now even looks to double down on the young star, the superstar stand-in. Fnatic can't be using him to the most effect in this round, and it seems like Vertigo's so far destined to go the way of Saw. And remember, this is a very T-sided team if you think back to the game against Complexity. An 11-4 half there. Do you think they can put up the same result, though?
Yeah, I mean, it is a big difference in the teams, right? Complexity was playing very timid, very passive, and the history just isn't there. The comfort isn't there for a map like Vertigo for Complexity, at least in the official capacity. I think Fnatic are going to try and put up a better fight here, take more initiative, take more space on that CT side, because that's what we've seen them do all throughout this event. All that being said, we're going to have to wait and see how the second half pans out right after this break.
We have a solution for you.
Bull gives you wings.
All things considered, not that bad a finish for Fnatic, who looked a bit down and out off the opening parts of that half. Saw, though, still maintaining a pretty comfortable lead, 3 rounds in front going into the second half of Vertigo. But it's the T side that's got us all worried. A lot of questions still needing to be answered, and they all start with the pistol.
Yeah, we'll get our answers very quickly, depending on what sort of initiative we see out of Fnatic, what sort of ground they want to establish, and what sort of tendencies they want to give, because Saul are one to abuse any sort of inch that you give them. If you're going to allow them to take free control like Complexity did, you're going to quickly realize that that is a mistake you cannot afford if you want to be moving forward in this best of one, because they've already built themselves up a nice little lead, a 9-6 half that you can be happy about. Can they continue it forward, though, here? That's a big question.
Yeah, and again, it's like, there's just so many unknowns to this, right? Like, they feel and look so good on Vertigo at some points. Like, again, if the Complexity game has anything to say about what's going forward, you wonder if Fnatic are actually going to be able to compete with this very volatile and scary T side as it's shown to be in the past. But the same thing goes for the counterpart, where Fnatic's CT side is very historically good, scary, built up, and well defended. It's going to be hard for Saw to crack through if Fnatic are, the Fnatic of usual characteristics. But we don't know that yet, because we've seen shades of both in this event so far.
We'll just have to wait and see what we get out of them at the end of the day. Hard to anticipate the situation next wielding, but a lot of utility, so we can easily anticipate what Saul is going for here. It's going to be a meat grinder in the ramp, but again, they're just nailing the shots. They're nailing the opening picks here. And Nikodos left on an island all of a sudden. Very little support and a lot of utility heading his way soon.
And Smokes are still to bloom up with kills to boot alongside. This is almost a surefire Saw round at this point, looking for their freebie 10 double digits added up to already. The bomb's still yet to get down. Now they're just trying to deny it, even knifing inside of the smoke. They know Petsor's around here. A couple of times he's tried to pull that cheeky maneuver off. None of them have they worked. This time, though, it's Fnatic on the back burner as they try to make this comeback a possibility. No kits, and Pepsor without armor, so it's really going to be all up to what Mezzy can do with the dualies. And so far, he doesn't seem to be taking too much of an initiative to come back up. Finally decides to peek in a side hole, and luckily for him, don't spot anything, but eventually, fortune might favor the Bolt. Though Mezzy and Pepsor have just added up to a kill apiece. Story still sat around the sandbags, and they have to get on this diffuse. There is no kit in play right now. It's still not been picked back up. Pepsor trying to sit on the other side, facing the opposite direction. The Muterus won't let him get away with that. Another full house comes through on one of these pistols. And breaking news. 500 have confirmed their spot in playoffs with a 16-1 win over Astralis.
Oh, that's incredible stuff. Very nicely done from them, man. They came into this event. I just saw the HLTV article that got released of them knowing and feeling very confident in themselves. And for good reason, apparently, because they're doing a lot.
Yeah, I mean, look, how they started off the day, it would have been criminal if they hadn't made it to at least tomorrow's stages. Crazy to think, too, that Fnatic honestly might not even be there if they can't win this game, right? There is still the outcome where Fnatic don't make playoffs, where Bad News Eagles upset them in this next game, barring Saw beat them here, and they end up missing out on the playoff stage. Playing like this, too, I mean, you gotta wonder of the possibility. Thankfully, at least for their case, they've saved up here, and that's something we've seen every now and then. Then I'd say about 50-50 when it comes to investments after losing pistols today, but now is really when they have to show up.
Yeah, you do not want to let Saul get away with a lot of space quickly, a lot of runway on this T side, because we've seen what they can do, the damage that's been done to teams before. But yeah, playoffs just got a whole lot more interesting. What are things going to look like? Who's going to be entering in? Chances to play spoiler, chances to sneak your way on through here. Fnatic claiming this win would mean a whole lot, and Roy knows it. Beautiful kill through the smoke. Going to pluck him on out. And they want to take some more space off that. Again, polar opposite to what we've gotten out of Complexity, but Udric's capitalizing on that fact.
Well, they know Roy's over in the sandbags. Double nade honestly might take clean care of him on 1 HP. He lives. The molly. Honestly, I thought he was going to die to just the grenade being thrown. Faster, though, he comes back in time to recoup a kill or two and maintain a small advantage, slight for Fnatic to work on. It's only coming down to health, nothing when it comes to actual manpower. But not for long. Muterus still claps right back with the headshot onto him around the crane side. Pet's already been swinging out from the middle of the bomb site. They'll need a little bit more than just the one. But it's still just a fighting chance that they're giving themselves, though knowing both players are on this A bomb site right now, it's all just a distraction that Muterus is trying to create. Even moving back in through a smoke, Mezzi is understanding of what's going on right now, running all the way back and into the B bomb site to protect its aid. They haven't really committed anything yet.
Split up this defense 1-1, though, is what they've done by just buying out a little bit of time here, so. With 30 seconds left, Saw have a couple of different avenues of approach that they can go, doubling up though, joining forces to walk up this B side here. If they make any noise, that'll commit Messi, but if they contact it, they could catch him on a game of timing here. He's actually fallen off and towards a very passive approach. More so worried about middle at the moment. We'll let them slide on in towards the B bomb site, but he does find the kill here. One more lies in around the corner, and it will be Messi to shut things down and to deny access.
Now, I realize I may have spoken too soon in the pregame because I said earlier BNE are eliminated. However, if I'm looking at this correctly, if Saw win here, there's a chance for them to make playoffs. Now, it's a very wonky and weird path. It requires a lot to happen, including a couple of things that are a bit unlikely. But here's the situation. Complexity over Astralis, both of those teams are going to end up with 3 wins. Or rather, one of them is. 500 have already secured their spot. The winner of Complexity Astralis secures their spot. Then there's still one up for grabs, in which, if Bad News Eagles beat the Fnatic, who would then lose to Saw, they can take that last spot from them.
Every last team still in playoff contention in that case, so that makes things all the more interesting.
Or if Saw, win this game and win it against 500, there's still no world where BNE can get it. That's another thing that has to happen, which might not.
Right? I don't know if they've realized that 2 players have snuck on by. On towards the A bomb site they go here, and they're going to catch that completely off guard. Even in the transition outwards, Udric's going to collect a freebie. Roy needs to find a massive multi-kill, and he's only good for 1. And then he will fall. Roman stands tall on the bomb site as ever. And that's going to be the tide turner right there. I don't know if Fnatic even are interested in going back in for this round.
Honestly, considering the outcome, considering the situation that I've just described, yeah, I can't blame them. You are facing potentially against what's 4 rounds to throw this entire group stage into chaos, man. With, again, only the 1 team confirmed for playoffs, any mistake now is crucial. That spot's just narrowed down. Now you got to be biting at your fingernails a little bit. And now all of a sudden, Fnatic might just start to feel the pressure a little bit with a couple of guns thrown into the mix. You gotta wonder if they force buy or not. There's a argument to be made for both sides, and I assume that's what this timeout's gonna be for, right? Because you could have Messi drop an MP9, Roy could probably throw a bit of a weakened investment out onto the table. And, I mean, there's also a reason to do it, too. It's not just like you're force buying for the sense of winning the round, but if you do end up winning this, I mean, Saw are going to be put in a bit of a wonky spot. Story, you jerks, both of their money is not the greatest spot. They can't afford the greatest of rebuys if they were to get shut down around like this, but safer of the 2 plays is definitely just to take the save here and play for the next round. But going forward, you're really only going to have, like, 1 more really good rifle to try to get yourselves back into this game.
It's going to be some scary territory to be in there. Like you said, a loss rate now would mean Fnatic, their opportunities, their windows of opportunity could quickly closed despite a couple of very impressive results here. And CT side has been slightly inconsistent to really trust in this being comfortable by any means. And I can't say anything but the opposite for Saul. They have shown consistent ability to do damage on this map on both sides of the coin. T and CT side, they have delivered in some of the tougher matchups here. They've come in ready to play.
I mean, imagine a world where 2 of the 3 teams are Saw and 500 making playoffs in a group including Astralis, Fnatic, Complexity, Bad News Eagles. The first 2 teams to potentially confirm. That'd be nuts. Absurd, but we still have to get that far, man. The Pistol's putting in overtime right now as Royce P250's clapped off the head of 2 of them on the mid crunch. It looks like this one's already wrapped up with a bow tie on it. Just the only thing left he can potentially say about this is a couple of measly bonus frags. At this point, the round's already Fnatic's to lose. He doesn't even have the bomb in his mitts. He's got to kill every single CT to win this round. You can't win it via post plant.
No way to get into this one. Certain death lies right around the corner here, and just not even going to attempt it. Does eventually fall. And that is a big bone being tossed your way right there. You gotta make sure that you continue the success right there. Beautiful stuff from Mezzi to open up proceedings on the hero rifle, but then this follow-up, Nikodas, Roy finding massive multi-kills right there, doubling up, allowing for Saul to walk right into the trap that they've assembled. And look where it leaves off Saul. Their chances limited on the buy here.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier on, where it's like if you just shut them down in one of these rounds and don't allow a bomb plant to come through the cracks, then all of a sudden Saw have to take a save, and it's still them up by 3 or 4 rounds, but every single one you get back counts right now if you're Fnatic.
Especially the kind of half buy rounds where you're really not wielding all that much other than a couple of saved rifles. Those are the best ones. Those are juicy. And the fact that they were able to do that in the previous is exactly what the doctor ordered to get Fnatic. Try and close this distance. Although I think that Saw have a game plan of their own. There's no utility, so you don't really like their odds. But what you do like is the space that Fnatic's giving them at the moment. Giving them a whole lot of ground here, only to be walking into the heat grinder over towards B, where Mezzi and Pepsor, they just delete their opportunities, their access points, and Mezzi really started to heat up here in this map as well.
Squeaky clean too, not a single HP of damage taken away from the bars of Fnatic. As perfect as they come on the eco win. Just a farming up of around 2. That's big for Fnatic. Not only in the sense that like they don't lose any guns, but more so in the fact that they've now built themselves up a safety net. The bank of Fnatic really gets to start being built. And Saw are still kind of left in the Great Depression right now, where it's going to be one and done rounds for almost the rest of the game. This lead that they so fragilely built is not built on a very sturdy foundation.
They're able to start claiming some rounds once again. Start to rebuild that foundation to maintain that strong position. 5v5 though right now as they did attempt a very similar play, a Saul-esque play, to try and reclaim ramp control with little success here. And look at this, man. Oh, so much spam being done, but will they expect this boost? They're still committed to it. They're hanging around, and Mezzi, he's able to jiggle it out. He's able to spot it before it comes too much punishment. He will get traded though quickly. He'll be sent down the 51st floor.
And still, we keep going 1 for 1 in the trade department, man. Pepsor, he's not aware of how close somebody's crapped. I think that's info that Muterus has been given. Walking back away, the flash might choreograph somebody having been walked up this close already. But where's the bomb going? It's got the opportunity to go to either side of its choosing, still maybe just waiting for a little bit of incentivization to go into one side or the other. But right now, Fnatic can be confident and hold on to their defenses. I'll put the bomb on its back, still making its very dangerous, treacherous route up and into the A bomb site with only 30 seconds left to work with. Muterus is yet to actually fake this out. Pepsor, he might call a quick rotation though. Same thing goes for both sides. The kin right now from Fnatic. Oh no, though they've given up a big kill. Muterus opens up a loophole into this site, even jumping around. Roy needs to find this kill on the generator, and he does. 11 seconds to go. There is no safety net to get the bomb down. Even pinning him over to the triple boxes. Just run away. There's no way they can win the round. Nikolas goes in the extra mile, though, and won't let him come anywhere close to the bomb site. Double digits for Fnatic. It's another buy going down the drain for Saw.
I can't believe that Roy just made that play, man. What on earth was that? He dives over the edge to save the day like an absolute hero. He certainly has his cape on right now. That is insanity right there. There's no wonder a couple accidents have happened in this game with him, because he takes those risks. He's willing to go for it to save the day, to give Fnatic that extra edge.
Yeah, and again, remember, this game, if Fnatic wins, secures them their playoff spot, destroys the hopes of Bad News Eagles. So those fellas are really hoping for Saw's succession right now, and might not be all happy days for Bad News Eagles if Saw can't actually capitalize on this lead they've built up. They've got, again, one more rifle before it subsides from them. This is going to be an eco round. They've actually been given a lot of room right now, going up and into B. Pepster's got things under lock and key. It's a quick shutdown from Fnatic. Not going to dilly-dally with it at all. And there it tumbles. One buy stand between Fnatic and potentially taking their first lead of the entire map.
That'd be such a promising prospect. Like you said, man, again, when we're looking at playoffs here, it's Bad News Eagles that have put themselves in a position where they're really reliant on Saul's ability to close out this map. And that being the case, that's a position that no team ever wants to be in, because not only that, right? I mean, obviously you can try and, you know, get your revenge on a team that's denied you playoffs, but being going to be maybe a little bit demotivated in that last matchup, that last best of one, giving Fnatic again an extra edge. Is that's the way we're going to close out our day here after this map?
Remember, this is still technically the #1 spot up for grabs. That is, I think, I believe, a extra added precaution of if Saw win this game. I'm pretty sure that would lock 500 into the #1 spot, since the only teams that would be able to rival that are Complexity and Astralis, and they have the tiebreaker win over both of those teams end of the round count. So the only one who can dethrone them from that top spot is Fnatic. And even then, it's, if I'm not mistaken, they still have to win both of their games. I don't know, it's a wonky road, but still, it's not possible if Fnatic lose. That's the bottom line.
Close this one out though, is Saw. So crucial here. Oh my god, Roy just caught no man's land right there. He's been feeling confident, but maybe in this occasion a little bit too confident, and Utrix is making sure to punish that. There's still a player on this elevated angle here. A flash spin goes in, but Utrix is claiming all the kills, and Story trades out Mezzy. Last man standing is Nikolas here, trying to have his impact, trying to make his presence known. Scope's been heard here. Story playing around the default box. There's no escape. There's no way out. Just going to burn him alive. And finally, after long last, Saw off Utrix Heroics is going to get the job done here for another round.
This is kind of crazy right now. Saw playing for their own playoff berth. Finally, some more pep in their step shown. You had to be worried considering how bad the outlook was at one point, even in recent memory, where Fnatic just kept winning and winning and winning and couldn't stop. Now it feels like they're sent straight back to reality, where they realize they are just humans at the end of the day, not something that's impenetrable. And Saw, they keep the pace up, they keep it fast, they keep it high, and it works. Utrix again with an opening kill on ramp. He's been doing this on both sides of the coin. CT, T side, he has dominated this area of the map.
Been his domain. Continues to show exactly what this guy's made of as well, man. It's a lot of low HP bars, so that's a silver lining that Fnatic can look forward to, but man advantage held on to Utrix. They got to put an end to his damage, his threat.
Definitely have to, man. I mean, I've seen this guy work on less HP with less weaponry, so the fact that he's got a rifle is still got to be an alarm bell ringing off for you. Pepsor is even trapped into the side hall. They know he's stuck in here. They can just flash him off the angle even if you need it. Molly into the side and to deny the plant for the time being, even a spam to add up with it. It was the low HP bar who tried to get the digits punched in. So maybe there is still a world where Fnatic can contend for this round. They kind of need to. Else the money woes of Saw are no longer existent. Even starting to waste up their last bits of utility too. The only thing left for either one of these sides is a smoke grenade. Mezzi again just trying to deny this plant from coming through. The off shot does not.
Oh my god.
Fox. Mezzi's yet connected another. Still, they've got him pinned. This is a kill that's required for the success of the round, and Jerks locks it in. Well, they're both so low, it won't matter against the op. On 1 HP, he lives, and Saw moved to 14.
That is unbelievable. Jerks continuing to show up and show out right now. 23 kills when these last 2 rounds were so necessary. He's been the guy to find the openings. He's forced Fnatic's hand for a 4th timeout. Last opportunity, at least at their own volition, to talk things over and get a chance to try and discuss the game plan. You can see talking things over here, trying to keep the spirits high. Fnatic, they know what's on the cards here.
I still think it's crazy how much of this group is up into contention right now, man. That's nuts. It'd be kind of poetic though if Fnatic ended up making playoffs and Complexity didn't. After Complexity for quite most of the day having the most dominant record, rather the most dominant game against Fnatic, yet still not making it in over them. And it could literally all be focused back down to that first map of the day, and it's still crazy to me how that plays such a big role. You reverse the roles. Complexity, let's say they don't choke away a couple of those T or CT sided rounds. Then, I mean, you'd imagine where that would leave them, right? Instead of being 2-2 fighting for their lives, they would have already secured their spot in playoffs. Still not even the game we're thinking of, but it's just one of the butterfly effects that's happened in this game so far. The eco round looking a bit dicey right now for Saw. They need to have some of these riflers step up. The only one with HP left right now is Roman, and there he falls. It's up to the op and story. Stuck around the smoke. Basher's got his name written up. 3 kills for the youngster himself. The so notable tier 2 farmer locks in 12 for Fnatic and keeps them alive.
And his domain right now, man. Basher continuing to deliver here. Hero rifle held on to, and he gets everything, every last bit of money worth out of that one. Last kill straight through the smoke, making sure to close that one, give them no chances to clutch. Now look at the purchase here. Saw, they're going all in. No holds barred. They're going to try to close this one out with a force buy with Tech 9s in the hands of Jerks, who's been so incredible. He's on the lacking weaponry here. You hate to see that.
Yeah.
For a player who's been lighting up the server and honestly delivering what's mattered the most in the high impact scenarios.
And if they don't end up winning this round, if it comes down to a close 1v1 where Jerks could have changed the tides, you've got to be upset with some of the teammates who didn't give him that rifle. Obviously, look, you want to believe in yourself, but like knowing this guy, knowing how he's always the one to dig you out of the mud in these spots. Why doesn't he have a gun? Why isn't somebody stepping up and giving him the AK? And Mezzi shows it. Trades go equidistant on the B bomb site. Is it still potential for the retake? Fnatic gonna have to attempt it knowing a man's close to the generators. Roman swings out. It's a double coming back from Fnatic. And again, it might honestly come down to that 1 kill. If Story gives up his AK, gives it to somebody like Jerks, he gets that kill on Mezzi. You don't have to worry about him finding a 2K. You've got this 5-on-3 advantage before the retake even gets thought up. And they're the ones on map point. But instead, Fnatic now go against an eco to tie this game up, to guarantee this goes 30 rounds, and to potentially give them their lock into playoffs.
Oh boy. We know what's on the line right now here, and so does Saw. They had opportunities. They had momentum, but soon it has slipped. And so has Story. Falling to the op of Nikodov's big start. As this lacking purchase is just not going to give them too much by any means here. They're going to try and group up towards mid. Maybe they can try and catch Pepsor off guard, but he has been very solid and sturdy on his anchoring. I'm playing his cards right, and that's a really well-placed Molly. That's causing a lot of chaos here. That's forcing a lot of awkward positions, and he cannot fade out. Pepsor just forces him right into his arms.
The most unfortunate spread you can think of going against the T side here, but now it's just a quick feed and frenzy over in middle. 1 kill comes back, but it is Fnatic on 14. 30 rounds guaranteed, but still no definitive evidence to say one team's gonna win it over the other. Attack called by Saw, and now they're the ones starting to sweat a little bit. This comeback has landed. Now it's just all about sealing the deal.
Yeah, we've already seen what these timeouts can do for Fnatic. Now we have to see that same sort of success out of Saw. They've used all 4 of theirs over in the Fnatic camp, and on a round like this, tied up 14-14 with all 30 guaranteed. We know the importance of this round. And so this is extra chances for the coaches to have their input here, and they've got to show up all on the line now.
Everybody needs to get involved. This is a full team effort, not just in the 5 players in the server, but the coaches, the analysts, the families watching at home, all cheering their own respective teams on in what could be the penultimate round. Fnatic not so stressed considering the buy will come right back out if they lose. Saw it couldn't be more of the opposite, man. Everything's been dumped into this one round, this one investment. If it goes AWOL, if it goes haywire, there's next to nothing left to stop this round from, rather this game from being taken away by Fnatic. Needs come in a little bit late in labor. Not too sure if there was a ram smoke plume, but I certainly thought they were going to just try to triple nade deep. Instead, though, hanging on to the HCs for now is Roy has to tuck away tail in, or rather tail tucked between his legs on 48 HP.
He's not falling off, though. Just cleared out a little bit of that ramp control here, but they don't stick around for all that long. Maybe that's a bit of a mistake. They're going to send Pepsor to just jump spot things, try and gather some information. There's no op to punish this jump spot, so they're going to need hit.
But maybe not if Udrix gets a kill batted up like that. 2-on-2, split up. Both sides isolated like islands, cut off from the rest of the outside world, but still they make do with it. Roy, who else to step up? But Story's right back at you. Double on the AWP. The previous round's clutcher as he misses one on the op. Knows about Mezzi's whereabouts. He tries to tuck back into the bomb site, even dunks in the Molotov, but Roman's got the kill. Bomb goes in. It's all up to Mezzi. The IGL to try to deny devastation is Saw have a man stuck in the middle of the bomb site, but that smoke allows him safe haven to get away. Jumping up and through, another miss is costly. It's Roman. Another 1v1. 2 completely different players, but the implication still ever so much important. No kit either for Mezzi, so time is of the utmost importance as he upgrades to the AWP, but Roman's not buying it. He expects Mezzi to be faking this out, even making footsteps, peeking deep! Mezzi on the AWP! The no-scope's connected, and we're going to overtime!
Oh my god, when a hero was necessary, Mezzi steps up to the plate. There's no way he gets that no scope. There's no way he has time to defuse. Roman played it perfectly, but you just can't escape Mezzi's grasp. That is absolutely insane.
Sigh of relief from some of the Fnatic players too. You could see the emotions setting in. Nikolas took a big, deep breath after his teammate was able to clutch that out for him. Mezzi, oh, he's going to be chowdered around on their shoulders if he can win this game for them. If they end up coming back in overtime to steal this away from Saw at the final hurdle, I mean, it's all literally on Mezzi. They'll be thanking him to the moon and back. But still, man, like, what is the answer now, Saw? I feel like even though you have Nat point first, you got to say to yourselves, or you got to feel the pressure starting to weigh on you. You got this big lead coming in. They just tossed it all away.
I don't know if you got much of a better opportunity than pulling back that 4v2 that they just were able to get. So they did so much to try and close that one out. Story did so much, but it wasn't enough at the end of the day, and I wonder if that's going to come calling here so far in the first round of overtime. That certainly could be the case. Nikolas has a smoke to extinguish, and Roy is able to step out towards side hall, completely distracted is the entirety of Sol on the location of Nikolas, and in that distraction, he's able to strike free of charge.
Oh, good angle, though, and it's a miss coming through. Nikolas, maybe it wasn't a sigh of relief or more so a sigh of frustration. He's missed a lot of these picks that kind of costed his team a lot. And this could be another one of those rounds where it is a costly whiff, right? I mean, this is 3-on-4. Sure, it's still an advantage for Fnatic, but you could imagine the outcome instead, whereas if he had found that pick, instead of 4-on-3, it's 5-on-2. Unlosable, it would seem, for Fnatic in that situation, but now they still have a little more heavy lifting to do to clutch this one across the finish.
I don't know if this one's safe and sound at all. I feel like Sol have done such a good job of pulling back deficits here, and this is an angle that Story really should thrive in versus an angle that Roy's currently playing. Gonna try and flush out the op into the crosshair, and Story nails it. One more lies right in towards elevator, a common angle to cover, but instead just getting that utility down first things first here. Now a 3v3, make it a 2-on-3, and some missed op shots from Story could be punished, but no, Roy, you won't miss twice. He'll get away with it. Story keeping things nice and contained for now.
Bomb going down, not enough angles to worry about for the AWP and Story, but still is able to isolate the fight on faster. It looks like just maybe they will have cracked through it, knowing he's been timing. Story, you've got to isolate the duels, but it's all a game of buying time. Saw are right back out in front. It's Hayes' Law in full effect now. But oh boy, what a time for it to start to rear its ugly head.
And that was a beautiful pullback as well, right? We look at that one, we see the way things were going right there earlier for Fnatic. Roy stepping up with some nice opening picks, but it's not enough to pull it across the finish line. And Fnatic, they've had a lot of these rounds where things have been going so well early on, and the finish just isn't there. They gotta clean things up quickly. They're running out of runway here. Saul are capitalizing in these man deficits so consistently.
I still think so much of the pressure is put on that one whiff in the middle of the site. It literally can't, it just won't get easier than that. You don't get op picks handed to you on more of a silver plate. But he just can't, he can't eat it up. He can't eat them up. He can't finish his food. Now finally it's some better news for the opper, but again, we've seen Fnatic throw away situations like this before, so the round is nowhere near concluded. Not too sure if that was a missed smoke or whatnot, but we'll buy them some presents to be faked out in middle and keep a couple of players on the B site right now for Fnatic.
They got to get past the sightline of Nikodos. That's first things first here. They need the utility to get past it. It's going to be tossed in very shortly. He'll hold the line. See if he gets blinded up. He is. Pops a shot off time. He doesn't connect here, so forced off and towards a more passive approach, but forced off into Roy's hands here, and he can do the damage. U-Jerk, though, he continues to show up. A beautiful opener. He's looking for more, but shut down by Roy, who wants a whole lot more. He'll be held off at just one so far. He goes back for seconds, and that's where he falls.
Uterus, though, 2 chances to the equalizer. He won't let them both fumble. Again, it's all up to the IGL in the 1v2 clutch. He pulled one of these out of the hat before, and he'll have to repeat history if he wants to maintain a tie game for Fnatic. But look at Saw on the reposition. He's read all of this. Lurked up through the smoke. Here's the footsteps sprinting back to the B bomb site. And the question is, does he want to make noise and give away that he knows? But you have to at this point. 13 seconds. They have no more time to transition back out. Smoke's going to cover the cross, but he might just spam through this. One bullet lands and Muterus falls. He might even opt to just run through it to try to deny the plant. Mezzy getting ready to pop up into the smoke and even flicks around. Dude, this kid is insane.
The clutches that he's getting away with right now. He saved the game once, and he saves that round right there. Again, Mezzy constantly clutching here. How much can you ask of this guy? He IGLs, he calls the shots, and he wins the clutches. I cannot believe it right now. They are consistently calling upon him, and he is answering the call every step of the way. Mezzy, what a beautiful conversion, man. That is so sharp.
And I said they'd be toting him around on their shoulders if they ended up winning the game off of that one clutch, but I mean, now it's double time, man. This guy is putting in every single bit of effort he possibly can. Calling these insane strats. The depth is nuts. The game sense is crazy. And even the aim is on point. What can you do to stop a Fnatic team looking like this, man? I'm not too sure, but they've given up a lot of map control again. I'm pretty sure I just saw like all the way up in middle, but then backing away to recover the bomb and pick a destination.
And I think Saul are going back to what has worked the best right now. These B executes have been really promising, but what has been the thorn in their side has been Mezzy this entire half here. And he looks to be once again spotted up on top of the box here. He finds the opening pick and he gets out of dodge like a ghost.
He goes back up too. Oh my god, dude, I was gonna say that one might be a little bit out of pocket. And it's just brought this back to a 3-on-3 again with spam coming up into the smoke. U-Jerks catches wind of Thatcher's position. So huge is the advantage. Exchanges hands again, but they line up for Roy, and that's not a man you want to give a multi-frag. Give him an inch again, he'll take it a mile. 29 kills for the other Fnatic, or rather the other Copenhagen recruit. And it leads Fnatic up by a round going into their T side once again. They exchange sides, but I wonder where this will take us.
Oh boy, man, this back and forth. It could not be more explosive, but it's going to be a lead here for Fnatic, who have already put up decent numbers on the T side. They've shown some strength here, but the same is true for Saw. They've been able to lock things down. In fact, once those rifles were consistently coming up, that was where the damage was done here. So maybe one is enough to continue to work things out, or maybe we're going to continue to see Mezzi's rise in form in this map, help them claw things out.
Fnatic, again, this just builds them that safety net of not having to play in this next round to try to secure themselves their playoff spot. Remember, again, I will keep telling you this until you get it through your heads. They win this game, and they're in. You'll see them in the arena. They'll be in the quarterfinals. Still not necessarily knowing the opponent between Big and Hens just yet, but still, you'll be guaranteed to be there. So, again, fighting against that, fighting for their own tournament life and tournament birth. U-Jerks is the one putting up the biggest fight of the bunch. Another ramp kill from the man himself. No surprise for me to tell you that, though. Fnatic, man, this is off limits. You just got to test the waters elsewhere, bro. Even if it's stacked up, I still think it's worth it more to go that way.
Yeah, you can't test U-Jerks. He has been an absolute wall, a barrier on this side hall position that you just cannot pass. And movable as he goes on the aggression. And like you said, it might just force their hand consistently on these P-side plays. They've got to be incredibly fearful of U-Jerk's positioning and his ability to punish any sort of ramp aggression. Honestly, alone for many of these occasions here. They're going to try this ramp, or rather B control here, where 3 players are close by.
Tricky to win, though, is just aggressive positioning. Probably won't be clear, and they don't have a molly to deal with him either. Yeah, this is just Farmsville right now for Saw. An easy sweep of a CT round. Nikita's even missing an op shot, giving away the position. Dink comes through. He'll land one on a Muterus. But anything more is a bit overkill as we tie it right back up. Saw are still neck and neck.
Back and forth, but this is a big tie for Saw. This is exactly what they were hoping for. They get the ball moving quickly on the CT side to start delivering. And they've got some of the win conditions that we talk about here. U-Jerks, he's continuing to do the damage, ever present, always in your face, and controlling one of the most important parts of the map right now in Vertigo. This time, though, he's taking a more passive approach here, but Roman, he steps up, but Roy, how does he get away with that opening? Straight through the smoke, able to punish Roman for sticking around a little bit too long.
Again, you're not going to get handed openers like this every day. You need to be able to capitalize on this round, or else if you lose this 4-on-5, it's like, what else do you have going for yourselves? Well, slowing it down, I kind of do like this. And even rerouting, you do not want to test U-Jerks in this situation. Every single time this guy answers back. And they're just going to go for a B crunch again, this time with the advantage. And a lot more utility to use up as well, but Muterus shuts it down as quickly as it was back in play. The bomb spotted in middle, and now they're going to position up against this. It's recoverable, and I think they understand that, so they don't hard commit to it. Instead, just backing down into the B bomb site instead. Try to assist the defense there. The timer's going to run thin here shortly. You got to make your move with only 1 flashbang, too.
Less than ideal here. Good news is they do have some decent ground. Iguodala claiming a lot of space, covering a lot of ground with his op tucked in towards sandbags. So you could have some sense of line of sight on this elevator position. He could allow for his teammates to scale up. Move on in. Slowly but surely. Start to test the waters here. 20 seconds left on the round. And I wonder if that's going to trigger some execution from Saul to try and go proactive. Right now the molly's on top of the site, so they can't plant.
Even flashing in, yeah, they literally can't. I told you, man, the timer's gonna get the better of them here, and they find no kills past that 1 right opener. They find 1 lucky kill through his smoke. Then it's all Saw. They just get steamrolled, and now again, the emotions high for Saw and the pressure high for Fnatic. Another match point for Saw, this time on the flip side of things, the CT's perspective, where they had a very clean, convincing half in the first. Fnatic have to show up big just to hold on.
This is scary territory here for Fnatic. Again, they have more opportunities to try and solidify their playoff berth, but this could be shut down. Saul can continue to show up. Just 1 more round required. U-Jerks in his prime location here. He's gonna dive through the smoke like he always does, but Roy gets it again. At the very least, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but we've seen these go sour for Fnatic already.
It goes both ways, man. But I'm not a fan of the utility usage coming through from Fnatic, considering how proactive Saw have been around the map. Even when they've been forced off of these aggressive angles, they haven't been shying away from going in for flash repeats, initiative to figure out what's going on. So that's just essentially a Molotov wasted that could have instead been used for an A-site take. Now you've only got the one, it's been thrown in, there's still counter utility you have to go through. Absor delivers back some good news, doubling down, again the young stars saved them. Oh man, clutches and multi-kills from Fnatic come, I'd say few and far between, but when they do get delivered, it's huge. One comes back through a smoke, there's still a smoke to be thrown to the CT side of zone. They're even just gonna stick it. Opting to go for the full 5-second defuse. If they cover in the side hole, it'll be the game, and even inches away from finding that defusal, you were scared just about as much as I was, milliseconds off it. But again, Fnatic hang on, it's double overtime.
We play on here. We get more action between these two teams, and Negados, you can see he's a little bit frustrated here as he's been in some tough positions, missing some critical shots that he needs to be connecting on. And I think that frustration is evident. I mean, it's written all over his face. But luckily, this super stand-in, as we've been calling him, and as he's been showing, shows up for one more round to let Fnatic continue to fight.
A lot of that dog left in him. Fnatic aren't ready to give up just yet. Surprisingly enough, too, it comes off the back of a 1-for-1 trade on you jerks. Coincidence? I think not, man. I really think the key for Fnatic on this T side is going to be about dealing with him. And so many times it's just on the barrel spotted. Nikadas through the scaffolding's got him. Basher another on the board too. The trade's inbound at B, but who cares? Both of the big boys for Saw are now taken out of the equation. The two top fraggers are out. Story, Muterus, Roman, while they haven't been subsiding away from their own star moments, still been few and far between the times we've seen them. Now they've got to pull it out of the hat.
Roman trying to wield the one way, but it's a risky game here. You can't stick around for too long because there's 4 players looking to turn the corner here, and no more peaks take place. But that's a great way to turn that frown upside down if you're Nikados. Can he find anything more here around the corner there? Roy finally going to go down. So rare to see him not have impact on the A entry, but this occasion, he gets quieted down to 0.
Still a man on the A site's guard, though, it was Story, but with the AWP falling as quickly as it does, I really don't think there's going to be much more left to this round. Unless Muterus has got some crazy stuff to show us, I really think Fnatic are going to be taking the lead for the first time in a while. I guess they did have one going in from the CT's perspective, but hold on a second. Muterus is ready to make that magic happen as he peeks into the side hole. Hepsor is just too good to be dealt with. And it falls onto the lonely 1 HP Roman, not even getting ready to clear out the sandbags with a barrel of Mezzi spotted. He's just trying to buy time for Pepsor's assistance. Rotating back in and through, there's no reason for either one of these players to peek. I mean, they don't have utility left on the CT side. They even both swing it together. As soon as he tops it, it's a perfectly coordinated affair from Fnatic to take the lead back and maybe even extend on that.
Brilliant work done right there. Great jobs committed, even when Roy unable to find some of that impact. Epsor, he continues to show up. I mean, that's the op that he had to face off against, man. The odds of him winning that fight are slim to none, but then in the closing stages, playing his cards right as well, showing that experience, right? And what a great player to add to the arsenal here, even as a sub. It's so impactful what he's been delivering here to keep them alive.
Pasher again, too, with an opener on B. It seems like he's cracked the code on the opposite end of the map. Even forcing a couple of rotations single-handedly. You spoke of these 4 players last round, sitting idly by around the corner. They're going to do it again. It worked out so well. Why not try rinsing and repeating? Story on the AWP, and I'd say a fairly aggressive yet passive angle. Not necessarily one you're going to clear off the rip, but Pepsor still gives it the idea, or rather, the benefit of doubt. Well, fortunately enough, it's an all-person 8K, and usually that duel is pretty predictable. As they now are forced back deeper into the ramp side, they leave the A defense's sole responsibility to Story.
And trusting a whole lot in him, but one thing we've talked about, the issues here from Fnatic, is their lack of ability to group up in these 4-on-4s. They've taken fights on so many different fronts. Right now, Basher is joined up by 4 teammates close behind him, and he could just do the damage.
Oh no, even crunching in, Basher doubles up on the entry, maybe even gives his life up a little too cautiously, or incautiously. But they still hold on to a man advantage again with no utility left to go for the counterpart. They've got to go in for a raw retake with an op and an M4. Let me tell you right now, it's not going to be Story doing most of the heavy lifting this round. It's got to be Nika, or rather, it's got to be you jerks. Then spotted around the headshot angle too. He's perfectly isolating kills around this smoke. Mezzy is left on his own again. So many overpeaks come through from both of the players on Fnatic. In fact, I'd argue everybody, honestly. Tapping the bomb too. Mezzy not yet giving up the peak. U-Jerk's foot spotted, and of course, it's him to clean up the round with every single kill for Saw.
I can't believe that they gave that one up right there, right? Again, this is going to extend a little bit of that frustration I was talking about. Nikodas having himself a little bit of a struggling game here and making a play like that, right? Where you know the round is in the palm of your hands. You got yourself a 2-on-3 post-plant advantage here. You're having some impact in this round. You're landing some nice shots, but you can see caught in no man's land. U-Jerk's not going to let you get away with these sort of plays. He's far too wise to that.
So apparently he's not just the ramp ruler. This guy's a jack of all trades. You look at him anywhere around the map, and he's got what it takes to farm you at any single avenue. It's not really surprising, though. Again, this guy is absolutely insane. And now he decided to be the ruler of middle. This guy is going everywhere, man.
I mean, if you're playing as well as he is, I think you just got to. You have to be a player that's going to take initiative, be ever present, be in the faces of Fnatic at every avenue. And if you're going to do that, maybe that's the extra edge that Saw need to call upon. But Roy is given extra edge every last round on this A bomb set, it feels like, finding so many opening picks. And that's another one to add to the tally. Bomb already being planted as well.
U-Jerk skipped at a free kill, but a 1-for-1 really not what they were anticipating. Now it's a bit of a mowdown from Fnatic. Convincing this time. And they won't be giving up any overpeaks. Just it's a retake. You have to. There's no reason not to. And with a full belt of utility, maybe he can cause some shenanigans, right? Smoke atop the bomb, molly deep. Nah, Nikodas ain't gonna have any of it. 20 rounds for Fnatic. And, you know, usually the struggle for Fnatic in this game has been the T side, the lacking depth in it. Remember, the first half, they only got 6 rounds. The first overtime half, it took them till the very end to get 1. Maybe with this, they can push it across the finish line. They squeak over to the CT side, arguably, well, actually not even arguably, just convincingly the stronger of the two, with an advantage.
Yeah, this has to be the way that Fnatic closes. Now, again, if you take into consideration the opportunity of closing out that 2v3, Fnatic, they realistically could have swept this half. It's not the end of the world that they have it. They still won it. They've redeemed themselves in the very next round, thanks to Roy's opening. We got to make good on it. The CT side has to be perfect. Got to close things out. Move on up here.
Right, we've seen Saw with their fair share of series points now. Fnatic are going to try to throw their hat in the ring for one of their own. They've been playing from the back burner, it feels like, ever since it was 14 all. So this is their first chance to get within striking distance of finally taking this long, hard-fought map away from Saw. Flash goes over the wooden boxes, and Nikodas shows face with the AWP, but he won't commit. Instead, falls away, again, to a more passive angle, but with his team around him, this still seems like an unbreakable line of defense.
Yeah, again, taking this aggressive angle that's just enough to not get caught off guard here, but the utility could catch him. He's actually able to avoid that initial flashbang, but the smokes that get recycled are to force their hand. Are they going to push through this? There's seemingly a one-way that they can crawl up the side hole with, and that could completely blindside all of Fnatic.
And now, Roy is just giving him all this calls. Oh my lord, Nikodas is caught straight into the open, but he's going to be able to back away into the bomb site. All the info grabbed over and given to Fnatic. But the take is imminent. A couple of Molotovs thrown into it. One smoke to... Rather, I'm surprised they actually had 2. I thought I only saw 1, but not a lot of utility to seal the deal is my main point. Leaves a lot of pressure onto the individuals of Fnatic again. Another molly extinguishes over in the elevator side. Oh my god! Nikodas through his smoke has made magic happen! And on 1 HP, it's another Mezzy clutch, this time to give them that point.
And I don't even know if Nikodas has realized what he's just done. Mezzy, again, another 1v2 to close things out, but I cannot believe my eyes, man. It seems like it was just meant to be for Fnatic right now. Landing that shot, claiming themselves series point, and honestly, what very well could be playoff contention point to boot.
Now
again, more reasons to smile.
Again, we haven't seen them in this spot before. They haven't been in this boat the entire game. It's always been Saw striking first. Finally, they've changed around the story at the very, very last whimper. Inches away from that securing playoff berth. Still, the moral of the story this entire game was for Fnatic. And now only 5 kills away from securing it.
V1v2s and one lonely Messi on this B-bomb site here. An absolute rock. A steady hand here for Fnatic. Consistently delivering, and now it's just going to be a suffocatingly slow round here from Saul. Looking to make no mistake, they're running up towards side hall actually. This A side continues to be a target in Fasher. Target practice here from Uterus, who's going to find the opening pick towards middle.
3 on 5. Again, you know where so many of the individuals are for Saw. In fact, you even got some trapped in corners, man. But it's the kills not coming through that's really going to start costing you in the long run. Nikodas, Pepzor, and Roy. The last lines of defense on this round. They'll still have another fighting chance in the next, but you really want to let it rely on that. I'm not all that certain. Behind the smoke, Muterus will fall, so we go back within striking distance, though. Nikodas, that's not an equivalent trade. Of course you're gonna go for it. Why the hell not? You spot his feet. Roy's got another kill added up. Even inside of the smoke, you spotted another Roman. A lucky break, and Story's got his boys back again. It's a setup that amounts Saw 20 rounds and puts them back in 1 round's distance from Fnatic.
Man, oh man, a chance to go again. Right now, right here. Again, it's been a long time since Fnatic have been on the upper foot, but another opportunity they've given themselves. They've granted themselves 2 chances, right? They can afford a couple risks here and there. They get punished. Now you have to buckle down. You have to close out here. You had such an incredible T side. It's hard to replicate that same success. It's hard to replicate some of these rounds that they're even getting away with on the CT side. So just getting the job done, it would be a huge sigh of relief.
And they've been working for it so long, so hard. Been playing since this morning, man. They were one of the first teams to get their game in. So it just puts all the much more importance on not making the first mistake in a round like this. Nobody wants to be the one to give over that opening kill. Behind the smoke, though, lies a couple of eager T's trying to find an opener of their own. They have been abusing this smoke to perfection the entire game. And getting away with it, too. Jumping around, Roy doing it again could cost you your life, but no, they don't actually commit. Instead, it's Fasher committing to the opening duel, even getting pushed down in the ramp side. It's a trade 1-for-1. And Story's miss might be the biggest costly whip of the game. Nikodas shows face, but instead of committing, just backs away again. They want to set up this crossfire. They want to just set themselves up on the defense. But walking back in would not be the most optimal of ideas to give away a pick here. So instead, tucks back. Roy peeks in. Uterus with the bomb on his backspin dropped. It's just in the 1 versus 3. Saw may have finally tapped out in this game. All it takes is 1 kill, and Fnatic finally secure their playoff spot. So desperately deserved. Nikodas. A whiff will allow him to inch back closer to the bomb, but with 20 seconds to go, he's still not recovered it. And at this point, you have to commit to A. There's no time to go around, get the bomb, and then go all the way back and into B. So
honestly, now there's no time at all.
You're right. Maybe a bit of a boneheaded play and an anticlimactic ending, but Fnatic will take that, man. Not even a pop-off, just a sigh of relief. It got scary there towards the end. Vertigo was a bit sloppy, but they do end up closing out by the skin of their teeth in overtime.
Yeah, if you're Fnatic, that's a... And if you're Fnatic, that's a huge sigh of relief in everyone's camp right there. Really good work being done from them. I gotta say, again, it was sloppy. It was an absolute slugfest between these 2 teams, but what matters the most is that they closed it out in the very end. And what that means here is, again, their playoff chances, I'm not sure if it's secured right now, but it does become a whole lot more likely that they solidify their position in playoffs with that victory over Saul. And this matchup versus Bad News Eagles becomes a whole lot less impactful for B&E, given their chances have just gone out the window.
Yeah, it is secured, just so we're aware.
Okay.
I want to make sure that's solidified. So essentially, as the standings go, I'm not too sure if we have the table up right now, but we could show it if we do. So right now, 500 have already secured their spot with 3 wins. 3 wins is the securing mark. There are 2 other teams with 2 wins to their name. That's Complexity, that's Astralis. Either one of those teams can still make a swing for playoffs. They play each other over on the A stream. That's going to be the last deciding match for playoffs. The only other things that could happen are different changes in the top 3 teams, because there's still a world where Fnatic can get the 1 seed and go through with that bye going into playoffs. But as it stands, the 3 teams for playoffs will be 500, Fnatic, and the winner of Complexity versus Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's really lining up quite nicely here. Fnatic getting that position is so phenomenal. Again, I saw so many struggling op shots coming through from Nikodas. I saw his frustration shining through and giving themselves a tough time there. But what I like the most is that even despite all that, Nikodas held his own. He even was the one that delivered that last round with a couple of ulti kills. He had Roy stepping up, but what can't be understated is Mezzi's 1v2s, man. The amount of 1v2s that saved them the game. I mean, at 15-14, when he was in a 1v2, time was ticking. He had no kit. He had to pick up the op and no scope the opponent. I mean, I feel like there's just no world where Fnatic couldn't win that from that point on, right? It had to have been destined, and they do end up closing it out, which is so beautiful.
They had the literal utmost plot armor. Like, in every single overtime, Mezzi had a clutch to pick up some massive round. To get to overtime, Mezzi had a 1v2 clutch. Again, it doesn't get closer than that. There's a couple of rounds that Saw are going to be kicking themselves for throwing away, because, again, now with them not being in contention for playoffs any longer, the pain is felt across the server, man. You had your chance. It was in the palm of your hands, even multiple times where they had 2 different opportunities to close out that game. But it's the unfortunate events of the amount of rounds they've given away, the amount of clutches they let slip through the cracks, that really comes back to bite them. So now it's all about playing upset and spoiler to the teams in front of them. But for the time being, that's all we've got for this game. One more ahead of us to close out our day, coming up right after the break.
Katsokaa kuinka Silvan Krois saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdallaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se!
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hopi!
Hyvä tempo päällä, pojat.
Podi yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1-2 pommi on jo pläntähtynä. Podi löytää ensimmäisen saitilta, sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua, nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Podi tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Podi otais kohtaa todella etevä hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarvitsevat säkin.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Take my soul. Up, take it. Take my soul. Went up. Downtown. Up, went up. Downtown. Went up. Downtown. I was walking out one evening late. Moon was rising high. Headed for the riverside. Around us fuss and fight.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
One more to go to cap off Fnatic's run. Their entire journey has been capitalized on here on the B stream. We've seen them all day, and we're ready to put a close to this chapter. They've already qualified for playoffs, but there's still one more thing on the line. Obviously, we've already talked about the possibilities. We already know who can and can't make it into playoffs. BNE, they're already eliminated. They can't make it to tomorrow's day of play, but they can play spoiler. There's still a world where one of these two teams is up for grabs in the one spot. 500 and Fnatic are both the squads battling for it right now. If Fnatic win and 500 lose, it's a guaranteed first place finish for Fnatic and an easy first round bye in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge goal here. So Fnatic have all the motivation in the world, and maybe the opposite is true here for BNE, right? I mean, they're coming into this one. They know that playoffs isn't in the cards here anymore. They put up a hell of a fight, but that's just not in the picture. And it's probably the last bit of competition that you want to be facing here, Fnatic. I feel like BNE, in theory, they should be the toughest competition in this group that Fnatic would be facing. And they just came into this event falling a little bit flat. I mean, that's oftentimes the case when a team having some decent major runs, right? This is an event that you had to very little time to prep for here, and maybe that's showing just a little bit. Nonetheless, Fnatic's a team that they're all too familiar with here, and there's probably a lot of preparation being done. And I wonder, even despite maybe a lack of real fire and fury and underneath BNE, I wonder if they could do the damage.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to imagine they did some prep about them for the major, considering both of these teams had qualified through to the legend stage. So there got to be something in this draft looks on these boys. It's a tiny advantage, but at the same time, it's like you're probably just going to see a very loosely played game because, again, theoretically, this game kind of doesn't matter in the sense that, like, it's kind of going to be in vain if Fnatic win this and then 500 win anyway. I'm not too sure what the specifics are on the tiebreaker. I couldn't get information on that just yet. So, you know, Fnatic win, or 500 win on the other stream, then maybe there's still the world where Fnatic get that one spot. I can't really deep dive into it too much, but if BNE win, it is kind of soul crushing for Fnatic, right? Where they have zero chance to make that one spot off it.
Yeah, it is mission accomplished though. Fnatic just making this playoff run is a continuation off of some impressive results, right? And this gives them more opportunities to take on some tough competition, right? We've already seen the other playoff teams, and it's nothing to laugh about. In fact, I don't really know if it's all that welcoming here. It's Ints and Big that are still standing and waiting in the quarterfinals for them. So it's a scary position to be in, that's for sure. But a roster that's looking as good as Fnatic right now, I feel like a lot of teams should be fearful of them and what they can do. They've just claimed an incredible vertigo, you know, despite it being hard fought for a scrappy one from them. They're looking to do some further damage here. And now in this one as well here with an opportunity up against maybe a demotivated BNE.
Yeah, and here's the thing too, right? I couldn't picture a more poetic finish for Fnatic in their group stage run because we start the day off, Pepsor being the highlight reel, walking around like he owns the place, Fasher also in that exact same category. Then they slowed down a little bit, only to be picked back up by the likes of, Roy, who's still kind of been fragging out the entire event. And then, yeah, Nikodos, for the most part, all of today he's been contributing, a big factor in every single one of their games, maybe minus Vertigo. And then, very end, of course, it's capped off by a absolutely insane performance by Mezzi. And again, that's what I mean by poetic, where you wouldn't want anybody else but your IGL to be capping it off. But still, you got a couple of interesting individuals here. Fasher, while he hasn't necessarily been always the highlight, it's always been a contributor for this team.
He's been such a firepower element to this roster that has been near impossible to shut down for so many different players, right? He's delivered. I think Roy in those last matches has been the real consistency. Actually, I got to say, in these last couple of matches that they played, Fnatic have heavily relied on this duo of Roy and Fasher, but he's been a part of that, and he's been doing some wonderful damage here. Again, this is some familiar competition for Fasher as well here, and Juan Flautro, who's been some competition that these two players have been doing a lot of prep work for. They've been preparing to face each other off for quite some time now, given the closeness and proximity of these rosters in the major. So I'm expecting to see some very interesting matchups. For Juan Flautro on the other end of things, you know what he's capable of. We've seen his firepower and his ability in the server here. So I like that you highlighted these two players because these are definitely two that I'm going to be looking forward to in the server.
Easily the most explosive of the bunch, too. Juan Flautro, usually the one who's just bringing that massive firepower to BNE. It is the specialty of this team, the explosivity of them, the pace they like to throw into the mix, how fast they play the game sometimes. It's very, very hard to be prepared and ready for. And it's usually good to catch you for a couple of rounds, a handful of them at a time, usually. And that, honestly, has been a key point to their success, not only in just recent history, but for the entire time they've been under the BNE banner, even in majors back before the Rio one that had just concluded. That's kind of been their coup de grace. It's been their calling, their specialty, and they still do it perfectly.
Yeah, and I think an added benefit to this is speaking on the explosive nature of BNE and the way that they're able to play things out and the individuals that rise to the occasion here. I talked about it maybe being a demotivating factor here, not being able to make playoffs, but it's also something that maybe the chains can just simply be unleashed, right? There's no real pressure on this matchup. It's just a map that you get to, get some pride in this event and get some extra experience. Again, Fnatic's team that anyone would be lucky to test their metal up against, including BNE, because of how they've been looking as of recent. So this is a real chance for BNE to test some things out, probably get some damage done. And if any of those new ideas or maybe any of these players given a whole new reign of opportunity, if they're able to show up here, again, Fnatic could be in for a world of hurt.
I mean, yeah, again, this is still like more of a Cinderella story for Fnatic to try to take the 1 seed away in the group, and BNE are the ones trying to unravel that and uproot it from the seams, still able to pull the rug out from underneath them, and this is their only chance to do it. Again, it's not anymore about playing for playoff contention. It's about playing for pride, trying to maybe help out your boys over at 500. I'm sure they played against each other a multitude of times, probably great friends amongst the roster. So do it for them, if anything. So yeah, obviously you can see a bit loose with it, not too invested, quite frankly. And you can't really blame them. Even pulling up the backpack, man. Maybe he wants a couple of snacks. What's in there? What's in there? What's he reaching for?
Oh, getting out the peripherals.
You gotta pull something out. What did he pull out? A headset? He didn't pull anything out. I got scammed.
It is funny though. You can just tell what position. If you had to guess and you never had the scoreboards, if one team could qualify and one team couldn't, who these two rosters would be and what they would be looking like, you can see on the faces here that it's rest and relaxation from here on out for BNE. As I've made an early exit, and honestly, in a little bit of rough fashion, I gotta say, man, I've been nothing but impressed with what this roster's been able to do over a long period of time here. The consistency, the ability to make the major runs happen, do some damage. It's been so sick to see this roster rise to the occasion when the events matter the most. But sometimes when the pressure isn't on their shoulders, I don't know if they can really show up here, right? I mean, this isn't a major here, so they've got less on the line, and I think that's shown in the results because this is the roster right off the back of a major where they had that impressive win over FaZe. It was hard fought for us in those best of threes that they had to claw things out. They showed that this is a team that no one can take lightly.
Right, of course. Obviously, again, you highlight the FaZe best of 3 they won, taking maybe if you run it back, it might not have happened again, but still, it is definitely an impressive result nonetheless, but only to fizzle out in the 1 and 3 bracket. So I guess it's a bit unfortunate the way it ends for them, but it's like, yeah, to see them in this spot's a bit upsetting. It's a bit sad. Sure, now you're going against the major quarterfinalists, but this is probably the hardest team you've fought all day, theoretically, at least. Like, I mean, they lost earlier to Astralis. They almost choked that away. BNE, that's probably the most heartbreaking one of the bunch for them. It's considering the fact that they had that opportunity to close out against Astralis. They brought it back the distance 15-11, and they just couldn't do it in overtime. It's one of the most upsetting feelings you can possibly have to come that far to claw it all the way back and just not be able to pull it across the finish. We talked earlier today a little bit about how teams have struggled to close it out in the final hurdles. This is one of the teams that's kind of bared the bad fruit of that.
Yeah, incredibly heartbreaking. That was a win that they needed to claim there, that's for sure, if they wanted a chance to make it this deep in, because I feel like they did have a rough draw opening up this event, right? They had some tough competition immediately out of the gates. They were taking on some of the tougher teams, and that came calling quickly as their scoreline continued to dwindle. And Astralis is one of those rosters that, for some reason, I don't know why exactly it is, these last couple of maps that they have played, they've just getting blown out of the water. And maybe that's just a lack of energy here. Obviously, playing with some subs is probably going to take some of the wins out of your sails, but they started things off so well. So I was hoping they would carry that forward, and that just wasn't the case here. But all things said, we'll get into the vetoes. And what I would like to see most of all is maybe some new territory here. Got a lot of overpasses and vertigos. Duke's not in the map pool either, so maybe some more opportunity to go elsewhere. But what do we end up getting?
Okay. Hold on. Do they get Vertigo out? That's my question. This is a very puggy team, and yeah, they're gonna get rid of it. All right, finally, some new faces, some new showings on the B stream. We get a new showing. What is it on? Inferno or Mirage? Both work out well for them, and the better of two evils in Fnatic's eyes is that Inferno pick, and I honestly don't really blame them. It's not a team I'd want to take to Mirage, so par for the course, honestly, considering how this veto went. And again, we haven't seen Fnatic on these like puggy-esque maps. So maybe this could be their kryptonite. Who really knows? Nobody decided to test the waters on that side of the map. So it's like, if you lost to Fnatic today and you could have banned for like an Inferno or Mirage pick and BNE take them the distance on this map, you're going to be kicking yourself again. There's only reasons to be upset at yourself for losing to this team depending on how the outcome is.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the case there. You're going to be kicking yourself if you fail to close things out. It's new territory, though, so we'll see how Fnatic fare up. All that being said, something that we've made no secret of is that B&E, they are eliminated from at least playoff contention, but it's not the end of their run here. They have more maps to play, and they look to play spoiler. I think that's their one last line of defense. Again, doesn't seem like the encouragement is all there for B&E, but if they can unleash the change, if they can have some fun with it. I mean, they are kind of touted as the roster that banded together, kind of the FBL team, and it's the perfect way to close things out. No stress in this map, essentially.
Yeah, they are the best of one magicians. It's what they very well got known for, and it's where most of their upsets came from. So if there's any chance they can do it, even if it's on land, they aren't really onliners anymore. They've pretty much proved themselves on land time and time again now. But if there's anywhere they can do it, it's in the best of one formats. And we talk about maybe playing spoiler. You got to talk about the stumble Fnatic had earlier against Complexity, and it was alarming, like 16-6. It wasn't close. It had us all worrying whether they were going to actually perform enough to get into the playoff side of this event. Well, now they've been on a hot streak, maybe a bit slower against Saw in the previous map on Vertigo, but you got to consider the other results they had. They just simply weren't close. And even with all that in mind, Fnatic, for the most parts of today, have played, I'd say, fairly reserved and fairly slow on a majority of the T-sided rounds. I don't think that's going to fly against a team like BNE. They're very well known for their aggression and explosivity, and I think they're going to take the fight to Fnatic early on.
There's no question about that. That's exactly what we can expect. Proactivity on those CT sides. They know it and they love it quite a bit here. And that's exactly what we should be seeing out of them here in this map, especially with the lack of pressure on their shoulders. Very excited to see what this team can do, though, without that pressure. But I wanted to further your point there on the lack of, rather the impressive result that was had by Fnatic over the grand scheme of things in this event, other than that speed bump of Complexity that looked a little bit brutal. I think that map versus Salt on Vertigo, it was more testament to Salt playing a really good game, right? We've already seen how good this Vertigo is for this team, and they showed up into the server. Obviously, it required every last ounce of effort. You said plot armor was there for Fnatic. I think that's the exact right term right there, because they could do no wrong in some of those clutches. Some of them as these plays were just miracles on ice. And if that happens here once again, B&E obviously not going to be having too much fun here. But I mean, that's all that they can have here now. I mean, why not have a little bit of fun?
Right. Already you come into this understanding that they have to play this a little bit loose. You have to try to have fun with a game like this. So take it too seriously, and honestly, it might just lead to the undoing of your own mentalities coming into it. I saw a couple of smiles coming in, though, so I have high hopes to see a completely unleashed BNE. You might think, like, maybe with the fact that this doesn't necessarily mean anything for BNE, we're not going to see the greatest of gameplay from them. I'd kind of argue the antithesis of that, where there's no pressure on them. They don't have to perform. They can play as free as they want, and it won't matter a damn. Like, if they go as loose as they are, as they'd like to be, maybe there's some stuff we usually don't see because of all the pressure and all the stuff that's on the line for them. Maybe they throw some stuff out of the pocket that we don't usually see from them, and it works out well. Could bid them a good future. I mean, again, who knows? That is the entire game here, though. It's really just BNE playing loose, having fun.
That they are. That's all they can hope for here. Have a good time. But we're not going to be having a good time just yet, guys. We're going to be throwing it to a short break. And before we head into this last match, at least for us, other day here, we'll be throwing it to a break, guys. Make sure you stay tuned for this matchup here of Fnatic versus BNE.
Well, it's about time we got this one up and running. Fnatic, again, just playing for their potential to take the 1 seed in the group. BNE trying to play spoiler to that, start out on the T side of Inferno. Again, it's a map we haven't seen today, but I'm all for it.
Yeah, excited to see this one. It's great we close out this lovely day of Counter-Strike we've had ourselves. And who else but Fnatic would let us close out at the very least? We've got to watch this roster all the way from top to bottom here, laying out all their best ones and looking good doing so, continuing their high form here. But one last test, one last hurdle to pass here. It would be Bad News Eagles, and potentially the toughest of all hurdles as well. The press to rocking towards the B-bomb side. That's a lovely shot from Rigon. Fast, you're going to hit that quickly.
That is the thing about this team, right? They hit shots like that and screw you over with just a little bit of a pinch of magic. They've already taken full of the B-bomb site. I don't think Juan Flatro is going to hear all this rotations back around towards Banana, but he'll certainly be here for the flank when it's spotted out by Oregon's P250. This setup is going to perfectly entice the CTs, encapsulate them into Banana right now, but it's a 2-for-2 trade that they are more than welcome to take. A couple of small needs to be thrown back in for this retake effort, with one going over towards Nubox, and obviously he's going to have to peek out into the open around the quad pillar, but actually he's able to get away with one. No, it's Saren CT spawn instead. There's still a kit play. Pepsor just stopping the stick, holding it down as he ensures CT spawn's not a worry for him right now. Juan Flatro, the man we highlighted coming in, again, barely saves the day for the Eagles as they fly high on the pistol.
Yeah, beautiful work right. The Bad News Eagles to close that one out, giving them the pistol success, giving them the exact right start to this one. And honestly, like we had mentioned all throughout this, just unleashing the ability, the firepower, the fury of Bad News Eagles. They get a chance to let out some of their frustrations here, not old poor Fnatic. At least that's what we've gotten out of the pistol round, that they had a whole lot to let out.
Well, it's a fight back from Fnatic, even a Mag 7 thrown into the mix. Roy, maybe he's having a good time with this one. Need to be dunked over in brackets. It's perfectly placed for a whole hell of a lot of damage, but fortunately enough, that shotgun's not going to get the job done. If he had a Nova, maybe a bit of a different story, but unfortunately he did not.
Here's the propaganda. Roar's hands, anything looks good though. Sure, the same is true. Oh, he almost finds two. It will be Pepsor that's going to be bested there, and they are looking to regain control of the bracket side of this art side play here. They haven't really pressed the issue too deep. Bad News Eagles have been thwarted. In the meantime, they're going to maybe be forced to reroute here, and it's not the worst of ideas in towards this B-bomb side. It's probably a promising prospect, but there is some quick rotations arriving onto the scene here in both Mezzi and Fasher.
Right, so you most certainly want to let the Mag 10 lead the charge here, especially against the pistols. Just let the trades come through naturally, and they, I guess, naturally do, as I just spoke of. Quick double entry into B. No real worries anymore in the round for BNE. Just a quick shutdown as Nikados goes ahead and saves the Galil. So a second given over. The force buy doesn't go the intended way of Fnatic, and now it's going to be down to a save with, you know, a benefit in the mix of a Galil.
I guess not the end of the world here. There's impressive damage, impressive rotation, but like you said, it's just a little bit too much to deal with the trades there. I think maybe if we were talking about a little bit of utility in Mezzi and Fasher to help out with the site hold, then we could have seen some damage be done, follow it up, but that wasn't the case, unfortunately for them.
I wonder how far this T side will be able to stretch the envelope, man, because, again, we talk about BNE and how relentless they can be at some points. It's been a fairly slow start. I mean, not really surprising. It's, like, more of a spot where you'd be dumb to go very fast, like running into a forest buy with potential shotguns in the mix. That's not smart. Running up Banana on a pistol round, that's not smart. So, we haven't yet gotten the opportunity to see the unhinged play of the Eagles. I don't know if we're going to get to see it just yet. Tech call. Some issues had by Fnatic right now. I'm not too sure what the synopsis is.
Ah, that's nice. Very clever.
Might have been a little bit messy, but I got the point across.
Oh, wow. You're on fire.
My bad. All these puns are making me a center.
trying to stick the Copenhagen Flames landing, but unfortunately, that ship has sailed.
Was that supposed to be a pun?
Well, it was kind of on accident. I was more just trying to pluck at your nerves there.
No. I didn't identify a pun. That's why I asked you. I was very
Okay.
confused.
Well, ships is over on 500, so
Exactly. Yeah,
kind of
that's what I was
accident,
assuming. Yeah. Both of our brains full powers going into thinking of puns right now. I know it. I know
the
it.
last two brain cells rubbing against each other right now to generate these ones. Oh boy.
Unfortunately, I just wish we could come up with them faster.
You've got a whole lot left in your system.
Perhaps.
Oh. Man. Pretty impressive. I know you're plotting right now. I know you're.
I'm plotting, but
I feel like Roy's your next best option.
damn it, dude. How did you know?
I really don't
He's
feel like
in
there's
my
too
head.
much runway with Nikudas.
Yeah, the other ones are complicated, man.
On Flatro also going to be pretty tricky to make it work. Oh, and there's the lounge. Lounge is out. Oh, yes.
Somebody's away from their desk, though.
Yeah. That's usually where the bad signs come and tech pauses.
That is true. I'm giving up, bro. I can't. I already took all the puns out of it. It's too late.
Yeah, man, it's really hard. I'm thinking of something you could do with Roy.
We're both thinking of the same thing, and it's kind of sad that we can't come up with anything for it, because I feel like there's something obvious we're missing.
My mind immediately goes to rainbows, like Roy G. Biv.
I was more thinking like row your boat-esque kind of thing.
Okay. We might have to stretch it a little bit, that's for sure.
That's the problem, right? 'Cause when you stretch it, it's like, it's not even ironically funny anymore. It's just dumb.
Desperate. You don't want to look desperate.
See, that would have been the perfect spot to drop one. That would have been the perfect spot to drop one. But can't find it.
Fair enough.
I was also thinking like Rygon, or like you could technically spell it like region or something.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to go along the lines if you just kind of commit to Pepper as opposed to Pepzor.
Sure.
Right? I mean, there's something there.
Things are getting too spicy for the Pepzor.
Right on the money.
Like Pepper. Yeah, it's pushing it again.
That it is. And during this tech pause, we might be pushing our limits of how much we can try to fill the air here. I think we're going to be throwing it to a quick break here. Hopefully we get this tech pause amended. Oh, wait. I see everyone leaning up in the chair. There's no more lounging left in the server here. We all sit up nice, straight and tall, ready to play Counter-Strike once again.
Perfect posture. Talked about it on the Astralis players, but hey, maybe it's not the key. Maybe that perfect posture is definitely not the route to success. 7 rounds since that posture comment. That's all they've gotten into best of 3s. Or best of 1, sorry. Essentially a best of 3, though.
Yeah, that's actually wild. That's
so
unbelievable.
Slouch all you want. JDMers stay winning.
That they do. One of the best oppers in all of North America.
Let's not give too much credit. I don't know about that one.
You find a better opper here.
Skadoodle, free.
And OC. Damn.
Just gonna go down the list and list like every NA opper.
I mean, it's only 2.
Junior.
We don't have anyone. No, don't even. I don't know why Junior just caught a stray. I'm sorry about that. Apologize, Eric. Complexity's not who we're casting right now, and it doesn't even matter. He's not in complexity anymore.
There's another stray. Damn, bro. He getting all the heat.
We are on Inferno here, and the only heat that's been cooked up is from Bad News Eagles so far. Looking very good so far as well. Liking what I've seen. Obviously, the pistol and the conversions thereafter, but they're playing it loose. You can see not too much default, and they're just trying to press the issues here, coordinate their attacks. A coordinated effort in towards that CT spawn dive. Everyone's smiling. They're having a good old time.
Even a couple of smirks on their faces. It's like seeing your baby laugh for the first time. It's adorable.
Quite nice. Unfortunately, this success wasn't coming a little bit too earlier.
True.
But
again,
at least it's better late than never.
About this. Like, we were talking about how BNE might literally just show new signs of life now that they have no pressure on them.
Yeah, I oftentimes really look towards this roster to do damage after the majors, after the big events, and sometimes that's not the case with these Bad News Eagles boys, but sometimes it is, and they can show that they are a roster that can impress in events that aren't the majors. They've been able to do that in kind of running the many different online circuits. All that being said here, there will be some aggression towards apartments, and it's caught one, but then done. Trades are delivered here. We'll see if this lines up a decent A-side defense here for the boys at Fnatic.
Yeah, so far so good. And even set up with what I'd crown to be one of the hardest crossfires to break in the game. Now going in their favor. GXX and Co all lined up for an A-sided attack and even met by a little bit of counter utility tagged up. Not too much, but solidifies that somebody was and still might just be here. Nikados posted to the site with the AWP in hand. The biggest issue right now is going to be Roy, but Nikados to pluck him out of the sky. GXX falls a valiant death, but I still don't think it's going to be enough with these trades being found. Maybe here? I'm not sure just yet. Mezzy falls inside the smoke, gets a 1-for-1 trade, and with the bomb potentially free to get planted, Basher's got to attempt the one-on-one retake.
You know how hard those A-sides can be to crack open, though, but the one strong suit is Kit, and low HP on center here can make things a lot more easier for Fasher, but he's got to be quick on his feet here. Center's taking an angle, and he's very committed towards this aggression on the lane side. Fasher, is he prepared for this on the cold box? He's continuing to jiggle all the game of timing, but he will hard clear it there, and that will win him the round right then and there. Fasher even going to claim that op and get that diffuse off safe and sound.
Keep it real. I think that's possibly the worst place you could have gone. Like, you got to think about that, right? Not only is this man worried, like, look at it the entire time. He is shaking, spazzing out on that box. Like, where do I look? Timing himself and all. It's like, even if you're going to be distracted between both of the angles, there's better ways to play it. Play it around the pillar instead. Show less of your body off. Have more of a safety net to turn around. Play more around the site. That angle is so damn committed. Who are you expecting to catch off guard there?
Yeah, I mean, again, the A site really lends itself to so many different like headshot angles there, and so sometimes on low HP it can maybe be something you use. But again, he was just hoping to land the shot there, win the clutch, and deliver another round there to BNE. Unfortunately, that's not the case here. But what he has done is deliver a lot of extra funding with that bomb plant and an opportunity to cash in some checks if they can win around here.
I love how they kind of get screwed over one round on the A execution. You can see the instant transition with more interest shown towards a banana take. And so far, it's very favoring. In fact, only a little bit of damage taken via utility and in response to the map control they've taken. This is honestly worth for how far they've gotten up. But speaking of util, man, it's really not that great for BNE. Next to nothing on a couple of these players. Bits and pieces for the most part, handful of mollies and smokes. Again, as I like to toad, it's nothing to... It's going to get you onto a site, but it's not going to be able to help you hold it off.
That's well put. And it just seems like they're trying to take a lot of these fights here. Center. That's where he's going to thrive, though. Roy, it's rare to see him get shut down, but... It's welcomed here for Bad News Eagles. Now they want to continue their efforts in towards this A bomb site, but they've got to crack through another little crossfire. It's a from Austin MP9, though, to deal with it.
gonna say, Roy's usually the pit player, so I'm kind of surprised they don't just neglect it at this point, right? Knowing that you've pretty much done all the heavy lifting. Pepsor, last man standing in the middle of the bomb site with an MP9. I just realized they have 9 seconds to go. They have to get into the site and get the bomb down. They don't realize. They have no idea the timer's this low. The round's lost. Bad News Eagles have tossed it away.
Wait. Oh no, yeah, they didn't have time. You're exactly right. Basher just has to hide. Safely tucked in. I thought maybe there was a slim opportunity to get those numbers punched in, but that's not the case. And Fnatic going into timeout because that's back-to-back times where Fasher and this clutch a whole lot easier than the last, but I've barely scraped by these rounds here, and I feel like they got to be looking a little bit more cohesive if they want to really close out this this map here and deliver themselves an opportunity to claim that first place prize here, because playing it a bit sloppy here, giving Bad News Eagles exactly what they want in some isolated duels is not too much what they were hoping for. That's exactly where Bad News Eagles are going to thrive.
It is. But Fnatic starting to win the econ game and only an inch away from taking this lead back into their own welcoming hands. The money's really not that great anymore for BNE. You think of the T side and the benefits, it's not a lot. And I guess usually the economy is one of them, but not when you just keep 3 players alive after time. You get nothing for doing that. So now very, very vulnerable to a break, and Fnatic are ready to try and bounce on that fact.
They're hungry to get there. See if they can continue to deliver the success here. Honestly, the purchase isn't too incredible, but neither is Fnatic's for that matter. This consistent clutching that Fasher's been required here is going to really come calling. This time, I do like this setup a whole lot more towards this A bomb site. They do have a nice little porch side setup here with a little bit of help coming through from Nikodas on arches, but he will join up with his teammate as well.
Oh, they have the right idea. Roy even getting spammed on top of the porch center. What a heads-up play.
Oh,
big opener
God.
again. The pit player tumbles and falls. Bad News Eagles instantly off of that pick decide to regroup and get ready for a very fast A pouncing. Only 2 here to defend. They both tuck themselves into the pit, so it's another crossfire established, but this is pretty much full arch control gathered already by BNE. They just don't know it yet.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of time left. BNE have really dwindled this clock down very low once again, so if things start to go south, that's where the issues can start to arise here. Utility encounter. There's no smoke for the molly there. Nikodas forced to fight out of this situation. He's going to get run on down.
Absor. Not ready for him, but Juan Flatro catches him with the head turn. It's a perfect distraction to come through. Maybe not intentional, but they use it anyway. Fnatic. They fall and tumble once more. Now it's them on the backs of the economic downfall. I didn't consider this possibility because I thought for certain Fnatic would understand the big risk at hand for BNE in this round and potentially put paddle to the metal, but instead it's just, I'd say an aggressive hold, but there's no initiative taken anywhere. It's like Complexity on Vertigo where they would just kind of give up all the map control for free. You can hold on to a lot, sure, but I mean, you gave them full control of Banana. You're leaving yourself so vulnerable to something like a Flash player, just an unlucky kill not going your way in bracket from you losing that round. It's exactly what happens. BNE, they don't really have to use that much utility. It's a couple of, no disrespect in saying it, lucky kills. And everything past that point, it's a perfect setup and execution from BNE.
It's all that you need. Again, the one little bit of worry that I had was, was the timer going to be of essence? But even still, I was saying that at around 30 seconds, they were moving inside of the bomb site, and you can see 15 seconds left on the clock. Bailed out by Juan Floucher with a nice double entry here. They'll be able to hold on to the rifles there, but still making sure that they could do a good job of converting.
Sure, we've seen him work with less before. You think back to that Vertigo game where I believe Fnatic went around with 2 rifles. I think it was, Roy and Nikodas who saved guns? I could be wrong, actually. That wouldn't really make sense considering the positions, but all in all, they won around with 2 guns and a handful of upgraded pistols, so, I mean, we've seen it before.
Now we have. They've looked actually pretty decent when it comes to these rounds with Deagles in the hands of players like Mezzi and all the likes, but Basher, honestly, when he's had the hero rifle, if you remember back in that last map, he won them around. That kept them in that game big time. So Good signs to come, and even better now that Roy's caught a gap here in the default. These very patient defaults from Bad News Eagles, I think they've been doing nothing but panning out well for them, but in this occasion they could punish as they lacked a little bit of apartment setup.
We actually haven't seen them going for a full B execute, have we? Besides something like the pistol, really. So, hey man, more power to him, but still so much damage inflicted with a dink, even a kill up to a smoke. It's a raw USP frag. When's the last time you've seen that? And even doubling down. Told you we've seen it before. No reason to doubt him. Fnatic show why as the money is again broken by BNE.
Yeah, that's as a result of this beautiful proactivity right there from Roy, taking a lot of initiative, knowing that he needs to go and really create some space. It enabled alongside that so many rotations over towards that B side, which helps out big time as well. And that's the reason why they had so much presence there. That's the reason why they had so much success, is great work being done from Fnatic and from Roy delivering. And the impact here, once again, I feel like that is just something that can't be understated here. It's like a broken record because it never does end.
The song that doesn't end. Only real homies know that one.
You lost me, that's for sure.
Yeah, because you're uncultured. Somebody got to have my back. Somebody out there. Pick a brother up.
Move to there. Enter and Zaid here, and maybe some support being offered as well to Fnatic here on this A bomb site. As you can see, it's a somewhat risky rotation. Actually, I think it's more of a retrieval of utility. Fasher's just gone in towards CT spawn to pick up a smoke and a molly, which is pretty nice. That'll help out the B side hold if it was ever to come his way, but the reality is right now, with this Arch and Moto smoke, that they look to test the waters towards A once again.
I'd say somewhat inconsistent with the success category, but this one definitely won't be added onto the resume of the Bad News Eagles because so far it's, I'd say, so bad. Bomb drop, no man's land, and they're still a bit uncharacteristically slow in trying to retrieve it. Boost up doesn't work, running out of tricks up their sleeves, and now it's kind of just a raw 2-on-5 that doesn't really feel all that realistic. Professor. Didn't have to do that to him, a bit out of pocket, and that's kind of what you deserve for doing it. Rygon with the trade. The round is still definitely out of reach. Oh, damn. Relax, brother.
That's a sharpshooter right there. Doing what he does best, but it is a one and done. His endeavor will be cut short at the hands of Fnatic here. And finally, we're seeing them string things together off the back of what was kind of a half buy there. Now we're going to be wielding limited investment here if you're Bad News Eagles. Probably not going to be too much to offer here. A lot of Glocks in play, and it's going to be a little bit easier now for Fnatic to work here.
Yeah, it shouldn't be one they struggle too much with. Rygon, can't really blame him for going right back to the Desert Eagle after the shots he converted in the ending parts of the last round. But eventually they are just going to go with the good old-fashioned popper up and into B. Fasher and Mezzy already put this one on quick lock and key. Don't really imagine there's going to be much left in this round. Yeah, Fnatic. First lead of the game, and potentially more to come.
That is for sure. They're starting to warm up on the CT side. They got a couple big clutches already to kick things off. I wasn't sure if those clutches were going to continue to favor Fnatic, right? They got away with what I would say is murder on that map versus Saw to get to a comfortable spot here to punish Bad News Eagles' opportunity of making playoffs by winning so many different clutches. So that continuing into this map is even more fearful of Fnatic. Got a couple of Fasher 1v1s already to add to the tally here.
Oh, yeah, what are they planning? What are they cooking? Full banana and car control off the back of it. There's still so much counter utility, so they just went in for a 5-man execute. I really don't think it'd work out all that well. So many mollies left to be thrown in. Now with the spots given and the smokes thrown back on the counter execution from Bad News Eagles, you'd think that this would be shut down, but both of the smokes get extinguished. Rather, both of the mollies do. And even while they swarm the B site like ants, they're going to need some kills to start to seal the deal on this one. Thankfully, they've delivered it. Mezzy, the IGL, falls. And Roy doesn't dare spam up through the smoke just yet. Waiting for it to fade instead. There isn't a CT smoke, so he can just get a free sightline going deep, and the bomb is still yet to even cross.
could be a good side one. Flautro, though, taking a lot of liberties in towards CT spawn, and he'd be able to keep things in containment here, but Represor able to close the distance. But Nikodas in a 1-on-2 here. He has to retake to make some magic happen here, isolating these fights. There's the smoke, shroud of vision. He's not able to find the shot. He's not able to pluck it out just yet.
I mean, you know where it's planted considering the noise being made by it, but he doesn't dare go back in for the retake. He'll just concede it up to Bad News Eagles, let them have it. Realize they've been outplayed. And again, it is just more of a case of Bad News Eagles. They catch Fnatic doing nothing. That take shouldn't have worked. Let's be realistic. There was a lot of counter utility to come through from Fnatic, but both of the Molotovs got extinguished in very awkward smokes. And with that in mind, Bad News Eagles didn't really have to worry about anything on their pathing into the site. When those mollies miss, when it's literally just a couple of flashbangs to try to hold you over and keep you on the finish line for Fnatic, it's like you're not really going to be putting up that much of a fight against a 5-man site take.
That's definitely the case right there. Feeling some heat. I mean, you can see the super stand-in was trying to pull things back. He's doing a good job of attempting it, but Bad News Eagles just able to take too much space. Obviously, I don't think there's anything that Nikodas could do in that 1-on-2 unless he's able to really nail some nice shots. And maybe there's an opportunity, right? Maybe if he could have dropped the bomb or something along those lines a lot further time before that bomb did go down. But wisely, Bad News Eagles just didn't give them anything to work with.
They didn't, man. But I mean, the thing is, I guess I might not be so fair to Bad News Eagles. I guess I haven't been, because there's been a couple of times now where it's been like, yeah, Bad News Eagles probably shouldn't have won this round. Fnatic, it's more so on the lack of initiative. They have this aggressive setup that just doesn't work out. But it's kind of like something that you and I saw the other day in an OG game where it's like, if it keeps working, why change it? Like, they keep exploiting this fact that Fnatic aren't doing anything. And again, that's just the Bad News Eagles special. Like, they're not scared to go in for these 5-man site takes and just try to out-aim you. It works.
Yeah, it is working quite nicely, and honestly, these defaults have been working out well as on top of that, right? I like that Bad News Eagles are giving themselves enough time to execute into these bomb sites, but they're also making sure that they have as much opportunity in the round to try and utilize the players that they have. You want to give these players the opportunity and the time to work the map because of their individual abilities. So it's good signs here. It's good pickings from them, but looks like Fnatic could turn the tides here for pickings of their own. They play the cards right. Nikodas, he's not able to land the shots here. He's not able to pluck anyone out of the surface just yet. Turns the corner only to meet the immediate edge out of center. They try to go proactive. They try and go aggressive, but they just get punished.
And you know you got 2 kills up and into B. You might as well just go pathing forward. That's exactly what they do. Center through a smoke has found a connection. Oh, man. It's just, again, poetic justice. Pepzor, time to try to shut this take down a dink. It's so beautiful. It's a great shot, but it's just not enough. Bad News Eagles right back at you, knocking on your door for what's going to be a lead stolen right back.
Bomb has been planted.
T side of Inferno as well. Very promising here. Center, that's just a beautiful sequence of kills. That last one, straight through the smoke. Nicely done. Roy, not so safe in his position here. They start to circle him. Spotted out. Synopsy going to be dropped here. Can Roy actually hold on to this? That would be quite impressive.
Do they know he crossed? It looks like they do. Yeah, 100%. GXX. No sweat. And there it falls, just like Roy. Fnatic's money's still not all that great, though, so like I wonder if they actually want to reinvest here. I could see a half buy coming out, maybe Roy and Nikodas throw like a weapon out onto the table, but a full investment seems a bit out of the picture right now.
That's not where you want to be either. You want to be getting those investments, holding on to those for as long as possible here. Although, again, man, seeing this all too often work out for Fnatic, these sort of half buys here where they're able to make things go their way. Roy, again, he's a testament to that success. Finds the opening pick there immediately. And he doesn't take too much damage as well.
Ooh.
And followed up by Fasher, he does fall, but the damage is done. Look at Center's HP.
Damn. That's always the worry about going against a gun like the 5.7. It's kind of slept on right now. I've seen some insane 5-7 stuff today. It's kind of opened my eyes a little bit. I'm usually a 5-7 hater. I think I'm a believer now.
How could you be a 5-7 hater? I've seen it far too many times be effective.
I just like the tech or the CZ more.
Listen, even Roy's abandoned you, and Roy has been the CZ master for so very long.
Hey! I told you, man. I've changed my ways. What do you say F me for? Oh my God! There's no way. There's no way. That kill actually might win them the round 2. If they clear out Econom's in the back of the bomb site, the Molotov's gonna do just that. The Eagle's gonna have to walk right into the open. It's not actually cleared, but Sanopti instead takes the duty from him. And it's literally that one kill that wins Bad News Eagles this round. If Setter doesn't fall, I'm sorry, if I believe it was Fasher doesn't fall through the coffins, it's like you're walking into a 3-man B stack. You're probably not gonna win that with a couple of players on low HP. But again, they managed to find a way, and they managed to steal it from the grips of Fnatic.
That is incredible stuff. He continues to have impact here. And I feel like he's getting kills on so many players he just doesn't have vision of, but able to pull that one back from what could have been the brinks. It was still lacking purchase here from Fnatic, so Bad News Eagles making sure that they claim rounds that they probably should, but nonetheless, up to 7 here. Potential getting closer and closer to winning out this half as well, and boy, he's gonna be have to hold on to his rifle here once again. 3 now strung together once again for Bad News Eagles, and now they look to be very zoned in.
I feel like they've already done the due diligence on this half. I'm going to be real. I obviously have my questions and doubts about the CT side and what they're going to show there, yada, yada, yada. But if it's anything like what we've seen already, then this game is kind of a gutter ball for Fnatic. Again, it's not the biggest of ordeals. Again, you already qualified for playoffs, so it's not like you're losing out on anything. But, you know, you'd rather have your fighting chance at the #1 spot. Avoid having to play tomorrow. Save yourself the pain of it. Wait a day.
I mean, this definitely, I've got to say, is one of the more difficult teams, though, to take down, right? I mean, this is not the roster that you want to be playing up against when there's no pressure. There's no worries in the world for Bad News Eagles, right? They can just do whatever they want, because all of it isn't going to really impact, though, the way their tournament run is going to go, right? We know which way this is going. Nonetheless, Fnatic, they still would like to close that out, right? In theory, they want to be making it into that quick semifinals berth and avoid some of the tough competition in the quarters, right? Instant and Big sitting around there waiting for them if they do struggle to close this one out.
Well, they're just going to wait out the utility and come waltzing up and into B. Even through a smoke of their own, they don't really care, man. Let the momentum move through you. Mezzi off the flashbangs, found one from CT spawn. Rotations are in, and Mykonos is not ready to let them cross into the site. Bombs dropped too, so even if you got that kill at the back of the site, I don't think it really mattered all that much. GX actually gonna do some economic damage, even rips away the ult, but Mykonos looking for more too. Fasher can't overextend. How did he not get the bomb there, bro? Stepped on that like 3 times. Okay, relax, my friend. You ain't gotta pop the shots in through new box. Just let them have it. They earned it. 6 on the board for Fnatic as they inch closer.
Nicely done. Oh, to shut things down. That was just a very stacked B bomb site right there. It's hard to get past that sheer amount of numbers that they had ready to defend. And honestly, those smokes were a little bit wonky as well. I think they had a deep CT smoke, hoping that they could catch the site players in rotation, but that wasn't the case. Again, I think it's time for B&E to maybe get a little bit innovative with these T sides anyways, right? With a chance to play a match with just such little pressure. You can try and test things out, test your game plans that you've been workshopping.
You know I'm always in the workshop. Only on Ancient, though. I'll only be crafting some dubious plots on that map.
Absolutely devious.
Mischievous. Ain't no way you can't think of another word.
Oh, I wasn't going for it.
All right,
but I don't think I could have if I tried.
Scandalous.
Quite wacky. Right now? are making their moves again, fast and aggressive default in, and I have the right read. Bad News Eagles well prepped for an A side hit here, and you could say the opposite for Fnatic here. They've gone for a B lean. They've got the wrong read, unfortunately for them. Bad News Eagles just making this move quickly. If they do, they're gonna catch him off guard here. It's just Pepser left inside the pit.
Oh my, hold up. He ain't left inside of the pit anymore. He's been able to vacate and duck into the bomb site itself. Even has the assistance to cover his arch for now, Mezzi. If he can hang on to that, it's just such a weight lifted off of Pepsor's shoulders. But instead, it's Synopsy doubling out an arch. They still haven't cleared the middle of the bomb site, and Pepsor goes AWOL. Ballistic for 3 kills of his own. Nikados, you gotta give this one an attempt, man. The money's broken going into the last round of the half. Imagine if you could pick this round up right now. It's not a site very favoring for the retake, but you've got a smoke to cut off pits if you want to try to isolate these fights. Stops in the middle of the site. Oh, you even had the right idea, just not the right execution. Full-on ace for Synopsy, winning that round single-handedly for the Eagles as they pay forward to a very dominant potential half.
Doing excellent work right there, man. This is some sharp shooting from Synopsy, doing brilliant damage despite Epizor's best efforts to try and close that round out, right? He's doing his best work right now. He's been doing a good job with the anchoring. He's like it goes. He's ducking in and out of positions. He's being so tricky to deal with. He's making it feel like there's so much more presence on that A bomb site when in reality he was on an island. He was on an island for quite some time there. So credit to him, but Synopsy's ace is going to completely nullify that impact.
You know, as time keeps going forward, I'm only more and more thinking about how I think Fnatic is literally just an overpass god team. Call me crazy, but this is quite a poor showing from them. Again, and I don't mean any disrespect to Bad News Eagles, but like, this just is a poor showing from Fnatic. There's a lot of these rounds where Bad News Eagles, they kind of have to aim their way out of really bad situations that Fnatic are setting themselves up to counter. Again, like with some of these site holds, they have the perfect amount of utility to counteract it, but they just end up accidentally missing it, throwing it inside of a smoke. It gets extinguished. Synopsy allowed to run up arch, maybe find 3 kills some of these rounds. And Fnatic just can't seem to get their heads back into the game. Already down to a 3-on-3, and the rotations are few and far between. Faster's the only one here. If he falls, so does the round. Flashing into CT spawn. They spot Nikados. He's got not a fighting chance. Asher's still holding down the line as he hopefully buys time for the rotation in Pepsor. But with GXX locking in that kill, it's only a matter of time, really. And yes, the, again, superstar sub can pick this one up in a 1v2. Oh, maybe he can.
Nice, the bomb plant right there. Tossing in an HE to follow suit. Synopsys picked up the bomb, and he will find the last kill there. Nice little clutch to close things out there for Fnatic, but is that enough? It's going to be a losing half at the end of the day for them as Bad News Eagles. We know them for their confident CT sides. That's exactly what they're made of here. And now they look to show that, I imagine, in this next half.
Yeah, it's been, I'd say, somewhat uncharacteristically silent on the T side. I mean, we think all the way back to the start of the day, and I will say, I mean, considering they were one of the first teams to play, that's 10 hours ago almost, so you can't even blame them if they're a bit tired. You saw some shaking of the eyes and whatnot and rubbing of them too. But you think all the way back to that overpass game against 500, they had 10 T rounds. That's not a map known for its T-sided success, and it's kind of fallen off into the bitter end here. The T side of Vertigo didn't look great. T side here hasn't looked great. So they're really relying, or rather, I'm sorry, the CT side here doesn't look great. So they have to rely on a historically now weaker T side to try to pull this back across the finish line against BNE on one of their most comfortable maps.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if they can get there here, but we got to head to a break here first. So we'll be right back with the second half of play right after this.
Katsokaa kuinka siinä vaan Krois saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdillaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se!
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä pojat.
Podi yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1 vastaan 2. Pommi on jo pläntättynä. Podi löytää ensimmäisen saitilta. Sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kunin täytyy osua. Nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Podi tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Podi otais kohtaa todella eteenpäin hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarvitsevat säkin.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Awkward finish there from Fnatic because they picked up the pace towards the end, but still don't end up coming out with a winning half. So BNE have all the tools necessary and, within striking distance to close this game down and pull off an upset before things, I'd say we bid farewell to one of the, I thought was one of the favorite teams.
Yeah, it's going to be an unfortunate exit from the event for Bad News Eagles, but if they can go down with the victory underneath their belts, man, at least they won't go down empty-handed.
True.
That's
Quite your
what
way out of
matters.
a corner and out of a bad spot, I'll say that much. Bad News Eagles, making the best of a bad situation.
Got to make it work on the CT side, and that's what they're kind of known for here. The CT side proactivity and aggression. It's going to be something to note in Synopsy. He's already gotten 1 ace here. He might need 2 if he wants to win this pistol because they're all heading his way. Okay, now he's looking to commit. He's actually going to dive in front of this smoke. But the fire so well placed. That's incredible. A team kill. He doesn't need an ace. He has support from the enemy team.
Friendly fire will not be tolerated. Learned that one back in the COD days. Apparently Fnatic skipped that arc of their training regiment. Still, chance to win the round, but smokes have now subsided and it's going to rely on these aim duels once more. And you know how difficult rounds can be when you leave the aim duels in the favor of Bad News Eagles. Even the bomb dropped in enemy territory, man. You've got to swing deep in CT to recover that bad boy. And they're starting to lock in these kills now. Running out of bullets, running out of ammunition, and running out of manpower. Bad News Eagles win themselves a pistol and start the potential upset of the CT side of Fnatic.
Nicely done. Great retake right there and great hold from Synopsy. Absolutely love to see it. Holding down that B-bomb site, utilizing some of that team damage there, and then buying time for the rotations to arrive onto the scene. That's really well done from him, being that he was that sole B defender. He had no help, and what little help he had was far removed from the situation. Bad News Eagles start the CT side off the right way.
Uh-oh, worst shotgun in the game is out, boys.
Probably the best run to bring it out, though. It's going to be really lacking purchase here.
Lord.
He has a chance to farm up some kills here. The HEs don't do as much damage as you might think, but now it's the time for the exit of the sea. Only one, though. Only a singular kill. And now the numbers being punched in. I don't know if they'll be able to make anything of this. It's only a shotgun that's retrievable, but they haven't retrieved it.
I was
So
going to say,
bomb site
honestly,
confirmed.
like, they could have done something with this if they were able to recover that shotgun, right? Like, imagine you sit in a corner towards construction and catch him coming back in. That's a hard gun to deal with, like, unironically. But why are the Glocks making better of this, man? Like, come on. Can't be doing all this damage on the $200 default T pistols. Round's done, though. They got the defuse stuck in. It's just about seeing if Roy can or can't find a kill. What's he going for here?
Block burst maneuver. No, not quite. He was maybe trying to sneak that XM into his back pockets there, walk away. But it will be a successful retake. I feel like you got to be happy with that, though. Fnatic doing a lot of damage there, getting a couple of kills included in the mix there is a bomb plant. So that, with what they brought to the table, is mission accomplished.
100% is, but now they're working from the bonus, so Bad News Eagles are going to have to show one hell of a resilient play if they want to take down Fnatic here. Just on the raw fact that there's 5 AKs in play, Bad, it's going to be difficult to take them all out. But if they do, the reward is ever so much more massive. Straight back to pistols it would be, potentially 12 on the board for BNE. And Fnatic maybe even starting to be swept aside.
Risky bonus route here, but if they can make it work, that's exactly what they're hoping for. Continue their endeavors there and kind of nullify the damage that was done in the previous. Although we've seen spams tossed through the window once before here. Different angle though of approach right now on the boost for GXX. He's in prime position. Flashes can force him off. Will they come though his direction? He's getting spammed down again. That spam is going to continue here. And this time, I think Roy's just confirmed it, but nonetheless, they still find damage.
What the?
What's going on?
Bro? Like, I have no idea what to keep track of. And they even reroute, man. Cruising down Main Street and going down Banana. Center spotted it out, so he'll be in CT spawn to try to put up a fight or two, though he'll be met by heavy resistance and utility. Bomb will go down. The center is no coward. He will attempt this retake with no questions asked. No kit, no utility, but not really surprising to see him try to break this one apart. Now, is it? This guy has been farming up some of these kills this game, so I love the confidence oozing through, but fortunately for him, CT is off limits.
Take the route towards coffins, although this is being watched upon here. No kit, so time needs to be taken on here.
Oh, he's just trying to keep him on the site.
So he's going to be hurt on this fall off here. I don't know if he's going to make it. Okay, yeah, he's safe and sound there. I think he's also prioritized his own life over trying to find that exit. Fnatic hit that round. I didn't know which way that one was going to go. I certainly didn't expect it to go so well in favor, but you can see, at least from a glimpse of that replay and taking a trip down memory lane of Pepazor's impact right there, heading out towards Boiler and showing up when it's necessary. I feel like that's kind of been the case for this guy. When it's needed the most, he's delivered a lot of impact here for Fnatic.
You can't ask for more of stand-in like he's been this event so far, man. In almost every game, barring, I believe, the only one he didn't actually show up was, what, the Nuke game? I think other than that, he's been, like, impactful every step of the way. Fnatic really can't be thanking their lucky stars enough.
No doubt. He's been a great addition. Great substitution here, and I think that was kind of to be expected. I'm imagining Fnatic still feeling very confident in the fact that this is a sub they've worked with before. This isn't a new face at all. Just like slotting in some old pals. But not too much friendly face in apartments here. Baiting up the op shot. Look at that fiery entry there. Nothing you can do against that, and he continues to deliver.
And it's BNE now consistently being drawn out to the back foot on their CT side. So uncomforting, man. They even have the right read, the right call, just the wrong execution, a couple of missed off shots, and terror reigns over the BNE CT side. Juan Quattro, the only one left in here, the man we highlighted coming in, and he'll go out without a whisper. Instant take from Fnatic with no holds barred. 9th on board. And you'll go into the 20th, them still being down by 1, but the money's just shot for BNE.
That nightmare territory right there. As now it's a chance, prime opportunity for Fnatic to tie things up here. It's going to be a deagle saved onto from Synopsy, and we're unable to bring in a A1S. Pretty valuable, but not too much to note other than those two little bits of weaponry here. I can only imagine in this next round, given the success of Fnatic here. So now they are very hungry to try and tie things up.
You know,
Obviously not safe.
Usually I don't put reference to the chat, but there was a very valid claim made about the previous round. And when Pepsor killed the Opera in apartments after a couple of misses, you know, he wide swung, he destroyed him. That is what we refer to in the business as an ant for MP.
Yeah.
Don't believe me? Oh, come on. I did that in our league matches, man. Come on.
That'll be the day.
This guy has no faith in me. That Twitch chat's got my back. Born and raised, baby.
Apparently born and raised in the flames right now is went on a nice little Phoenix so far. Nate's Texas is going to so well placed, but actually misses on the target just a little bit. It's still not going to deter them from pushing down. And it will be an opening pick and make it a double It's the Deagle from Synopsy that follows suit there. Wallbang through the smoke. Quite a kill feed in the favor of Bad News Eagles, and they walk away with the man advantage here. They're walking back into the A1S.
Well, they've made Magic strike again, and this time they're able to recover the guns of it too, even looking for more. The 5-7 of GXX is ready to add another round up for the Bad News Eagles. Even not ready for the peak. Mezzy gets caught lacking, dropping the EK out. I don't know if his teammate's going to be able to get that. Okay, I guess center updated.
Tough round to give up right there for Fnatic, right? They're able to make do with the pistols here. Once again, a couple of these opportunities have been given and taken by Bad News Eagles, landing some nice shots straight through the smoke and showing that they fear absolutely nothing. Again, releasing all the aggression in the world. Raining Hellfire on Banana. Quite happy with that round as well. You can see the smiles on the faces here of Bad News Eagles. They are incredibly grateful to be closing that one.
Oh my god, yeah, that is a feel-good round. Win an eco like that? Oh, man. Boys, the team speaks lighten up. Also, another 5-7 clip. Like, dude. How do we keep getting them?
I don't know if you've even been watching Counter-Strike or if you think the 5-7 clips are rare.
Look, man, I was a G2 fan. Amanek always used to see said. You remember the infamous Amanek 1v4 against NRG. I hope.
Yeah, I mean, Roy was the same case, right? And you're a Copenhagen Flames fan.
Right.
You used to be there, so.
Okay,
but
to be fair,
he's made the switch.
I never
He's made the switch as well.
I never actively slandered the tech, or the 5-7. I slandered the Tech 9, though.
Hold that thought, though. Right now, Synopsy getting set up. Is this flash going to be well placed here? Not quite. It's going to be Mezzy and Nico. It's just knocking on the door of this B bomb site. Double entry there, and that's probably enough encouragement to call this one a save for Bad News Eagles. Rifles come out here, and the struggles show up.
It's just a quick pop and lock for Fnatic, as easy as you like with the bomb site taken.
Bomb has been planted.
Absolutely no kills taken away from them, and Fnatic go up to double digits. I guess better late than never. Going into the last round, they were definitely the favorites, but Bad News Eagles, I mean, they kind of shell-shocked them, I'll be real. They got outplayed.
I mean, I think they got outgunned as well right there. The just dry peaks taking place towards Banana. Neither one of those teams had flashes that landed at the very least. I think there was some utility that was attempted to be thrown in, but it didn't look like anyone was blinded up by it.
Bro, I can't win. Now I'm getting slandered for enjoying the CZ. Come on now. Not a bad gun.
And 2-11.
I'm just ahead of everybody, man. What can I say? My food takes are from the future.